Chapter 13:17. Three Universe Treasures. No one can save anyone that I, Qin Shao, want to kill. You're no exception. What kind of arrogant and conceited words were these? These were words spoken to a powerful sovereign. How much confidence did one need to have in order to do such a thing? Qin Zhao's arrogance was enough to look down on the heavens and reign supreme over the ages. Her peerless beauty composed a long song of awe-inspiring beauty. This was a provocation and a humiliation. As the third most important person in the monster spirit race, how lofty was his status? When had he ever been humiliated like this before? Rumble. Sovereign Liang Jiao attacked again. A total of 6 holy objects flew out, releasing endless holy light that surged and destroyed the sky. At the same time, strands of eerie energy burst out of his hands and transformed into invisible blades of light that shot toward Qin Shao. This was a terrifying secret art, a technique that had undergone countless trials and tribulations. When the power of the 6 sacred artifacts fused together, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. The power of the great Tao blended into the secret arts and secret arts, making them both extraordinarily frightening. This was the strength of a ruler. He could rule over everything in the world and the firmament of the universe. Every move he made contained the power of endless laws. His own strength could also control everything in the heavens. When he attacked with all his might, the void boiled over and turned into a vast expanse of emptiness. He was indeed powerful. Even Master Qingye was no match for him. Qin Shao didn't feel the slightest hint of fear in the face of the all-out attack. Instead, he grew even more excited and his fighting spirit surged wildly. Come on, I'll take this opportunity to test my strength and see how far I've come. Let's see if you can force me to use my full strength. Qin Zhao's sword danced through the 9 heavens, and the mountain river sword scripture burst forth with full force. The primordial cauldron rang out again and again, sounding like the great bell of the great Tao. His voice shook the 9 heavens and reverberated through the ages. It was as if he wanted to awaken the creatures in the desolate land. The primordial cauldron was a universe treasure. How terrifying would it be if its supreme Saint Aura was fully unleashed? The Hongmeng cauldron, the mountains and rivers sword scripture, the supreme power of the 3 supreme great paths, the all-heavens sword technique, and Qin Zhao's own power were all unleashed at this moment. Other than the might of the great Tao of no beginning, Qin Shao could be considered to have used all his strength. At that moment, he was engaged in an intense head-on clash with Hegemon liquefied WIRM. It was a head-on clash of strength, a clash of Tao might, and a clash of many other techniques. Rumble. Under the surging light and the confrontation of power, heaven and earth rumbled, the 4 seas collapsed, and the sky was no longer restored. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to return to chaos. A clash of such power was enough to easily destroy a star field. Heaven and earth, the void, darkness, and light were all destroyed by this terrifying power. He actually blocked it? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Even with all his techniques, he still couldn't gain an advantage over Hegemon liquefied WIRM. He was actually blocked by Hegemon liquefied WIRM. Qin Shao had thought that he could suppress Hegemon liquefied WIRM, but he hadn't expected Hegemon liquefied WIRM to block it. It seems that the gap between our realms is very difficult to bridge. Hegemon liquefied WIRM has an absolute advantage in terms of realm. His techniques are also quite vicious. It won't be easy for me to suppress him. Qin Shao pursed his lips. It seemed that this battle wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. He had to pay a price. However, it didn't matter. At most, it would exceed his expectations by a little. But the result was still the same. Qin Shao still had many tricks up his sleeve and trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Hegemon liquefied WIRM had probably used up all his tricks and had no more tricks up his sleeve. When they saw that Hegemon liquefied WIRM had blocked Qin Shao, and the 2 of them were evenly matched, the Celestial Eye Emperor and the others once again saw a glimmer of hope for survival. This was especially true for the Celestial Eye Emperor, who felt as though a rock had been lifted from his heart. He had been really worried that Qin Shao might have some other tricks up his sleeve, but it seemed like his worries had been unfounded. After all, Hegemon liquefied WYRM was an ancient and powerful hegemon. He was also the third strongest powerhouse of the demon race. How strong was he? Your techniques aren't bad. By relying on the universe treasure, the primordial cauldron, you can at least exchange a few blows with me. However, that's all there is to it. Hegemon liquefied WYRM said coldly. He had just been provoked and humiliated by Qin Shao, so this could be considered a form of retaliation. However, he was currently evenly matched with Qin Shao, so he could only retaliate in this manner. He didn't have much confidence in humiliating Qin Shao in return. Of course, Hegemon liquefied WYRM was implying that Qin Shao was relying on a universe treasure to contend with him. Qin Shao sneered coldly. I am relying on the might of a universe treasure. You speak as though you aren't relying on the might of a treasure. The might of your 6 sacred objects isn't weak either. Hegemon liquefied WYRM. You are 2 major levels higher than me. In terms of cultivation level, you have an absolute advantage. I want to talk about how long you've been cultivating for. So, Hegemon liquefied WYRM. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Hegemon liquefied WRM's face turned green, then white. It was a very interesting sight to behold. Oomph. Hegemon liquefied WYRM snorted angrily and said, Qin Shao, I admit that you have some tricks up your sleeve. However, don't even think about gaining any advantage in today's battle. If we continue fighting, neither of us will gain any advantage. If you know what's good for you, we'll stop right here and now. You should hurry up and leave so that we don't get into a big fight. If you don't know what's good for you and continue to pester me, Qin Shao, I'm afraid you'll be the one to suffer in the end. You want to stop fighting? Qin Shao smirked. What? Hegemon liquefied WYRM. Are you afraid? You're actually taking the initiative to stop fighting? That doesn't seem like how you Yao do things, does it? What? Are you afraid that I'll call for reinforcements? Or are you saying that you're bluffing? Qin Shao, Hegemon liquefied WYRM, was so furious that his voice turned frosty. Then it seems that you're determined to fight to the death today? Good, very good, very good. Since you insist on courting death, then I won't hesitate to pay the price today. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Qin Shao, why do you have to be so arrogant and insufferably arrogant? I can't say that I'm confident, but I, Qin Shao, am a little arrogant. Since you've already come knocking on my door, why should I be polite to you? Since we've already started fighting, there's nothing more to say. We'll fight to the death. We're enemies to begin with, so we should fight to the death. Since we've run into each other today, what's the point of running away? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Hegemon liquefied WYRM. There's no need for so much nonsense. You don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, do you? Since you've already used up all your tricks, then let's watch my performance. Come on, Hegemon liquefied WYRM. Why don't you take another blow from my sword? Qin Shao said coolly. His voice was full of metal and vigor. At this time, Qin Shao was like an invincible god of war who wanted to fight the heavens. His every word seemed to be able to shake the heavens. Hegemon liquefied WRM's expression changed slightly when he heard Qin Shao's words. What did he mean? Qin Shao still had tricks up his sleeve? How was that possible? He'd already used so many tricks, all of which Hegemon liquefied WYRM already knew. Could he still have more tricks up his sleeve? If that was really the case, then the situation would be troublesome. Hegemon liquefied WYRM had a bad premonition. His premonition was indeed correct. With a flip of his hand, Qin Shao unleashed a beam of Peerless, terrifying light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. A sword appeared in Qin Shao's hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth had suddenly dimmed. Everything in the world seemed to have submitted to it. Light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What a terrifying edge, what a frightening aura, what domineering power. A universe treasure, another universe treasure. Hegemon liquefied WYRM wasn't the only one who was shocked. Dalmo liquefied WYRM, and the others were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and they stared at Qin Shao, tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they'd just seen. As far as they knew, Qin Shao had two universe treasures. One was a flying-type treasure, and the other was the primordial cauldron. The primordial cauldron could be considered a defense-type treasure. It was common knowledge that attack-type universe treasures were the rarest and the most powerful. Only attack-type universe treasures could unleash the most terrifying offensive power. Naturally, they were the most terrifying treasures on the battlefield. Thus, just the peerless sharpness emanating from Qin Zhao's universe treasure sword was enough to make Hegemon liquefied WIRM's heart tremble. He could smell a terrifying aura. This aura made Hegemon liquefied WIRM sense danger. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand was a universe treasure. He'd taken it from Mount Skyspan, and it could be considered one of Qin Zhao's trump cards. It was a life-saving treasure. A universe treasure sword was enough to increase Qin Zhao's strength by a lot. It was enough to threaten almost all hegemons. This was one of Qin Zhao's trump cards. He had been forced to use this trump card by Hegemon liquefied WIRM. Otherwise, Qin Zhao wouldn't have used this universe treasure sword so easily. Of course, Qin Zhao didn't have to use this universe treasure sword. Qin Zhao still had some tricks up his sleeve. He still hadn't used the endless great Dao. If he did, Qin Zhao was confident that he could easily defeat Hegemon liquefied WIRM. However, Qin Zhao hadn't told anyone about the four Pathmasters yet. Thus, he didn't want to reveal it easily. This was a huge trump card. If it was just a universe treasure, it wouldn't matter. In comparison, it wasn't as shocking as the four Pathmasters. As he held the universe treasure sword in his hand, Qin Zhao immediately felt an incomparably powerful surge of power pass through the sword. This sword was like an azure dragon with frightening power. It seemed as though it wanted to break free from Qin Zhao's hand and soar into the sky with a roar. You actually have 3 universe treasures? Besides the primordial cauldron, you also have 2 universe treasures. It seems like your master, Red Dust Guest, and the master of the Desolate Land think highly of you. They actually bestowed you with universe treasures. Hegemon liquefied WRM's words were laced with jealousy. He didn't even have a universe treasure. Universe treasures were treasures that he had always desired. However, he hadn't been able to obtain one even after countless years. Chapter 13:18. Master of Myriad Demons had arrived. A universe treasure was the symbol of a universe master. The number of universe treasures in the entire Hongmeng universe was pitifully small, probably less than 5. Among the rulers, those who had universe treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At least, there were only a few known of them. Although Dark Dragon Ruler was the 3rd great being of the demon race and an extremely ancient ruler, he had never had a universe treasure. This was something that Dark Dragon Ruler had always longed for. Given his power, if he had a universe treasure, no ruler would be able to do anything to him. Many hegemons could only dream of possessing a single universe treasure, let alone 3. And Qin Zhao's 3 universe treasures were perfect for a set. A perfect set, an impeccable set. He had the defense-type universe treasure Primordial Cauldron, the flying-type universe treasure Mount Fengyu, and now, this offensive-type universe treasure sword. With these 3 universe treasures, Qin Zhao could be said to be invincible even in the face of a universe master. A brat who was only a 4th-step celestial god, a brat who had lived for less than 700,000 years, actually had 3 universe treasures. How enviable! Looking at Qin Zhao, who held the primordial cauldron in one hand and the sword in the other, Dark Dragon Ruler felt like crying. How was he supposed to fight? Damn it. He had run into a bastard with heaven-defying luck. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to have such a good teacher? I can't compare to ancient beings like you in terms of cultivation, so I can only have an advantage in terms of treasures. You are indeed powerful, Dark Dragon Ruler, but you aren't powerful enough to make me bow my head. That's why you won't be able to save Celestial Eye Emperor and the others today. You won't be able to change anything. There are people I want to kill. I said I would kill them, so I'll definitely kill them. All right, let's end this now. Qin Shao pointed the sword in his hand at Dark Dragon Ruler, and his soul-stirring words made Dark Dragon Ruler want to cough up blood. He was a great ruler, the third great being of the demon race. But today he had been forced into such a state by a fourth-step celestial god brat. A ruler had been completely suppressed by a fourth-step celestial god. The provocation and humiliation made him feel like he had lost all face. But what could he do? His skills were inferior. He could only swallow the humiliation that he had never experienced before back into his stomach, unable to find a way to vent it. The sword Universe Treasure Tamiya Universe Treasure Sword contained unparalleled sharpness and peerlessly domineering power. As soon as the sword moved, the terrifying power of the universe gushed out from the sword. Under the power of Qin Zhao's way and the secret manual, it was infinitely magnified and became incomparably powerful. It turned into a sharp edge that could destroy the world and rushed out. Terrifying streaks of swords slashed towards him, but before they could even reach him, Hegemon Ning Jiao began to tremble in fear. This feeling was too unbearable. He had only ever felt this way when he was a universe master. Qin Shao held the universe treasure sword, and the power he unleashed was almost at the level of a universe master. So terrifying. So terrifying. This was the power of a universe treasure. It was incomparably sharp, unstoppable, and capable of destroying everything in its path. Dark Dragon Ruler roared and met the attack with all his might. But Qin Zhao's sword power was so sharp that he couldn't block it at all. He was knocked back. Seeing that Dark Dragon Ruler couldn't block Qin Zhao's unstoppable attack, Celestial Eye Emperor and the others turned pale again. The aura of death spread rapidly. They were done for. It seemed that they were doomed this time. They were going to die. Beams of unstoppable light shot toward the five of them. Death was coming. They had lost the power to fight back. They were fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Even Dark Dragon Ruler couldn't save them. Only death awaited them. Die! Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. He wouldn't show any mercy after killing Celestial Eye Emperor and the others. Celestial Eye Emperor and the others were in despair. This body was going to be sacrificed. Celestial Eye Emperor, Nine Abyss Emperor, and the other two were fine. Although they had lost one body, it wasn't too difficult for them to make another one. But Solomon and Ali couldn't. They were from another universe and were suppressed by the Hongmeng universe will. It was almost impossible for them to make another body. Such a loss was huge. Qin Shao, stop, or you'll regret it. Hegemon Ming Jiao knew that he was powerless to stop Qin Shao, but he didn't give up. He roared angrily. Regret. Qin Shao laughed softly when he heard Hegemon Ming Jiao's threat. He ignored it. Qin Shao never regretted anything he did. At that moment, a huge figure walked out of the void, bringing with it an invincible force. A huge palm slapped out. It was like the suppression of the ancient firmament, and the land was about to be destroyed by this palm. With one palm, the land changed. Everything was about to be reversed. Master of Myriad Demons is here. After seeing who it was, Qin Shao was shocked. He didn't expect to provoke a universe master. It seemed that the powers of the three realms and the other universe attached great importance to this place. They had set up such a force, and even a universe master was involved. This situation was indeed something that Qin Shao had not expected. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. Since they were here, he would fight. Endless Tao might burst out at full force. The power of four universe masters burst out at full force. Together with two universe treasures and the mountain river sword technique, Qin Shao used all his might. This was Qin Zhao's strongest power at the moment. He had used all the means he had at his disposal. With unparalleled power, Qin Shao charged at Master of Myriad Demons. Seeing that Qin Shao dared to fight Master of Myriad Demons, Dark Dragon Ruler and the others were shocked again. Qin Zhao's full power let Dark Dragon Ruler know that even if Qin Shao didn't use his universe treasures, he could probably defeat him. He was a monster, a peerless monster. He had completely surpassed Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayan. Four Dao controllers. Four Dao controllers. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Theoretically speaking, for universe masters corresponded to the power of universe treasures. Of course, Qin Zhao's power wasn't at the level of a true universe master. After all, his level was still too low. If Qin Zhao was a universe master, he would probably be at the level of a universe master. After all, Qin Zhao was only a fourth-step heavenly god. Due to the limitations of his level, he couldn't unleash the full power of 4 universe masters. The Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4 were speechless for a long time. It was especially so for the Celestial Eye Emperor. His arrogance had long been shattered into nothingness. His entire body was covered in bruises. Compared to Qin Zhao, he felt like he was nothing. There was no comparison at all. They weren't on the same level. The appearance of Master of Myriad Demons gave them hope again. However, this hope was quickly dashed. Master of Myriad Demons' giant palm was defeated by Qin Zhao. He couldn't even push back Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao looked down on the world with his peerless appearance. Even the Lord of Demons couldn't suppress him. What kind of light was this? How could this be? How could he be so strong? Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4 were completely dumbfounded. Their hope was dashed again, and this time, it was even more thorough. The light was already in front of them. They didn't have time to react. Pooh, 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 pooh. 5 peerless lights blasted into the bodies of Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4. The endless destructive power was unstoppable. Their bodies were instantly destroyed and devoured. As the last trace of their consciousness disappeared, Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4 died under Qin Zhao's sword. 5 of the top 50 on the heaven list were killed by Qin Zhao, just like that. Before reaching Sealing God Abyss, Qin Zhao had already made a great contribution. Dead, they're all dead. Constricting Dragon, who had retreated far away, stared blankly at the spot where the godly bodies of Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4 disappeared. 5 great beings died, just like that. Constricting Dragon's emotions became extremely complicated. Everything soon returned to normal. After killing Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4, Qin Zhao had achieved his goal. Qin Zhao definitely couldn't kill Constricting Dragon, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Now that he had achieved his goal, he could stop. Unless Constricting Dragon and the others still wanted to fight, then Qin Zhao would gladly oblige. Qin Zhao stood above the 9 heavens with the primordial cauldron above his head and the universe treasure sword in his hand. In the void, the huge and imposing figure appeared once again. This was the energy clone of the Lord of Myriad Demons. It wasn't his real body. If the sovereign of Myriad Demons were to descend in his true form, it would be impossible for Qin Zhao to defeat him. Facing the energy clone of the Lord of Myriad Demons, Qin Zhao wasn't afraid. Since the Lord of Myriad Demons was here, Constricting Dragon could only step aside and let the Lord of Myriad Demons deal with it. Furthermore, Constricting Dragon didn't manage to save Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4, which made him feel extremely ashamed. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the Lord of Myriad Demons. Standing before the Lord of Myriad Demons with his tiny figure, he was like an ant facing a huge mountain. The air instantly froze and became oppressive. The Lord of Myriad Demons stared at Qin Zhao with his huge eyes. His deep and eerie eyes emitted an eerie cold light that made people feel as if they were in an ice cave. Being glanced at would make one feel cold to the bottom of the valley, chilling one's heart. The power to frighten people's souls was extremely terrifying. Ordinary great beings would probably be scared out of their wits if they were looked at by the Lord of the universe. However, Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of this. He looked at the Lord of Myriad Demons fearlessly. He faced the Lord of Myriad Demons head-on and didn't show any signs of weakness. Qin Zhao, the Lord of Myriad Demons, was the first to speak. His tone was calm, neither cold nor angry. In fact, his tone sounded friendly and friendly. It didn't seem like they were enemies. Lord of Myriad Demons, what can I do for you? Qin Zhao didn't show any signs of weakness and replied. Facing a Lord of the universe, Qin Zhao had enough confidence and pride. He didn't need to lower his voice or bow to the Lord of the universe. This was a display of power. With power, one naturally had the right to speak. Chapter 13:19. Habatak Qin Shao was slightly surprised by the Lord of Myriad Demons' actions. He didn't understand what the Lord of Myriad Demons was trying to do. By isolating the void here, the Lord of Myriad Demons clearly wanted to tell Qin Shao something that no one else could know about. Not even the Dark Dragon Sovereign could know about it. What was the Lord of Myriad Demons trying to do by being so secretive? Since the Lord of Myriad Demons was being so secretive, he wanted to see what the Lord of Myriad Demons was trying to do. Qin Shao, how about we have a talk? The Lord of Myriad Demons asked. Qin Shao perked up and said, Lord of Myriad Demons, I really can't think of anything to talk about between us. I just killed the Celestial Eye Emperor and the others. You shouldn't be trying to talk to me now, right? You should be trying to kill me. That's more logical. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. We are enemies to begin with. There's nothing to talk about. The Lord of Myriad Demons said, You can't be so absolute. There's no such thing as an absolute enemy in this world. There's no enmity between us. I'm only using my energy clone, not my real body. That's why you know that I can't do anything to you. That's why I want to talk to you. I don't want to do anything to you. I just want to have a chat with you. Qin Shao chuckled and said, I wonder what the Lord of Myriad Demons wants to talk to me about. However, I feel that if it's something meaningless, it's better if you don't say it. I don't want to hear it either. The Lord of Myriad Demons continued, Qin Shao, to be honest, I admire you. I even admire you. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have been born. Geniuses that have never been seen before, peerless and extraordinary. There are countless of them. There are many geniuses in every era. There are many in every faction. Some grow up, while others die young. Some become obstinate and self-opinionated, and gradually return to being ordinary. The word genius has been completely rewritten by you. You've changed everyone's understanding of what a genius is and redefined what a peerless genius is. In front of you, no one else can be considered a genius. Even in the previous 7 universe epochs, I'm afraid only the Lord of Death can suppress you. Your talent, your comprehension ability, your opportunities, your luck, all of them are peerless and transcendent. All of them are envied by Master. It can be said that you have created an era that belongs to you, a genius era that completely belongs to you. You have defined a new era that belongs to you. You have created countless miracles, countless legends, and many histories. The fact that a genius like you was born in the God realm is truly enviable. Too bad you're from the celestial realm, not the demon realm. In the face of such high praise from the sovereign of infinite demons, Qin Shao was not the least bit happy. Qin Shao had heard too many words of praise from others, so he had long been indifferent to it. It's fortunate that I'm not from the demon realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be associated with you. Qin Shao pursed his lips. The sovereign of infinite demons shook his head and said, Qin Shao, you're still too young. There are many situations that are not as simple as you think. Everything can't be measured purely. It can only be said that our standpoints are different, so the way we see things is naturally different. From the perspective of the God realm is the master of the primordial universe, the ruler. The 3 realms can only follow the lead of the God realm. We can only submit to the feet of the God realm. We can only let the God realm monopolize the best resources. The most fertile land, the densest spiritual energy, the strongest laws. All the best resources are taken by the God realm. From our perspective, is this fair? The demon realm, the netherworld realm, and the abyss demon realm can only stay in a barren world for countless generations. We can't obtain many cultivation resources. We're fighting for survival. What's wrong with that? If you want to fight, that's your problem. But if you're colluding with the other universe's forces, what's the point of that? Qin Shao said, We're not colluding. We're just using each other. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. All methods are worth it. It's just a few methods, so what's wrong with that? The sovereign of infinite demons said. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, I don't want to discuss the big issues with you. Our standpoints are different. I admit that. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you want to fight, then we can only fight. In this world, there are many things that are not right or wrong. There are only things that you think are right or wrong. If you want to attack the God realm, then as a member of the God realm, I can only do my best to resist. The laws of this world are nothing more than the strong being respected. Whoever has the biggest fist will have the last laugh. Every battle is a battle of strength. Sovereign of infinite demons, if that's all you want to say to me, then I think we can end our conversation here. If that's the case, you should find someone else to say it to. I don't want to hear anything more. The sovereign of infinite demons waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to listen, then let's not talk about this. Putting aside our standpoints, there's actually no deep hatred between us, right?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right. This is the first time I've met you, sovereign of infinite demons. Naturally, there's no deep hatred between us. So, putting aside our standpoints, there's still room for us to talk. It's true that I admire you and respect you. The reason I want to talk to you is not because I want to rope you in or instigate you to defect, much less seduce you. That's impossible for you." The sovereign of infinite demons' tone also calmed down. It was just like a conversation between friends. Qin Shao looked at the sovereign of infinite demons mischievously. He had already guessed the sovereign of infinite demons' intentions. If it wasn't for these things, then there was only one reason. The sovereign of infinite demons continued, "Qin Shao, you're a smart person. Perhaps you've already guessed what I want to talk to you about. I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I know that you've been working hard to become the master of 6 paths. You want to pass the test of the first Death Valley. You want to walk the path of the Lord of Death. You want to obtain everything that the Lord of Death left behind. You want to obtain everything related to the sanctuary. Now, you're the hope of the desolate land master and the others. You're their hope to enter the sanctuary. Also, you've already passed the test of Mount God of Sky and obtained the inheritance of Mount God of Sky. Perhaps you already have a certain understanding of the sanctuary. You carry the hope of all the masters of the universe. Because of this, your status in the godly world is very high. The 5 holy lands have placed you in a high position. You're their hope. You're also the hope of the godly world. Am I right?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. "Sovereign of infinite demons, are you trying to get information out of me? Do you really believe everything I say? If you want to know anything from me, don't even think about it. If you want to continue guessing, then go ahead. I definitely won't tell you anything about this." However, Qin Shao knew that it was impossible to hide this from the sovereign of infinite demons and the others. No matter how secretive this matter was, it was still possible to guess some of the details. Moreover, Mount God of Sky and Death Valley were no secret. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, there was no need to think about it. It was easy to guess the general situation. At most, it was just that some details couldn't be confirmed. However, since the sovereign of infinite demons said so, it was natural that he had already guessed many things. The sovereign of infinite demons shook his head and said, "Qin Shao, I know you won't say anything, and I don't need you to confirm anything. We all know about this, so what I said is definitely not far from the truth. You don't have to deny anything. Actually, speaking of which, we masters of the universe have been fighting for endless years. What is it for? Since ancient times, since the beginning of the first universe era, all the senior masters of the universe have fallen one by one. All of them died while pursuing the path of sanctuary. They used their lives to pursue a higher path. Their path is also the path that we have to take in the future. This path is not only related to us masters of the universe, but it is also related to you. I believe that your ambition is to embark on the path to the sanctuary realm and not perish in the great chaos tribulation." Qin Shao looked at the sovereign of infinite demons and said, "Sovereign of infinite demons, you'd better get to the point. There's no need to say anything superfluous. What are you trying to say?" Qin Shao, the sovereign of infinite demons' tone became heavier. "Don't be hasty. Let me finish. I believe you know very well what I mean. So, why are you in such a hurry? You should be very clear about this disaster. Your godly world will definitely lose. There's no chance at all. I know what you're thinking. The master of desolate land and the others have placed their hopes on you. It's nothing more than a master of celestial court becoming a celestial master, and you, Qin Shao, becoming the master of six paths. If the master of celestial court becomes a celestial master, he can indeed turn the tide and defeat all of our forces with his own strength. If you, Qin Shao, become the master of six paths, your power will at most be close to that of celestial master, but you won't be a true celestial master. Let's not talk about whether you have any hope of becoming the master of six paths in such a short time. Even if you really become the master of six paths, so what? At most, you'll have another master of celestial court. Do you really think that there's nothing we can do? Do you really know how strong the demonic beast universe is? Do you know how many trump cards the three realms and the other verse have yet to reveal? No matter how strong your godly world is, can you really deal with the combined forces of our forces? I believe that I don't need to say more. You should know very well that this is absolutely impossible. There's absolutely no hope. The final victory will definitely be ours. The godly world will only have one outcome, and that is defeat. Qin Shao had to admit that the master of myriad demons was right. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. In terms of strength, the godly world couldn't possibly resist this time. There was no chance of them turning the tables. The probability of the master of celestial court becoming a celestial master was infinitely close to zero. It was best not to think too much about it. Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could become the master of six paths. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to say that he was 100% sure. If he was given enough time, he might be 100% sure. However, the problem was that time waits for no man. He didn't have much time left. Therefore, under such circumstances, no one was 100% sure. Qin Shao was no exception. Moreover, the master of myriad demons was right. Even a master of six paths wasn't at the level of a celestial master. After all, he wasn't at the level of a celestial master. At most, his strength was close to that of a celestial master. However, close to that of a celestial master and real strength were two different concepts. There was still a huge gap between them. Of course, what the master of myriad demons didn't know was that Qin Shao still had many trump cards up his sleeves. They were enough to guarantee that the godly world could turn the tide. Even if he couldn't become the master of six paths, it didn't matter. If he really had to give it his all, Qin Shao was still somewhat confident that the final victory would belong to the godly world. Of course, the price to pay would be extremely high. However, no matter how high the price, it would be worth it if it could be exchanged for victory. Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst. Chapter 13:20. Was it worth it? So what? Qin Shao replied casually. The Lord of Myriad Demons looked at Qin Shao and said, "If the godly realm loses, how many people do you think will survive? The winner takes all. If we lose, we won't have a good ending. If the godly realm loses, the godly realm will no longer exist. The human race will also be completely defeated. Those who will survive will either escape or be captured as slaves. As for those who are stronger, other than those who surrender, they will all be killed." Qin Shao said. The Lord of Myriad Demons nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. No matter if you lose or we lose, the outcome will be the same. It has been like this since ancient times. The winner takes all. This is the law of this world. And the situation now is that the godly realm will definitely lose. So, what do you think the chances of you, Qin Shao, your family, friends, and clansmen will survive?" Qin Shao pursed her lips and remained unconcerned. She then replied coldly, "Master of 10,000 demons, from the sound of your words, it seems like you're threatening me. To be honest, I have never liked being threatened. It doesn't feel good." The Lord of Myriad Demons shook his head and said, No. Qin Shao, you have misunderstood. I have no intention of threatening you. I'm just telling you in advance that there will be consequences. Furthermore, it is a fact. I'm just saying this to tell you that if you insist on going against us, there's only one outcome for you, and that's death. And not only you, but your family, friends, and clansmen will also die one by one. I know that you are a righteous person. You would rather die to protect your family, friends, and clansmen. To be honest, I admire you for this. What I want to tell you is that nothing is absolute. It does not mean that you have no way to change everything. As he spoke, the master of 10,000 demons looked at Qin Shao meaningfully. There was clearly a deeper meaning behind his words. The main point was finally here. He had finally revealed his foxtail. Qin Shao did not change his expression. His face was still calm as he looked at the Lord of Myriad Demons and said, "To put it bluntly, you still have your own motives. Why? Do you think that I have the hope of reaching the holy region? Haha, why can't I think so?" The Lord of Myriad Demons laughed. Qin Shao said, "Then you, as the sovereign of infinite demons, think too highly of me. Perhaps you have misjudged me." The Lord of Myriad Demons said, No, I have never been wrong. This matter is as this matter is. The few of us have also discussed this matter. Although the few of you from the God realm have concealed the news, we were able to deduce many things based on the situation. Qin Shao, I know that you still have a lot of disdain, a lot of pride, or a lot of defenses in your heart. But it doesn't matter. Since I came to talk to you, I came with sincerity and honesty. After all, there is no need for me to lie to you. The purpose of my discussion with you today is to make a private deal with you. We will each take what we need. This will be beneficial to both of us. Qin Shao had already guessed the Lord of Myriad Demons' intentions. Therefore, Qin Shao had been very careful from the start. Qin Shao naturally would not fall for the Lord of Myriad Demons' wild ambitions. However, Qin Shao did not rush to fall out with him. Instead, he said calmly, "A private deal? Take what we need?" Lord of Myriad Demons, I do not quite understand what you mean. What do you mean by take what we need? Lord of Myriad Demons, are you sure you know what I want? The Lord of Myriad Demons laughed and said, "Qin Shao, you are a smart person. You do not need to play with words with me. Let's be more direct and direct. You do have the hope of reaching the holy region. However, the hope is still very slim. After all, the catastrophe is imminent. We will not give you too much time. Therefore, your chances of becoming the controller of the six paths are very slim. That is one of the reasons. Secondly, even if you really become the controller of the six paths, there is still the test of the first Death Valley waiting for you. Even if you pass the test of the first Death Valley, it does not mean that you will be able to reach the holy region. It is possible that you have only obtained some information about the holy region left behind by the Lord of Death. Moreover, the Lord of Death has always been a mystery and a legend. No one can be 100% sure that the Lord of Death has really gone to the holy region and left behind a path to the holy region. Therefore, what this gives us is perhaps only a glimmer of hope. Of course, this glimmer of hope is worth fighting for. It is undeniable that you have the greatest hope now. Therefore, the Lord of the Desolate Land and the rest have placed their hopes on you. As for me, I also want to place my hopes on you. This is the private deal that I mentioned to you. If you are willing, we can come to an agreement. What I want is the glimmer of hope in you. And what I want to give you is a promise that I will not touch your family, friends, or clansmen. As long as it is the people of the 9-state city, Tinder City, and your hometown, we will not kill them. As for your good friends, Yao, Shiwilian, Yi Juanhe, and the others, we can also let them go, using all of their lives in exchange for a private deal with you. This is the sincerity that I have brought today. Lord of 10,000 demons, your so-called sincerity is really great. Qin Shao laughed coldly, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Qin Shao was also trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The Lord of 10,000 demons' words were obviously threatening. The Lord of 10,000 demons frowned slightly and shook his head. Qin Shao, this sincerity is great. We are only betting on a glimmer of hope. As for how much hope there is, it is hard to say. It is possible that the hope will turn into nothing. We have already left behind the things that you care about the most. Isn't this great sincerity? What you said is indeed what I care about the most, but it is not everything that I care about. Besides them, I also care about the deities Templar of the Desolate Land, the realm of the gods, and the human race. Qin Shao said coldly. The Lord of 10,000 demons shook his head and said, "Young man, you should not be so angry. You should know that if you do not make this deal with me, all of you will die. Everything that you care about will be destroyed. Is such an outcome worth it? Not only them, but you'll also not be able to survive this calamity. You're the target that we have taken special care of. Is it worth it to use all of our lives and blood just for a momentary dispute? Was it worth it? Qin Shao had also asked himself this question in the depths of his heart. However, the answer was yes. In life, one must have a basic principle, a bottom line, and something that was worth persevering for. Qin Shao was a human, an elder of the deity's Templar of the Desolate Land, and a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the realm of the gods. Naturally, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the realm of the gods. This was an intangible mission, a sacred mission. He had no complaints or regrets, and would honor this mission no matter what. There was no such thing as whether it was worth it or not, only whether one was willing to do it or not. Qin Shao was clearly willing to do it. He was willing to shed his blood for the realm of the gods and for the human race. This was righteousness. This was an overwhelming righteousness. This was also Qin Shao's principle of conduct. If he had a clear conscience, then it was worth it. Qin Shao, I hope that you will consider this carefully. You are so smart, you should understand what I am saying. I'm not trying to scare you, nor am I threatening you. Everything I am saying is the truth. Everyone only has one life. If you die, it will be gone. You have exceptional talent. You are still young, and you have limitless potential. If you die now, it would be a pity. You have ambition, you have lofty ideals, and you have dreams of the universe. Therefore, I believe that you will make a wise choice. Chapter 13:21. There was no room for discussion. Qin Shao chuckled and said, Master of 10,000 demons, I have a question for you. If you had to make a choice between this calamity and the hope of entering the sanctuary, what would you choose? The Master of Infinite Demons frowned deeply as he looked at Qin Shao with a cold gaze. Qin Shao continued, Master of 10,000 demons, there are some things that cannot be discussed. Since you said that my goal is the Star Ocean, then I think your ambition should be in the Star Ocean as well. Your passion and dedication to becoming a saint should not be weaker than anyone else's. Since you all think that I have the hope of becoming a saint, then Master of 10,000 demons, I should have the initiative, right? Do you think that threatening me like this will work? Master of 10,000 demons looked even more gloomy. Qin Shao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. This young man, who had cultivated for less than 700,000 years, was very meticulous. His way of doing things was also very experienced. This was not how he should behave at his age. Qin Shao, no matter how one looked at him, was an absolute monster. He could not be measured by any common sense. Master of 10,000 demons, actually, I do not understand. Is there any point in fighting so hard for these things? Our Hongmeng universe is about to enter the disaster of an era, and the 8th universe era will soon come to an end. The 9th universe era will begin, and the chaos disaster will only last for one universe era. Even if you all win this time, so what? After another universe era, everything will return to chaos, and everything will cease to exist. Whether it is you universe masters or the members of the godly spirits, who can survive? Even if you all enter the endless universe ocean, who can survive? Fighting and fighting, isn't it all for nothing? Instead of chasing after something that will eventually become nothing, why don't you all focus on the path to becoming a saint? If everyone can get along well, if I, Qin Shao, really have the hope of finding the path to becoming a saint, I will definitely bring you all along. Qin Shao had never been a petty person. No matter what, they all lived in the primordial universe and could be considered to be of the same origin. If they left the primordial universe and entered the sacred domain, they would be of the same race. After entering the other side, the feelings of those of the same clan would become especially precious. A person's hometown would also change according to the space they were in. For example, when Qin Shao was in the origin world was his home. After Qin Shao had entered the Cosmos Palace had become his hometown. To the entire divine world, the Desolate Land was his hometown. To the entire primordial universe, the divine world was his hometown. If he entered the saint domain, the primordial universe would be his home. The feelings of one's hometown were a very special feeling. The further away it was, the more precious it was. Just like how the Lord of Death left behind the 9 death valleys, so that there would be descendants who would walk on his path and receive his guidance to head to the Holy Land. Now that we've entered the saint level, we share the same roots. In a foreign land, it's very precious and hard to come by. If we stick together, our chances of survival in the saint level will be higher. Therefore, if I'm really able to enter the saint level, why wouldn't I bring all of you along? However, if you, Master of Infinite Demons, insist on initiating this calamity, insist on destroying the God realm, and insist on fighting me to the death, do you think that I would still bring you along? Do you think I'll share the path to the saint level with all of you? Lord of Infinite Demons, you should know what kind of person I, Qin Xiao, am. That's just how I am. I'll definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. If you make an enemy out of me, I'll fight you to the death. If you don't make an enemy out of me, we can be friends. I, Qin Xiao, have never been stingy with my friends. Everyone is risking their lives for nothing more than the path to the saint level. If we can't enter the saint level, everything will be for naught. Who will be able to survive the primordial chaos calamity? Even if we're struggling at death's door, we'll just be like the Lord of Eros and the others, living in darkness. What hope is there? Our path is only in the saint level. Everywhere else is darkness. Instead of struggling in the darkness, why can't we fight to find the light? Qin Zhao's words caused the Lord of Infinite Demons to ponder deeply. Qin Zhao's words made a lot of sense and were extremely tempting to the Lord of Infinite Demons. Qin Xiao was trying his best to persuade the Lord of Infinite Demons. He threw out such a tempting offer because he wanted to see if he could move the Lord of Infinite Demons. If they could retreat without fighting and avoid this calamity, it might not be a bad thing. Otherwise, this calamity would definitely lead to a tragic ending. This was something that Qin Xiao was unwilling to see. Then what do you want? After a long while, the Lord of Infinite Demons finally asked in a low voice, "Was this a sign of weakness? Was there a chance?" However, Qin Xiao didn't rejoice too early. Instead, he said calmly, "If there's anything to talk about, let's make an agreement. If you're willing to be on good terms with me, we'll stop fighting. If you're unwilling, you can continue to be enemies with the godly world. If you're willing, the demon world will immediately retreat and return to the demon world. There's no need for the demon world to change sides and help the godly world. All you need to do is retreat and not participate in this matter. All your powers will be retracted. Then, we'll have an agreement. If I, Qin Xiao, can really find the path to Saint Region in the future, I'll definitely not leave you behind. This agreement. Let's make a soul oath to each other. We won't go back on our words." "You're quite confident," Lord of Infinite Demons said. "Without me, the demon world, you're confident that you can win?" Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Whether I can win or not, that's not something that Lord of Infinite Demons has to worry about. Besides, if you're willing to be on good terms with me, then Demon Ancestor, Yu Huang, and even Master of Eros and Machine Master might be willing to be on good terms with me. The path to Saint Region is definitely not something that only Lord of Infinite Demons desires. I believe all the Masters of the Universe desire it. Star Ocean is the path to becoming a Master of the Universe. Who doesn't want it? Humph, humph, humph." Lord of Infinite Demons sneered. There was a hint of mockery in his laughter. "Good job, Qin Xiao. You're indeed eloquent and eloquent. You got a good plan. With just a few words from you, you want to make our allied forces retreat. Quietly, without sacrificing a single soldier, you want to disintegrate the power of our allied forces. You want to destroy the deployment that we've been deploying for countless years and self-destruct this great disaster. Qin Xiao, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Aren't you overconfident? Do you really think that there's such a good thing for you?" Qin Xiao already had a bad premonition in his heart. This matter would definitely not be settled so smoothly. However, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. It was within his expectations that the negotiations would not be settled. Qin Xiao continued, "Whether it's a good thing or not, that's another matter. The benefits belong to both sides. We're just taking what we need. Just like what the Sovereign of Infinite Demons said at the very beginning, there is actually no enmity between us and we can be friends. My goal is the Star Ocean. Your goal is also the Star Ocean. We all have the same goal. To put it bluntly, we're on the same side. Since we're on the same side, why do we have to kill each other? Why can't we work together? Don't you think that this way we'll have more power and a higher chance of success? Lord of Infinite Demons said, Qin Xiao, I have to admit that you're right. However, there are some things that can't be changed with just a glimmer of hope. The glimmer of hope that we're betting on you is illusory. The probability of success is extremely small. Do you really think that you can exchange for anything with just a glimmer of hope? Many things depend on the price. The price has to be high enough. If you, Qin Xiao, are completely confident that you can find the path to the holy region and bring us there, then it'll be attractive enough to make us give up everything. But now, you don't have the slightest bit of confidence. The glimmer of hope is extremely small. So do you really think that you're so valuable now that you're confident enough to talk to us about such conditions? Qin Xiao laughed coldly and said, Whether I'm valuable or not, and whether I'm qualified or not, that's your problem. If I'm really 100% confident now, do you think I'll talk to you about such things? The conditions are equal. The more confident I am, the more you'll have to pay. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as talking about conditions as it is now. So, if you're not willing to talk now, there won't be any in the future. Lord of Infinite Demons shook his head and said, The conditions are indeed equal. Even if we don't talk now, I believe we'll talk in the future, unless you're willing to give up everything you have. This disaster is the result of our blood, sweat, and tears over countless years. Of course, there won't be any changes. As universe masters, as leaders of a race, we naturally have to think for our race. There's still one universe era left. To our race, that's more than enough time. So, nothing can change this war, unless you're able to lead us to Saint Region right now. Qin Xiao laughed coldly. Lord of Infinite Demons, you're really insatiable. You've really made a good plan. You'll get all the benefits. How can there be such a good deal in this world? You have your bottom line, and I have mine. Once this war starts, we'll be enemies who won't rest until one of us dies. My enemies will definitely not be able to get any benefits from me. Lord of Infinite Demons, don't threaten me. To say something arrogant, we still don't know who the final winner will be. You might not be able to have the last laugh. If I really find a way to Saint Region, my power won't be something you can deal with. If we miss today's opportunity, there won't be another one. If you insist on being enemies with the godly world, then we'll just have to fight. In the godly world, there won't be anyone who's afraid of death. So you're saying that there's no room for discussion? Lord of Infinite Demons' words became extremely cold and eerie. His words were filled with boundless anger. Qin Xiao said coldly and without hesitation, Yes, there's no room for discussion. I've already said what I need to say. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to say anything else. This is my bottom line. It's a bottom line that I won't cross. If you want to talk to me, then you have to listen to me. If you want to suppress me, that's impossible. Humph! Lord of Infinite Demons snorted in anger. You're really an arrogant brat. Since you're so stubborn, then just wait and see. There'll be a day when you'll regret it. Regret? Qin Xiao laughed lightly. The word regret didn't exist in his dictionary. If their paths were different, then they couldn't work together. Chapter 1322. God-Sealing Abyss revisited. God-Sealing Abyss wasn't as quiet as it used to be. The atmosphere in God-Sealing Abyss was a little tense. The air was filled with the smell of blood and thick killing intent. The God-Sealing Abyss existed to guard the passageway. It was a line of defense for the primordial universe. Once this line of defense was breached, the creatures of the Devil Beast universe could flood into the primordial universe. The invasion of an entire universe was very terrifying. The defensive formation of God-Sealing Mountain was always in an active state. There were also patrols constantly patrolling and maintaining vigilance. The many experts guarding God-Sealing Mountain didn't have much to do. They were free to cultivate on God-Sealing Mountain and only needed to complete some tasks on time. But now, everyone couldn't be idle anymore. Everyone had been assigned tasks, and they had to carry them out when the time came. Moreover, there were people dying from time to time. It was a heroic sacrifice. The flames of war in God's sealing abyss continued to burn and erupt. Qin Zhao's arrival had injected a powerful force into God's sealing mountain. It was like a stabilizing force, allowing many experts to regain some confidence. It was as if Qin Zhao had a special magical power that strengthened the cohesiveness of the group of powerhouses. Qin Zhao's arrival at God's sealing mountain was naturally a joyous occasion. Master Qingye's doppelganger was already waiting here to welcome Qin Zhao. As soon as they met, Master Qingye laughed loudly again. Ha ha ha! Qin Zhao, you're really something. I didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion when you came to God's sealing abyss. I accidentally made another great contribution. Ha ha! The Celestial Eye Emperor and the other four are really blind. They actually dared to ambush you. They must be tired of living. There's also the monstrous dragon overlord. He's an ancient and powerful overlord. He's recognized as the third strongest expert of the demon race. He's definitely powerful. I didn't expect him to suffer in the hands of Qin Zhao. This is great. This is really satisfying. As soon as the news came, it quickly spread throughout the mountain. Everyone clapped their hands and cheered. Qin Zhao smiled. He didn't expect that the entire God Bestowment Mountain would know about his killing of the Celestial Eye Emperor's group. News spread really quickly. However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhao also understood the reason. Heavenly Court Island must have done this on purpose. The news that he had come to slow down the sealing of the Shin Abyss would undoubtedly raise the morale of the army. The sealing God Abyss relied on the power of sealing God Mountain to guard it. It was clearly a bit of stretch, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Actually, everyone understood this situation. Therefore, under such a shadow, morale would slowly decline. Low morale wasn't a good thing. Now that news of Qin Zhao killing the Celestial Eye Emperor and defeating He Jim and Ming Jiao had spread, it undoubtedly boosted their morale. The situation wasn't that bad yet. Raising morale now would obviously be of great benefit to God Bestowment Mountain. Just a few self-righteous clowns. So what if I killed them? It's no big deal. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said casually, when one's strength was different, one's realm would naturally be different. The existence of the heaven roll was not worth mentioning to Qin Zhao. This was a sense of heroism, a sense of pride, and even more so, a sense of confidence. This was a display of strength. Haha, what a clown. Well said, you're really heroic. However, you have the right to say that. Hejimin Greenleaf laughed, then said, Qin Zhao, you should have already reached the 4th step of the controller level, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for you to defeat Hejimin Ming Jiao. Qin Zhao curled his lips and laughed in his heart. He wanted to say that even if he wasn't a 4th-stage controller, he could still defeat Hejimin Ming Jiao. Yes, Brother Qin Yi, I broke through not long ago. Qin Zhao didn't deny it. Master Qing Ye's smile widened. He was full of praise and admiration. Li Shi, your speed is indeed monstrous. In that case, it's not impossible for you to become a controller of the 6 paths in a short period of time. There's a high chance. Li Shi, I'm afraid you're the only one in the entire Hongmeng universe who can achieve this. Haha, this is a blessing for the realm of the gods. Perhaps this is a glimmer of hope for the realm of the gods. Let's go, Qin Zhao. I'll take you to meet the others. They're all waiting for you. The two of them followed Master Qingye all the way to the peak of God Bestowment Mountain. A huge palace stood at the peak of God Bestowment Mountain. It was ancient, sacred, and majestic. It was like an ancient giant beast sitting there, emitting a terrifying aura from time to time. The peak of God Bestowment Mountain was obviously only for those with extremely high status. In God Bestowment Mountain, only sovereigns were qualified to live there. This was the core of the entire God Bestowment Mountain. It was the center of power. At the top of the Divine Palace, there was a majestic divine platform. Thrones were placed there in an orderly manner, forming a circular formation. The peerless radiance emitted from the thrones was enough to show their status. Figures emitting powerful auras sat on the thrones. This was the might of the gods. All of them were sovereigns. Among the thrones, The most conspicuous one was the Master of Grand Mist. The Master of Grand Mist had two great avatars. Other than his original body, which was always in the Heavenly Court Island, the other two avatars had been guarding the God Bestowment Abyss. It was precisely because of the presence of the Grand Mist Master's two avatars that the God-sealing Abyss had been able to coexist peacefully. No one knew how strong the Master of Grand Mist was. The Master of Heavenly Court was undoubtedly the strongest person in the Hongmeng universe. However, the competition for second place was widely debated. Of course, the Grand Mist Master and the Mang Huang Master were the two most recognized contenders for the second position. However, between the two of them, who was the better one? No one dared to say for sure. From this situation, one could see how strong the Master of Grand Mist was. He had left two of his avatars to guard the God Bestowment Abyss. Other than the Master of Grand Mist, there were more than 30 sovereigns present. When Master Qingye and Qin Shao arrived, many people stood up to greet them. This was enough to show the extent of Qin Zhao's influence in the divine world. Qin Shao swept his gaze over and immediately saw many familiar figures. For example, the Desolate Sword Sovereign, Nine Desolation Sovereign, Spiritual Mountain Island Lord, Jiang Taichu, Glorious Emperor Sovereign, and Hua Ji Sovereign. Qin Shao had seen many of them before. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were also present. What surprised Qin Shao was that Manor Lord Yao was also present. Many of them were familiar figures. There were also many people present in the Desolate Lands Deities Hall. There were as many as 7 sovereigns present. There were only 21 elders in the Desolate Lands Deities Hall. Qin Shao didn't expect to see 7 of them here. Qin Shao had been to the God Bestowment Abyss once before. However, he didn't see many people at that time. He only saw Master Qingye. The God Bestowment Abyss probably didn't have such a large lineup before. The current lineup was probably the result of an increase in strength. The fact that so many sovereigns were present at the God Bestowment Mountain was enough to show how dangerous the situation was. This wasn't a good thing. Haha, our great hero Qin Shao is here. Qin Shao, I've heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. Nice to meet you. Qin Shao, your battle just now was really satisfying. Haha, you killed the Celestial Eye Emperor and the other 4 sovereigns. Even Sovereign Liang Jiao and the Lord of Myriad Demons couldn't save them from your hands. It was really satisfying. TSK, heroes really come from the young. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Sigh, when I see you, Qin Shao, I suddenly feel that we're all old. We've lived for countless years, but we still can't compare to a kid like you who hasn't even lived for 700,000 years. Didn't they say that you first defeated Sovereign Liang Jiao and then Sovereign Liang Jiao? This glorious battle record is really amazing. I'm afraid most of us here will have to admit defeat. Qin Zhao's arrival immediately attracted a wave of praise and goodwill. This was slightly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Zhao's reputation was really high. It wasn't easy to gain the recognition of these sovereigns. It definitely wasn't something that could be exchanged with strength. Sovereigns were existences that stood at the peak of the universe. They had lived for an extremely long time, and many of them had very strange personalities. It was far too difficult to gain the respect, praise, and goodwill of these sovereigns. However, Qin Shao had done it. He had accomplished a feat that had never been done before and would never be repeated in the future. Qin Shao seemed to be in fear and trepidation as he responded to them one by one. In front of these seniors, Qin Shao didn't have any attitude. He was very respectful. Qin Shao was like this. If others respected him, he would respect them back. This was the case regardless of how strong or weak the other party was. No matter how strong you were, if you didn't respect Qin Shao, then Qin Shao wouldn't treat you well. No matter how weak you were, if you respected Qin Shao, then Qin Shao would respect you back. Respect was mutual. All right, Qin Shao, sit down. There's a new seat for you over there. The Grand Mist Master finally spoke and pointed to a throne. Qin Shao nodded and sat down. His throne was right beside Master Qingye's. Qin Shao discovered that there were still many empty thrones on the altar. There were a total of 33 sovereigns present, including the Grand Mist Master. there were still 21 empty thrones. This caused Qin Shao to feel rather puzzled. He Jim and Greenleaf seemed to be able to tell what Qin Shao was thinking. He chuckled and said, "There's no need to be suspicious. Every single throne is occupied. Those empty thrones are because many sovereigns entered the God-sealing abyss to kill enemies. They didn't have the time to come back and welcome you." Qin Shao finally understood. So that was the reason. There were a total of 54 thrones. Excluding the Grand Mist Master, there were 53 thrones left. This meant that the Divine World had stationed 53 sovereigns on the God-sealing mountain. 53 sovereigns, in addition to the Grand Mist Master's 2 avatars. This force was really powerful. But thinking about it, it made sense. Now that the Devil Beast universe had launched an all-out attack, the situation in the God-sealing abyss had been tense. It was normal to mobilize such a force to guard the mountain. Moreover, this force couldn't stop the Devil Beast universe's army. The power of an entire universe was definitely far more than this. Perhaps the Divine World might not be able to gain any advantage even if they went all out. Of course, the Grand Mist Universe's original will have a certain suppressive effect on the Devil Beast Universe's living beings. This would greatly weaken the Devil Beast Universe's strength. But no matter how weak it was, it would be difficult to stop the Devil Beast Universe's huge population. Chapter 1323. Their own camps. Once everyone was seated, the Master of Grand Mist spoke again. "Qin Shao, today's meeting is mainly to welcome your arrival. Another reason is for you to meet everyone and familiarize yourself with them. This is to prevent any unhappiness in the future. However, only half of the people are here today. There are many who are not present. You can get to know each other in the future, especially to welcome him." When Qin Shao heard the Master of Grand Mist's words, he was slightly taken aback. He also felt flattered. This kind of treatment was really not an ordinary kind of treatment. Master Qingye laughed inwardly and said to Qin Shao, "Now you know how high your status is. No other sovereigns have received this kind of treatment. Not even Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have received this kind of treatment. Ha! After all, you're the hope of the Divine World. Your strength, your heaven-defying actions, and your selfless contributions are enough for us to admire and respect you immensely. Therefore, this kind of treatment is well-deserved. You are fully deserving of it." When it came to selfless contributions, Qin Zhao's greatest selfless contribution was to take out more than 200 universe treasures and give them to the Divine World. This matter was a big secret, but the sovereigns must have received some information. Qin Shao was indeed a very special existence in the Divine World. Fully deserving of it? Qin Shao smiled and did not say anything. If he really wanted to say something, he was fully deserving of it. However, this kind of change was a little too big. Qin Shao could not get used to it for a while. Just as the Grand Mist Master had said, the purpose of this meeting was to welcome Qin Zhao's arrival. It was a chance for Qin Shao to meet everyone, get to know each other, and familiarize themselves with each other. There was nothing else important. Qin Shao could find out more about the sealing God's Abyss from Master Qingye. There was no need to repeat anything here. After a simple exchange, the meeting ended. With Master Qingye and the others around, the Grand Mist Master didn't need to worry about getting familiar with the situation in the sealing God Abyss. Everyone dispersed and went to do their own things. The group of people from the Temple of Desolate Land came to a pavilion. Lord Huayang, Hegemen Baron Sword, Hegemen Glorious Sovereign, Hegemen Greenleaf, Manor Head Yao, and Emperor Clear Sky. Including Qin Shao, there were 7 hegemons. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh at the fact that he was able to fight alongside Lord Huayang and the others. Unknowingly, he had already reached a high position, a position that he could not even imagine before. It had only been 600,000 years of cultivation. Now that he thought about it, Qin Shao felt that it was a miracle that could not be replicated. Lord Huayang waved his hand, and a huge map appeared in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao recognized that it was a map of the sealing God's Abyss. Lord Huayang moved his hand and marked out 5 regions on the map. He said, "Qin Shao, the 5 great holy lands of the God Realm will each take charge of a region. This will also be beneficial for the transfer of personnel between the Great Holy Lands. With unified management, we can form a solid defense line and increase the strength of our defenses. The Temple of Desolate Land will be responsible for this region. Qin Shao nodded. He understood the division of labor very well. This was an unprecedented war. Since it was a war, victory and defeat couldn't be decided by a few experts. It was an all-out war. Since it was an all-out war, they needed to have a good marching plan. Otherwise, if they were used like a plate of sand, they would have no fighting power at all. The division of labor, each guarding a region, and unified dispatching was indeed necessary. Now that the situation in the Sealing God's Abyss was different from before, they naturally couldn't use the previous method. Now, they had to be on high alert. Lord Huayong waved his hand, and a jade slip fell into Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Zhao, this is a detailed map of this region. Basically, everything in this region is in this map. The region we are in charge of is still very large. For us, the main problem is that we have limited manpower. After all, ordinary gods in the Sealing God's Abyss are just throwing their lives away. Therefore, we didn't mobilize many divine spirit legions. Qin Shao, on the map you see, there are more than a dozen regions that are specially marked. These are the temporary garrisons of the Temple of Desolate Land in this region. There are powerful people and divine spirit legions stationed there. Qin Shao carefully looked at the map and found that there were indeed more than a dozen marked regions scattered in this large region. However, they were all relatively close to the Sealing God Mountain and didn't go too deep. The fact that they didn't go too deep could only mean that there was a problem. The depths were already occupied by the Warcraft universe, and the power of the Warcraft universe was pushing towards the Sealing God Mountain. Lord Huayong continued, "Our Temple of Desolate Land sent a total of 10 Dominator-level combatants this time. There are 7 of us here, and 3 of us are in the Sealing God's Abyss. Each of our Dominator-level combatants is in charge of 1 to 2 garrisons. The garrisons are the base camp, and then we guard a region. The Warcraft universe's offensive is fierce, and the situation in the Sealing God's Abyss is complicated. We are still on the weak side. Therefore, our main task is to guard, and we don't need to take the initiative to attack. As long as we can guard a region, it is considered a victory. Qin Shao, you choose a garrison region first, and then you will be in charge of all the affairs there." The main task was to defend. What kind of helplessness was this? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Whatever, I'll choose this Vanguard region." The Vanguard region that Qin Shao chose was the Vanguard, and it was at the very front. Obviously, the front was the place that was most vulnerable to the Warcraft universe's attacks, and it was definitely the most dangerous place. Qin Shao chose the most dangerous place as soon as he arrived. With regards to Qin Zhao's choice, no one felt surprised. Lord Huayong nodded and said, "Okay, I was originally in charge of this region. Since you chose this region, you'll be in charge." After saying that, Lord Huayong sent another message into Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. "This is all the information about the Vanguard region. I will inform everyone in the Vanguard region that they will listen to your command today. You can go to the Almighties in the Vanguard region to find out more about the specific situation. I won't go into details." After checking the information, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. There are more than 2,000 Almighties and nearly 100 Almighties in the Desolate Land Temple. A 3 million-strong Desolate Land army. This is not weak. This was the strength and manpower of the Vanguard region. It was really a powerful force. Qin Shao had thought that there would not be many people in a region, but the result was far beyond his expectations. This kind of strength was really not weak. Master Qingye said, "Qin Shao, don't be surprised. You are in the Vanguard region, so the strength and manpower of the Vanguard region is naturally more biased. Therefore, this region has an advantage over the other regions. However, this region is also very dangerous. Over the years, there have been a lot of casualties. The Desolate Land army alone has sacrificed nearly 1 million people. More than 500 Almighties have also died. Therefore, this region is still very dangerous. You have to be more careful." After being slightly surprised, Qin Shao was completely relieved. This was indeed the case. No matter how much strength they had, They would not be able to cope with the invasion of the universe of Warcraft. This was a calamity of the world. It was a calamity that required the strength of the realm of gods to resist. This little bit of strength was simply insignificant. This cruelty was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. All right, Qin Shao, get ready to go to the Vanguard region. I will leave that region to you. Lord Huayong said. Qin Shao immediately became serious and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Lord Huayong. Leave this region to me. I will definitely guard it. I will not let the universe of Warcraft pass through my region." Master Qingye came forward and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder. "Let's go, Qin Shao. I will send you on your way." Chapter 1324. Arriving at the Vanguard District, Qin Shao, I already guessed that you would choose the Vanguard area. The reason I pulled you here is to let you put in some effort. The Vanguard District is under a lot of pressure. It's good that you're here. I believe you'll be able to defend it, Master Qingye said. Qin Shao still had this kind of confidence. Qin Shao said, "Brother Qingye, which district are you guarding?" Master Qingye said, "The district I'm guarding is in the middle. There are two districts, but they're both closer to the center. Therefore, there's not much pressure. Occasionally, there will be some fish that slip through the net and run over. By the way, Brother Qingye, the Devil Beast universe shouldn't have unleashed much power yet, right? Their attacks shouldn't be that ferocious," Qin Shao continued. Master Qingye nodded and said, "Yes, they haven't unleashed much power. For now, their attacks may seem fierce, but that's not the case. If the Devil Beast universe really went all out, Mount Godseal would have been breached long ago. With our current strength, there's no way we can withstand the Devil Beast universe's power. However, the Devil Beast universe definitely won't go all out so easily. They have their own concerns." Concerns? Qin Shao thought for a moment and understood what Master Qingye meant. "Brother Qingye, you mean the Devil Beast universe doesn't dare to launch an all-out attack rashly because they're afraid the God Realm will mobilize all our forces to deal with them?" Qin Shao said. Master Qingye nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. Although the God Realm's forces might not necessarily be able to take advantage of the Devil Beast universe. Don't forget that this is the primordial universe. The Devil Beast universe is an invader from another universe. The universe origin will have a great suppressive effect on them. Therefore, if the God Realm really concentrates its forces to deal with the Devil Beast universe, it's hard to say who the final victor will be. After all, the God Realm has suppressed the Devil Beast universe once. We established Mount Godseal and guarded Godseal Abyss. Thus, the Warcraft universe is actually still somewhat afraid of our God Realm. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to launch an all-out attack. Of course, there's another very important factor as well, and that is the Three Realms and the Otherverse. Although these two parties have reached an agreement to cooperate, I'm sure they each have their own ulterior motives. Therefore, even if we reach an agreement, it is difficult to have complete trust. The Warcraft universe didn't dare to launch an all-out attack rashly. They were afraid that a third party would take advantage of the situation. The Three Realms and the Otherverse don't dare to wantonly send reinforcements, for fear that the magical beast universe will take advantage of them. Firstly, they want to defeat our God Realm. Secondly, there will definitely be a huge battle between them. Therefore, under such circumstances, both sides would naturally hold back, resulting in the current situation. To our God Realm, such a situation is naturally a great thing. This can be considered as giving us some buffer time, giving us the time and energy to come up with some countermeasures. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. However, Qin Shao continued, it can be a temporary buffer, but it can't last forever. The reason for such a situation for now is because of the battle for Providence. Therefore, all sides are holding back and haven't launched an all-out attack. Yes, once the battle for Providence comes to an end, all sides will definitely launch an all-out attack. There won't be any buffer time. Master Qingye nodded and said, yes, that's right. Therefore, the battle for Providence is the key now. It's the only time our God Realm has left. However, the situation is still not optimistic for our God Realm. After all, if the situation is disadvantageous to the three realms and the other verse, they will easily form a united front and launch an all-out attack. However, that's all we can do for now. Let's delay it for as long as we can. Perhaps there really is a glimmer of hope. Our God realm is the weaker side, so we can only hope that this situation can last a little longer. No matter what, we don't want despair to come sooner. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Although the Warcraft universe is still holding back, the front line is still very dangerous. You'd better be careful. Even without Master Qingye's reminder, Qin Shao would definitely be careful. After chatting with Master Qingye for a while, he bid farewell and left. Master Qingye wouldn't be heading to the region for the time being. He still had some matters to attend to at Mount God's Ceiling. Qin Shao headed to the Vanguard region alone. The Vanguard region was set up on a planet in the depths of Mount God's Ceiling abyss. This originally barren planet had been transformed into a huge city. However, this barren planet was still barren and lifeless. There was no sign of life at all. There were only black and brown rocks everywhere. There were no flowers, plants, trees, or ordinary creatures. There was only endless desolation. It was as desolate as death. It was like hell. This city was completely made of huge rocks. It was cold and blended in with the planet's color. It gave off the feeling of a dead zone. Inside the city, there was also a feeling of desolation. It was especially oppressive. On top of the city walls, there were warriors in silver armor. They were like wooden stakes guarding the city. They looked extremely dignified and radiated with unparalleled sharpness. Powerful auras flew out from the city and stood on top of the city gates in neat rows. These powerful figures had all received Lord Huayang's notice and knew that Elder Qin Shao was coming to take over the Vanguard region. Naturally, all the powerful figures present were extremely respectful to Qin Shao, a legendary figure. Therefore, once they received the news, they quickly came out and prepared to welcome Qin Shao's arrival. More and more powerful figures gathered. Everyone was gathered together. At the head of the group was the Flame Emperor, who was ranked 10th on the Heaven leaderboard. The Flame Emperor was the leader of the powerful figures. When the ruler wasn't around, everyone thought that he was the leader. It was normal for the Flame Emperor to take over the Vanguard region. Haha, I didn't expect the higher-ups to send Elder Qin Shao to take charge of the Vanguard region. I've always wanted to see Elder Qin Shao's true appearance. Fate really does have the intention of teasing people. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Elder Qin Shao had just joined the desolate land Divine Palace. At that time, we were high and mighty. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao would have grown to the level of an elder in just a few 100,000 years, while we were still in the same place? Isn't that so? But who can we blame for this? We can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. I'm afraid the Flame Emperor has a deeper understanding of this matter. The Flame Emperor has interacted with Elder Qin Shao many times. Hearing everyone's words, the Flame Emperor shook his head and smiled. I don't have much of an understanding. Elder Qin Shao has long surpassed me. So, I'm already used to it. All right, don't talk too much. Although we have more seniority, Qin Shao is now an elder and our leader. So, everyone should still respect Elder Qin Shao. Haha, Flame Emperor, don't worry. This is natural. We all admire Elder Qin Shao very much. That's right. Elder Qin Shao has long been my idol. How can I not respect him? I'll be the first to disagree with anyone who dares to disrespect Elder Qin Shao. Look, he's here. It was unknown who said this, but everyone's gazes immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. Sure enough, they saw a figure rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? Qin Shao is here. Everyone's expectant mood instantly became fervent. The Flame Emperor also welcomed Qin Shao with a smile, waiting for his arrival. Chapter 1325. Redeployment. Greetings, Elder Qin. This is what we should do. Everyone's loud voices rang out in unison. They obviously respected Qin Shao very much. Looking at the many familiar faces, Qin Shao had mixed feelings. The role-sealed almighties of the desolate land's divine palace had always been his senior brothers and seniors. But now, he had already leaped to a high position. These senior brothers and seniors, as well as the mighty figures that Qin Shao had to respect in the past, now treated Qin Shao with utmost respect. Such a change was indeed amazing. This was the change brought about by strength, a huge change. Strength was enough to change everything, and even create miracles. Well, everyone, let's go back first. I'll make arrangements later. Qin Shao smiled and waved to everyone. Qin Shao had just arrived and did not understand the situation here. So he had to understand the situation first before making other arrangements. Qin Shao looked at Emperor Yin, who understood and immediately led Qin Shao into the city. Soon, they stopped in a palace. Elder Qin, you can cultivate and live here in the future. What do you think? Emperor Yin said with a smile. Hearing Emperor Yin call him that, Qin Shao was not used to it. He shook his head and said with a smile, Emperor Yin, there's no one else here now. Don't be so formal. Whether I'm an elder or not, I'm still a junior in front of you. Just call me Qin Shao. How can that be? You're an elder now. You can't mess up the hierarchy. No, absolutely not. Emperor Yin immediately shook his head. Qin Shao patted Emperor Yin's shoulder and said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's very awkward and uncomfortable to hear you call me that. I don't care about this. Why you care so much? It's just a form of address. It's nothing at all. This. Emperor Yin was still a little hesitant, but after a while, he said, okay. Qin Zhao's easygoing attitude made people respect him even more. Qin Zhao's personality had always been very easygoing. He would not put on any airs or be unruly to anyone. Qin Shao said, Emperor Yin, let's get down to business. Give me a detailed introduction of the situation here. Emperor Yin immediately became serious. He nodded and began to explain the situation here in detail. The Flame Emperor mainly introduced the people here and some of the daily situations here. Flame Emperor, our current plan is only to patrol a small area. Most of our forces will stay in this encampment to defend. Qin Shao asked. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, yes, Qin Shao. We are currently focused on defense, so we don't have much power to attack. And Studio, and Devil Shao Studio, is Shao Li Shao Zhou, is Shao Yan. Therefore, we don't need to take the initiative to attack. That would be disadvantageous to us. The situation in this area is still quite complicated. The people of the Devil Beast universe are very cunning. They will play a lot of tricks. So, we don't dare to be careless. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the Devil Beast universe's trap. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Emperor Yin, it's true that we have the least sacrifice by focusing on defense. It seems that the efficiency is also the highest. However, there's a problem that is also very fatal. Fatal? Emperor Yin looked at Qin Shao with some puzzlement. Qin Shao said, Emperor Yin, look, we are in the vanguard position. The closest position to us is relatively far away. Even if we rush to Qizinghuan at full speed, I'm afraid it will take no less than 3 days. And these 3 days are enough for a lot of things to happen. If we keep defending the city, it's easy to become a big target. If the Warcraft universe wants to devour us, then we won't even have a chance to escape, and we won't even be able to slow down. Once our lifeline is grasped by the other party, it's naturally fatal. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Emperor Yin also pondered for a while, then nodded and said, Qin Shao, you are right. There are indeed hidden dangers in this regard. But from the current situation, the Devil Beast universe shouldn't be like this. The battlefield has always been ever-changing. If we shrink too tightly, then the Devil Beast universe will definitely find a way to break through. Naturally, they will be ruthless to us. How long have we been like this? Qin Shao asked. Emperor Yin thought for a while and said, it should be about 100,000 years. We have been fine all this time, but we are occasionally attacked. 100,000 years is not a short period of time. I have a bad premonition that something big is going to happen soon, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Emperor Yin also felt that it was very likely. So, Emperor Yin also said, then how should we deal with it now? Should we change the current plan and strategy? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's definitely not possible to change it easily. At present, this may be the best way. Using defense as an attack can minimize our casualties to the greatest extent. If the casualties are not controlled well, then we will be more likely to be defeated. Our strength is far inferior to the devil-beast universe, so we must accumulate strength and fight a long, drawn-out battle. But if we stick to the rules and do not change, we will be vulnerable to a big attack. We must have this kind of crisis awareness. However, there are two sides to everything, and a bad thing may not necessarily be a bad thing." Emperor Yan's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, "Qin Shao, I understand what you mean. As long as we are on guard, then we can secretly deploy in advance. We can wait for the Devil-Beast Universe's army to come and then give them a heavy blow. We can beat them at their own game and counterattack." "Haha, yes, Emperor Yin knows me well." Qin Shao smiled and nodded and said, "I think so too. What will come, and it can't be avoided. Without a certain compromise between the three realms and the other verse, the Devil-Beast Universe will not easily go all out and attack Mount God's Seal. Therefore, the temporary attacks are just symbolic and small forces. Even if we hurt them once, it won't make them go crazy. But if we hurt them once, we can keep our side quiet for a while." Yes, that's right. If the Devil-Beast Universe launches an all-out attack, then we definitely won't be able to stop it. We can only retreat back to Mount God's Seal and make a last stand. Now, we are only fighting on a small scale, so we can play with it. Haha, Qin Shao. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how we can play with it. We have been guarding here for more than 100,000 years, and we haven't killed many enemies. My hands are really itching." Emperor Yin nodded with a bright smile. Qin Shao and Emperor Yin also went into deep discussion about this issue and came up with some secret plans. "By the way, Emperor Yin, do you think there are any spies among us?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. Eros had been secretly operating for countless years, and the three realms had also secretly planted chess pieces in the heavenly realm. After countless years of operation, it was very possible that they had cultivated some chess pieces of the Almighty Realm. Therefore, there should be a lot of spies in the heavenly realm. They were probably everywhere and had infiltrated all the forces at all levels. Even Qin Shao felt that there were spies in the Desolate Land's divine temple. Emperor Yin frowned slightly and said, "I can't say for sure, but there should be some. It's just that there is no conclusive evidence to confirm it for now, so it's hard to say." "So you mean there are some suspects?" Qin Shao asked. The Flame Emperor nodded non-committally and said, "Yes, there are 2 or 3 suspects, but they are just some suspicions and don't have much real evidence." "Oh, then tell me the details. Tell me the basis of your suspicions, and let me take a look," Qin Shao asked again. Thus, the Flame Emperor listed out his 3 suspects one by one, the basis of his suspicions, and some of his secret investigations. It seemed that Emperor Yin had done a lot of homework in secret. Among the 3 suspects, one was a sealed member of the Desolate Land's Divine Temple, and the other 2 were almighty members of the Desolate Land's Divine Temple's territory who were recruited to guard the God-sealing abyss. After patiently listening to Emperor Yan's explanation, Qin Shao also analyzed in detail and said, "Emperor Yin, your suspicions are not without reason. According to these circumstances, all 3 of them are worthy of suspicion. I think the Clamp Almighty of the Desolate Land's Divine Temple is more suspicious. But among the 3 of them, he is the only one who is alone. He has no power, no descendants, no family, and he hasn't even accepted a disciple. He is alone and has no attachments. What could tempt such a person to become a spy? But from what you said, there are 2 incidents where he can't run away from suspicion. So, I don't really understand." Emperor Yin also shook his head and said, "Yes, some situations are really confusing. To be honest, I don't understand it either. Sometimes I think that I might be overthinking it, but I think my suspicions should be correct. I have known Clamp Almighty for a long time. He is relatively low-key and rarely interacts with other Almighties. He can be considered a relatively quiet person, and he doesn't seem to be close to anyone. But such a person, can he be a spy? I really want to find out." Qin Shao said, No matter what, since he is suspicious, we should investigate carefully. Purple Martial Emperor and Ancestor Chongshan have their own forces, and they have a lot of concerns. It is very likely that they will be instigated by others. The more concerns they have, the more they will be threatened, and the more ambitious they will be. Moreover, Purple Martial Emperor and Ancestor Chongshan's growth history is also rather legendary. They are both very ambitious and very vicious people. The possibility of such people becoming spies is not small. We should investigate them carefully too. Emperor Yin shook his head and said, "Yes, I have thought of that too. But how do we investigate? I have also secretly asked Heavenly Court Island about the two of them, but I couldn't find out anything." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "If Heavenly Court Island knew, they would have told us long ago. There are many spies that Heavenly Court Island doesn't know about, and our Desolate Land Temple doesn't know either. Almighty-level spies are naturally very vigilant. It's indeed very difficult to find anything if we investigate based on some situations. Yes, it is very difficult, which is why it has been bothering me. Even if I have some suspicions, I can't openly say anything, let alone find them and confront them face to face." Emperor Yin shook his head helplessly. This matter was indeed very helpless. Chapter 1326. Crazy idea. Oh, you have a good idea? The Flame Emperor looked at Qin Shao curiously. Qin Shao had a solution to the problem that had been troubling him for 100,000 years. Qin Shao smiled and said, "I don't know if it's a good idea for now, but I think it's worth a try. Maybe it's possible, but it's just a possibility." Flame Emperor, this is what I think. After listening to Qin Shao's idea, the Flame Emperor pondered for a moment and said, "Qin Shao, we could try your idea, but, to be honest, I don't think it's very likely. Clamp Almighty, the three of them have lived for a long time. They're all old foxes, so they might not be suppressed. Or maybe they know about each other's existence and can see through it at a glance." Qin Shao smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, I have my ways, but I think it's very unlikely that they know about each other's existence. After all, the three realms and the alternate universe will be very careful in this regard. It's unlikely that they would leave such a big flaw. If they know about each other's existence, it'll be a big hidden danger. If they don't know about each other, no matter who dies, it won't have any effect. They won't have to worry about other things being discovered. Well, that's true. The possibility is not high, but it's not impossible. For example, a small group of people know about the situation." The Flame Emperor nodded. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's just follow this plan. Let's leave the rest for now. All right, there's one more thing. There's something I need you to do secretly. Flame Emperor, draw up a list of people you think you can completely trust. 20 Almighties and 10,000 Divine Spirits. Once it's done, give it to me." The Flame Emperor looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He didn't quite understand what Qin Shao meant. Qin Shao laughed and said, "Just do as I say. I have my own arrangements." "Okay, I'll draw it up for you right away." Since he couldn't figure it out, Yindi didn't bother to think about it anymore and just did as Qin Shao said. Anyway, what Qin Shao did was definitely beneficial. "Let's go, Yindi. Accompany me for a walk in the God-sealing abyss. I also want to understand the situation around our vanguard area," Qin Shao said. The Flame Emperor nodded, and the two of them left the encampment and entered the God-sealing abyss. The vast sealing God abyss also had a huge territory. There was only darkness and desolation. Occasionally, there would be a few celestial bodies scattered about. It was lifeless and gloomy. The God-sealing abyss itself was a desolate land of death. It was not a place suitable for any living creatures to live in. It was an incomparably barren land that did not even have the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This place was not suitable for growth or cultivation. Yindi, does the magical beast universe have many encampments in the God-sealing abyss? Qin Shao asked. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, of course. The magical beast universe's army has not crossed the central line yet. They are all gathered there. They only sent a large number of vanguard troops to cross the central line and enter the primordial universe. These vanguard troops naturally need to be stationed there and then move forward steadily. Therefore, the magical beast universe also has many encampments in the God-sealing abyss, and the number is several times more than the divine world. The magical beast universe uses the encampment as the vanguard position and then infiltrates step by step, slowly pushing forward. They're using this method to enter the primordial universe. As expected, it was similar to what Qin Xiao had thought. Qin Zhao's lips curled into an evil smile. Seeing Qin Zhao's smile, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but be stunned. He said in a daze, "Qin Xiao, you're not thinking of directly attacking the magical beast universe's encampment, are you?" "Haha, Flame Emperor, do you think it's feasible?" Qin Xiao smiled and asked the Flame Emperor, "Is it feasible? Isn't this too crazy?" The Flame Emperor was so shocked that he was speechless for a while. He had never thought of such a crazy idea. Attacking the magical beast universe's encampment with just the two of them? Isn't that a little like courting death? However, after thinking about it, the Flame Emperor calmed down a little. From his point of view, it was definitely no different from courting death. But how should he put it? From Qin Zhao's point of view, it might not be so. It was just that he had never thought of such a crazy thing. After all, in the God-sealing abyss, the power of the divine world was indeed very weak against the magical beast universe. Hence, they had always been guarding the line of defense and would not attack easily. However, Qin Xiao wanted to directly attack the magical beast universe's encampment as soon as he arrived. How crazy was that? However, this kind of craziness did indeed make one's blood boil and their blood boil. "Are you really going to do this?" The Flame Emperor swallowed his saliva and said. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Do you think I'm joking?" "Haha, since you're willing to do it, Qin Xiao, then do it. It's rare to go crazy in life. It seems that we have been too low-key previously, so we don't even have the guts." The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. The Flame Emperor was not a timid person. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's rare to go crazy in life. It's quite exciting to go crazy once in a while. It's always been the magical beast universe attacking us. It's time for us to attack the magical beast universe. We can't always be led by the nose by the magical beast universe. We can't let them control our actions. Anyway, we can't avoid the upcoming war. Why don't we warm up now and take it down a notch?" "Okay, I'm with you now anyway. Haha, with you around, I'm not afraid of anything." The Flame Emperor nodded. With his strength, he was definitely not strong enough. However, with Qin Xiao around, he was not worried about anything. It was just breaking into a camp, so he should be able to escape unscathed. It was rare for them to go crazy, so they might as well go all out. Just thinking about it made them excited. All these years, the godly realm had been too aggrieved. They had been retreating and watching the magical beast universe's forces advance towards Mount God bestowment. This feeling of oppression was really not good. This kind of craziness was also a chance to vent. "Flame Emperor, do you know the situation of the camp closest to us?" Qin Xiao asked. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "We don't know much about the camps, but we do know a little about the magical beast universe's vanguard camp. Like us, their vanguard camp is the strongest. Based on what I know, I'm afraid that their overall strength is much stronger than our camp's. However, I'm not too sure about their top-level strength. I only know that there is an experienced dominator in charge. There are more powerful beings and even more god-level magical beast armies. There are at least 10 million of them. In terms of manpower, they are probably twice as strong as us." Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. We're not fighting a camp war. No matter how many god-level beings there are, they won't be much of a threat to us. The main thing is their top-level strength. But it doesn't matter. Since we're going to do it, we're not afraid of how strong they are." This confidence also showed that Qin Xiao was full of confidence. Not to mention one experienced dominator. Even if there were two more Qin Xiao, he would not be afraid. After all, he still had the bodies of 6 Wuxia clan dominators. With this trump card, Qin Xiao was not afraid of anything. It was because of his confidence that Qin Xiao dared to be so crazy. "Qin Xiao, at our current speed, it will take about 10 days to reach the vanguard camp of the magical beast universe. Should we speed up? The Flame Emperor asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, this speed is enough. Along the way, we can also check out the situation. Maybe we can even catch some small fish and shrimp. Since Qin Shao said so, the Flame Emperor naturally did not say anything. It was just that the burning passion in his heart had made him a little excited. He also wanted to kill his way to the magical beast universe's camp as soon as possible and fight to his heart's content. He wanted to go crazy for once. He did not know how long it had been since he had this kind of excitement. It was indeed quite wonderful. By the way, Flame Emperor, there's one more thing I want to ask you. You've been here for more than 100,000 years. During this time, you should have killed some powerful beings from the magical beast universe, right? How did you deal with their bodies? Qin Shao suddenly asked. The bodies of the powerful beings from the magical beast universe? The Flame Emperor looked at Qin Shao with some surprise, not quite understanding why Qin Shao asked this. But since Qin Shao asked, he answered truthfully, the bodies of the powerful beings from the magical beast universe are somewhat valuable. We did not throw them away and kept them. Whoever killed them gets to keep them. We will deal with them according to the spoils of war. Why? Do you want to get some bodies for the magical beast universe? Although the bodies of the magical beast universe are somewhat valuable, they should not be of much use to you, right? The magical beast universe's cultivation system is different from ours, so we can't learn anything from the bodies of the magical beast universe's powerful beings. Their bodies emit a terrible dark power, which makes us very uncomfortable. Qin Shao shook his head and said, That's not it. I have other uses for them. Flame Emperor, do you have the bodies of the magical beast universe's powerful beings on you? Other uses? The Flame Emperor was even more puzzled. What other uses did he have? The Flame Emperor nodded and said, I have killed a few powerful beings from the magical beast universe. I should have 6 bodies of the magical beast universe's powerful beings on me. After saying that, the Flame Emperor waved his hand, and the 6 bodies of the magical beast universe's powerful beings flew out. As soon as these bodies flew out, they immediately emitted a terrible dark aura. The eerie dark power wanted to devour everything around it. It was very eerie and terrifying. This power was very cold, very sinister, and made people feel very uncomfortable. These people from the magical beast universe had very strange appearances. They looked like both humans and beasts. Their bodies were very tall and burly, with a height of more than 10 meters, and they were very strong. If an ordinary human stood in front of the people from the magical beast universe, it would feel like a little person standing in front of a giant. Each of them was as strong as a small hill. The steel-like muscles all over their body also showed a powerful and terrifying strength. Moreover, there were 2 long fangs in their mouths, which looked particularly terrifying and ferocious. Chapter 13:27. The madness begins. Since these powerful figures from the magical beast universe had died not long ago, the terrifying dark power in their bodies had not dissipated, and they were still extremely eerie. Flame Emperor, how about giving me the bodies of these 6 powerful figures from the magical beast universe? Qin Shao asked. The Flame Emperor waved his hand and said, As long as you like them, Qin Shao, take them. They are not valuable and are of no use to me. If you need, I can ask the other powerful figures. We have killed dozens of powerful figures from the magical beast universe over the years, and they still have a lot of bodies on them. Qin Shao shook his head and said, No need, these are enough. As for the rest, we will get a lot soon. We don't need to let others know about this. Can't let others know? So mysterious? It seems that there is indeed a big secret in this. This made the Flame Emperor very curious. However, since Qin Shao said so, the Flame Emperor naturally knew what to do. After putting away the bodies of the 6 powerful figures, the 2 continued to move forward. Along the way, it was relatively peaceful, and they did not encounter anything. 10 days later, the 2 saw a transformed planet in the distance. Obviously, they had arrived at the magical beast universe's vanguard camp. From afar, they could feel an extremely eerie and terrifying aura emanating from the vanguard camp, and they could feel an extremely evil and terrifying power from afar. Such an aura was enough to make a powerful figure retreat and not dare to approach. Looking at the magical beast universe's vanguard camp, the Flame Emperor's blood boiled, and his fighting spirit soared. "Qin Shao, what do we do now?" The Flame Emperor looked at Qin Shao and asked. He was now completely under Qin Zhao's command, and he would fight wherever Qin Shao pointed. "No hurry. Let's go in and explore the situation inside first. Let's go in first." Qin Shao pursed his lips and said. The magical beast universe's vanguard camp was also extremely heavily guarded. There was a terrifying guardian formation, and there were sentries every few steps. There was also a magical beast army patrolling there. The security was very tight. It wouldn't be easy to get in safely from here. Most Almighties definitely did not have such an ability. The Flame Emperor was ranked 10th on the Heaven leaderboard. With Qin Shao here, the two of them were able to sneak into the vanguard camp of the Warcraft universe and enter the city without anyone noticing. The architectural style of the magical beast clan was very different from that of the human race. There were many huge arenas in the city, and each arena was very lively. The magical beast clan's people were fighting fiercely inside. There were also many magical beasts watching. The streets and alleys were empty, with only the occasional patrolling magical beast army passing by. Most of the magical beast clansmen were either patrolling or watching the fights in the arena. The atmosphere was incomparably fierce. In terms of temperament, the magical beast clan was indeed much more ferocious than the human clan. They all had a crazy wild nature, just like wild beasts. Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor walked in a mirage, their auras completely concealed. Coupled with the suppression of treasures, even sovereigns would have a hard time discovering them. This was mainly due to Qin Zhao's experience. If the sovereigns weren't right in front of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to discover them. Hence, the two of them could walk freely in the city and observe the situation in the city. Qin Shao, the magical beast clan's people are really incomparably ferocious. That kind of bloodlust in their bones is innate. I kind of understand why they're called the magical beast clan. It feels like they're a combination of demons and beasts. They've perfectly combined the personalities of demons and beasts, making them incomparably ferocious and ferocious. They're natural warriors. At the same level of strength, I'm afraid the magical beast clan can crush the human clan. If the magical beast clan isn't suppressed by the primordial universe's origin will, I even think that the primordial universe won't be able to defeat the magical beast clan. After sensing the aura here, the Flame Emperor said truthfully, "That's right." Qin Shao nodded. He felt the same way. Yes, that's true. Different clans have different personalities, different talents, and different bloodline inheritances. The human clan is actually very lowly. We don't have many bloodline inheritances. Most of us are born very weak and lowly. We start from weak, step by step, and finally become strong. Many clans are favored by the heavens. They're born with powerful bloodlines, supreme inheritances, and golden spoons. It's said that the magical beast clan is born as a divine spirit. That's why there are so many almighty beings in a magical beast universe. The Flame Emperor shook his head. This isn't a good thing for the divine realm. As the two of them walked, they suddenly stopped in front of a house. They heard a strange sound coming from a house. It was the sound of men and women panting. It was the sound of intense collisions. It was the sound of sex. Hearing such sounds, Qin Shao couldn't help but blush. He naturally knew what was going on inside. It was Qin Zhao's first time encountering such a thing. Naturally, he felt very strange. The Flame Emperor teased. "Haha, Qin Shao, your face is so red. It can't be, right? You're almost 700,000 years old. Isn't it normal for men and women to do such things?" Qin Shao naturally knew that it was normal, but after all, he hadn't experienced such things yet. "Haha, but you probably haven't experienced the things between men and women. You're still a blank in this aspect." The Flame Emperor laughed again. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "The things between men and women are very wonderful. It's also a kind of spiritual enjoyment." "Haha, There are many girls who like you. You might as well find one and give it a try. Anyway, this kind of thing should be something that men should have. Not to mention reproduction. The union between men and women is the greatest creation of God. It's also the joy of life. Otherwise, if you only cultivate, what's the point of being strong? Life, when it's time to enjoy it, you should still enjoy it. When it's time to have fun, you should still have some fun. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. If it's too boring, it may cause people's hearts to become twisted. Many old geezers who have lived for countless years will gradually become twisted in their hearts and walk towards evil, becoming incomparably evil. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Flame Emperor, don't tease me. I know what I'm doing. I'm not against the things between men and women. It's just whether it's suitable or not." "Well, Flame Emperor, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the battlefield. We're not in a hurry to make a move. Let's find out more about the situation first. Maybe we can get some information from them." The Flame Emperor nodded. After staying in the city for 3 months, Li Mu had already been gone for quite a while. During these 3 months, Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor had been very careful, so they hadn't been discovered. During these 3 months, the two secretly listened to the conversations of the magical beasts and extracted some information from them. The god-level magical beast army didn't know much. The powerful magical beasts knew more, but they rarely talked about things that Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor wanted to know. But even so, Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor had gathered a lot of information in these 3 months. Qin Shao, it seems that the power of the magical beast universe is indeed much stronger than we thought. The number of powerful beings is indeed much higher than our divine realm. But what's interesting is that the number of rulers shouldn't be much higher than our divine realm. As for the masters of the universe, I'm not too sure for now. But if we infer from this situation, it seems that the higher the level of the magical beast universe, the more difficult it is compared to our divine realm. The Flame Emperor shook his head and said with some confusion. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, from the current situation, it's possible that this is the case. But it's not hard to understand. Heaven is fair. After giving something to a race, there will naturally be corresponding restrictions. For example, some races with nature-defying bloodlines will be greatly limited in their reproduction. Otherwise, the balance will be lost. If the magical beast clan's bloodline is much stronger than ours, then there will definitely be restrictions in some aspects. If there are no restrictions in reproduction, then there will definitely be restrictions in terms of talent and potential. So, the magical beast universe might not have many top-tier powerful beings. And this situation could also be seen from the previous battle. Otherwise, the magical beast universe wouldn't have been forced back by our divine realm and sealed in this god-sealing abyss, unable to enter the Hongmeng universe. If the magical beast universe is really that strong, then they would have broken through Mount God's ceiling and entered our Hongmeng universe. The Flame Emperor nodded. That was indeed the case. It seemed that there was no need to think too much. No matter how strong the magical beast universe was, it definitely wouldn't have an overwhelming advantage over the divine realm. At most, it would only have a slight advantage. Of course, even if it didn't have any advantage, the magical beast universe was currently the greatest threat to the divine realm. This threat should be greater than the combined forces of the 3 realms and the alternate universe. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "All right, Flame Emperor, since the situation is more or less clear, let's not waste any more time. Come, let's go crazy and start killing." Boom! The blood in the Flame Emperor's body gushed out again. Burn. Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. The Flame Emperor laughed. Qin Shao said, "Flame Emperor, don't expose your aura for the time being. Let's find a few targets and kill them first. After 3 months, we know the distribution of the powerful beings in the magical beast universe like the back of our hand. I already have a plan. Flame Emperor, my plan is like this." Qin Shao explained his detailed plan. With a good plan, it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. After listening, the Flame Emperor nodded repeatedly. Good, this plan is not bad. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're going to fight. There are only 2 of us, and we can't possibly destroy the entire camp. We just have to poke the hornet's nest and stir up the situation here. Magical beasts, kill as many as you can. Every little bit counts. Can't destroy the entire camp? Qin Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. Since it was a crazy plan, it naturally had to have a crazy result. If it didn't destroy the entire camp, what was the point? However, Qin Zhao didn't tell the Flame Emperor about this crazy plan for the time being. He was afraid that the Flame Emperor would be frightened. Let's go, Flame Emperor. Our target is over there. Qin Zhao pointed in a direction and said to the Flame Emperor. Chapter 1328. The massacre was coming. The god-level magical beast army was still training with all their might, but these magical beast almighty beings were very leisurely. They were actually enjoying themselves here. However, the looks of the burly magical beast women were nothing to be proud of. Of course, different races had different standards of beauty. This human's meat is really delicious. It's too delicious. It's so delicious, especially the flesh of the human girls. Hee hee, the meat is still too old. The flesh of the humans is the real delicacy. Let's capture the humans after we break through Mount God's ceiling and enter the realm of the gods. TSK, TSK, those human girls are really pretty. What's the use of being pretty? They're so small and skinny. There's no way we can play with them. You're still thinking about these things. You'd better think about how to kill those weak humans. Don't be happy too early. I'm afraid many of our vanguard troops will die. It's just a clone. It doesn't matter if we give it away or not as long as our original bodies are still here. They're just humans. They definitely can't stop our magical beast army. It's only a matter of time before we break through Mount God's ceiling. Don't you feel that something's wrong? I seem to have sensed the aura of a human almighty. Haha, you must be drunk. How dare these powerful human beings sneak into our campsite? Did they eat a bear's heart or something? You must have a death wish. Poof! However, as soon as the Almighty finished speaking, a sharp sword pierced through the void. The Almighty, who was caught off guard, was directly pierced through by the sword. A terrifying power of destruction erupted from the sword, instantly devouring the life force of that almighty being. A figure appeared. The one who had pierced through the Almighty was none other than the Flame Emperor. The Almighty's strength was rather ordinary. Hence, he didn't even have the chance to react when he was caught off guard by the sword. He couldn't defend himself at all. He couldn't resist the destructive power of the sword. Under the sharp sword, his life force was almost instantly depleted. I'm going to die. With only a trace of consciousness left, the Almighty's life force was quickly depleted. He became a dead man. After killing a magical beast almighty with a single sword, the Flame Emperor stood there with his firmament sword looking down on the other magical beast almighties. How high-spirited was he? How arrogant was he? The Flame Emperor looked at the corpse of the magical beast almighty and chuckled. You're right. I was looking for a death wish. Why can't we break through your camp? Arrogant. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the almighty experts of the magical beast clan came back to their senses one by one, and all of them flew into a rage. They were incomparably furious, and their murderous aura surged wildly. How dare you, human? How? Almighty, almighty, the almighty, almighty, almighty and almighty beast, almighty realm, almighty, almighty flame, emperor, emperor, realm, realm, almighty, almighty. Human, almighty, human, almighty, human. Studio from Studio Almighty, Almighty Realm, 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 alas, alas, Realm, Realm Studio, Alice Almighty, Our Realm, Realm Studio, Studio of alas, alas, Realm, Realm. In terms of individual strength, these mighty figures were indeed not very strong, but they had the advantage of numbers. More than 20 Almighties attacking together was also a very powerful force. At this moment, a terrifying force gushed out from the void all of a sudden. Streaks of sharp radiance shot out and instantly enveloped the entire Windflower Inn. Boundless energy surged out. Every single one of them was peerlessly sharp. They were incomparably domineering and unstoppable. Just as these powerful beings were about to attack, they were caught off guard. What a powerful force! What a terrifying force! Pucci! Streaks of sword chi surged into the bodies of the magical beasts. reaping their lives in an instant. Qin Zhao's attack was so powerful that none of the demonic beasts could withstand it. They were all killed in an extremely short amount of time. It was unstoppable. It was as if she was harvesting straw. No, no, no. This is the power of a sovereign. Hegemon, save me. A human hegemon has infiltrated our base. Level 1 alert. No, 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 I don't want to die. I don't want to die like this. But nothing could be stopped. Nothing could be changed. These demonic beasts died one by one and turned into corpses. Then, they were taken away by Qin Zhao. These corpses were very useful to him. The Flame Emperor, who was about to lend Qin Zhao a helping hand, was stunned when he saw this scene. He was stunned for a long while before regaining his senses. He could not help but laugh at himself. It seems that I have underestimated Qin Zhao. Dealing with so many demonic beasts is just a piece of cake. Haha. Then it seems that this trip to the vanguard camp of the demonic beast universe is going to turn the world upside down. After being suppressed by the demonic beast universe for so long, it's time to fight a few battles to turn the tables. Woo woo woo. The sound of the alarm reverberated throughout the entire vanguard camp. Hearing the alarm, the people of the demonic beast clan reacted quickly. The demonic beast army quickly gathered. They were only waiting for an order from their superiors to attack without hesitation. The almighty figures of the magical beast clan also responded quickly and flew out one after another. In the vanguard camp of the demonic beast clan, there were more than 3,000 demonic beasts. This was also a powerful team. Quick, the human invaders are over there. Surround them and activate the strongest defensive formation. The demonic beast army quickly get into position and guard the camp. The dominators of the human race. Damn it, our Commander Shoair is not in the camp. Quickly inform him to come back. Everyone, don't panic. There are only 2 humans. Even if Commander Shoair is not here, we can still trap them. When Commander Tsung Air comes back, it will be their time to die. Kill these 2 audacious humans. Make sure they do not return. Let them know how to write the word regret. Kill. In the vanguard camp, there were also shouts of killing. All the demonic beasts rushed out and formed small teams. With each team as a unit, they each took one side and formed a killing formation. The combined power of more than 3,000 demonic beasts was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was enough to kill a dominator. In the depths of the ceiling god abyss, in a palace, in a camp, 2 tall figures sat there drinking wine and chatting. From the powerful auras they emitted, one could tell that they were dominators. They were the commanders of the demonic beast clan and had tens of thousands of soldiers under their command. Commander Shoair, the master thinks too highly of you. He let you fight in the vanguard. You've done well. TSK, TSK, you don't know how envious we are of you. We have nothing better to do in the rear. It's not as good as your vanguard. The dominator, sitting on the throne on the left, said enviously. Commander Shoair smiled proudly and said, "It's my ability to gain the master's favor. If you have the ability, go and gain the master's favor too. There's no point in being envious. Who asked you to be inferior to me in all aspects? Naturally, I'll be the vanguard, not you. You should just stay in the rear and wait for reinforcements. Haha, leave the battle in front to us." Before Commander Shoair could finish speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed. His eyes flashed with a thick chill. Raging flames of anger gushed out. The other dominator frowned when he saw Commander Shoair's expression. Commander Shoair, did something happen? Commander Shoair snorted angrily and shot to his feet. 2 humans who don't know what's good for them dare sneak into my vanguard camp. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They're courting death, a sovereign lord and an almighty being. Just the 2 of them. How audacious. They've come at the right time. I was just fretting over the fact that I hadn't been able to kill a single dominator in the past 100,000 years. Now that they've delivered themselves to my doorstep, I'll have a chance to make a great contribution. The moment the other ruler heard this, he chuckled coldly. Those 2 humans are pretty gutsy indeed. However, a single dominator won't be easy to deal with. It looks like those humans know you're not in the camp. That's why they're so bold as to sneak into your vanguard camp. The humans have been on the defensive all this time. They've really taken the wrong medicine this time. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Haha, Commander Shoair, this is a chance for you to show off your might. If you can kill a human dominator, that'll be a great contribution. It's probably a human dominator in the Vanguard camp. If you can kill him, you might be able to seize the opportunity to take down the Vanguard camp in one go. That'll be a great contribution. The Master will probably reward you handsomely. Commander Shoair's smile deepened. Commander Delonki, you're absolutely right. This is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. If I can seize it, I'll definitely make a great contribution. The Master has never allowed us to be too aggressive. We've been suppressing our strength and fighting. It's been very frustrating. Since the human race has delivered themselves to my doorstep this time, I have enough reason to strike back forcefully. Oomph, a human dominator. I like to see just how much damage you can do. Commander Delonki said, Commander Shoair, we've been brothers for many years. I'm just itching to fight. Why not go with you this time? I won't steal your credit. Haha, Commander Delonki, you're treating me like an outsider. If you're willing to lend me a hand, that's naturally the best thing. I couldn't ask for more. If I want to kill a human dominator, it'll definitely take some effort. Commander Shoair laughed heartily. Let's go. On the other side, after taking care of the floral breeze houses more than 20 powerful figures, alarms sounded. Numerous powerful figures flew over from all over the camp and formed a huge encirclement, directly encircling Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor. 30 mighty figures formed a square formation, and over 100 square formations each took one side, guarding the 8 sides of the world. They formed a huge killing formation, trapping Qin Shao and the other man in a cage. Behind the more than 100 square formations, there was an army of magical beasts. The magical beasts' army of 10 to 20 million formed a huge human wall, exuding a powerful force. Those who could enter the magical beasts' army were all experienced fourth-step heavenly gods. An army of 10 to 20 million fourth-step heavenly gods was terrifying just thinking about it. If this force exploded all at once, it would definitely be very powerful. Qin Shao, looks like we've killed our way into an inescapable trap. We've been surrounded by the entire camp's forces. The Flame Emperor looked at Qin Shao with a smile. With Qin Shao around, he was full of confidence. However, the only thing that made the Flame Emperor happy was Commander Shoair doesn't seem to be around. We've come at the right time, choosing to attack when the Dominator isn't around. However, I believe Commander Shoair has received the news and will definitely rush back soon. Chapter 1329. Massacre. It was just a few simple words, but they vividly displayed his heroic spirit. The Flame Emperor's blood boiled when he heard that. Lin Fan was indeed crazy. The Flame Emperor had not expected him to be so crazy. The Almighties from the magical beast universe were not in a hurry to attack. Qin Shao sneered and said, Flame Emperor, they haven't finished setting up their formation yet. Let's take this opportunity to attack and kill more Almighties. Flame Emperor, stay close to me. Don't be too far away, or I won't be able to take care of you. Cough. Qin Shao, don't be so direct. I'm not that weak, am I? The Flame Emperor said. Qin Shao said, Okay, then we'll each take care of our own matters. Be careful, Flame Emperor. After saying that, Qin Shao actually rushed out and attacked the camp of the magical beast universe Almighties. Seeing that Qin Shao really left him alone, the Flame Emperor was a little dumbfounded. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Although the Flame Emperor was ranked 10th on the heaven list and was indeed very powerful, it also depended on the situation. If he was facing a few Almighties or 20 to 30 of them, the Flame Emperor would naturally not be afraid and would have some confidence to fight. However, this time, he was facing a camp of more than 3,000 Almighties. With so many Almighties, the Flame Emperor would have a hard time if each of them spat at him. It was naturally very dangerous for him to fight alone. This time, he had rushed into the camp of the magical beast universe on a whim. This was a grand undertaking, a pioneering undertaking. It would not be worth it if he lost his life here. However, he could only hold back his tears and endure the big words that he had said earlier. The Flame Emperor was also on high alert. He was ready to use all his trump cards. At this time, there was no need to hide anything. It was more important to stay alive. On the other side, Qin Shao was like a peerless god of war. He carried a supreme arrogance that looked down upon the heavens as he rampaged in all directions. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. The sword technique of the desolate land, the diagram of the nine heavens, the mountain river sword technique, the cauldron of primordial chaos, and the might of the great Tao, Qin Shao didn't hold back much. Under Qin Zhao's attack, another dozen almighties were slain by Qin Zhao's sword. Hurry up and attack. Stop this human sovereign. Stop him. A series of loud roars rang out through the entire campsite. All the powerful beings were so shocked that they struck out with all their might. None of them dared to hold back at all. Against a powerful sovereign, they had to give it their all. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Light soared into the sky as the power of darkness engulfed the heavens, annihilating the world and devouring everything in its path. Terrifying power gushed out from the joint forces of the many powerful demonic beasts, destroying everything. It was abnormally terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying the power was, it was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Shao. It couldn't stop Qin Zhao's advance at all. No power could hurt Qin Shao in the slightest. Under Qin Zhao's powerful attacks, these powers quickly collapsed, as if they couldn't withstand a single blow. One by one, the powerful demonic beasts still couldn't stop the footsteps of death. One by one, they died under Qin Zhao's sword. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop him at all. Wasn't he too strong? How could he be so strong? They couldn't hurt him at all, nor could they stop him. He was definitely an extremely powerful sovereign. The powerful beings of the demonic beast clan felt a little helpless. If he was an ordinary sovereign, they should be able to suppress him. But Qin Zhao's might made them feel a sense of powerlessness that they could not deal with him. This feeling was too unbearable. The shadow of death quickly enveloped their hearts. In the face of death, it was impossible to be completely at ease. No matter how bloodthirsty and crazy the powerful beings of the demonic beast clan were, they didn't want to die so easily. This human sovereign is too strong. Let's not fight him head on. Commander Shoair will be back soon. We must hold on. The human sovereign's strength is average. Let's take him down first. Yes, let's take him down first. That way, the sovereign will hold back. Qin Zhao's strength almost made the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe feel hopeless. They couldn't deal with him at all. The combined forces of more than 3,000 almighties were still unable to deal with this human sovereign. He was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. Since they couldn't deal with Qin Shao, they naturally turned their attention to the Flame Emperor. Although the Flame Emperor was ranked 10th on the heaven roll, he was considered to be at the peak among the powerful beings. His strength was close to the sovereign level. However, in the face of so many powerful beings working together, it seemed a little inadequate. The moment the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe focused their attention on the Flame Emperor, the Flame Emperor felt a headache coming on. With one attack, the Flame Emperor was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. These people really need to take care of me. The Flame Emperor smiled bitterly. Now that he was trapped in the encirclement, it was impossible for him to retreat. The Flame Emperor could only grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. However, the other party really had the advantage in numbers. All kinds of dark methods were used repeatedly, and the Flame Emperor was a little overwhelmed. Therefore, the Flame Emperor was at a disadvantage again and again. He was beaten back time and time again, getting injured and damaging his divine body. If this continued, the situation would be very bad. This was a complete masochism. After all, the Flame Emperor was ranked 10th among the heavenly emperors. There were few opponents in the realm of the gods. As long as he didn't provoke a sovereign, there weren't many people who could suppress him. Sovereigns rarely took action in the realm of the gods. Not to mention taking action, they rarely even showed their faces. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't provoke a sovereign. The Flame Emperor didn't know how long it had been since he was beaten up like this. Seeing that the Flame Emperor had suffered a great loss, Qin Shao smirked and rushed over to kill him. The powerful beings of the demonic beast universe knew Qin Zhao's intention and immediately blocked Qin Shao with all their might to prevent Qin Shao from coming to rescue the Flame Emperor. They only needed to delay for 2 or 3 breaths of time, and the Flame Emperor would be in danger. He would probably fall into the hands of the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe. 2 or 3 breaths of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Hold him back with all your might. The powerful beings who surrounded Qin Shao pushed the power of darkness to the extreme. They threw out treasures one after another, bombarding Qin Shao wildly. Various methods were used simultaneously, forming a dark abyss to seal him. If he was trapped, it would be difficult for him to escape. You want to trap me? Qin Shao pursed his lips with some disdain. That won't be so easy. This kind of power was probably enough to trap a sovereign like Master Qingye. However, it was naturally impossible to trap Qin Shao. Qin Shao was already prepared. Naturally, he wouldn't be trapped by the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe. A peerless light, like the light of dawn, broke through all the darkness and lit up heaven and earth. Qin Shao held the sword of the universe in his hand. A ray of light shocked the entire heaven and earth. The peerless light stirred the firmament. It was unstoppable. Under the might of this sharpness, all forms of power crumbled and shattered immediately. The mountain river sword scripture was displayed. Mountains, rivers, suns, and moons were all incomparably powerful. They trapped the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe and killed them. One by one, the powerful beings of the demonic beast universe were killed by Qin Shao. It was like a massacre. The Flame Emperor's blood boiled as he watched. He couldn't help but cheer. For a moment, he completely forgot about the situation he was in. After killing more than 100 powerful beings of the demonic beast universe, Qin Shao rushed out of the encirclement in less than half a breath. He flew directly towards the Flame Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. The sword in his hand shot out countless rays of sword energy. They pierced through the dark firmament, destroyed the devouring power of the darkness, broke the array of the demonic beast universe, and destroyed the power of the demonic beast universe. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled the Flame Emperor out of danger and out of danger. After being rescued, the Flame Emperor's face finally burst into a big smile. Qin Shao, you're so domineering. It's so satisfying. This battle was simply too satisfying. Let's save the flattery for last. Let's kill the enemy first. Commander Shoair should be back soon. Let's kill as many as we can before he comes back, Qin Shao said. Kill. Until now, nearly 500 powerful beings had died under the swords of Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor. Of course, most of them were killed by Qin Shao. Those powerful beings were like straw to Qin Shao. They couldn't withstand a single blow. However, at this rate, these powerful beings would all die under Qin Zhao's sword. Such a massacre made the wild demonic beast universe a little fearful. Demonic beast army attack. One of the powerful beings finally couldn't help but give the order for the demonic beast army to come forward. The demonic beast army, formed by 10,000 demonic beasts, quickly charged forward. With the army as a unit, they formed a joint attack. They attacked together and exploded with great power. Nearly 100 armies surrounded and attacked. The power that exploded was also very terrifying. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth and devour the power of the heavens. It was indeed not to be underestimated. Such an attack was definitely comparable to an all-out attack of a powerful being. In the face of such a terrifying power, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but be shocked. If this force were to hit him, it would definitely take his life in an instant. Clang! The primordial cauldron hanging above Qin Zhao's head suddenly rang. The sound of a great bell rang through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The primordial cauldron released a scorching primordial light. The light instantly enveloped the heaven and earth. The primordial light instantly destroyed the power and devoured it. Then it scattered on the demonic beast army. Under the powerful primordial light, The gods of the demonic beast army were directly refined by the glorious light. They were instantly turned into nothingness. What a powerful power! This was the supreme power of the primordial light. Wherever the light touched, everything was refined. Qin Shao pushed the supreme power of the primordial cauldron to the extreme. Under the full power of the primordial cauldron, the power that erupted was also extremely terrifying. Using it to deal with these gods was, of course, very effective. The gods naturally couldn't resist the primordial light of the primordial cauldron. This move actually refined and wiped out all the gods of the 100-strong demonic beast army. Such a scene really frightened the powerful beings of the demonic beast army. Their faces turned pale. What kind of move was this? How could it be so strong? As expected of a universe treasure. It's really powerful. This is the first time I've seen a universe treasure show its power. TSK, TSK. No wonder it said that if a powerful being has a universe treasure, it's enough to fight with a ruler. It seems that this is absolutely true. The Flame Emperor clicked his tongue. He was envious of Qin Shao for having 3 universe treasures. Chapter 1330. Top Shelf Chapter 128. Breaking News. Wrath of the Orc Lord. Human Sovereign, you're too arrogant. You actually dared to take advantage of my absence to sneak into my vanguard camp and start massacre. You deserve to die. A monstrous, furious roar was transmitted from afar. Following the roar, a powerful figure broke through the void and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the sky above the camp. He was 15 meters tall and was as strong as a mountain. His body was filled with endless power, and it looked a little scary. An extremely gloomy aura emanated from his body, bringing with it a dark and gloomy power, as if it could devour everything. Even from afar, he could feel the endless rage and murderous intent of the other party. It was terrifying. If it were an ordinary almighty, they would probably be scared half to death. The commander is back. When a magic beast saw the newcomers, their faces lit up with joy and excitement. With a backbone, their morale would be higher, their strength would be stronger, and their confidence would be stronger. Their morale, which had been shattered by Qin Zhao's attack, was raised once again, surging and blazing. Commander Shou Air stood in the void, exuding an endless amount of dark energy and murderous intent. Commander Shou Air glared at Qin Shao and Yendi. He knew Yendi, but not Qin Shao. Sensing Commander Shou Air's terrifying aura, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, he was facing an extremely powerful ruler. If they were to fight, the Flame Emperor might not even be able to withstand a single blow. The main character is here. Qin Shao, you have to be careful. Yendi couldn't help but remind her. Be careful? Qin Shao curled her lips, but didn't take it seriously. She chuckled and said, Now, it's the beginning of the madness, and the beginning of the show. The real show is coming. Flame Emperor, let's go crazy together. Let's go crazy together. The Flame Emperor was stunned, and even looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Was this the beginning of the madness? What did he mean? Did Qin Shao have any other tricks up his sleeve? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have said such a thing. Yendi believed that Qin Shao wouldn't say such things. Let's go crazy together then. Although the Flame Emperor didn't know Qin Zhao's plan, he completely believed in Qin Zhao's words. Since he wanted to go crazy, then so be it. Commander Shou Air, you're finally back. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Commander Shou Air. Her peerless arrogance and sharpness met his gaze. Her imposing manner did not lose out in the slightest. His provocative words were a form of provocation. Commander Shou Air, you brought helpers with you. Why aren't you showing yourself? Hiding in the dark and using such a lowly method like a sneak attack? There's no need for a sovereign to stoop so low, is there? Qin Shao looked into the depths of the darkness. He had long sensed that there was a hidden force there. Although it was concealed very well, it still couldn't escape Qin Zhao's discerning eyes. Qin Shao was the master of 4 paths. How terrifying was his control of the great Tao and the void. Even the slightest fluctuation couldn't escape Qin Zhao's detection. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for a sovereign to hide in front of Qin Zhao. Perhaps even the Kuan Peng sovereign might not be able to do so. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, the Flame Emperor jumped in shock. There was another sovereign? Indeed, as soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, there was a fluctuation in the dark void. A tall figure walked out with an endless surge of dark power. The moment the dark power appeared, the entire world seemed to sink into darkness. Light was swallowed up, heaven and earth were swallowed up, and the firmament was shrouded in darkness. The dark power swallowed up everything. Just this dark power alone was enough to threaten the lives of ordinary almighties. Another hegemon stepped forward. The two sovereigns stood in the void. Like the sun and moon shining together, they emitted an endless amount of darkness. It was as if a peerless demon god had descended and was about to plunge the world into darkness. Under the pressure of the two sovereigns, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but tense up. He was extremely nervous. These were two hegemons who had been through countless battles. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was crazy enough. They were crazy enough to throw their lives away. Commander Delanky, I didn't expect Commander Shoair to have invited help. I heard that Commander Delanky's strength isn't much weaker than Commander Shoair's. The Flame Emperor said to Qin Zhao. Clearly, he was also worried and reminded him. No matter how strong Qin Zhao was, he was facing two sovereigns this time. Moreover, these two sovereigns shouldn't be weaker than Sovereign Liang Jiao. Naturally, the Flame Emperor was worried. Commander Delanky looked at Qin Zhao eerily and laughed sinisterly. Human, your senses are really sharp. To think that you could sense me. But why do I feel that you only have the aura of a fourth-step heavenly god? Are you only a fourth-step heavenly god? That can't be right. A fourth-step heavenly god shouldn't be this strong. Delanky looked at Qin Zhao curiously. Qin Zhao's aura was indeed that of a fourth-step heavenly god. He wasn't even an almighty. Commander Shoair also looked at Qin Zhao. He could only sense the aura of a fourth-step heavenly god from Qin Zhao. I know that there's a Tian Lingzi and a Lord Huayang in your god realm. Both of them are fourth-step heavenly gods, but their strength is extremely strong. These two are outliers. Looks like you're one of them too. Commander Shoair said. However, it doesn't matter. Commander Shoair waved his hand disdainfully. It doesn't matter. No matter who you are, since you're here today, you can leave your lives here. You've killed so many of my almighty subordinates. Your lives aren't enough to atone for your sins. Haha, since we dare to come here today, we're not afraid of anything. If you want to kill us, we'll have to see if you have the strength to do so. Come. Commander Shoair, you and Commander Delanky can come together. It'll save us some trouble. Since you've invited helpers, let's do it together. Qin Zhao laughed loudly. Once again, he spoke arrogantly. His tone was full of provocation. The Flame Emperor couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Qin Zhao. Crazy, this is really crazy. He wants to fight two people by himself. The Flame Emperor also understood why Qin Zhao said that this was just the beginning of the craziness. The show was about to start. That was indeed the case. It looked like they were going to turn the vanguard camp of the Devil Beast universe upside down today. Just thinking about it made him happy. Commander Shoair was furious. He stared at Qin Zhao ferociously and said in a thunderous voice, "Human race brat, you're too arrogant. Even the Lord Huayang wasn't as arrogant as you. You really have guts. They say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tiger. I think you've only been cultivating for a short time. I alone am enough to deal with a human brat like you. Hand over your life." Furious, Commander Shoair didn't say anything else. He immediately attacked like a thunderbolt. The fury of thunder instantly gushed out and roared wildly. The boundless power of darkness transformed into numerous gigantic dark hands, roaring out with the power to take lives. Darkness filled the sky, and the entire world was annihilated in an instant. The dark energy could devour everything. It was all-pervasive. It was very eerie and terrifying. This power really made people feel very uncomfortable. Once hit by this energy, people would feel as though they had entered a black hole of death. They would never see the light again. The people of the devil-beast universe cultivated the dark cultivation system. Their power was completely different from the people of the primordial universe. Different cultivation systems had different powers. The dark energy was very terrifying. It could devour everything. This energy was very strange. It could penetrate into every nook and cranny. It could swallow God power, God body, soul, and will. If one didn't take precautions, the devouring power alone could kill him. Faced with this monstrous dark energy, the Flame Emperor's body couldn't help but tremble. The incomparably cold power was pervasive. Although there was a defensive power there was still some dark power that seeped in, making him feel very uncomfortable. This feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as though he was facing death. To be honest, the Flame Emperor didn't like to fight with the people of the Devil-Beast universe. Although he could suppress them, the dark energy of the other party still made him feel very uncomfortable. There was no good way to defend against the dark energy. Even the defensive treasure of a holy object couldn't completely block the infiltration of the dark energy. The divine power barrier couldn't withstand it at all. Therefore, the Flame Emperor felt very uncomfortable. Flame Emperor, go into my inner world first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't take care of you, said Qin Shao. The Flame Emperor didn't dare to be careless. Without any hesitation, he nodded and said, okay. Qin Shao waved his hand and put the Flame Emperor into his inner world. With the Flame Emperor around, there would be some restraints. Therefore, it was better to put the Flame Emperor into his inner world and let him fight alone. This way, Qin Shao could be unscrupulous and disregard everything. Qin Shao stood in the void with the primordial cauldron above his head and the primordial cauldron in his hand. The light expelled the darkness, and the light and darkness couldn't get close to him. The supreme light surged in the 9 heavens, and the peerless arrogance filled the universe. At this moment, Qin Shao was an invincible god of war. He carried the supreme pride of the human clan in the divine world and was going to fight the dark sky. His aura was monstrous. It was faintly suppressing Commander Sho Air and Commander Delanki. The two powerful sovereigns couldn't suppress Qin Zhao's aura. Such a situation made the two sovereigns feel very uncomfortable. Commander Sho Air couldn't help but regret his words. He shouldn't have said that he would take on this human alone. At this moment, Commander Sho Air felt that he didn't have much confidence. The human before him didn't seem to be any weaker than Lord Huayang. In fact, his aura was even stronger. From this point of view, his strength couldn't be underestimated. However, since he had already said that, he couldn't change his words immediately. I don't believe that you're that strong. Commander Sho Air snorted coldly in his heart. He struck again, and one after another, dark techniques were used. The dark energy turned into strange beasts and roared as they charged towards Qin Shao. Clang! The primordial cauldron rang again, sweeping away the darkness in the sky. The light of the primordial cauldron refined everything. However, the dark energy was too much and too strong. Countless strange beasts roared in the darkness. Streaks of eerie light also shot out from the darkness. Even the light of the primordial cauldron couldn't refine this much dark energy. Chapter 1331. Fighting two great commanders. What a terrifying sword aura. What a powerful force. As soon as Qin Zhao's sword appeared, Commander Sho Air was terrified. He couldn't help but tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. It was a fear that a terrifying force was threatening his life. Under the influence of Qin Zhao's sword aura, the magical beasts all trembled. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse, and they were about to kneel down. The gods of the magical beast army couldn't take it anymore. They all knelt down on the ground. Under the pressure of the extremely powerful force, Commander Sho Air let out a cry of despair. It was a release of the fear in his heart. It was a form of resistance. The monstrous power of darkness transformed into a huge, devouring storm, sweeping through the sky to meet the attack. However, all of this dark energy paled in comparison to Qin Zhao's peerless sword. It was like the darkness of the night couldn't stop the arrival of the light of dawn. The supreme Tao might have several great Taos intertwined with each other like ancient dragons, destroying all resistance. Commander Shoair's strength couldn't stop Qin Zhao's sword aura at all. He couldn't stop the supreme power of the path. He couldn't stop the energy of the ancient dragons. He couldn't stop the holy aura of the universe treasure. The sword broke through the sky, destroying layer by layer. Everywhere it passed, there was no more darkness. Light reappeared. So strong, so strong, so strong. The fear in Commander Shoair's heart intensified. He was also very surprised and puzzled. He's just a fourth-step heavenly god. How can he be so strong? Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Other than this kid, there are two other fourth-step heavenly gods in the divine realm. Their strength isn't below mine. The Great Path cultivation system is so strange. It can allow a fourth-step heavenly god to reach the level of a top-tier dominator. This is unbelievable. Such a situation has never happened in our Warcraft universe, and it is absolutely impossible. Realm is the only standard to measure strength in the magical beast universe. There are very few people who can kill enemies of a higher realm. Commander Shoair was an extremely powerful commander in the magical beast universe. He stood at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm. However, even with such strength, he was no match for Qin Zhao. This situation was too shocking. Commander Shoair found it hard to accept. He used one technique after another. Shoair, World Studio, Shoair. Shoair was almost instantly. Shoair. Commander Shoair, I am Shoair Studio. Shoair Studio. Shoair. I've underestimated this human brat. I've really underestimated him. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined forces with Commander Delonki from the start. Commander Shoair secretly gnashed his teeth in regret and anger. Now, what he needed to do was to think of a way to block Qin Zhao's attack. Otherwise, it would be very bad. Was to err. Err. Is. Even if Commander Delonki were to act now, it would be too late. There's no other way. Looks like I'll have to use one of my trump cards. Commander Shoair gritted his teeth and made a decision that made his heart ache. He had no choice but to use his trump card. After deciding to use his trump card, Commander Shoair did not hesitate at all. With a flip of his hand, a strange treasure flew out. The treasure flew out of Commander Shoair's hand and rapidly grew in size. It grew to a height of 108,000 miles, turning into a gigantic steel beast. Their bodies were covered with long thorns, and their bodies were completely black. Terrifying dark energy circulated around them, and they were incomparably cold. The cold steel behemoth charged at Qin Zhao. Its body was strong enough to block Qin Zhao's sword, the primordial light of the primordial cauldron, and the supreme Tao might. With the giant steel beast blocking all of Qin Zhao's attacks, Commander Shoair finally heaved a sigh of relief and recovered his wits. After catching his breath, Commander Shoair no longer hesitated and said to Commander Delonki, "Commander Delonki, it looks like I really do owe you a favor. Please lend me a hand and deal with this human brat together. This brat's strength is indeed extraordinary. Both of us are no match for him alone. Let's join forces and kill this brat here. If the master bestows a reward, I will definitely not mistreat you. Commander Shoair, we've been friends for more than a universe epoch, so there's no need to say more. I saw what happened just now. Don't worry, I'll go all out in a moment. Killing this brat will definitely be a great merit." Commander Delonki said immediately. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. This brat of the human race is actually so presumptuous. He dares to attack the vanguard camp of the Devil Beast universe. This shows that he doesn't respect the Devil Beast universe at all. How dare he provoke us like this? This is unforgivable. Since they dare come, we'll make sure they don't leave. Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki quickly came to an agreement. Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown when he saw the huge steel behemoth. What is this thing? It's cold and lifeless. It's obviously not alive. It's a little like a puppet, but even a puppet can't be this huge. The technological weapons of the machine race can be this huge, but there's a big difference between this and technological weapons. This should be something unique to the Devil Beast universe. It won't be easy to completely destroy such a huge body. In theory, the bigger the body, the more powerful it would be, and its strength would also be correspondingly greater. The 108,000-meter tall steel behemoth in front of them gave off a very strong feeling. Its entire body of dark steel contained a terrifying power of darkness. It was actually able to block Qin Zhao's attack. This body's defensive ability was indeed extraordinary. However, Qin Zhao quickly discovered this steel behemoth's weakness. No matter how strong its defensive ability is, it's just a cold, mindless thing. As long as I destroy this steel behemoth's body, it naturally won't be a threat. The power of the universe treasure sword in Qin Zhao's hand erupted once more, and its supreme sharpness reached the 9 heavens. Nothing in the world could block its sharpness. Crash! Qin Zhao's sword slashed the steel behemoth's body, and the endless sharpness immediately cut a huge hole in its body. No matter how strong the steel behemoth's physical defense was, it still couldn't block Qin Zhao's universe treasure. Without a universe treasure, it really wouldn't be easy to destroy the steel behemoth's body with just the sharpness of a holy object. In that case, he could only rely on brute force to destroy the steel behemoth's energy. Once the energy was extinguished, the steel behemoth would naturally lose the support of its energy and would naturally die. These were 2 ways to destroy the steel behemoth. Qin Zhao had a universe treasure sword, so he could naturally use the first method, which was also the more convenient method. The steel behemoth naturally couldn't block the sharpness of a universe treasure sword. Puff! Puff! Crash! Qin Zhao's sword slashed down, and the steel behemoth's body was cut off piece by Qin Zhao. Its body rapidly shrank, and its power naturally also rapidly weakened. On the other side, Commander Shore and Commander Delonki attacked together. The 2 of them attacked together, determined to kill Qin Zhao here. The combination of 2 experienced rulers was naturally very frightening. Qin Zhao still had to deal with the steel behemoth, and he also had to face the joint attack of Commander Shore and Commander Delonki. The situation became somewhat dangerous for a moment. But no matter how dangerous it was, Qin Zhao had nothing to fear. He used the mountain river sword technique to its full power, and the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers trapped Commander Shore and Commander Delonki. Trapped by the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, Commander Shore and Commander Delonki's expressions changed. What the hell is this? He actually trapped us. Commander Delonki, let's quickly break through these sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Both Commander Shore and Commander Delonki attacked with all their might, frantically destroying the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. But the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers grew very quickly. One side was destroyed, the other side grew back. It was very strange. Therefore, the 2 of them were unable to break out of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers for a while. Originally, the 2 of them had chosen a good opportunity. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the steel behemoth was still able to hold Qin Zhao back and take him down in one fell swoop. But the sudden change in the situation caught them off guard. Damn it! On the other side, with the mountain river sword technique temporarily trapping the 2 commanders, Qin Zhao could deal with the steel behemoth calmly. Although the steel behemoth was powerful, it couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's full power attacks at all. It was rapidly heading toward destruction. Rumble. Finally, the steel behemoth collapsed completely, losing its energy and dying under Qin Zhao's sword. At this time, Commander Shore and Commander Delonki charged out of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. But after being trapped by Qin Zhao's mountain river sword technique for so long, the 2 of them were in a sorry state. As soon as they came out, they saw that the giant steel beast had been completely destroyed by Qin Zhao. Their eyes were wide open. This was especially the case for Commander Shoair. His heart ached. Damn it! Damn it! One of my trump cards has been destroyed just like that. Human kid, I'm not done with you. Endless anger spewed out, the flames of fury burning. Qin Shao spat out these two words lightly, slashing out with his sword without a word. So annoying. The response to Commander Shore was a sword attack. Kill! Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki shouted coldly at the same time. The two of them also charged over with monstrous killing intent. Various techniques were deployed from their hands. The world rumbled, as if it was about to be destroyed. Waves of power enough to destroy a part of the world, and the firmament struck out. The clash between the three was incomparably fierce. The intensity of the scene scared the demonic beasts so much that their faces paled. After a round of head-on clashes, Qin Shao had a rough estimate of Commander Shore and Commander Delonki's strength. Commander Shore was slightly more powerful than Delonki. Delonki's power should be comparable to He Gemin Jiao's, but due to the suppression of the primordial will of the primordial universe, Commander Delonki's true power was comparable to He Gemin Flame's. Commander Shore was indeed slightly stronger. His strength was on par with Overlord Liang Jiao's, or at most a hair weaker. Individually, he wasn't too strong, but when the two of them joined forces, they were indeed terrifying. Chapter 1332. All means used, it's about time to end this. After figuring out Commander Shou Air and Commander Dolong Chi's strengths, Qin Shao didn't want to drag the battle any longer. If he did, it would only be disadvantageous to him. Hence, Qin Shao didn't hold back anymore. He unleashed all his power. He didn't hold back at all. The power of the four controllers was no longer hidden. The supreme holy power of the two universe treasures was pushed to the extreme, and it bloomed with endless sharpness. The supreme holy power of the four controllers was equivalent to the power of a universe master. At least for a short period of time, they could unleash the power of a universe master. Hence, Qin Shao unleashed his full power. Naturally, the power he unleashed was at the level of a universe master. The moment such a terrifying power was unleashed, the entire land and sky immediately submitted to Qin Shao. Under this supreme sharpness, nothing could stop it. Various skies submitted. The four oceans were silent, and the 8 barren lands were in harmony. What? Commander Shoair and Commander Dolong Chi's expressions changed again. Their expressions became interesting. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Qin Shao. This is power at the level of a universe master. How is this possible? How is this possible? It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a mere fourth-step heavenly god unleash power at the level of a universe master? Such a situation was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. It wasn't just them. Everyone from a Hongmeng universe was also in disbelief. Wasn't this jump a little too big? Although it was hard to believe, the ironclad facts before their eyes forced them to believe it. Originally, when the two of them joined forces, they were full of confidence. They thought they could definitely take down Qin Shao and make a great contribution. However, they didn't expect the situation to change again. Faced with Qin Shao, Commander Shou Air and Commander Dolong Chi didn't have the slightest bit of confidence left. Delonki felt like crying, but no tears came out. He said to Commander Shou Air, "Commander Shou Air, you've really screwed me over this time. How come you didn't even receive such important information? Haven't you always been in charge of the Vanguard camp? You should know the most about the God Realm." Commander Shou Air's expression was unsightly, and he was at a loss for words. He didn't know where Qin Shao came from. She had never appeared before. Therefore, in the information he had, there was no such person as Qin Shao. So today he had been caught off guard. But at this moment, he couldn't explain too much. He could only say, "Commander Delonki, let's not talk about that now. Let's think about how to survive." Yes, it was more important to stay alive. Commander Delonki's intestines were green with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have participated in this matter. Now, not only did he not reap any benefits, he might even lose his life. But at this point, it was useless to say anything more. He could only risk his life to survive. Commander Shou Air and Commander Delonki didn't hold back anymore. They threw out all the treasures and trump cards they had, forming a powerful protective shield that enveloped them. Qin Zhao's power came crashing down. Commander Show Air and Commander Delanky relied on their respective trump cards to barely block Qin Zhao's attack. However, he could only block it for the time being. Moreover, there was a time limit to relying on treasures. It was impossible for them to constantly erupt with such powerful power. Therefore, the situation was still very bad for the two of them. If this continued, the two of them would definitely die in the end. Qin Zhao continued to attack and suppress them with all her strength, leaving the two of them with only the strength to defend. Qin Zhao also thought that the two of them would have life-saving trump cards. But it didn't matter. Just relying on these two trump cards wouldn't be able to save their lives. Now, it was just a race against time. Even if the two of them are asking for help, the increased power won't come so quickly. It won't take much time for me to break through their defense. I must kill these two people today. Qin Zhao secretly thought in his heart and decided on a plan. Her power surged crazily. Again and again, it reached the limit. Block it. You must block it. Otherwise, we'll die here today. Delanky roared crazily. Commander Show Air naturally tried his best to block it. He gritted his teeth and said, Commander Delanky, don't worry. I've already reported this to the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander has already sent people to save us. We just need to hold on for a little longer and we'll be saved. Hold on. We must hold on. We can do it. The Grand Commander will need some time to send people over. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for that long. The current situation didn't allow for any delay. Therefore, Commander Delanky was still very worried. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Whether or not they could hold on until the rescue team arrived was still unknown. Commander Show Air said, We can do it. I believe we can do it. We've lived for almost 2 universal eras and experienced countless storms. We definitely won't die here. We definitely won't die at the hands of a human brat. We can do it. We definitely can. Let's fight. Fight. They could only fight. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Everyone, retreat. Retreat to the other camps. Wait for orders to come back. Retreat quickly. Commander Show Air knew that the situation wasn't good. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order for everyone in the camp to retreat. Without Commander Show Air's order, the powerful magical beasts and the magical beast army naturally didn't dare to move. Since they were going to die here, they didn't dare to move. Now that Commander Show Air had given the order, the magical beast army didn't hesitate and immediately fled in all directions. Commander Show Air's action was obviously to preserve the strength of the camp. Otherwise, the losses would be too great. If the losses were too great, he wouldn't be able to answer to his superiors. What awaited him would probably be the punishment of the Lord. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Qin Zhao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, 6 sovereigns and hundreds of powerful magical beasts flew out. These were the corpses of the Wuxia tribe. At this moment, Qin Zhao was controlling them with the power of the Heart Force Stone. These corpses were absolute warriors. Qin Zhao sent 2 sovereigns to help him. The other 4 sovereigns and the powerful magical beasts all charged out. Qin Zhao's main target was the powerful magical beasts. As for the magical beast army, it didn't matter. The purpose of Qin Zhao's crazy operation this time was to kill as many magical beast mighty figures as he could control more mighty figure corpses. To Qin Zhao, this was of great significance. What? Why are there so many powerful sovereigns and sovereigns? This is the human scheme. It's a scheme. Oh no, let's run. Run. Oh no, I don't want to die. As soon as the army of corpses appeared, the powerful magical beasts were all in despair. Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, there were 4 sovereigns on their side. How could these powerful sovereigns resist the power of sovereigns? Moreover, morale was low. Everyone was focused on running for their lives. How could they have the courage to fight? As the powerful magical beasts were killed one after another, the scene became extremely chaotic. Those who wanted to escape had no way to do so. However, many of the magical beast army managed to escape successfully. The magical beast army only received the order to retreat, so they only cared about retreating. They didn't come to help the powerful magical beasts, which naturally made the situation worse for them. One by one, The magical beasts died in despair. They were killed amidst roars. No, no, no. Commander Shoair was also in despair. He became incomparably crazy. How could this be? This was a scheme. It was definitely a scheme. A huge scheme. The battle strength of 7 sovereigns and hundreds of powerful sovereigns. With such a lineup, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy his vanguard camp. Good move. It was really a good move. Commander Shoair's eyes were completely red. He stared at Qin Shao with a furious roar. Despicable and shameless human brat. How could you use such a sinister method? Damn it. Damn it. It was you humans who provoked our magical beast universe first. Our magical beast universe will definitely make you humans pay a huge price. Definitely. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched as he laughed coldly. Commander Shoair, there's no need for you to boast like that. You should see if you can survive before you speak. The 2 sovereigns of the Wuxia clan arrived and charged at Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki. Their murderous aura was boundless. With the addition of these 2 sovereigns, Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki were in complete despair. They had a glimmer of hope that they could hold on until the rescue team arrived, but now it was completely impossible. They were in complete despair. It seemed that they were really going to die here today. They couldn't accept it. They really couldn't accept it. However, no matter how unwilling they couldn't change anything. The only thing they could feel was anger and hatred. But what could they change? Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, dying one by one amidst their cries of despair, Commander Shoair's heart bled. He knew that his vanguard camp was finished. This time, he was really unlucky. Even if it wasn't his fault, he was afraid that the Lord would punish him in his anger. This was simply a massacre. Ever since the demonic beast army crossed the central line and killed their way into the sealed God's abyss, the demonic beast army had always had the upper hand. They had never suffered such a huge loss. This time, they failed miserably. Ah, human brat, I'll fight you to the death. Since they were in despair, only death awaited them. Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki went completely berserk. The 2 of them charged forward recklessly. Since they were going to die anyway, there was nothing to worry about. Kill, 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 fight, fight. They used their lives to burn this last ray of light. The sovereign corpses of the Wuxia clan were also very powerful. They weren't any weaker than Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki. They even had the upper hand under the suppression of the universe origin will. However, because these sovereigns were corpses, they couldn't fully unleash their power. However, this was already enough. The 2 of them were already heavily suppressed by Qin Shao. Now, they had no advantage against the 2 corpse sovereigns. They were suppressed as soon as they came forward. Moreover, with Qin Shao attacking from behind, Commander Shoair and Commander Delonki were quickly defeated. There was no way for them to block this wave of powerful attacks. Their life force burned wildly in the battle. It was quickly devoured and destroyed. Death approached them step by step. Boom! Chapter 1333. Return with a rewarding haul, seeing the mighty figure collapse with a loud bang. The members of the magical beast universe were scared out of their wits. Commander Delonki was dead. This was a commander, an existence who stood at the very peak of the universe. An extremely ancient and powerful being, a supreme god in the hearts of countless people, had died at the hands of a mere human. Naturally, many of the magical beast universe found this hard to accept. The god in their hearts, the faith in their hearts, had been mercilessly shattered. Commander Delonki is dead. Commander Shoair was the most upset. Commander Delonki had died right in front of him, so he was naturally the most shocked. Although he hadn't invited Delonki over of his own accord, he'd still come to lend him a hand. He and Delonki had a very close personal relationship. They could be said to be brothers of life and death. At this moment, Commander Shoair was both furious and worried about his own fate. Delonki was dead, so he was next. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Those who came to his rescue wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive today. He could feel that he was on the brink of collapse. He couldn't hold on any longer. With Delonki dead, All of the power was being supported by one person. Faced with Qin Shao and the two sovereign corpses, how could Commander Shoair possibly stop them? His divine body was rapidly shattering, and his life force was rapidly draining away. He was slowly walking toward the abyss of death. I'm going to die. I can't accept this. He was a mighty Shoair, a vanguard commander personally appointed by the magical beast sovereign. He hadn't even had the chance to perform well on the battlefield and earn some merit. Who would have thought that he would die here today? Boom! His last shred of consciousness was destroyed and devoured. With a heart full of unwillingness, Shoair finally collapsed. Two sovereigns had died at Qin Zhao's hands. They're finally dead. Killing a sovereign really isn't an easy task. With Commander Delanqi and Commander Shoair dead, Qin Shao finally breathed a sigh of relief. His face lit up with joy. Hegemons were far too difficult to kill. Without the help of the two boundless sovereigns and the two universe treasures, Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to kill the two sovereigns so easily. Moreover, the most important reason was that they were suppressed by the primordial universe's origin in all aspects. As a result, Orc and Dalanqi's HP recovery ability was greatly suppressed. Their soul power was also greatly suppressed. Therefore, killing the ruler of the Warcraft universe was much easier than killing the ruler of the primordial universe. If it had been a ruler of the primordial universe, Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Even if a universe master wanted to kill a ruler, it would take some time and effort. Because of this, rulers were considered immortal in the Hongmeng universe. Even universe masters found it difficult to kill them. After all, a single cell of a hegemon could be revived. A single strand of a hegemon's soul could be undying. Furthermore, the Sovereign Lord's soul could reside within the primordial chaos. Within the universe, as long as the primordial chaos existed, the Sovereign Lord would be immortal and indestructible. He would be able to resurrect indefinitely. If his godly body was destroyed, he could rebuild it again. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. This was the strength of a Sovereign Lord. With the two sovereigns dead, it wasn't surprising that the others had died. With the Boundless Clan's power there, they had already weakened a significant portion of the Warcraft universe. Apart from most of the Warcraft army that had escaped, most of the Warcraft universe's powerful Warcraft army had been killed. After sweeping through the battlefield, Qin Shao counted the final rewards. It was indeed gratifying. 2 Warcraft universe commanders, 2,126 Warcraft universe's powerful Warcraft army, and more than 2 million Warcraft army. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Shao quickly left. The Flame Emperor walked out of Qin Zhao's internal world. After learning about the situation, the Flame Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Such a shock was something he had never experienced before. It shocked him to the depths of his soul. Qin Shao, you're too crazy, too crazy, too crazy. Ha ha, I'm so excited, so excited. Even now, the Flame Emperor was still extremely excited. He couldn't calm himself down for a long time. Calm down, it's over. It's just a little crazy. As long as you want it, there will be more of it in the future. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He didn't care too much. Now, perhaps there was nothing that could make Qin Shao excited. Destroying one of the Warcraft universe's vanguard camps was indeed not worth mentioning. After all, Qin Shao had used all his means, and almost all his trump cards were exposed. It could be said that the price he paid was not small. If he didn't gain this much, it wouldn't make sense. This is nothing? You're still calling it a little crazy? There will be more in the future? TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Shao, you're really crazy. You're probably going to be blacklisted by the Warcraft universe soon. The Warcraft universe will make you a priority target. The Flame Emperor was even more agitated. It doesn't matter. If it's a priority, then so be it. Anyway, I came to the Sealed God's Abyss to do something. It's not necessarily a bad thing to stir up the situation. Qin Shao didn't care anymore. Since he came to the Sealed God's Abyss, he naturally had to change the situation there. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for Master Qingye to ask him to come to the Sealed God's Abyss. After all, Qin Shao was here as a surprise attack. Master Qingye had asked him to come here to slow things down. Wasn't it because he hoped that Qin Shao could shine brilliantly? It was also because of this that Qin Shao was so crazy. He turned the world upside down as soon as he arrived and caused such a big commotion to disrupt the Warcraft universe's plan. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Flame Emperor was stunned. After a long while, he finally understood why Qin Shao had done this. This made the Flame Emperor even more impressed. It seemed that Qin Shao wasn't on the same level as he thought. Qin Shao thought too highly of himself. To be so crazy for the realm of the gods, this selfless spirit of dedication was indeed worthy of his admiration. He also finally understood why Qin Shao didn't even take a break when he arrived and immediately acted out this crazy scene. It turned out that he had this plan. The Flame Emperor had no choice but to admit that Qin Zhao's move was indeed brilliant. Once he arrived, he caught the Warcraft universe off guard and caused a huge commotion, messing up the situation of the war. Crazy actions and crazy ideas would definitely lead to crazy results. Haha. Qin Shao, the Warcraft universe has suffered a great loss this time. I think the Warcraft supremacy is going to die of heartache. TSK, 2 commanders, more than 2,000 powerful figures, and a Warcraft army of 2 million. It's enough to equip a powerful camp. So much power, but it was taken care of by you alone. Moreover, you didn't lose a single soldier. It's really satisfying. In the hundreds of thousands of years since the start of the war, this is probably the most satisfying battle that the realm of the gods has ever had. This battle is enough to humiliate the Warcraft universe for a long time. TSK, it's really incredible, really incredible. Now that I think about it, I feel that it's a little unreal, too unreal. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily again. He was happy and excited. This impressive battle record was indeed worthy of being excited and excited. After a long while, the Flame Emperor finally calmed down a little. By the way, Qin Shao, I have another question for you. How did you manage to get so many helpers? And those powerful sovereigns, they seem very strange. Why do I feel that they don't have any aura of life? The Flame Emperor asked again. Qin Shao said, "It's a long story about this matter. Originally, this was a secret of mine, and I wouldn't reveal it easily. However, because of this crazy operation, I couldn't reveal it. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I'm just asking out of curiosity," the Flame Emperor said immediately. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Flame Emperor, there's nothing that can't be said between us. Since it's already been revealed, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Well, to put it simply, I can control corpses." Control corpses? The Flame Emperor was stunned. This wasn't difficult to understand. After thinking about it carefully, the Flame Emperor roughly understood what was going on. However, the Flame Emperor was still very surprised and somewhat puzzled. The art of control isn't rare. If we're talking about control, I can also control the corpses of gods. It's just that it's very rare to hear of someone being able to control the corpses of powerful beings. Even in the entire realm of the gods, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can do it. I'm afraid that even the master of the heavenly court can't control the corpses of sovereigns, right? Qin Shao, you can control 6 sovereigns' corpses at once, and more than 300 sovereigns' corpses. With so many corpses stacked together, the requirement for power control has reached an extremely terrifying level. It's incredible just thinking about it. I can't believe you can do this. I really don't know what kind of heaven-defying technique you've cultivated to be able to do this. Qin Shao said, "It's not really a heaven-defying technique. It's just that I obtained a powerful treasure by chance. This treasure can release heart force, and I've cultivated heart force as well. That's why I'm able to control so much power when used together. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. However, there's a limit to my control. Just now, I've pretty much reached my limit. If I want to increase it any further, I won't be able to do it unless my heart force becomes even stronger." The Flame Emperor nodded, somewhat relieved. Right? I almost forgot that you're a heart force cultivator. Although you've never really revealed your heart force before, it looks like your level of attainment is rather high. Heart force is indeed a rather powerful control ability. There are a few heart force cultivators in the realm of the gods as well. However, there aren't many who can cultivate their heart force to the level of sovereigns. I don't know if there are any who can cultivate their heart force to the level of sovereigns. At least, I can't be certain that there are. Normally, heart force sovereigns can control the corpses of sovereigns at the level of sovereigns. It looks like your heart force has reached that level as well. Who would have thought that there would be such a strange treasure that can infinitely amplify heart force to increase one's control ability? TSK. This technique is also quite astonishing. Ty Lee is dead. It's a good technique indeed. What's with those corpses? The corpses of sovereigns aren't hard to get, but the corpses of sovereigns, and 6 of them at that. Isn't this a little too frightening? Qin Shao didn't try to hide anything from the Flame Emperor. He simply explained the situation to the Flame Emperor. Qin Shao had always felt that the Flame Emperor was someone worth making friends with. The Flame Emperor's character wasn't bad, so Qin Shao was willing to trust him. Chapter 1334. Demonic Beast, Sovereign Lord Boom. Suddenly, the void was forcibly blasted open by a powerful force. It was not a simple tearing. It directly blasted open a huge vacuum zone. 5 figures with monstrous auras walked out. Their eerie auras caused the heavens and earth to be sealed in ice and solidified. The auras of the 5 sovereigns were unusually powerful and terrifying. The eerie eyes of the 5 of them were even more terrifying. They were like the gaze of a devil as they emitted a faint glow. Boundless fury, enough to make the heavens tremble. These were the 5 commanders of the demonic beast clan. They'd been ordered to rescue Commander Sho Air and Commander Delanky, but they were a step too late. Everything was over. Looking at the place where the smoke had yet to disperse, looking at the devastated Vanguard campsite, looking at the terrifying cracks in the void, and looking at the empty campsite, the fury of the 5 commanders reached an extreme level. The heavens and earth trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapsing under their fury. How terrifying was it that the 5 commanders were enraged at the same time? If not for the suppression of the primordial universe's origin will, the heavens would have collapsed completely. It would have become a land of absolute death, a land of destruction, and a place where the laws of nature would have avoided. We're too late. One of the commander's icy voice was unusually sharp and ear-piercing. It sounded like metal scraping against metal. That's right. We rushed here at full speed, but we were still too late. It's all over now. Commander Sho Air and Commander Delanky are dead. A scheme. This is definitely a scheme of the humans. Damn it. Blame on Sho Air for being so foolish. He actually fell for the humans' trap. The Vanguard camp is basically destroyed this time. This is a huge loss to the demonic beast universe. Even in the hundreds of thousands of years since the start of the war, our losses have never been so great. Beast Emperor, what do we do now? The 4 commanders looked at the commander with the strongest aura. He was obviously the leader of the group and held an extremely high position. The Beast Emperor's body was unusually large and burly. He was one size larger than the others. The aura he emitted was enough to suppress the heavens. He was too powerful and terrifying. The Beast Emperor's icy voice resounded through the 9 heavens. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth had returned to a vast expanse. What else can we do now? We can only return and report to the Exalt. God Seal Abyss. An invisible central line divided God Seal Abyss into 2. The central line was a long river of nothingness. It was the abyss of the universe. It was a boundless void where no laws. The center line was the Devil Beast universe and the Primordial Chaos universe. Once he crossed the midline, he would enter a different universe and feel the different laws of the universe. On one side of the Devil Beast universe, huge demonic warships stood quietly in the void. They were densely packed, and there was no end in sight. No one knew how many of them there were. Each gigantic magical warship was like a small city, able to accommodate hundreds of millions of magical beasts. The Godseal Abyss was filled with countless demonic ships. The number of demonic ships was probably in the hundreds of trillions or even quadrillions. At the back of the endless demonic ships, there was an especially huge demonic ship. This huge demonic ship was more than 100 times larger than an ordinary demonic ship. It was even more ferocious and terrifying. It was sacred and majestic. In the depths of the huge demonic ship, there was a dreamlike space. 6 blurry figures sat cross-legged on 6 thrones. The dense aura filled the entire dreamlike space. It was especially mystical. The 6 blurry figures originally had their eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, 6 pairs of eyes opened at the same time, blooming with a strange light. An illusory voice that seemed to come from nowhere said, "My lord, I didn't expect the human race to have such an amazing little fellow. He hasn't lived for more than 700,000 years, but his strength has reached such a level. Even though he killed Orc and Delanki with some devious means, his strength is unquestionable. He could have suppressed Orc and Delanki all by himself. Even if he didn't ask for help, he could have killed them. He'd just have to spend a bit more time and effort. With the help of 2 universe treasures, his strength has reached such a level. It's incredible. The Great Tao cultivation system is really strange. It can actually create such tremendous power to fight above one's level. In comparison, our Dark Tao cultivation system is impossible. A level is a level. It's a natural moat. It's an insurmountable mountain. Immediately, another voice came. Yes, exalt. This human boy called Qin Xiao is definitely an anomaly. He might even affect the grand plan of our demonic beast universe. We have to get rid of him quickly. Otherwise, he might become a disaster in the future. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Based on my understanding of the human race in the godly world, they've never had such an incredible person. Even Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, although they're 4th-step celestial gods with power close to that of a universe master, they've spent countless years accumulating their power. Their foundation is still very strong. But this Qin Xiao is too incredible. If we don't kill him, I'll be worried. Killing him is easier said than done. With this boy's strength, I'm afraid no one below the level of a universe master can threaten him. If we want to kill him, even if we send a few experienced commanders, we might not be able to do it. That is, unless the few of us take action. One of the figures on the throne shook his head and rejected this suggestion. He felt that it was inappropriate. Someone else immediately agreed. Yes, it's too difficult to kill this human. Even if we can do it, we'll have to pay a huge price. Besides, if we do it, we might attract the attention of the universe masters from the godly world. By then, we might not be able to take advantage of them. If we want to kill this human, we need to think about it carefully. Someone else disagreed. Think about it carefully? If we want to kill him, just kill him. Why do we need to think so much? It's just killing a human boy. It's not like we're going to kill a universe master. If even this kid can't do it, then we might as well withdraw to the Warcraft universe as soon as possible. We'll be happy to enjoy peace there. This human boy has already attacked us. He's despicable and shameless. He destroyed one of our vanguard camps and killed so many of our clansmen. How can we let him go? If we don't kill him, we won't be able to vent our hatred, and we won't be able to appease the supreme anger of the Devil-Beast universe. How can the dignity of the Devil-Beast universe be challenged by a human boy? So, no matter what, we have to kill this human boy. The discussion about this matter became heated. However, the majority was in favor of killing him. Devil-Beast Universe Master, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Once he spoke, the others quieted down and looked at Devil-Beast Universe Master. If he's arrogant, I'll kill him. Devil-Beast Universe has been attacking in a small area. We have some concerns, but it doesn't mean we'll back down. This is a battle of life and death, a battle of fate. There's no way back. We can only go forward. Only one battle can stop. We can only use our lives and blood to pave a way. Everyone has their dignity. Anyone who offends our dignity will be killed, no matter how far away they are. This human boy openly challenged the Devil-Beast universe. Of course, we have to kill him. If we don't kill him, where will the dignity of the Devil-Beast universe be? Where will our dignity be? Where will our morale be? The army of the Devil-Beast universe is a brave army. We're not afraid of death. If we don't fight back, won't it be a disgrace to our reputation? This boy has to be killed, Devil Beast Universe Master said, which was tantamount to sentencing Qin Shao to death. The others didn't say anything more. They just nodded in agreement. A voice said, Universe Master, if we want to kill this boy, we have to have a good plan. Besides, if we want to kill this boy, I'm afraid it's best for us to do it. Even if we send the Great Commander, I'm worried that we won't have much confidence. How does Universe Master plan to deal with this boy? Devil Beast Universe Master said, since we're going to kill him, we can't be careless. Let's do it. However, we only have one chance, and we have to finish it within a breath's time. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. We can only send one person. It's fine if we succeed, but it's fine if we don't. One chance. We can only succeed. Failure is not an option. After completing this great harvest, Qin Shao and Yindi didn't return to the camp immediately. Instead, they continued to walk in the God-sealing abyss. However, they were already far away from the Vanguard camp of the Devil Beast universe. They were walking in an area close to the Vanguard camp of the Divine Realm. Qin Shao, aren't we going back to the camp? Yindi asked. They had such a great harvest this time. They should return to the camp immediately. However, he saw that Qin Shao didn't have any intention of returning to the camp. Instead, he kept walking in the God-sealing abyss. He didn't know what he wanted to do, so Yindi couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao shook his head and said, we won't go back for now. We have important things to do. Important things? What important things? Yindi was puzzled. Qin Shao smiled and said, have you forgotten? We agreed to find the spy. Now it's almost time to start. So, we won't go back to the camp for now. We'll go back to the camp after we're done with these things. Yindi thought about it. Previously, when Qin Shao told him about this matter, he didn't take it to heart, because he felt that there was no good way at all. If there was, he would have used it long ago. He wasn't the only one who couldn't think of a way. The others were the same. If there was a good way, it would definitely be spread in all the camps. Of course, once this kind of thing was spread, it would definitely lose its effectiveness very quickly. So if they wanted to use it, they could only use it once. Looking at Qin Zhao's confident face, it seemed that he was very confident. This made Yindi both puzzled and impressed. Qin Shao could do something that no one could think of. By the way, Qin Shao, I'm going to report your achievements this time. Yindi suddenly said again. Don't. Qin Shao immediately stopped him and said, don't report it for the time being. If you report it now, a lot of things will definitely be exposed. It will affect our plan. Moreover, I don't want to be so high profile. Let nature take its course. This matter definitely can't be hidden for long. Soon, the realm of the gods will collect information about it. So, it doesn't matter whether we report it or not. Cough. Yindi was speechless for a while. Aren't you too low-key? The credit that should be given should still be taken, right? Chapter 1335. The plan begins. To Qin Shao, merit or not was something that was already up for discussion. Many people could not see through fame and fortune because their state of mind was not strong enough. In terms of state of mind, Qin Shao was probably not inferior to a universe master. The more he knew, the more he could see. For Qin Shao, the goal he had in mind was the Saint Domain. In front of the Saint Domain, everything in the Hongmeng universe was insignificant. So what was the point of fighting in the Hongmeng universe? What was the point of having a high status, great power, and great reputation? In the end, it would all be for naught. After the chaos disaster, the Hongmeng universe would return to chaos, and everything would cease to exist. All of his scholarly achievements would be buried. Besides, Qin Shao had long regarded this as his responsibility and mission. To do what he needed to do, was there a need to talk about merits? Flame Emperor thought for a while and shook his head in self-mockery. He also understood that he was not on the same level as Qin Shao now. Qin Shao could see things in a direction that he could not. So, using his idea to seize Qin Shao naturally would not work. Flame Emperor did not continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Qin Shao, what should we do now? Qin Shao already had a clear idea of her plan. She curled her lips into a cold smile and said, Yindi, who do you think is strong and reliable among the powerful figures in our camp? Choose 3. Flame Emperor said, it's easy to choose. 30 are easy to choose. Other than the few great beings that I have some doubts about, I think the others are quite good. I think they are very reliable, and I can choose 30 of them. Okay, then I'll give you a task. Go and carry it out immediately. Qin Xiao nodded and told him his task. After listening to Qin Xiao's task, Flame Emperor hesitated and said, "Is this really feasible? Won't it be just right?" Qin Xiao said, "If it's just like this, it may not be feasible. However, on this basis, we can create some special atmosphere. It may not be so. Do you know why I went to the Vanguard camp of the Demon Beast universe first? It's to get more bodies of great beings. With the corpses of these powerful magical beasts, I can make good use of them." "You mean?" Flame Emperor's eyes lit up. How could he not understand Qin Xiao's meaning? Once he understood, he was suddenly enlightened. He immediately understood what Qin Xiao's plan was. After thinking about it carefully, Flame Emperor felt that there was hope. Not bad, not bad. If that's the case, perhaps no one would have thought of such a method. Brilliant. Qin Xiao, this move of yours is truly brilliant. This move is something that no one else can do. Only you can do it. It's no wonder you're so confident. After hearing what you said, I'm more confident now. Flame Emperor nodded. He finally approved of Qin Xiao's plan. Flame Emperor, hurry up and line up. We'll just wait for a good show. Hopefully, we'll be able to gain something this time. Qin Xiao said. Flame Emperor nodded and immediately went to arrange these things. In the depths of the ceiling god abyss, two figures walked, looking especially lonely. A man in purple robes and a man in gray robes. Both of them looked like middle-aged men. Woodcutter, what is Flame Emperor's intention? Why'd he send us to this barren area for no reason? If he wanted to patrol, he could have just sent a desolate land army. Why did he send the two of us? The man in purple robes sounded a little resentful. The gray-robed woodman said, Clamp Luo, you should stop talking. Since Flame Emperor made this arrangement, he must have his reasons. Maybe he got some information, so he sent us to patrol this area. Since it's a mission from Flame Emperor, we just have to keep a close watch. Anyway, it's only 100 years. It's not a long time. We'll just have to bear with it. Clamp pursed his lips and said, What can we do if we can't bear with it? Who asked Flame Emperor to be so authoritative? He's the second in command in the camp. He has the right to give us orders. Now, the higher-ups have sent Elder Qin Xiao, but Flame Emperor and Elder Qin Xiao have a close relationship. Look, Elder Qin Xiao only let Flame Emperor follow him. He doesn't even care about the others. Now, Elder Qin Xiao must have given Flame Emperor his authority. We can only listen. Chai Fu comforted Clamp Luo. All right, Clamp Luo. Let's not talk about this. Everyone is doing their duty to protect the realm of the gods. There's no need to talk about losing out. After all, this has something to do with us. All right, let's continue our patrol. We don't want to cause any trouble. Otherwise, we won't be able to look good. Clamp Grip nodded, and the two of them continued their patrol. In another area of the sealed god abyss, two figures continued to fly. They broke through the void at an extremely fast speed. Ancestor Crooked River, you're usually quite close to the Flame Emperor. Do you know why the Flame Emperor sent the two of us to that area? A figure asked. The one called Ancestor Crooked River was a white-haired old man. He frowned and shook his head. Ancestor Pang Shan, I'm not too sure about the specifics. We just have to follow orders. Flame Emperor said that he passed on Elder Qin Zhao's message. He said that they found something in that area, so he asked us to quickly investigate. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's hurry over and find out. Ancestor Pang Shan's eyes were gloomy and incomparably deep. On a planet, two figures quietly landed and hid in the dark. In the depths of this planet, the two of them discovered something. Your Highness Ziwu, is this the situation that Flame Emperor mentioned? What are these demonic beasts doing there? Why do I feel that these demonic beasts are a little strange? The one who spoke was a man dressed in an unusually majestic manner. The one who was called His Highness Zi Wu looked younger and more handsome with a youthful face. His Highness Zi Wu nodded. Yes, Purple Martial Emperor, it should be here. It's a little strange. These demonic beasts are all cold, and their eyes are empty. It feels like there's not much vitality in them. I don't know what's going on, but these are definitely demonic beasts. They're building something there, and I don't know what's inside. It seems that it's really worth us going over to investigate. Purple Martial Emperor seemed a little cautious. We should be careful. If there's really something here, then the deployment of the demonic beast universe will definitely not be simple. It's possible that there are some dangerous demonic beasts hiding inside. It could also be a trap set by the demonic beast universe. We can't be careless. His Highness Zi Wu nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, we just have to be careful. I feel that there shouldn't be any dangerous existences inside. At most, there should be some powerful demonic beasts. Or maybe it's just a small army. If the two of us join forces, we won't be afraid, even if we face a powerful demonic beast. Moreover, this is the territory of the primordial universe. We have an advantage. So we've encountered a top-level demonic beast. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to fear." Purple Martial Emperor said, "That's true, but it's better to be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry." After saying that, the two of them carefully went down. They didn't discover anything along the way. "Your Highness Ziwu, why are these demonic beasts so strange? They're different from what we've seen before. They're all cold and don't look like living creatures at all. It's too strange." Purple Martial Emperor shook his head and frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. His Highness Zi Wu was also puzzled. He frowned and shook his head. "Yes, Purple Martial Emperor, it's really strange. They're all cold. How can this be? The demonic beasts we've encountered before weren't like this. I have a feeling that there's a big secret hidden here. Perhaps it's a secret that hasn't been discovered by our God realm. It seems that the Flame Emperor's information is correct. There's something special about this place. So, we need to investigate this properly. Who knows, we might even be able to make a great contribution." Purple Martial Emperor didn't say anything, but a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Purple Martial Emperor's brows suddenly furrowed. His expression changed, and his expression suddenly became fierce. The surrounding scenery changed, and the stars moved. Rays of light and terrifying power surged out and filled the surroundings. They enveloped the void and formed a huge cage. Purple Martial Emperor and Zi Wu's expressions changed drastically. They sensed that something bad was going to happen. "Purple Martial Emperor, the situation isn't good. It seems that we're in trouble. Be careful," Zi Wu reminded. Purple Martial Emperor's expression was cold. His gaze was incomparably gloomy. He said coldly, "You should have been more careful. It seems that we might have fallen into a trap." "What's going on?" "It was the Flame Emperor who gave us the mission." "How could this be? Is the Flame Emperor's information wrong? Or is there something else?" Zi Wu's expression changed. He said, "Purple Martial Emperor, you can't say that. The Flame Emperor's character is unquestionable. Perhaps there's really a problem with the information. It's normal. Information is information. If the information was so accurate, we wouldn't have to investigate. It's precisely because the information isn't accurate that the Flame Emperor sent the two of us to investigate in order to obtain more accurate information. I'm just saying, don't get agitated." Purple Martial Emperor's gaze was gloomy. Whoosh! A demonic beast, Almighty, walked out. Whoosh! Another demonic beast, Almighty, walked out. The void shook. Soon, another 4 demonic beast, Almighties, walked out. Suddenly, 6 demonic beast, Almighties, walked out. The 6 demonic beast, Almighties, released an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was extremely cold and terrifying. Seeing that there were a total of 6 demonic beast Almighties, Purple Martial Emperor and Zi Wu's expression turned cold. They were in big trouble now. "2 human Almighties, you're really lucky to have found this place. But since you're here, it's time for you to die. This isn't a place for you to come. It seems that we've hidden so deeply, but we've still been exposed. Since we've been exposed, we'll have to kill you first." One of the demonic beast Almighties said coldly. The 6 demonic beasts didn't say anything and attacked directly. They attacked aggressively, bringing with them an endless amount of dark energy to attack Yishuan. Purple Martial Emperor gritted his teeth and snorted. "It won't be that easy to kill us. Your Highness Zi Wu, We have no way out. We can only kill our way out. The situation isn't hopeless yet. If we join forces, there's still hope for us to kill our way out. Chapter 1336. The test. Although Emperor Purple Warrior and His Highness Zi Wu were powerful, they did not have the slightest advantage against the 6 magical beast almighties. Under the frenzied attacks of the 6 magical beast almighties, the 2 of them could not resist at all. They were forced to retreat, and the situation was very bad. Under the frenzied battle, the 2 of them were heavily injured, and their divine bodies were greatly damaged. They were in a precarious situation. If they continued to fight like this, the 2 of them would die here. In the end, the 2 of them were really forced into a desperate situation. They used all their trump cards and finally tore open a hole, allowing the 2 of them to escape in panic. However, after escaping in, the situation changed again. The 2 of them escaped into a secluded space. The 2 of them frowned deeply as they sensed the new situation. His Highness Zi Wu, can you still contact me? Emperor Purple Warrior asked. His Highness Zi Wu shook his head and said, "The connection has been cut off. This cave is strange. It can actually cut off the connection between the original body and the clone. It's not simple. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaits. With the connection cut off, we can't even ask for help from the Flame Emperor and Elder Qin. No wonder the magical beast almighties did not stop us from escaping here. It seems that we have fallen into their trap again. Damn it, damn it. Let's escape quickly." Emperor Purple Warrior gritted his teeth in anger, and his face was filled with rage. Poof! However, at this moment, His Highness Zi Wu suddenly stabbed his sword at Emperor Purple Warrior. The terrifying sword aura directly pierced through Emperor Purple Warrior's divine body. The powerful force came crashing down, and Emperor Purple Warrior was caught off guard. He did not have time to defend himself at all, and he fell into His Highness Zi Wu's attack. Emperor Purple Warrior was already heavily injured. Now that he was heavily injured, his injuries were even worse. 7 to 8 layers of his divine body were destroyed, and he was severely injured. At this moment, he did not have much strength to resist. His Highness Zi Wu, who was also heavily injured, was brimming with energy. It was as if he was a different person, and he did not seem to be injured at all. Emperor Purple Warrior's eyes were wide open as he glared at His Highness Zi Wu. He immediately understood. This is your scheme. It's all a scheme. Zi Wu, you're actually a spy. Damn it, you really hit it well. You're a sealed scripture expert of the Desolate Land Temple, but you're actually willing to become a lackey of the Otherverse, a spy that everyone despises. Humph! To think that I, Monarch Purple Warrior, would associate myself with a despicable person like you. His Majesty Zi Wu sneered. Humph! Purple Martial Emperor, you can say whatever you want. Everyone has the freedom to choose. You have no right to tell me what to do. Everyone has their own aspirations. It's just that the Tao is different. I also have my own thoughts and choices. What right do you have to judge my right and wrong? All right, Purple Martial Monarch. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. If I don't kill you now, then when will I? Haha, this place is perfectly isolated from everything. Even if I killed you, your true body wouldn't know. When it's time to go out, won't I be the one to decide what happens in here? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I be letting down such a good opportunity? So, Purple Martial Emperor, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Haha. Killing you will be a great achievement. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor gnashed his teeth, his face twisted with anger. He tried his best to stand up, to erupt with the last of his power, to burn the last of his life force. A spy is a spy. A despicable person is a despicable person. No matter what you say, you can't change the fact. As a human, you're actually willing to become a lackey of the Otherverse. Do you still have the face to feel proud? What I hate the most in my life are treacherous, despicable traitors like you. Even if I die in your hands today, you won't have a good end. I believe that the exports of a human race will definitely seek justice for me. Ha 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 ha. Zi Wu sneered. Today, I'll kill you without anyone knowing. Who will know that I'm a traitor? You still expect the human race to avenge you? Stop dreaming. All right, I'm not going to waste my time with you. Die. However, the purple martial emperor was still unyielding and determined. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Even if I only have one breath left, I will fight you to the death. Come, let's fight. After saying that, Monarch Purple Martial Emperor didn't just sit there and wait for death. He actually took the initiative to attack. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it. He was facing death with equanimity. This was his last bit of madness. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor's madness meant that he was risking his life. Majesty Ziwu laughed when he saw that. He immediately withdrew his attacks and said, Purple Martial Emperor, please stop. I did not intend to kill you. I only want to test you. Test me? Monarch Purple Martial Emperor stopped and stared coldly at Ziwu. He was confused. What did he mean? Ziwu said, Monarch Purple Martial Emperor, it's a long story. Anyway, I only did this because I received the Flame Emperor's orders. This is a test from the higher-ups. It's probably because the higher-ups are already suspicious of you. That's why they sent you to this test. All of this was carefully arranged by the higher-ups. As for me, I was just following orders. Therefore, I hope Monarch Purple Martial Emperor doesn't take offense. Test me? A test from the higher-ups? Suspecting that I'm a traitor? Monarch Purple Martial Emperor frowned, but didn't believe him. He snorted coldly and said, Humph, do you think I'll believe you? Don't pretend here. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There's no need for so much nonsense. Ziwu shook his head and said, Monarch Purple Martial Emperor, you've really misunderstood. If I really wanted to kill you, why would I waste so much time talking to you? I'll just kill you directly. If I really said that I was a traitor, killing you would be a great merit. Why would I pretend? What good would it do me? Don't tell me you think I'm trying to instigate a rebellion. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor, do you think that's possible? Even if I wanted to instigate a rebellion, it shouldn't be a small character like me, right? If Monarch Purple Martial Emperor doesn't believe me, come back with me and see Yin and Elder Qin. Everything will naturally become clear. Let's go. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor. Let's go back to the camp now. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor began to believe Ziwu's words. However, there was still some anger on his face. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor, responded to the call of the sacred land and went to guard the God-sealing abyss. Although I haven't made any contributions in these years, I've still worked hard, right? What is the meaning of your desolate land, divine palace? You even suspect that I'm a traitor. Why would you test me like this? If you don't even have a most basic trust, why would you summon me here? Is it because I'm not a member of the desolate land divine palace? So you're treating me like this? If that's the case, then this monarch's heart is really cold. Seeing that Monarch Purple Martial Emperor was a little angry, Ziwu also said, Monarch, please calm down. There might be something wrong with this, but I'm sure the higher-ups have their own thoughts. Monarch, why don't you return to the camp first and see what Yin and Elder Qin have to say? I'm sure they'll give you a satisfactory explanation. This will hurt your dignity, Monarch, and I can understand that. However, in times of emergency, some things can only be treated differently. I've offended you just now, but there's nothing I can do. After all, it's an order from the higher-ups, and I have to carry it out. I'll apologize to you here. I also hope that Monarch can be magnanimous and not be calculated with me. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor waved his hand and said, Forget it. Let's return to the camp first. In the depths of the God-sealing abyss, in a palace, two figures sat opposite each other and drank wine leisurely. Qin Xiao, Ziwu sent back news. There's no problem with Monarch Purple Martial Emperor. It seems like my suspicions were wrong. Yin smiled. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor was happier that there was no problem. If they really caught a spy, it wouldn't make them happy. If they eliminated a spy, that would be something to be happy about. However, there was no smile on Qin Xiao's face. Instead, he frowned and looked pensive. After pondering for a while, he said, Yin, do you really think that there's no problem with Monarch Purple Martial Emperor? Yin was slightly stunned by this question. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, Yes, there's no problem, right? We've all seen the situation. Monarch Purple Martial Emperor has indeed passed the test. If he's really a traitor, he'll definitely expose his identity to survive. Isn't the test of life and death precise enough? You're the one who came up with this idea. Don't tell me you still think there's a problem? What if Monarch Purple Martial Emperor is willing to give up this clone to ensure that his identity isn't exposed? Qin Shao asked. Yin Di was slightly stunned. He had to admit that this was indeed a possibility. Qin Shao continued. This method can indeed be tested very carefully. However, I don't think it's absolute. As far as I know, Monarch Purple Martial Emperor should be an old fox. He's an extremely cunning person. Therefore, we should be more vigilant against him. Perhaps he sensed something, so he chose to give up his clone to protect his identity. Or perhaps he has an important mission, so he'd rather give up his clone to ensure that nothing happens to him. He can't take this risk. These are all possibilities. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a big problem. However, I keep feeling that the situation might not be so simple. Did you notice that Monarch Purple Martial Emperor's reaction, behavior, and words were a little strange? It was as if he was deliberately showing it. Therefore, I'm still a little suspicious of him. Yin Di thought carefully before nodding and saying, Yes, Qin Shao, now that you mention it, it really does feel a little strange. Although I can't put my finger on it, it does feel that way. I've known Monarch Purple Martial Emperor for quite some time, so I have some understanding of his character. He's indeed an extremely cunning and scheming person. He's extremely scheming and cunning. He's a true old fox. The way he spoke just now seemed a little deliberate. It was as if he was saying it to someone. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I also thought of that. That's why I said it was a little strange. I'm still worried. Therefore, we have to find out more about him. How do we do that? Yin Di asked. Qin Shao said, It's definitely impossible to start with his clone now. If he's really a traitor, it means that he's already on his guard. Therefore, no matter how we test him, it won't have any effect. The only feasible method now is to start with his main body. If he's really a traitor, he'll probably report this to the alternate universe. Therefore, his main body will probably make a move soon. There's still some time now. We can get Master Qingye to monitor Monarch Purple Martial Emperor's main body. Perhaps we can find something. Chapter 1337. Exposed in a star field of the Desolation Domain, a strange celestial body transformed from 90,000 planets stood there, forming the most unique scenery. This was the imperial palace of the Ziwu Empire, an ancient imperial palace that had stood there for more than 100 billion years. The founder of the Ziwu Empire was the Purple Martial Emperor. In the depths of the imperial palace, in the hinterland of a strange jade mountain, a dignified man in embroidered clothes sat there cross-legged. This person was none other than the Purple Martial Emperor, the ruler of this territory. It could even be said that in the entire Desolation Domain, the Purple Martial Emperor was one of the top forces and had always been ranked in the top 3. The history of the Purple Martial Emperor's growth was also full of drama. In fact, the Purple Martial Emperor had not been particularly outstanding along the way, and there was not a particularly dazzling time. From a mortal to a god, from a god to an almighty, he was not outstanding, not dazzling, and was not even known by people. Therefore, his journey could be considered ordinary, and he was not recruited by the Desolate Land Shrine. However, the Purple Martial Emperor could be considered to be well prepared, and he had been growing slowly along the way. Therefore, with the accumulation of time, the Purple Martial Emperor slowly became stronger. Along the way, the Purple Martial Emperor had grown to his current strength, which was comparable to many of the Desolate Land Shrine's almighties. It could be said that he had completed a counterattack. With the Purple Martial Emperor's strength, he was already qualified to join the Desolate Land Shrine, but he had never intended to join the Desolate Land Shrine and was only willing to be an emperor. No one knew how the Purple Martial Emperor had grown from an extremely ordinary and inconspicuous almighty to his current strength. However, only the Purple Martial Emperor knew that he had paid a great price to achieve what he had today. The Purple Martial Emperor suddenly frowned deeply, and his eyes bloomed with a strange cold light, which was abnormally eerie and strange. The Desolate Land Shrine has already noticed me. They actually sent someone to test me. However, It should be just a little bit of suspicion, or they wouldn't just test me like this. Oomph. Ziwu, you're still too inexperienced. You want to test me? I've long since sensed that there's something wrong with you. And there's also something wrong with those Warcraft universe's almighties, so I've long since been on guard. Besides, it's just a clone. If it really comes down to it, sacrificing a clone might be the best way. It was just a matter of choice. Sometimes, certain choices were made in order to gain better trust. The Purple Martial Emperor had already made plans in this regard. Therefore, he did not hesitate in the slightest when dealing with this matter. I should have dealt with the probing this time. However, since I have aroused the suspicion of the Desolate Land Temple, I have to be more careful in the future. I'm afraid that I'm not the only one being tested this time. There might be others as well. I'll report this matter to my superiors first. Just as Purple Martial Monarch was about to get up, the void suddenly froze. Time and space froze, as though everything had been sealed. What's going on? The Purple Martial Emperor's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stared at a certain spot in the sky. The void opened, and a figure walked out, exuding supreme dignity, fury, and coldness. Master Qingye. The Purple Martial Emperor's face turned completely ashen when he saw who it was. He knew that he had been exposed, and that a great disaster was about to befall him. How could this be? What the hell was going on? Emperor Purple Warrior was also carefully thinking about this matter in his mind. What exactly had gone wrong? He had already been very careful. How could he still be exposed? Gem and Greenleaf had been hiding in the shadows, keeping an eye on Meng Hao's true body. He was clearly targeting Meng Hao, and he was deeply suspicious of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted in such a manner. It's over. I'm finished. Purple Martial Emperor, you've been hiding very deeply. You've not only betrayed the God Realm and the entire human race, but also your family and friends, your clansmen, and the citizens of your empire. Only death awaits a traitor. Gem and Greenleaf roared coldly and angrily, sentencing Emperor Violet Emperor to death. In the face of Gem and Greenleaf, how could Monarch Violet Martial be able to fight back at all? Death was the only way out for him. At the same time, the Purple Martial Emperor and His Majesty Ziwu left the secluded space. The moment they left, the Purple Martial Emperor's expression changed drastically. The Purple Martial Emperor's clone naturally knew that his true body had been exposed immediately. Run. The Purple Martial Emperor's clone didn't hesitate and immediately fled. It was too late for him to escape. Boom! An extremely powerful and domineering force came crashing down on the Purple Martial Emperor's body, causing him to spit out blood. He was on the verge of death, and his divine body was on the verge of collapsing. Following this power, Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor walked out and blocked the Purple Martial Emperor's path. The Purple Martial Emperor's expression turned cold when he saw Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor. It was really over. There was no way for him to escape. He had already thought about it. Since his main body had been exposed, there was no way he could escape from his doppelganger. Even without Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor, there was still His Majesty Ziwu. With his current strength, there was no way he could defeat the Flame Emperor. His Majesty Ziwu alone was enough to kill him. There was no escape. He was in complete despair. Today was the day of his death. He was unwilling. There was too much unwillingness in his heart. Qin Shao, the Flame Emperor, and His Majesty Ziwu surrounded the Purple Martial Emperor and stared coldly at him. His Majesty Ziwu was still confused. What was going on? Hadn't they already tested the Purple Martial Emperor? Hadn't they already confirmed that the Purple Martial Emperor was fine? Why do they want to kill him now? However, seeing that Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor were here personally, His Majesty Ziwu didn't ask further. He knew that the situation had changed. No matter what, Elder Qin Shao wouldn't be wrong. Purple Martial Emperor, do you admit to your crimes? The Flame Emperor asked coldly. Ha. Even if he was going to die, the Purple Martial Emperor didn't care. He laughed instead of being angry. He laughed wildly and became angry. Admit to my crimes? Flame Emperor, I want to ask you, what crimes have I committed? What right do you have to convict me? Being a spy of a foreign race, betraying the god realm, betraying the human race, and killing your own race. You have committed too many crimes to record. How dare you say that you are innocent? The Flame Emperor shouted coldly. However, the Purple Martial Emperor laughed again. Ha! I'm guilty just like that? Rather than saying that I'm guilty, it's better to say that the desolate land's divine palace has condemned me. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. The strong are respected. It's a cruel law. Following the law is right. Going against the law is wrong. To put it bluntly, having strength is right. Not having strength is wrong. The winner takes all. Today I have lost. I have nothing to say. If you say that I'm guilty, then I'm guilty. However, if you want me to admit to my crimes, that's impossible. I, Ziwu, have done everything with a clear conscience. What crimes have I committed? I, Ziwu, have fought against the heavens, the earth, and people. I survived in the cruel law with great difficulty and walked step by step to where I am today. I relied on my own efforts and my luck. What crimes have I committed? Betraying the god realm? I didn't get any benefits from the god realm. How can you say that I betrayed them? Betrayed the human race? Is there a lack of deceit in the world? Father and son killing each other. Is there a lack of cases in the god realm? Who hasn't had blood on their hands? Who hasn't killed? Is this considered crime? Then I'm sorry, Flame Emperor. I don't admit to any of the crimes you've mentioned. I, Ziwu, have used my own efforts to obtain everything. What right do you have to convict me? You are so overbearing. If you want to use your fists to prove that you are right, then I have nothing to say. However, if you want to use reason to convict me, I, Ziwu, refuse. If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's with all the nonsense and reasoning? All the sanctimonious words have been said by you. I'll just be a shameless villain. I think you're also a bunch of hypocrites. What bullshit justice is this? Qin Shao sneered at Emperor Ziwu's righteous indignation. Qin Shao looked coldly at Emperor Ziwu and said, "If you want to know why you are guilty, then let me tell you. The internal strife of the god realm is inevitable. It is the way of survival. It is the way to fight. The survival of the fittest is the only way for the god realm to flourish and develop. Using a harsh environment to create experts one after another. Family matters, national matters, these are internal matters. The other verse is an external enemy. They want to invade our god realm, occupy our god realm, and destroy our god realm. You are willing to work for them and betray the human race. Yet you dare to say that you are innocent? No matter how we fight among ourselves, we are still family. In the face of an external enemy, the god realm and the human race should unite against a common enemy. We should work together to protect our homeland. That is the greater good. For your own selfish reasons, you betrayed the god realm and the human race. You are willing to work for a foreign race. You are selfish, you are shameless, and you still have the face to say that you are innocent? They say that the country comes before the home. If the country is gone, the home will be destroyed. If the god realm is gone, then everything will be destroyed. That is why the god realm is our common home. We have a duty to protect it. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. That is just your self-righteous words. I've said it before, the winner is the king. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you can convict me however you like. But if you want me to admit to even one crime, that is impossible. My true self has been destroyed, and my clone knows that it will die today. If you want to kill me, then hurry up and do it. Emperor Ziwu was as stubborn as ever, without a trace of regret. His heart was completely twisted. Qin Shao also understood Emperor Ziwu's situation. Now that he thought about it, he knew that Emperor Ziwu must have received a great deal of help from the other universe, allowing him to grow from an ordinary powerhouse to his current level. Therefore, to Emperor Ziwu, this was what he was pursuing. For this pursuit, he was willing to betray everything. Since he had already stepped into the abyss, there was no way out. He would sink deeper and deeper until he was unable to extricate himself. In the end, he believed that what he believed in his heart was his life's philosophy, his only truth. There was no saving someone like him. Since you are so unrepentant, then there is no need to keep you alive. Die. Qin Shao shook his head without any hesitation. Since he was so stubborn, then he should die. Qin Shao did not hesitate to kill a traitor. Qin Shao directly attacked, and Emperor Zi Wu naturally did not have the slightest ability to resist. He died in Qin Zhao's hands. A powerful powerhouse who had experienced many dangers fell just like that. Both his true self and clone were destroyed. Chapter 1338. Sigh. Everyone sighed when they saw this. His Highness Zi Wu couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect Purple Martial Emperor to be a spy. He really hit it well. I was fooled just now. His Highness Zi Wu shook his head. He was in charge of testing Emperor Purple Martial Emperor this time. He didn't believe it first, but there wasn't any problem. He thought Emperor Purple Martial Emperor was fine. However, he didn't expect Emperor Purple Martial Emperor to really be a spy. He hit it so well that even he was fooled. It seems like I'm still too inexperienced. I was so easily fooled. Every experience was a form of growth. Emperor Flame patted His Highness Zi Wu's shoulder and said, "Don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. Emperor Purple Martial Emperor hit it too well. Not to mention you, even I was fooled by him. I also thought that there was nothing wrong with him. However, it was Elder Qin's sharp eyes that noticed something fishy, and it was only because of this that he was able to drag out the Purple Martial Monarch and not let this fish that escaped the net go. I just don't understand. How did Elder Qin determine that Emperor Purple Martial Emperor was a spy?" His Highness Zi Wu asked. Emperor Flame said, "We'll talk about this when we get back. Let's go." At the same time, the tests for the other two suspects were also in progress. The results were out one after the other. Clamp Luo Almighty was indeed a spy. As a sealed member of the Desolate Land Divine Palace, it was surprising that he was a traitor. Emperor Flame didn't want to believe this result. After all, Clamp Luo Almighty was a senior sealed member of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. However, the truth was the truth. It couldn't be changed. Now that the Clamp Sieve had been dragged out, his true body's clones were naturally going to die as well. His clone had been slain by Qin Shao, but Qin Shao had already notified He Jimin Greenleaf of his true body situation, and he had sent people to take control of it. The only thing that comforted Qin Shao and Emperor Flame was that Ancestor Pang Shan passed the tests without any problems. Even Qin Shao didn't find anything wrong with him. Ancestor Pang Shan shouldn't have any problems unless he hit it so well that even Qin Shao couldn't find anything wrong with him. This possibility wasn't impossible, but it was relatively small. Therefore, even Qin Shao was more willing to believe that Ancestor Pang Shan was innocent. Out of the 3 tests, 2 spies were caught. As soon as Qin Shao arrived, she made a great contribution and created a grand event. The Emperor and the others also greatly praised her. This matter also quickly spread throughout the Sealing God Abyss. Everyone was talking about it enthusiastically and praising it. Qin Zhao's action was indeed very satisfying. Everyone hated traitors and spies. Everyone had the right to punish them. Now that he had dug it out, he was naturally delighted. It was as if he had cut off a malignant tumor. In addition to the magnificent feat of uncovering 2 spies, the news that Qin Shao had single-handedly destroyed a vanguard camp of the magical beast universe and successfully killed 2 commanders and more than 2,000 powerful magical beasts had finally spread. The Divine Realm also had a force that specialized in collecting information about the Warcraft universe. Naturally, such a big matter could not be concealed, so the Divine Realm quickly collected the information. Such information shocked the entire godly world and the 5 holy lands. Even all the universe masters were alarmed. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qin Zhao's contribution in this one move was more than Feng Xinyuan's contribution in the past 100,000 years. He was truly shaking the heavens with his own strength. Qin Shao used his actions to prove his strength and his unparalleled brilliance to everyone. This made everyone admire Qin Shao and hold him in high esteem. This was simply a supreme merit. This level of strength was truly too shocking. Even the master of the desolate land sent a message to Qin Shao. Feng Xinyuan, because of Qin Zhao's arrival, also became unusually exciting. The morale of the Divine Realm army, which was originally low, suddenly rose to a terrifying level. The situation in Feng Xinyuan seemed to have changed because of Qin Zhao's arrival. He had single-handedly created a miracle. This was Qin Shao, the Qin Shao who had always created miracles. Everyone's cheers for Qin Shao became louder. They crowned him as a hero, a great hero of the divine realm, and the pride of the human race. A person's greatness did not depend on how strong his strength was. It depended on how much he could do for the world. Qin Shao used practical actions to make the human race in the divine realm feel that he was great. The outside world was already in an uproar, but Qin Shao was as calm as ever. He did not have much joy because of this. He was just doing what he should do. Usually, there was nothing much to do. Even if there was something, there was no need for Qin Shao to personally take action every time. There were so many powerhouses and soldiers of the desolate land in the vanguard camp. Ordinary things were left to them to do. However, Qin Shao would occasionally go out for a trip. There were some things that he would do personally. When there was nothing to do, Qin Shao would cultivate in the vanguard camp. Such days passed more easily and were not so boring. When cultivation was boring, he could go out for a walk. Sometimes he could kill some demonic beasts to adjust his mood. The effect was very good. The battlefield in Feng Xinyuan was still the same as before. Both sides seemed to be abiding by the unspoken rules. Both sides seemed to be fighting fiercely, but it was not to the extent of serious injuries. Occasionally, there would be some big movements, but they would retreat after a while. It would not cause a full-scale explosion. It was as if there was a balance. Everyone was not in a hurry. They were all patiently fighting and fighting slowly. It was a competition of attrition. It was as if they were testing each other's bottom line and waiting for a good opportunity. Originally, the demonic beast universe's momentum was like a rainbow, and the divine realm situation was not good. However, Qin Zhao's arrival added a magical stroke to the divine realm. With his own strength, it could be said that he had turned the tide and changed the situation, making the divine realm not as dangerous as before. Now it could be said that the situation had basically stabilized. Qin Shao was like a stabilizing needle. He rushed to the forefront and used his powerful strength to shock the enemy. And the effect was also incomparably significant. On the divine realm side, the flames of war were still spreading, slowly burning towards the center of the divine realm. A strange aura enveloped the entire divine realm. Divine realm, in a mustard seed space, a small mortal world. Compared to the chaos of war in the divine realm, the low-end small mortal world was peaceful and peaceful. It was not affected by the flames of war. In a small city, in a tea house, two handsome young men in embroidered clothes sat there drinking wine. One of them looked dignified and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. Every movement of his carried a sense of elegance and exuded a noble aura. The other person was laughing and joking. He did not sit properly and was very casual, giving people a feeling that he was unscrupulous. Big brother, these people are really slow. If they want to fight, then hurry up and fight. Why are they dragging it out? It's been almost 200,000 years, and they're still fighting on a small scale. It's really boring. There's no excitement. The unscrupulous young man curled his lips and said. As he spoke, he threw peanuts into his mouth and drank in big mouthfuls of wine. He had a forthright look on his face. The elegant young man shook his head slightly and said, "Second brother, don't participate in anything. How can the battle for Providence end so easily? Directly starting a war can only determine victory and defeat, but it can't determine Providence. What they want is not a victory or the ownership of the divine realm, but the ownership of the primordial universe. It's easier said than done to turn the tables and become the master." These two were by Chuan Fusu and Prince Yu. Prince Yu drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head. These people really have nothing better to do. Fighting back and forth, even risking their lives. What's the point of fighting over these things? Hongmeng universe only has one universe era left, said Luo Feng. When the chaos trial comes, other than universe masters who might be able to escape, all other creatures will return to the chaos and die in the chaos trial. Nothing can change this fact. Hence, what's the point of them fighting so hard for the ownership of the primordial universe for their people? After one universe epoch, won't all of them still die? All of them will die. Bai Chuan Fu Su sighed silently and said, "Actually, if it were us, we might do the same. We can see through it because we've experienced too much. Besides, we didn't bring our people out. Naturally, we don't have the pressure and burden of this. Once you see through it, you'll know that it's all an empty dream. If you don't reach the Saint Domain, there's no meaning. But the Saint Domain, how many people can find it? We've experienced so many universe eras and still haven't found it. Even though we all wish to find it and head there. However, we all know that it's too difficult to reach the Saint Domain. The chances are slim. Even though we know that Qin Shao has the hope of reaching the Saint Domain, it's just a hope. No one dares to say that Qin Shao has the confidence to turn this hope into reality. If he can't do it in the end, then it's all for naught. Think about it. We're so obsessed with the Saint Domain, yet we can't find a way to make it real. Why can't we figure it out? Prince Yu shook his head and curled his lips. Big brother, don't tell me all this. I don't understand it all. It's too profound. Forget it. It's none of our business anyway. I can't be bothered. However, it's really hard to live in this universe. We all have to suppress our power. Sigh, we're not heavenly venerables, yet we're treated like this. Do you think we should laugh or cry? Look at the master of Eros and the master of machinery. They're so carefree. At most, their power will be suppressed, but at least they can attack as they please. As for us, we don't dare to use much power. It's really hard to bear. Now, I don't even dare to kill a puny ruler. I'm just afraid that if we don't control it well, we'll be pushed out by the primordial chaos universe's origin will. Then, we'll cry, but no tears will come out. Bai Chuan Fuses smiled and comforted him. Second brother, don't complain. There's nothing we can do about it. We're too strong. Even though we're not heavenly venerables, the threat we pose to the primordial chaos universe is no less than a heavenly venerate. Therefore, the primordial chaos universe's origin will naturally categorize us as dangerous targets. We just have to hide our auras. Once we're exposed, the primordial chaos universe will naturally treat us as dangerous. Don't get involved in these matters. Prince Yu said, I'm just bored. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to get involved. I'm just making a small fuss. Right, big brother, who do you think will win in the end? Needless to say, Qin Shao will definitely win, Bai Chuan Fuses said without hesitation. Qin Shao? Prince Yu didn't understand why his big brother would say that. Shouldn't he be talking about the godly world or the alternate universe? Bai Chuan Fuses said, yes, Qin Shao. Whichever side Qin Shao represented, that side would win. Qin Shao still has many trump cards in his hands. In the end, if he doesn't care about anything else, the power he'll unleash will be terrifying. And I've promised him that we'll make a move. If we go all out, one attack should be enough to kill a universe master, right? Even if we can't kill him, we should be able to severely injure him. Also, I have a feeling that perhaps Qin Shao will give us an unexpected surprise in the end. Chapter 1339. Something happened. God's Sealing Abyss, Vanguard Camp. Qin Shao. The Flame Emperor walked over hurriedly with a serious expression. It seemed like something important had happened. What's wrong, Flame Emperor? Qin Shao asked with a frown when he saw the Flame Emperor's expression. The Flame Emperor walked over and said, there's a situation. Something happened there again. I sent Kong Hung Meng over, but Kong Hung Meng has already died. I asked his original body, but he didn't know what happened either. He only said that it was very strange. His clone was killed before he could react. That place is not simple. Qin Zhao's frown deepened when he heard the Flame Emperor's report. The cause of this incident was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a desolate land army mysteriously disappeared in a star sector. In the beginning, it was just a coincidence. However, a few more such incidents occurred later on. 3 barbaric legions mysteriously disappeared in that starfield one after another, and all of them perished. Therefore, Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor discussed and decided to send an Almighty to check the situation. However, they didn't expect that the Almighty they sent out would also be killed in that star sector. Moreover, Kong Hung Ming didn't find anything. In just 10 years, there were 4 incidents that caused the camp to lose an Almighty and close to 10,000 divine soldiers. Such a loss could be said to be huge. The thing that made Qin Shao and the Flame Emperor very angry was that they still hadn't figured it out. They had no idea what was going on. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, and this situation continued, more people would die. It seems that we neglected this situation from the beginning. Now, Kong Hung Ming has been sacrificed heroically. We must investigate this matter carefully, Qin Shao said coldly. The Flame Emperor nodded coldly and said, "Yes, this must be a trick of the Warcraft universe. They're playing dirty with us. Qin Shao, I'll make a trip there myself. I want to see what the magical beast universe is up to." Qin Shao waved her hand and said, "There's no need for that, Flame Emperor. I'll make the trip." I was a little worried. I had a feeling that the situation wasn't as simple as we thought. Perhaps there was some big secret hidden here. I don't feel at ease if you go. I'll go alone. Qin Shao vaguely felt that this might be a conspiracy of the Warcraft universe. So Qin Shao didn't dare to let the Flame Emperor take this risk. They had already sacrificed a powerful being, so they had to be even more careful. "Qin Shao, let me go with you," Yendi said. Qin Shao shook her head and said, "No need, I can go alone. No matter how scheming it is, I will tear it apart. The Warcraft universe has been keeping an eye on our Vanguard camp, so we can't be careless. We have to be careful. In the camp, we still need someone to guard it. I'll be more at ease if you stay here. Otherwise, if the Warcraft universe launches a sneak attack, it will be dangerous." The Flame Emperor was slightly surprised and nodded. Qin Zhao's words were indeed reasonable. There was indeed such a possibility. After all, one of the Warcraft universe's Vanguard camps was destroyed by Qin Shao, so it was naturally possible that the Warcraft universe wanted to take revenge. Because of this, the Vanguard camp's defenses were strengthened a lot, and some forces were even transferred from other camps. Moreover, the other camps were also prepared to slow down the Vanguard camp at any time. "All right, Qin Shao, don't worry. Leave his place to me. I believe the Warcraft universe won't be so bold as to lure the tiger away from the mountain and attack our Vanguard camp. We have so many tricks up our sleeves. As long as the Warcraft universe dares to come, we won't let them have an easy time," Flame Emperor said. Qin Shao nodded and left. Half a day later, Qin Shao arrived at the star field. This star field didn't seem to be anything strange. However, when Qin Shao checked carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Qin Shao looked at a place in the darkness. It's there. There's a strange energy fluctuation. There's a power hidden there that can't be detected. Qin Shao flew over, easily tore open the hidden power boundary, and entered. After entering it, the scenery completely changed. A huge planet appeared in front of them. However, what made Qin Shao frown was that he didn't seem to detect anything from his planet. This desolate planet, to put it bluntly, was just a huge, cold stone. Standing in the void, it was incomparably desolate. There wasn't a trace of life, nor was there any transformation. It was completely barren. Qin Shao frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. Didn't they say that there was a situation here? 3 Desolate Land Corps and a Warcraft Universe Corps had died here, but Qin Shao didn't find anything here. Everything was normal. Other than the fact that someone had deliberately hidden this place, nothing else had happened. Not to mention magical beasts, even an ant didn't appear. Qin Shao didn't find anything here. There was no breath of life at all. It was empty. There was no one at all. Could it be that the Warcraft army retreated after killing Warcraft Universe? That couldn't be right. Even if they retreated, it was impossible for them to not leave a trace of life in such a short time. This place didn't look like a place where any life had stayed. As long as there was life, there would be a trace of life, a trace of life. With Qin Zhao's eyesight, he would definitely detect it. However, Qin Shao didn't find anything, so it was impossible for human life to have stayed here. What was going on? This situation was not simple. No, there must be something. If even I can't see through it, It means that the situation is very unusual. It seems that I have to be more careful. Qin Shao had become vigilant. The Hongmeng Cauldron and the Universe Treasure Sword were ready to be used. Qin Shao had a bad intuition. He felt that there was danger lurking in the dark, quietly approaching him. Danger! Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became alert. Sure enough, the calm void suddenly surged wildly. Endless dark destructive power roared out, annihilating this part of the world in an instant. Everything in the void seemed to be swallowed up and destroyed in this terrible dark power. A huge figure came treading on the darkness. Like a peerless demon god, it emitted endless darkness. This huge figure seemed to be the source of the darkness. It could constantly emit darkness, devouring the world. It was endlessly terrifying. It was more than 300 meters tall, as powerful as a hill. Endless darkness spewed out of its body. Its body seemed to be a huge black hole. Warcraft Universe Master. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and stared at the huge figure. It was obviously a Universe Master. Qin Shao had always thought that the Warcraft universe would take revenge on him, or even crazily take revenge to wash away the shame. He had been taking all kinds of precautions, but for tens of thousands of years, it had been very peaceful. There hadn't been any big movements. Qin Shao hadn't expected that the Devil-Beast universe, which had been peaceful all this time, was actually brewing such a huge movement. They had actually sent a Universe Master to kill him. What a move. It was really a move. The Warcraft universe had done something that Eros and the automaton race hadn't dared to do in the three worlds. This was a real Universe Master, not like the Master of Myriad Demons that Qin Shao had met last time. Last time, the Master of Myriad Demons had only sent an energy body. It hadn't been his real body. The power of that body was at most 1,000th of the real body's power, so it couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. This time, he had met a real Universe Master. Warcraft Universe Masters were oppressed by the willpower of the Origin in the Hongmeng universe. But a real Universe Master must be very powerful and terrifying. Facing a Warcraft Universe Master, Qin Zhao's heart tightened. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. The Warcraft Universe Master attacked directly, and a terrifying power surged out. Streaks of eerie light burst out from the Warcraft Universe Master's hand. It was so terrifying that it froze the entire void space. Die, human! The Warcraft Universe Master's cold voice echoed in Qin Zhao's ears. It was so cold that it was frightening. The holy weapon in the Warcraft Universe Master's hand also exuded a terrifying force. It was extremely cold and sharp. It slashed toward Qin Shao with an unstoppable force and endless dark power. It was so terrifying. It was obviously a universe treasure. Although Qin Shao had 2 universe treasures, he obviously didn't have any advantage over the Warcraft Universe Master. The terrifying, turbulent power surged toward him with a shocking force. Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was too terrifying. It had been a long time since someone could make Qin Shao feel this way. It was an extremely dangerous feeling. It was an unbearable feeling. He felt like he was going to die here. Master of Primordial Chaos. I'm being attacked by a Warcraft Universe Master. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately informed Master of Primordial Chaos. Facing a Warcraft Universe Master, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He fought with all his strength. Block it, I must block it. Qin Shao clenched his teeth tightly as he uttered these words in his heart. In a battle of this level, one breath was enough to determine life and death. Therefore, Qin Shao also knew that he only had one chance to block it. If he couldn't block it, he would die. This was the first time that Qin Shao had confronted a Universe Master head-on. He was only a 4th-step celestial god, yet he had the opportunity to confront a Universe Master head-on. It was incredible just thinking about it. If this news spread, who knew how many people would be scared to death? At the peak of Mount God, Master of Primordial Chaos sat cross-legged on the godly altar. He had been guarding Mount God all this time. He was the stabilizing force of Mount God. Master of Primordial Chaos suddenly frowned, and his expression became slightly cold. Qin Shao is in danger. Warcraft Universe Master sent a Universe Master to attack Qin Shao. How despicable and shameless. In order to take revenge, he didn't care about his reputation and used such a despicable move. However, Master of Primordial Chaos didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you must hang in there. One of my bodies is rushing over, but it will take about 2 breaths. You must hang in there. Chapter 1340. Heart Force Breakthrough, 2 breaths of time is a bit long. It seems I can only rely on myself for now. 2 breaths of time, I must hold on. Qin Shao shook his head. His body did not bring many trump cards, only 3 universe treasures. Since Qin Shao had left Mount Skyrending with his true body, he didn't have many trump cards left. His greatest trump card was the 3 universe treasures. However, the Demon Beast Universe Master also had universe treasures, so Qin Shao did not have any advantage in terms of universe treasures. Under such circumstances, he could only rely on his own strength to fight. As a master of 4 paths, Qin Shao's strength had reached the threshold of a universe master, but it was just the threshold. Compared to those living, ancient universe masters, he was still much weaker. The Demon Beast Universe Master who had launched a sneak attack on Qin Shao was obviously very powerful. He was definitely an extremely powerful universe master, and he was not simple at all. The Tao power of 4 paths burst out with full force. Mountain River Sword Technique and Desolate Land Sword Technique were also displayed without holding back. They were pushed to the extreme. Various means were used at full force. But even so, Qin Shao still could not block the attack of the Demon Beast Universe Master. His strength was too terrifying. Obviously, the Demon Beast Universe Master had come prepared this time to deal with Qin Shao. They came aggressively and with terrifying means. They had 2 offensive universe treasures, and together with many other means, they became even more terrifying. Obviously, they wanted to kill Qin Shao in one fell swoop and not give Qin Shao any chance to survive. Desolate Land Sword Technique could not block it. Mountain River Sword Technique could not block it. For paths of 4 paths could not block it. Qin Shao's means were all destroyed by the Demon Beast Universe Master, and the endless destructive power quickly rushed toward Qin Shao. Once it broke through the encirclement, it would certainly devour Qin Shao's godly body and kill Qin Shao in one fell swoop. Death was approaching step by step. Qin Shao was once again caught in the crisis of death. What a ruthless method. As expected, it was specifically targeted at me, not giving me a chance at all. This is the true power of a universe master. I still have a long way to go before I can become a universe master. This is bad. It's really dangerous this time. Qin Shao was surprisingly calm. He was thinking of a countermeasure. If he didn't come up with a countermeasure, he would definitely die at the hands of the Warcraft Universe Master. Even though the Grand Mist Master's clone tried his best to rush over, it was too late. There was no way for him to save Qin Shao. This was an undeniable fact. Qin Shao had no other trump cards. What should he do? Was he really going to die today? Was his clone really going to die here? No. He had to fight. Even if he died, he had to fight. Qin Shao gritted her teeth. She refused to accept her fate and refused to admit defeat. He wanted to fight, but what else could he do? Die, human boy. Don't resist anymore. It's useless. The Warcraft Universe Master sneered coldly. The dark power of destruction was completely lethal. The next moment it was death. At this time, far away from the Sealing God Abyss, the Grand Mist Master was rushing over at the fastest speed. However, it was too late. The Grand Mist Master's eyes became extremely cold and filled with endless anger. It was too late. He could only watch Qin Shao die at the hands of the Warcraft Universe Master. Damn it. Umph. The Warcraft Universe Master also glanced at the Grand Mist Master in the distance and snorted disdainfully. It seemed to be a provocation and also a show of strength. He wanted to kill Qin Shao in front of the Grand Mist Master, but the Grand Mist Master couldn't save him. Die. The final destructive power was coming. Everything was unstoppable. It was as if doomsday was coming. Everything was going to be destroyed. Qin Shao had experienced death several times before. He had been forced into a desperate situation several times. However, he had never been as helpless as he was now. It was just that Qin Shao was still holding on with a trace of tenacity. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago. In the face of this unstoppable death, what was the use of struggling? However, Qin Shao would never give up. He had never given up. It was because of his unwillingness to give up that he had been able to turn the tide several times. He had been able to come back from the brink of death and create one miracle after another. However, this time, how could he create a miracle? What else could he do? The power of his mind was suppressed again and again. It broke through the limit time and time again, and it sang the song of death. Heart power. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly jolted. His eyes instantly became clear, and his mind suddenly became clear. His mind was changing, his strength was changing, and everything was changing. It was growing and improving crazily. After breaking through a shackle, a cage, he could see a wider world. In an instant, Qin Zhao's heart power broke through to the 5th level without any resistance. The 5th level of heart power was equivalent to the level of a ruler. Heart power kill. Qin Zhao's powerful mental power surged out. Invisible heart power spread out and transformed into a series of blades that attacked the Warcraft Universe Master. Heart power wasn't like other types of power. It was very strange. It was formless and invisible, and it could penetrate everything. There was no way to defend against it. Whether it was godly power or defensive universe treasures, they couldn't block attacks on the heart. Heart power attacked the mind, the will, and the soul. It was the weakest part of the human body. Naturally, it was very effective when the strong killed the weak. Thus, compared to those of the same level, a heart cultivator was extremely terrifying. For example, a heart cultivator was practically invincible amongst other heart cultivators. That was, unless they ran into someone with extremely powerful mental power. Otherwise, if they were crushed in a weak area, they wouldn't even be able to use their strength. This was the strength of heart power. Qin Shao used his Dominator-level heart power to crush the Warcraft Universe Master. Under the crushing pressure of heart power, the Warcraft Universe Master's expression changed. What kind of strange power is this? It's so strange. It can directly attack my soul and will. It's so uncomfortable. The Warcraft Universe Master's face revealed a pained expression. He was extremely shocked. The Warcraft Universe Master's intelligence didn't mention such a technique. It's heart power. What terrifying heart power. Isn't this human boy's heart power level very low? How can it be so strong? His Dominator-level heart power can actually affect my soul and will. Although the people of the Warcraft universe looked strong, their soul and will weren't strong. These Warcraft universe masters had innate bloodlines and were very powerful from birth. Thus, they lacked the tempering of the mind. And their cultivation system wasn't like the Great Path cultivation system, which required a lot of tempering. As for the Dark Path cultivation system, it was more peculiar. It required less tempering of the mind. Thus, under the surge of Qin Zhao's heart power, all the attacks of the Warcraft universe master suddenly stopped. He roared in pain. Obviously, Qin Zhao's heart power attack was effective. It made him feel so uncomfortable that he couldn't continue attacking Qin Zhao. It's effective. Looks like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I really didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, my heart power would be able to make a breakthrough. Heart power cultivation is extremely difficult. When I reached the 4th level, I hit a bottleneck. All these years, I haven't improved at all. This time, I made a breakthrough in one go. There's always a way out. Looks like the people of the Warcraft universe don't have strong hearts. My 5th level heart power can affect the Warcraft universe master to this extent. If I were to face a Warcraft universe master, wouldn't I be able to crush him directly? If that was the case, then heart power would be a great killing weapon. However, Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to think about this right now. It was better to resolve the crisis at hand first. On the other side, the master of primordial chaos, who was rushing over, saw this change and was quite shocked. What? 5th level heart power? After a moment of shock, the master of primordial chaos reacted. He smiled slightly. Haha, Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, you're really a monster. I didn't expect that at this critical moment, you could still break through to the 5th level of heart power and use it to temporarily delay the Warcraft Universe Master, forcibly pulling yourself back from the brink of death. Heart Force techniques are truly ingenious and unexpected. They have miraculous effects. Ha, delightful, delightful. The delay was enough for the Master of Primordial Chaos to arrive. With the Master of Primordial Chaos around, it was obviously impossible for the Warcraft Universe Master to kill Qin Shao. After the Warcraft Universe Master cleared the heart power and recovered his consciousness, the Master of Primordial Chaos arrived. The expression on the Warcraft Universe Master's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his sneak attack this time had failed. He had thought that this was a foolproof plan that would definitely succeed, but in the end, it had failed. He, a dignified Universe Master, had personally taken action, but he still hadn't been able to kill a 4th-step celestial god from the human race. This was a great humiliation to him. The Warcraft Universe Master glared at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with anger and a bit of unwillingness. He had personally taken action, but he had still failed. Human boy, I really didn't expect that you could survive my attack, the Warcraft Universe Master said coldly. You're really something. You've indeed exceeded many of my expectations. It seems that we've underestimated you. That's why you've escaped death. Qin Shao sneered and didn't back down. He replied, I also didn't expect the people of the Warcraft universe to be so despicable. A dignified Universe Master actually used insidious methods to plot against me and ambush a 4th-step celestial god. This is also beyond many of my expectations. It seems that I've overestimated the ruler of the Warcraft Universe Master. The sarcastic words made the Warcraft Universe Master's face even gloomier. He looked at Qin Shao as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao. It was extremely terrifying. Why aren't you leaving? Do you still want to fight with me? The Master of Primordial Chaos looked at the Warcraft Universe Master coldly and shouted. A battle between Universe Masters wouldn't break out easily. Once a battle at this level of power broke out, it was likely to become an all-out war. Therefore, both sides would restrain themselves. No matter how displeased the Master of Primordial Chaos was, he wouldn't start a battle with the Warcraft Universe Master here unless the other party was so aggressive that he really wanted to make a move. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there was no need to do so. The Warcraft Universe Master glared at the Master of Primordial Chaos coldly and finally snorted. Humph! This human boy is lucky today. I'll remember this. Sooner or later, I'll settle this with this human boy. Chapter 1341. Heart Force's Hope. A single glance was filled with endless threats, endless anger, and endless hatred. But this was not enough to threaten Qin Shao. After sending the Warcraft Universe Master away, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped from a great disaster. This time, he had thought he was going to die. He had really been forced into a desperate situation. Even the Master of Primordial Chaos had not come to save him. But in the end, there was always a way out. After twists and turns, he had actually seized a chance of survival. Thinking back, he really felt a little emotional. It was the first time he had fought a Universe Master, and he had not suffered a loss. This was something to be proud of. Aha, Qin Shao, you're really something. Experience? It was really experience. You actually survived the attack of the Demon Beast Universe Master. You've created another miracle. The Master of Primordial Chaos laughed. It was rare for him to be so happy. This battle was really too satisfying. He had shown the new face of the God World, and it would definitely raise the morale of the God World. This battle was worthy of him being proud of Qin Shao. Qin Shao also felt a little emotional. It was not easy. It really was not easy. I also did not think that I would be able to survive. There's always a way out. Qin Shao, don't be too humble. You were able to survive because of your own hard work. The breakthrough of your heart force allowed you to survive in a desperate situation. Currently, in our Primordial Chaos universe, other than the Universe Masters, you are the second one to be able to cultivate your heart force to the 5th level. The Master of Primordial Chaos said. The second one? Qin Shao was slightly surprised, and the master of primordial chaos had specifically said that other than the universe masters. It seemed that among the universe masters, there were also people who had cultivated their heart force to the 5th level. But other than the universe masters, other than himself, there was only one other person. This number was slightly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Originally, Qin Shao had thought that it would be difficult to find someone like him who could cultivate his heart force to the 5th level. Not to mention the 5th level. Even those who could cultivate their heart force to the 4th level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At least, Qin Shao had never heard of such a person. Haha, the primordial chaos universe has been accumulating for countless years. Although there are very few heart cultivators, there are still some. In terms of probability, it wouldn't be strange for a few people to reach the 5th stage, right? The Grand Mist Master seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts, and he chuckled as he spoke. Qin Shao nodded. He was only slightly surprised before he felt completely at ease. This was indeed the case. In a vast primordial chaos, it wasn't a big deal for a few heart force cultivators to be born. Hadn't he also started from nothing, slowly accumulating and breaking through before finally reaching the 5th level of heart force? On the path of heart force cultivation, Qin Shao could be considered self-taught. To be able to reach the 5th level of heart force was indeed a miracle, an enormous miracle. In retrospect, Qin Shao also felt that it was incredible. The Grand Mist Master continued, "The Devil Beast Universe's cultivation system is different from ours. They have their strengths and weaknesses. Combat strength and physical strength are their strengths, but their weakness is their mental state and willpower. The strength of our Great Path cultivation system lies in our state of mind and will, but our weakness lies in our combat prowess and our bodies. This is the exact opposite of the world of demonic beasts. That's why we in the Warcraft universe can be considered to be mutually restrained. As for heart force, it just so happened to counter magical beasts. If we're all heart force cultivators, then we'll have a one-sided advantage against magical beasts. The nature of the universe is so mysterious. Many things can restrain each other." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case, but the reality was not so. That's why I'm thinking now. If you can reach the 6th level of heart force, then you'll be an elite soldier of the God Realm. The world of demonic beasts and arrows are both cultivators of the dark cultivation system. Heart force can restrain them. If you can reach the 6th level of heart force, then all the universe masters will be restrained by you. You'll be able to restrain the universe masters of the world of demonic beasts and arrows on your own. Then the pressure on us will be greatly reduced. That's why I found new hope in you, a new direction. It's far too difficult to become a controller of the 6 paths. Perhaps you can also try to reach the 6th level of heart force. Perhaps it'll bring about unexpected gains." The Grand Mist Master said again. These words made Qin Shao ponder. What the Grand Mist Master said made a lot of sense. Qin Shao nodded. "Yes, I've considered this as well. But the cultivation of heart force is far too difficult. Perhaps it's as difficult as becoming a controller of the 6 paths, although I made a breakthrough in a desperate situation and reached the 5th level of heart force. It's been hundreds of thousands of years since I made any progress in my heart force. This time, it can be considered a sudden breakthrough. The higher you go, the harder it is. Most importantly, there's no way to cultivate heart force. You can only rely on yourself to figure it out. Even now, I still haven't figured out the way to cultivate heart force. In terms of difficulty, I'm afraid heart force is the most difficult. It's far too difficult to break through and reach the 6th level of heart force." Qin Shao shook his head. "Difficult, far too difficult. It might be even more difficult than becoming a controller of the 6 paths." At least for now, Qin Shao was actually quite confident that he could become a controller of the 6 paths. At the very most, he might not have enough time to do so. If he was given enough time, Qin Shao truly believed that he could become a controller of the 6 paths. But in terms of heart force, Qin Shao had no confidence at all. This was because he had no way to cultivate heart force. He had no techniques, no guidance, no concrete methods. He was like a blind man trying to figure out an elephant. How could he be so confident? The cultivation of heart force had always been vague and illusory. Even Qin Xiao had not been able to explain it clearly. Cultivating the heart. But how should one explain the heart? How should one express it? How should one explain it? Qin Xiao couldn't explain it all. It could only be understood but not explained. This wasn't like the true meaning of strength or the Tao of the sword. At the very least, these two systems had specific techniques for cultivation. As long as one followed these techniques, one would definitely make progress. At the very least, one would have a clear direction and know how to proceed. Heart force, on the other hand, was a complete blank. Thus, Qin Xiao truly had no confidence in heart force cultivation at all. If he were to focus on heart force cultivation, Qin Xiao would rather focus on the Great Tao. Perhaps it would be more practical for him to become a controller of the six paths. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a suggestion. The specifics of your cultivation are up to you. Only you know your own situation best. The decision is also up to you. I believe that you will definitely choose the path most suitable for you. The Master of Grand Mist nodded heavily. With that, he waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's a fortunate thing that you didn't die. Let's go. We'll return to Godseal Mountain first. There's something we need to discuss with you. Qin Xiao nodded, and the two of them returned to Godseal Mountain together. News of Qin Xiao's survival from the demonic beast universe master's sneak attack quickly spread throughout Godseal Mountain. Clearly, the Master of Grand Mist had spread the news on purpose to raise the morale of the God world and inspire people. This was something that everyone was happy about and was worth talking about enthusiastically. In the Vanguard camp, the Flame Emperor and the others were anxiously waiting for Qin Xiao's return. The Flame Emperor was indeed very worried. He had a bad feeling that something bad was going to happen. He wanted to contact Qin Xiao to ask, but he was afraid that he would distract Qin Xiao, so he could only walk back and forth in the hall anxiously. Suddenly, a piece of news was transmitted to his mind. The Flame Emperor froze on the spot when he saw the news. He was stunned for a long while before he burst into laughter. Ha ha! Qin Xiao! Oh, Qin Xiao, you're really heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect all of this to be a conspiracy of the demonic beast universe. They actually set up such a huge trap for you to lure you in and then kill you. I really didn't expect the demonic beast universe to be so generous. They actually sent a universe master to kill Qin Xiao. However, in the end, Qin Xiao still managed to escape. It was really too much of a coincidence. Under the all-out attack of a universe master, and under the situation where Master of Primordial Chaos couldn't arrive in time to save him, Qin Xiao still managed to survive. It's unbelievable. I'm convinced. I'm really in awe of him. If Qin Xiao were here, the Flame Emperor would want to kneel down and worship him. It was too heaven-defying. The news quickly spread in the Vanguard camp, and everyone's admiration for Qin Xiao grew. Their morale soared, and their momentum was magnificent. This was yet another great honor. It even made people feel that this was the beginning of an era that completely belonged to Qin Xiao. Seal God Mountain was in an uproar. Previously, because Qin Xiao had single-handedly destroyed a vanguard camp of the demonic beast universe, killed 2 rulers, and more than 2,000 great beings, they were in an uproar. This time, because of Qin Xiao, they were in an uproar again. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the God Bestowment Mountain. Haha, Elder Qin Xiao is really heaven-defying. I admire him so much. If possible, I want to be his disciple. Yes, he's so heaven-defying. He's simply my idol. With Elder Qin Xiao's arrival, our God-sealing abyss has a new atmosphere. It's simply too satisfying and satisfying. To be able to survive the all-out attack of a universe master, other than a universe master, I don't think anyone else can do it, right? Maybe Kunpeng ruler can do it, but Elder Qin Xiao is only a 4th-step heavenly god. No matter how strong he is, his level is still there. Elder Qin Xiao may really be the hope of the godly realm. In Mount God Bestowment, the Almighties also began to discuss fervently, and their worship of Qin Xiao soared once again. Qin Xiao's reputation and status in the godly realm were comparable to that of master of primordial chaos. In fact, in many people's hearts, Qin Shao was already the seventh holy master of the godly realm. With Qin Zhao's existence, the godly realm would have more peace and more hope. Look, Elder Qin Shao is back, and Master of Primordial Chaos is with him. Greetings, Elder Qin Shao. Greetings, Elder Qin Shao. As soon as Qin Shao and the Grand Mist Master arrived at the God Bestowment Mountain, numerous gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong, and words of respect resounded in his ears. At this moment, Qin Zhao's brilliance even overshadowed that of Master of Primordial Chaos. Many mighty figures came out after hearing the news and greeted Qin Shao to express their respect for him. Chapter 1342. Is it finally about to begin? On the God Bestowment Mountain's divine altar. This time, everyone was present. Only a few sovereigns were absent. There were close to 50 sovereigns present. The moment Qin Shao arrived, everyone's gazes landed on him. Qin Shao had managed to survive the Devil Beast Universe Master's attack. He had raised the Divine World's prestige and dampened the Devil Beast Universe's morale. He had humiliated the Devil Beast Universe. None of the sovereigns present could achieve such a miraculous feat. Qin Zhao's status among the sovereigns naturally rose as a result. He was now comparable to the rock sovereign Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. He was even showing signs of surpassing them. The Grand Mist Master waved his hand at everyone. Everyone quieted down and took their seats. It seemed like there was something important to discuss for everyone to be gathered this time. When the Grand Mist Master sat down on his throne, his expression turned cold and solemn. The Grand Mist Master's gaze swept over the people below before he spoke. Our divine world's calamity has already begun 200,000 years ago. Even though it's still a long time before the outcome of the battle for destiny is decided, neither side has gone all out. For the time being, both sides are still fighting a war of attrition. Over the past 200,000 years, countless clansmen of our god world have died or been injured. Countless clans and cities have been destroyed. Even the outer star regions have been invaded by the forces of the three worlds and the other universe. The forces of the three worlds and the other universe are slowly eroding our divine world. They are slowly shaking our foundation. The current situation can be said to be very bad for our god realm. Not only is our divine world attacked from both sides, but there are also many traitors and spies working together. Now, a new situation has occurred. This is bad news for our divine world. That's why I've gathered all of you here today to discuss how to deal with it. A new situation? Even though no one knew what the new situation was, they had already guessed it. Since the Grand Mist Master had gathered everyone here, there had to be a new situation. Now that they heard the Grand Mist Master's words, everyone realized that there was a new situation. It was bad news. It was no wonder the Grand Mist Master's expression was so solemn. An eerie aura began to spread out rapidly. The Grand Mist Master continued. The three realms have already reached a consensus with the Devil Beast Cosmos. They don't want to drag this out any longer. Perhaps they can't wait any longer, or perhaps they smelled something bad, so they want to speed up and launch an all-out attack. Launch an all-out attack? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. As expected, this was not good news. Although everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later, they didn't expect it to come so soon. It had only been 200,000 years, and they were about to launch an all-out attack. The shadow of death seemed to envelop everyone in an instant. The atmosphere became somewhat stifling. Right now, the god world was weak, and an all-out attack could very well lead to destruction. It was an abyss of death. Everyone present was the pinnacle of the human race. They were the leaders and the core forces of the human race. It could even be said that they were the ones who decided the fate of the god realm, the life and death of the god realm. At this time, everyone could smell the scent of death approaching. Facing the joint attack of the three realms and Devil Beast Cosmos, how could they have the slightest bit of confidence? This was going to be a war of death, a war of destruction. Even though they knew that they would die, they had to fight to make the final defense to stand at the end. Because they were the rulers, they were the leaders of the god world. They represented the dignity of the god world. Is it finally starting? Qin Shao frowned deeply, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. This speed had indeed greatly exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. Originally, everyone had thought that this early war of attrition would take 1,000,000 years before an all-out war would break out. But now, in a short 200,000 years, it was going to start. It was far ahead of schedule. Could it be that it was because his performance in the Sealing God Abyss was too eye-catching these 2 times? Did they think that he was a threat, so they didn't want to delay any longer and didn't want to give him a chance to grow? It seems that I don't have much time. Time was tight enough before, and now it's even more urgent. Qin Shao shook his head. Time. What he needed the most now was time. He was still a controller of 4 Daos. The Chaos Dao and the Reincarnation Dao were too far away from controller. Not to mention controller, the Chaos Dao hadn't even reached the beginner level of usage. As for the Reincarnation Dao, it had only been cultivated to the 5th level. It hadn't even reached the peak of the 6th level, let alone the level of usage. These 2 Daos were too far away. There was still a long way to go. Now that an all-out war was about to break out, how much time did Qin Shao have left? It was too difficult. As for the hope of Heart Force, it was even more uncertain. It was far too difficult to train his Heart Force to that level in such a short amount of time. Both paths are difficult to walk. The main thing was that time waited for no man. This was indeed a problem that gave Qin Shao a headache. But there was no other way. After all, this wasn't something that he could control. He had no way to change this. So he could only work hard himself and make the final struggle. If it really didn't work, he could only take the backup path that he had thought of before. For the realm of the gods, for the entire human race. Even if he had to be thick-skinned, he had to drag his master, Senior Baichuan Fusu, Young Master Yu, and Jingyang out. If these 4 people made a move at the end, they should be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he knew Jing Yang's strength. He was a heavenly venerate. Even if he could only make a move once, it would be enough to deter the foreign races. The strength of a heavenly venerate was unquestionable. With these trump cards as his last resort, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He believed that with these trump cards, even if the realm of the gods didn't win the final victory, they should at least be in an invincible position. In the worst-case scenario, both sides would suffer heavy losses. If both sides suffered heavy losses, then at least the realm of the gods could survive. Even if their vitality was greatly damaged, they could slowly recover. Besides, if he had enough time, Qin Shao had some confidence that he could become a master of 6 paths. Speaking of limits, he still needed to have powerful strength as a guarantee. Only then could he sit back and relax. He didn't have to worry about anything. His master, Red Dust Guest, was only a universe master, and his strength was greatly suppressed in the Hongmeng universe. So, he wouldn't be of much use. Senior Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu were powerful, but according to what Qin Shao knew, these 2 seniors were only universe masters and not heavenly venerates. No matter how powerful they were, there should be a limit to their power, and the 2 of them could only make a move once. After one move, they would be expelled from the Hongmeng universe by the willpower of the Hongmeng universe origin. It was the same for Jingyang. He could only make a move once. So after one move, the 3 of them would be expelled from the universe. My own strength is the way to go. Borrowing the strength of others is always a bad idea. Time is too short. We can only fight. There is no other way. Qin Shao shook his head. He could only make a decision again and again. His conviction was incomparably firm. He could only fight. He had no other choice. The atmosphere on the gods' altar was gloomy. Everyone's mood was obviously heavy. Everyone at this juncture of life and death. We have no other choice but to fight to the death. We will live and die with the realm of the gods. If we live, the realm of the gods will exist. If we die, the realm of the gods will be destroyed. The life and death of the realm of the gods and the rise and fall of the human clan are all in our hands. So, the responsibility and burden on our shoulders are incomparably huge. But this is our responsibility and our sacred mission. We can't run away from it, and we can't run away from it. We are cultivators, and we can fight. The words of the Hongmeng master were also spoken in everyone's hearts. It also ignited their fighting spirit and fighting spirit. To fight, they could only fight to the death. Being invincible and unafraid of death also required great courage. When people were forced to a certain extent, they could abandon everything for a trace of faith in their hearts. For everyone, that trace of faith in their hearts was to protect the realm of the gods and the human clan. This was a noble belief. This was supreme merit. This was the god of the human clan's faith. This was also a supreme glory. All right, there is no need to be so nervous for the time being. There is no need to be so agitated. Let's talk about the specifics of the situation so that everyone can discuss it. The Hongmeng master waved his hand, and everyone quieted down. It seemed that the situation hadn't reached that point yet. The Hongmeng master continued. Although the three realms Otherverse and the Devil Beast Cosmos have discussed to launch an all-out attack, after all, the battle for Providence isn't decided by our top forces. The most important thing is still the battle for Providence. Therefore, when I say all-out attack, I don't mean the final battle to the death. The battle for Providence is still going on, but the intensity will definitely increase. However, it hasn't reached the point of life and death. The most important thing is that their powerhouses and sovereigns are going to participate in the battle. For example, in the realm of the gods, both sides had a tacit understanding. There, the powerhouses and sovereigns wouldn't participate in the battle for Providence. After all, the killing power of powerhouses and sovereigns was too great. How could the gods withstand the slaughter of powerhouses and sovereigns? Then let's fight. Our hands are itching for a fight. We've been wanting to fight them for a long time. Yeah, if they want to fight, then let's fight. Even if they have the numbers advantage, our sovereigns and sovereigns won't cower. We definitely won't cower. They should have fought a long time ago. Otherwise, we'd have to stand guard here every day and watch those gods fight like fire and tea. It's incomparably intense. It's so unbearable. We should have been the ones to fight on the battlefield long ago. If we don't fight, my powerhouses will probably forget about killing. The sovereign's fighting spirit was extremely high. Even in the God-sealing abyss, sovereigns rarely took action. Very few sovereigns took action. Although powerhouses occasionally took action, the frequency was very low. Chapter 1343. The promised war. The Grand Mist Master nodded slightly when he saw everyone's fighting spirit soaring. He felt a little gratified as he continued. Everyone, don't get too excited. Even though we're going to participate in the war, we won't do it blindly. We won't charge in blindly either. We haven't reached the final step yet. To our God realm, we are the weaker party. Therefore, we must exercise restraint and be careful in everything we do. We need to buy as much time as we can. Buying time is good for the God realm. If we drag this war out, we'll have a better chance of winning. However, there were some sovereigns who disagreed with the Master of Grand Mist. Master of Grand Mist, I think the longer we drag this out, the worse it will be for the God realm. Why don't we take advantage of this moment? When we're united against a common enemy and our morale is at its peak to launch an all-out attack. Perhaps there's still hope. We can't win in a war of attrition. In the end, the God realm will be the one at a disadvantage. Speaking of hope, I don't need to drag this out to bring hope to the God realm. If we have to fight, let's fight like crazy. Victory or defeat will be decided by this fight. Whether we live or die, it's still a fight. While our morale is high, perhaps there'll be some hope. The speaker was He Jimin Wangsong, one of the ancient sovereigns of the Star Alliance. He Jimin Wangsong, you can't say that. The three realms, Eros, the mech race, and the Devil Beast universe. That's four forces working together. In terms of strength, they're twice as strong as the God realm. If we were to fight head-on now, would our God realm even have a tiny bit of hope? If you fight now, you'll undoubtedly be seeking your own death. I seriously disagree with this statement. It's precisely because we're weak that we need to drag this out. Otherwise, we'll only hasten our demise. If we drag this out, perhaps there'll be some hope. If we go all out now, we'll die. One of the sovereigns immediately disagreed. It was He Jimin Huangjian, the leader of the desolate land shrine. Heejimin Wangsong said angrily. Heejimin of the desolate land, why are you trying to boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Our god realm isn't as weak as you say, right? So what if the four powers join forces? Is our god realm really afraid of them? So what if it was the three realms? So what if it was the magical beast universe? They're all defeated by our god realm. If we don't fight now, the longer we drag this out, the harder it will be. Heejimin Wangsong's words did make some sense. However, there were some things that Heejimin Wangsong didn't know about. The Grand Mist Master waved his hand and said, all right, the two of you should stop arguing. Wangsong, desolate land, both of you are right. Both of you have your reasons. But Wangsong, our current strategy is to stall for time, so your proposal is unnecessary for now. You might not be convinced, but I can tell you that stalling for time is beneficial to the God Realm. Our God Realm is not completely without hope. It all depends on whether we can stall for time. The Grand Mist Master's words clearly had a deeper meaning. Not many people knew about Qin Zhao's matter. This was something that the 6 holy masters had discussed. Other than a few hegemons like Master Qingye, no one else knew about it. Hegemon Wangsong naturally didn't know that Qin Zhao was the hope of the God Realm. Hence, he felt that stalling for time was pointless, so he might as well start the fight now. Since the Grand Mist Master had said so, Hegemon Wangsong didn't say anything else. However, everyone was still trying to guess what the Grand Mist Master's words meant. What kind of hope was the Grand Mist Master talking about? Hope that could turn the tide of this calamity wasn't simple. Unless the God Realm gave birth to a heavenly venerate. Although the Master of the Heavenly Court had a chance of becoming a heavenly venerate, that was all there was to it. But this hope was very clear in everyone's heart that it was extremely slim. The Master of the Heavenly Court had worked hard for an entire epoch, but he still hadn't taken that step. Therefore, the possibility of taking this step in the last few 100,000 years could be said to be almost zero, unless the heavens really cared about the God Realm and gave it a chance to live. However, such a thing was no different from a fantasy. After everyone quieted down, the Grand Mist Master continued. For the time being, the God Realm and the 4 powers have reached a tacit understanding. Both sides have begun to compete with sovereigns. For now, the tacit understanding is that almighties can only fight almighties, and sovereigns can only fight sovereigns. However, as he spoke, the Grand Mist Master's gaze fell on Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayang, and Qin Zhao. Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayang, and Qin Zhao, the 3 of you are a little special. Although you are all 4th-step heavenly gods, your strength has long reached the sovereign realm. Hence, you are still considered sovereigns. Only the 3 of you will be given special treatment according to the sovereign realm. Hence, if you want to make a move in the future, don't make a move against almighties. You can make a move against sovereigns. This is the tacit understanding between both sides. The God Realm must not break this tacit understanding, so everyone must be careful. This is a matter of life and death for the God Realm. Everyone must not be careless, and don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Everything must be done for the greater good. If the God Realm falls, if the human race is exterminated, then there will be no way for us to live, and we won't have the face to continue living. Everyone nodded solemnly. Since the Grand Mist Master had given them such instructions, they would naturally abide by it. Moreover, this tacit understanding had been followed very well, so there was nothing to worry about. The God Realm and the God-sealing Abyss will start fighting at the same time. The God Realm will have to fight on 2 fronts. The power in the God-sealing Abyss can only maintain this state, and there won't be any increase in power. If we lose, then we can only retreat and give up the God-sealing Abyss, allowing the Devil-Beast Universe's power to enter our Grand Mist Universe. Once we reach that stage, we can only retreat to the God Realm and fight to the death. Of course, based on the current situation, this step will definitely come. It just depends on how long we can hold on. If we can hold on a little longer, then the pressure on the God Realm will lessen. If the Devil-Beast Universe's power breaks through the God-sealing mountain too early, then the God Realm's enemies will double in strength. The pressure on the God Realm will naturally be greater. Once this hole is opened, The demonic beast universe's army of gods will flood into the primordial universe and join the battle for karmic luck. Then, we won't have any power to fight for karmic luck. In the end, we can only rely on the few of us to fight a life and death battle. If they really reached this step, then they wouldn't be far away from death. This step was something no one was willing to see. Everyone fell silent. I'll send you some specific details. The Grand Mist Master waved his hand, and a stream of information flowed into everyone's mind. This information was mainly the details agreed upon by both sides, and it could be considered a framework. Under this framework, they could act as they wished. The framework was quite simple. Both sides agreed on a few routes, and each route was a battlefield. They agreed on a time, and during this time, on each route, they had to send out forces to fight and kill. Take the God-sealing abyss as an example. The 5 great holy lands of the God realm had a total of over 100 camps, and with each camp as a base, 10 routes radiated out, forming over 1,000 routes. And for these 1,000 routes, it was stipulated that every 300 years, they had to send out forces to fight. In other words, the God-sealing abyss was divided into over 1,000 subdivided battlefields, and every 300 years, there would be a battle. This was a tacit agreement between both sides. Moreover, this battle required the participation of supreme experts. This was a battle between supreme experts. When supreme experts fought, there would definitely be casualties. Every 300 years, there would be over 1,000 battles. One could imagine that there would definitely be supreme beings sacrificing themselves every year. As a result, the speed of the battle naturally became very fast. The speed of sacrifice, the speed of death, the speed of weakening, all of these things would become very fast. Furthermore, out of these 1,000 routes, there were 10 routes left for the supreme experts. Of course, the supreme experts would only have to fight once every 10,000 years. Even so, with 10 routes on average, there would be a battle between supreme experts every 1,000 years. This meant that every 1,000 years, a supreme expert might fall. This was an extremely frightening matter. After all, the supreme experts in the God-sealing abyss were only 50 or so. If one supreme expert were to be sacrificed every 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Therefore, in this way, the pace of the battle would be much faster, and the time of confrontation would be greatly reduced. To the God realm, this was very unfavorable news. But right now, the God realm was in a passive position, so they could only grit their teeth and fight. Mount God-sealing had over 1,000 routes, and the God realm had a lot more routes, with a total of close to 6,000 routes. However, the battlefield in the God realm was even larger. Even though there were more routes, such a consumption was still very frightening. The plan was clearly laid out before everyone's eyes, and everyone could see it clearly. They understood that the God realm didn't have much time left. The atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. After seeing this confidence, Qin Zhao's frown deepened, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, this was the only way. The God realm had no other choice. If they didn't agree to these conditions, the situation would only worsen. Right now, both sides could only fight under this tacit agreement. Time. The God realm needed time, and Qin Zhao needed time. But this time was infinitely compressed, and there was very little time left. No matter how difficult it is, we have to give it our all. Qin Zhao fiercely gritted his teeth. After seeing this information, everyone's mood was somewhat heavy. The Grand Mist Master's deep voice sounded again. You are all familiar with the situation, so the rest of the matters will be up to you to arrange. Each of you is in charge of 1 or 2 camps, and you all know the routes of the camps. As for how to arrange people to fight and kill, that will depend on your own intelligence. This kind of battle can have a lot of intelligent thinking. If the strategy is used well, it will have a miraculous effect. Now, it can be said that how long Mount God-sealing can last is in your hands. I believe that you will definitely arrange yourselves well. All right, that's all for today. Everyone quickly return to your respective camps and arrange yourselves accordingly. Now, our Mount God-sealing will enter the first level of alert, and we will be fully involved in the battle. Everyone must be fired up and fight. Bring out the spirit of fighting with all your might. Only small victories can be exchanged for big victories, and we will be able to last longer and win more time. This way, there will be more hope and more light. Chapter 1344. The Path of the Great Tao. Everyone quickly left and returned to their respective camps to deploy their missions. A new chapter of the war was about to begin. It came faster than anyone had imagined. It came so fast that it caught them off guard. However, since they were already here, there was nothing much to say. They could only pick up their swords and fight. Morale would be mobilized by the sovereigns. Qin Shao also prepared to return to the vanguard camp. His camp would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the new war. Qin Shao. Master Qing suddenly walked over and called out to Qin Shao. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Master of Grand Mist wants to see you. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he heard Master Qingye's words. The Master of Grand Mist wants to see me? It seems like he wants to see me alone. However, if he wants to see me alone, why would he send Master Qingye to inform me? Wouldn't he just send me a voice transmission? Qin Shao was truly puzzled. Master Qingye seemed to have read Qin Zhao's mind and said, the Master of Grand Mist wants to see you alone. However, he's afraid that you won't be familiar with this place, so he sent me to show you the way. The Master of Grand Mist wants me to take you to his residence. You should know why he wants to see you alone. However, you don't have to feel burdened. Success is your responsibility, but failure is not yours. All right, let's go. I'll take you there. Don't let the Master of Grand Mist wait too long. Qin Shao nodded. He somewhat understood the Master of Grand Mist's intentions. The Master of Grand Mist had sent Master Qingye to find him so that he could prepare himself mentally and not worry. This was a very considerate intention. Following Master Qingye, they quickly arrived at a quiet courtyard. On this barren rocky mountain, this place was like an otherworldly peach garden. Birds chirped, and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The Master of Grand Mist is waiting for you inside. This is as far as I can go. I'll take my leave first. Master Qingye stopped. Qin Shao nodded and said, thank you, big brother Qingye. After sending off Master Qingye, Qin Shao was just about to salute her when the door to the courtyard opened automatically. The Grand Mist Master's voice came from inside the house. Come in. Since Hong Meng was so easygoing, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and walked in directly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt as if he had entered a foreign world. The aura of a whole new world appeared in front of him. Everything in this world seemed new and could not be found in the outside world. The light of Grand Mist covered this courtyard, turning it into an independent little Grand Mist space. The visual effects were quite strange. Walking in was like entering the boundless primordial chaos. This space was filled with the primordial chaos laws. It was a small space constructed by the primordial chaos laws. As soon as Qin Shao entered it, she was fascinated by it. The Grand Mist Master had been a primordial chaos controller for countless years. He was the first primordial chaos controller in this universe era. Qin Shao was also a primordial chaos controller. However, compared to the Grand Mist Master, Qin Shao could clearly feel that there was a huge difference. The Grand Mist Master could actually forcefully change the primordial chaos laws and reconstruct them. This strength was too strong and shocking. Qin Shao definitely couldn't do this. Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. Being a controller isn't the end? There's a new path ahead? According to Qin Zhao's understanding, being a controller of a great Tao should be the end of a great Tao. However, he now realized that his previous understanding was wrong. Being a controller wasn't the end. This also opened a new window for Qin Shao. Qin Shao saw a side that he hadn't seen before. After pausing for a while, Qin Shao continued walking into the house. The furnishings in the house were very simple and ordinary. It looked like an ordinary house. However, with Qin Zhao's eyesight, he could see that everything in the house was constructed using the primordial chaos laws. It was really mysterious to use the laws to construct everything. Being a controller was known to be a controller. However, it was only a kind of application of the laws. It was a great Tao's law. However, everything Qin Shao saw before him wasn't like that. It was changing the laws into something he wanted. This wasn't as simple as the application of the laws. The Grand Mist Master sat there cross-legged. The laws around his body were also lingering, using the primordial chaos laws to construct a natural moat. Therefore, even though the Grand Mist Master was sitting there, Qin Shao felt as if he was in an endless void far away. There was only a distance of 2 to 3 meters between them. However, it felt as if they were separated by countless spaces, space-time, and endless distance. This visual sensation was very strange. "Have a seat," the Grand Mist Master said again. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. He sat directly opposite the Grand Mist Master and said respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Mist Master." The Grand Mist Master looked at Qin Shao and asked calmly, "What do you see?" Qin Shao said, "The control of the primordial chaos laws." "Changing the laws." The Grand Mist Master nodded and said, "Yes, it's just as you see. This is the control of the primordial chaos laws. Changing the laws and using the laws to construct everything. However, my control of the laws is still relatively weak. I've only grasped a little bit of the knack. After countless years, I've only grasped a little bit of the knack." As expected, Qin Shao felt a surge of emotions when he heard this. He asked again, "Grand Mist Master, does this mean that being a controller isn't the end of a great Tao?" And the Grand Mist Master shook his head and said with a chuckle, "What is the end? We used to think that being a Universe Master was the end of cultivation. However, after becoming Universe Master, we realized that being a Universe Master isn't even the starting point for the Great Thousand Domains. Compared to the Great Thousand Domains, being a Universe Master is too insignificant. He's just like an ant, just like the top existence in your origin world. Even if you stand at the top of your origin world, you're not even a god. Compared to the primordial chaos universe, you're not even an ant. The higher you stand, the further you can see. Only then will you know that the Tao is endless. We don't know where the end of the cultivation path is. However, we can be sure that this is definitely not the end. It's just a starting point. Above our great Tao cultivation system should be the laws of the great Tao itself. A controller can only control the laws of the great Tao, but there's no way to change or even create the laws of the great Tao. That's why we're called Grand Tao controllers, not controller of laws or creator of laws. That's the difference. Above the controller level is the true control of the laws and the ability to change the laws at will. The laws are a big framework. Within this big framework, countless details are allowed to exist. The details of the laws may be different in different universes. We have to jump into this framework and then try to change it. Finally, we have complete control over it. Just like the use of the great Tao, there are countless directions to use it. We have to start from countless directions and finally control the use of the great Tao. The same principle applies to the cultivation of the laws. Qin Shao nodded in relief. He finally understood some of the situation. Above the Universe Master was the Celestial Venerate. The cultivation path of the Celestial Venerate was the laws of the great Tao. However, Qin Shao had another question. "Master of primordial chaos, according to what you've said, does it mean that one can become a Celestial Venerate directly by following the path of the laws of the great Tao?" The Master of primordial chaos shook his head slightly and said, "I really can't answer this question. After all, no one has reached this step, so I'm not sure if it's possible. In theory, the laws of the great Tao should be the cultivation path of a Celestial Venerate. If one can master a complete law of the great Tao, it's possible to reach the strength of a Celestial Venerate. Of course, it's possible that it's only in terms of strength, but not in terms of cultivation realm. In terms of cultivation realm, as far as we know, one can become a Celestial Venerate and step into the boundless realm after successfully integrating 6 supreme great Taos. No one had walked this path before, so naturally there was no way to know. The Master of Primordial Chaos didn't know these questions, but Jing Yang definitely knew. He would ask Jing Yang later. Qin Shao didn't ask much about this question. "All right, Qin Shao, let's get down to business. I noticed you just now. You should feel a little guilty, right?" The Master of Primordial Chaos said seriously. Qin Shao nodded. he'd feel a little guilty. This sudden outbreak of all-out attacks made Qin Shao think that it might have something to do with his two recent incidents. The three realms and the Otherverse had detected a dangerous aura from him, which prompted them to reach a consensus in advance and launch an all-out attack in advance. Once Qin Shao made his move, many secrets couldn't be concealed. Even if they weren't exposed, some of them could be guessed. Qin Shao carried the hope of the God world, so the three realms and the Otherverse naturally wouldn't let Qin Shao grow unchecked. Otherwise, why would the Devil Beast universe send a universe master to kill Qin Shao? Originally, Qin Shao had only come to seal God's abyss to stir up the waters here and make the Devil Beast universe not dare to go too crazy. He wanted to set up a program to restrain the Devil Beast universe. However, he didn't expect that he would have a counterattack, which made the Devil Beast universe more vigilant. The Master of Primordial Chaos said, "Qin Shao, this matter doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you directly. Even if it does have something to do with you, it shouldn't be a big deal. Our previous predictions are just predictions. This battle for karmic luck definitely won't drag on for too long. Perhaps we were too idealistic in the past and thought that everything was too perfect. What's going to happen will happen sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before the Devil Beast universe and the three realms and Otherverse reach a consensus. There will always be accidents, and this isn't anyone's fault. Therefore, you don't have to take this matter to heart. Don't take it to heart." Although that was what he said, Qin Shao still couldn't take it to heart. However, things had already come to this, and there was no point in thinking too much. Therefore, for Qin Shao now, he should focus on the battlefield. Qin Shao, the Master of Primordial Chaos, said, "We called you here today because we have something important to discuss with you. The few of us have discussed and want to transfer you back to the God world. Firstly, it's not safe to stay in sealed God's abyss. Although the Devil Beast Universe Master's sneak attack failed, there's no guarantee that there won't be a second time. Secondly, we want you to focus all your attention on cultivation. After all, you are now the biggest hope of the God world. Time waits for no one, so you must have enough time and energy to cultivate. We can't let you waste your energy on the battlefield." Chapter 1345. 200,000 years return to the divine world. Qin Shao shook his head without much thought. "There's no need to worry about my safety. The demonic beast universe master's sneak attack failed. I believe they won't make another move so easily. Now that the war is tense, and I've been in the Vanguard camp for tens of thousands of years, I'm familiar with everything there. I know all the personnel deployment like the back of my hand. Besides, the pressure from the war might give me a better chance to cultivate. On average, only one ruler is needed every 1,000 years. We have more than 50 rulers in the sealed God abyss. It'll take me more than 50,000 years to make a move. I won't have many chances to make a move, so there's nothing to worry about. I can still cultivate for the rest of the time. My true body will be exploring the endless sea of darkness. My true body's cultivation is the most important. My doppelganger can be used as support." Since Qin Shao had said so, the Grand Mist Master could only say, "All right, it's up to you. I'm just giving you our opinion. However, the decision is still in your hands. After all, only you know your cultivation best. Only you know the path you want to take. Everything should be under your control. The interference of external forces will only lead to an appropriate response. By the way, Qin Shao, if you need anything else, feel free to ask us. We'll prepare everything we can for you. Now, we'll do our best to ensure your cultivation. The burden on your shoulders is heavier than ours." Qin Shao shook his head. "I don't need anything for now. If I need anything, I'll let you know." The Grand Mist Master nodded his head and sighed helplessly. The war had come too quickly. How much hope did the divine world have? They had protected the divine world for so long. They really didn't want to see it walk towards destruction. How painful would that be? Since the first universe era, the human race had been the strongest race. They occupied the divine world's territory and became the ruler and spokesperson of the Grand Mist universe. Was the ruler of 8 universe epochs really going to be replaced? Qin Shao, according to our calculations, if the God Seal Abyss is still in good condition, it can last for about 100,000 years. 100,000 years later, the magical beast universe would probably erupt in a final frenzy and launch a large-scale attack. When that time comes, we definitely won't be able to fight to the end. We'll have no choice but to retreat to the God realm and use our 5 great sacred grounds as our base. Together with the many defensive measures we've set up over the countless years, we'll make our final stand. However, based on the current situation, we might be able to last for at most 200,000 years. 200,000 years later, I'm afraid that our 5 great holy lands will basically be breached. When that time comes, the final battle will determine life and death and the fate of the God realm. 200,000 years. Qin Shao was also muttering in his heart. This amount of time was indeed too short. It was much shorter than what Qin Shao had thought. It was only 200,000 years. It was really tight. He really had to risk his life. However, it was not completely hopeless. At least in the past 200,000 years, Qin Shao had managed to obtain 4 more Dao controllers. Now that there were only 2 Dao controllers left, it was not impossible for him to succeed. The belief in Qin Zhao's heart did not waver in the slightest. No matter the final result of this battle, our God realm will definitely be devastated. Broken fences and dilapidated walls will be destroyed beyond recognition. I'm afraid that less than 1 in a trillion of our human race will survive in the end. Countless humans would perish in this calamity. The countless years of accumulation of our God realm will also turn to ashes. Thinking about it, it's really heart-wrenching. It's because of our incompetence that such a thing happened. A family, a force, a race, a country, a world, they all need the protection of a powerful existence in exchange for peace. Therefore, this is the meaning of our generation of cultivators becoming stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we protect the people we want to protect. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law everywhere. If you want to survive in such a law, you have to make yourself stronger. The meaning of cultivation, the power, lies in this. Qin Shao nodded, agreeing with the Grand Mist Master's words. Thinking back, this was indeed the case. Taking Qin Zhao's personal experience as an example, wasn't it the same all the way? From the beginning, he was looked down upon by others in the Qin family. His father was suppressed. His position as the patriarch was snatched away. He was plotted against by others. Step by step, the father and son were forced into a desperate situation, falling into the abyss. Under this kind of pressure, Qin Shao wanted to become stronger to change his fate. He wanted to seek justice for his father. He wanted to protect him and his father. Later, he wanted to become stronger to protect his family. Later, he wanted to protect the infernal palace, protect the 9 continents world. Step by step, because there was something that he needed to protect, it became the most solid driving force for Qin Shao to become stronger. It was because of the existence of this driving force that Qin Zhao's conviction was incomparably firm, and he continued to become stronger. All of this was because there was something that he needed to protect. This was a mysterious force. Humans had to live for something. If they didn't do anything and saw through everything, then life would lose its meaning. Indeed, there were many supreme experts who had lived for countless years who felt that life had lost its meaning. Therefore, they became crazy, fell into the abyss, and turned into demons. Only with justice in one's heart could one see the light forever. I heard Brother Pure say that there's a saying in his hometown, death can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a goose feather. We, the warriors of the divine world, fight for the survival of the divine world and fight for the entire human race. Therefore, even if we die, our deaths will be heavier than Mount Tai, and our deaths will be meaningful. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of the world, the common man is guilty. As people of the divine world, we have a responsibility to shoulder all of this. Qin Shao said with a straight face. He had always been duty-bound. He wasn't afraid of bleeding, and he wasn't afraid of sacrificing himself, because everything he protected was worth it, including his life. Everyone only had one life, and it was incomparably precious. No one wanted to die, but sometimes People had to be great. They had to die for the justice in their hearts. Their deaths were glorious, and their deaths were great. If everyone was so selfish, then a general would not be a home, a country would not be a country, and a race would not be a race. Unity and selflessness were always the strongest source of power for a force. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this, lest it makes us sad. Master of Primordial Chaos waved his hand and said, "All right, Qin Shao, you can go back first. Since you're staying in the Vanguard camp, you'll definitely bear the brunt of it. So, you better go back and make preparations." Qin Shao nodded, got up, and left. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao quickly returned to the Vanguard camp. Flame Emperor had been waiting for Qin Zhao's return. Obviously, they had also received the news. "Qin Shao, you're finally back. Everyone was worried when you didn't come back. They thought something had happened," Flame Emperor said. Qin Shao smiled and said, "What could have happened to me? Even the masters of the universe couldn't kill me. What else could have done to me? I had a discussion with Master of Primordial Chaos, so I came back a little late. Sorry to have kept you waiting." "All right, Flame Emperor, gather everyone in the main hall. I have something to discuss with everyone. Just gather all the powerful beings. I'll leave the work of the Desolate Land Army to you. I'll take a break. I don't know how to say those impassioned words." Flame Emperor said, "Let's go. I've already gathered all my men. They're all waiting in the main hall at home, waiting for you to come back." Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He immediately shook his head and smiled. Flame Emperor was really thoughtful. With Flame Emperor's help, it was indeed quite convenient. After staying here for tens of thousands of years, he and Flame Emperor had become more and more in sync. The two of them quickly arrived at the main hall. More than 1,000 powerful beings were already waiting there, sitting in an orderly manner, waiting for Qin Zhao's arrival. However, the discussion was more intense and lively. Seeing that Qin Shao had arrived, everyone's eyes focused on him, and the main hall quieted down. After tens of thousands of years of getting along, Qin Zhao's prestige in everyone's hearts had reached an irreplaceable level. Everyone was also willing to fight with Qin Shao and risk their lives together. Qin Shao was also completely trusted, loved, and supported by everyone. This was also Qin Zhao's contribution over the past tens of thousands of years. It could be considered his most successful achievement over the past tens of thousands of years. After getting along for a long time, they would understand each other. After getting along for tens of thousands of years, Qin Shao could be said to have gotten along well with his subordinates. He didn't put on any airs. In fact, Qin Shao would occasionally give some pointers to those powerful beings. Every time, those powerful beings would benefit greatly. Sometimes, Qin Shao would even give out some treasures. Although these treasures were nothing to Qin Shao, they were treasures to those powerful beings. It was the accumulation of these little things that allowed Qin Shao to have the prestige he had now. Qin Shao walked over and said, Sorry to keep everyone waiting." "Haha, it's okay. We didn't wait for a few days. Elder Qin, it's good that you're back. We're just waiting for you to come back and give the order. Our hands have been itching for a long time. We can't wait to kill those demonic beasts. Now the opportunity has come. It's finally our turn to be the protagonist. Yes, Elder Qin, I strongly request to be the first to go. If I don't bring back the heads of those powerful demonic beasts, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine." "Bah, who said you'll be the first to go? I should be the first to go. Can you beat me? Shame on you. Who said I can't beat you? If you have the ability, let me have 3 moves first." Hearing everyone's words, Qin Shao smiled knowingly and waved his hand, motioning for everyone to be quiet. Soon, the main hall quieted down again. Qin Zhao's expression quickly became cold, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He looked at everyone with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "I believe you all know some news. Let me show you some specific details first. Then, we'll have a good discussion and come up with a good plan. Marching and fighting are not child's play. We can't be individual heroes. The victory of one person can't represent the victory of everyone. If we want to win, it must be the victory of our whole camp. A good plan and policy is the guarantee of the camp's victory. So, you must not be careless. Otherwise, if anyone dares to stir up trouble for me, I won't let them off easily. Qin Zhao's words were unprecedentedly strict. In this special period, they naturally had to treat it seriously. They couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Qin Zhao waved his hand and transmitted the information to everyone's minds, letting them familiarize themselves with all the details first. Chapter 1346. Path. Haha. Elder Qin, we already know the specifics of the situation. You should just give us orders directly. A boorish almighty said impatiently. He was boorish, bold, and warlike. Since everyone knew the situation, Qin Zhao said, "That's the general situation. Now, what we need to discuss is how to deal with the battles of the routes. Our vanguard camp has 10 routes. On average, there will be a battle every 30 years. The intensity of the battles is obvious. But we are the righteous ones, the gods of protection, and the solid shield of the human race. We are fighting a battle of defense, a battle of survival. This is the source of our strength. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. But we are not afraid. We will not rest until we die. We must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. We will fight for the God realm, for the human race, and for our family, friends, and clansmen. If we die on the battlefield, it is also a supreme glory heavier than Mount Tai. It is also the most resplendent ray of light in our lives. If the enemy wants to fight, I will accompany them. If the enemy is strong, I will risk my life. The survival of the vanguard camp is also in your hands." Qin Zhao's words were very calm, but they did not lose their passion. Everyone's fighting spirit was extremely high. They were not afraid of death and were willing to fight to the death with the magical beast army. All right, let's discuss the first battle of our vanguard camp. The first route is definitely the most important. The first battle is a battle of morale. We attach great importance to it. I believe the magical beast universe also attaches great importance to it, Qin Zhao said again. As soon as Qin Zhao finished speaking, an almighty immediately spoke up. Just divide us into 10 groups. 10 routes. Each group will be responsible for one. If we're going to fight the first battle, then let's fight beautifully and send out more people. No, Almighty Qin Jun, your words are too impetuous. If we're divided into 10 groups, then won't we only fight 10 battles? You are really going to kill us all in one go. This way of fighting is obviously not appropriate. We are fighting a long battle now. Victory will not be decided in one battle, so we have to be slow and steady. I feel that we can't have too many people in each battle. It would be best if there were less than 5 people. If there are too many, it will quickly deplete our strength. I believe that the Warcraft universe also wants to exhaust our strength faster in order to obtain a faster victory. That's right, Supreme Being Qian Jun. What you said is too conflicting. However, wasn't 5 a little too few? What if the Warcraft universe sent out more powerful beings? Wouldn't we be at a disadvantage then? That might not be the case. The Warcraft universe must have considered this as well. If they lost too much of their strength, they would lose their advantage against the 3 realms otherverse. The Warcraft universe will definitely accumulate power. The Warcraft universe has far more powerful beings than we do, so the number of powerful beings they send out is definitely not small. Less than 5, I think it's too risky. That's right. We should pay more attention to the first battle. I think we should send out at least 10 almighties. Yes, I also feel that we need at least 10 of them, and we also need to select a few powerful beings who have been through a lot. Otherwise, we may be at a disadvantage. If we lose too much in the first battle, it won't be good. It doesn't necessarily have to be a lot of people. We can send out a few powerful beings for the first battle. If it's not enough, we can still retreat. More people doesn't necessarily mean more power. Everyone had an intense discussion about how to fight the first battle, and everyone had their own opinions. Qin Zhao listened to them one by one and asked the Flame Emperor, "What do you think?" The Flame Emperor frowned slightly and said, "This situation is indeed full of uncertainty. How to send people to fight is indeed a very big problem. A good plan is probably half the success. It's fine for the time being. After all, we still have a lot of people, and there's not much consumption. However, the situation will get worse as time goes on. As our almighties die one by one, I'm afraid that we will be stretched thin towards the end of the battle. When that time comes, we will have to be very careful if we want to fight according to the plan. Although the first battle is important, I don't think we should be too nervous. There's no need to send out too many almighties for the first battle, but it's enough to guarantee the strength. Therefore, I'll personally lead the team for the first battle. We don't need too many people, just 8. You'll fight? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he heard the Flame Emperor's words. There was no doubt about the Flame Emperor's strength. In the vanguard camp, the Flame Emperor was the strongest after him. He was ranked 10th on the heaven list, and his reputation was not undeserved. Qin Shao would be much more at ease if the Flame Emperor was involved. However, it felt strange for the Flame Emperor to personally take part in the first battle. However, since the Flame Emperor had taken the initiative to invite Ying, Qin Shao could not refuse. After thinking about it, he said, "That's fine. Flame Emperor, you'll have to work harder this time. If you want to fight, those 8 people are enough. You don't need to bring too many people. If it's really dangerous, you can retreat. I'm very confident in your strength. As long as you don't encounter a ruler, you should have no problem staying alive." It was definitely impossible to encounter a ruler. Since both sides had agreed, it would definitely be an almighty against an almighty, and the ruler would definitely not interfere. The Flame Emperor's suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. Hence, in the end, they decided to use the Flame Emperor's method. Including the Flame Emperor, they sent out a total of 8 almighties. Of course, these 8 almighties were the stronger ones. Not all of them were the best, but all of them were slightly stronger. This force could be considered to be very powerful. Even if he were to face a hegemon, he'd still be able to put up a fight. The team for the first battle had been chosen. As for the other 9 routes, 3 to 5 people were selected from each route. They were also prepared to fight. Those who were not selected were waiting for their substitutes. Although it was an all-out attack, this battle would still take a long time. The Master of Primordial Chaos had predicted that it would take 100,000 years. Hence, it was necessary to preserve their strength. Otherwise, if they rushed out recklessly, they would probably be annihilated in a few thousand years. Everything had been discussed, and the vanguard camp entered a tense state of preparation. The atmosphere in the Ceiling God Abyss had become much tenser. On the other side, in a secret realm in the endless sea of darkness, whoosh, a figure walked out from the black tide. His clothes were torn, and he looked a little disheveled. Phew, this damn place is really dangerous. There are so many dangers that I didn't expect. Fortunately, I am strong and have many life-saving methods. Otherwise, I would be in danger. Ordinary rulers wouldn't be able to come out alive if they went in. I didn't expect there to be so many dangerous places in the Primordial Chaos universe. It's unbelievable. The person who came out was none other than Qin Shao. Over the years, Qin Zhao's original body had been training in the endless sea of darkness. He had entered many dangerous places and secret realms. The Desolate Landmaster had given Qin Shao a list, and Qin Shao had visited it one by one. He had to admit that the Desolate Landmaster's list was very targeted and helpful to Qin Shao. Although Qin Zhao's mastery of the Grand Tao of Chaos and the Grand Tao of Reincarnation had yet to improve by too much, his mastery of the Grand Tao of Chaos was already on the verge of breaking through to the beginner level. He had accumulated a certain amount of knowledge and was only missing an opportunity to break through. As for the Reincarnation Tao, Qin Shao was also working hard to break through to the 6th level. He felt that he was just a little bit away. There was still improvement. The all-out attack has begun. I don't have much time left. I must reach this step in 200,000 years. I must. Qin Shao secretly clenched his fists. The thoughts in his heart were urging and encouraging himself over and over again. This was a goal, a huge pressure, and a sacred mission. No matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to give it his all. With a thought, Qin Zhao's consciousness clone appeared on Sacred Mountain and met with Jingyang. Jingyang naturally knew Qin Zhao's intention. Without waiting for Qin Shao to speak, he said, "Young master, although I'm also a great Tao cultivator, I can't help you much with the cultivation of the great Tao. You can only walk this path by yourself. The things left behind by the old master are indeed limited. There are no treasures that can help you cultivate and comprehend. The chaos Tao and reincarnation Tao can only be cultivated and comprehended by you. If I had a good way to help you, I would have done it long ago. Moreover, the foundation is very important to whether you can become a celestial venerable. Therefore, too much external help might not be a good thing for the young master. If you work hard to reach this step by step, your chances of becoming a celestial venerable will be greater. Otherwise, if you don't succeed in the Tao integration, it will be meaningless. It's not that easy to become a celestial venerable. You must be aware of this, young master. Qin Shao nodded. He was aware of this situation, and it was indeed so. The most important thing on the path of cultivation was to rely on oneself. It would be more difficult to rely on external help. I know, but I don't have much time now. I only have 200,000 years. If I have enough time, I'm confident that I can succeed. However, I have to think of more ways in this short period of time. Qin Shao shook his head. Jing Yang frowned and nodded. You're right, young master. Time waits for no man. Young master, I'll think about it again and see if there's any way I can help you. Maybe it's been too long, and I can't remember some things. I'll have to search the entire sacred mountain to find out. However, the possibility of this is relatively small. I'm also very anxious, but there are some things that can't be helped. It seemed that it would be difficult to get some help from Jing Yang. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, By the way, Jing Yang, I have something to ask you. If one cultivates a great Tao, it's the laws of the great Tao, right? Controlling the laws? Jing Yang nodded. Yes, young master. If one cultivates a great Tao, it's the laws. 6 top-grade great Taos correspond to 6 laws. This is the foundation of the great Tao cultivation system. It operates by relying on the laws. The laws are the foundation of the great Tao. The so-called great Tao controllers in the primordial universe are actually just controllers of the power of the great Tao. They only control the power of the great Tao, but they don't control the true laws. They don't enter the domain of the laws. The laws are even more powerful. They're the foundation of the great Tao and the foundation of everything. Only by controlling the laws can one be truly powerful. Chapter 1347. Heart Force Breakstone. It was just as Qin Shao had guessed. Above, there were law controllers, who truly controlled the laws of the Great Path. The so-called controllers in the Hongming universe only controlled the power of the Great Path. Jing Yang continued to explain, the laws are omnipresent and can cover the entire vast thousand domains. They are where the true power lies. And the laws in every place may be different. For example, the Hongming universe has its own laws, but other universes have their own laws. The laws are connected but not the same. The laws are also ever-changing, but they do not deviate from the same principle. If you can control the laws of the Great Path, then no matter where you go, you can unleash all the power of the Great Path and no longer be restrained by the laws. In the universe, if you can control the laws, then you can easily change the laws. Let me give you a very simple example. If you become a controller of all things in the Hongmeng universe, then you can change the laws of all things in the Hongmeng universe at will. Once you change them, then others will not be able to use them. If the laws are different, then the other comprehensions will not match. Although the laws are connected and the changes do not deviate from the same principle, the details are different. Therefore, it is very difficult to adapt to it. It is almost impossible for anyone below the Universe Master level to adapt. Even Universe Masters need a long time to adapt. Therefore, a law controller can suppress many people simply by changing the laws of the universe. This is the weakness of a law controller. After listening to Jing Yang's explanation, Qin Shao was relieved. A law controller was indeed a weakness. They could change the laws and truly control everything. However, it was too difficult to cultivate further. The Hongmeng Master had only touched the surface after an era of accumulation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had touched the surface. It was too difficult to become a law controller. Is the strength of a law controller comparable to a celestial venerable? Qin Shao asked. Jingyang nodded and said, "Yes, a law controller is comparable to a celestial venerable. However, in terms of realm, they are not yet at the level of a controller. However, I don't want Master to take this path. Not only is this path difficult, but it's also not a proper path. Even if this can make one's strength very strong, it is actually not a good thing." Qin Xiao nodded. She understood what Jingyang meant. The realm is the foundation. Without the realm, everything is in vain. No matter how strong he was, it was still a serious injury. If you can't raise your cultivation level, then your final path will be exhausted. Just like me now, although I'm very strong, it's very difficult for me to raise my realm. Many times, the shortcoming of my cultivation level has exposed my weaknesses. Sometimes it is fatal. Yes, young master, this is a very important point. Whether it was in the universe, the Holy Land, or anywhere in the Great Thousand Domains, one's cultivation level was the foundation. Cultivation level is the most important. It's just like in the primordial universe. If you can't become a fourth-step heavenly deity, your lifespan will be limited. For the time being, the young master's realm was still low, so he could accumulate a lot of experience and make a breakthrough. However, once he became a celestial master and entered the holy domain, he would have to take it one step at a time. The most fundamental part of cultivation is still the realm. The ultimate goal is also the supreme realm. Only when one's realm is higher can one be truly powerful. Only then can one be truly unshakable. Only then can one be truly immortal and indestructible. Jingyang said again. Qin Xiao had known about this for a long time. Therefore, he had always attached great importance to the realm. He had taken this path, which could be considered an unusual path. Originally, Qin Xiao also wanted to take it one step at a time and make a breakthrough step by step. However, this ordinary path was too difficult. It was very difficult to become a universe master, and it was even more difficult to become a celestial master. Therefore, Qin Xiao chose to take this path because it was easier to become a celestial master. However, it was also very obvious that he had to pay a high price for taking this path. If Qin Xiao had been a ruler at this time, then Qin Xiao would not have been so embarrassed when he faced the Warcraft Universe Master last time. The gap between realms was a fatal flaw. Jingyang said, however, the path that young master has chosen is not bad. It can be considered a relatively easy path. The early stages are more difficult, but the later stages are more explosive. Compared to the step-by-step path, it may not be easier, but it will definitely take a lot less time. Both paths are more difficult. It depends on which path is more suitable for you. Young master, this path is more suitable for you. Young master, your mind is still completely focused on becoming the master of the six paths. Don't think about anything else. Qin Xiao nodded. He naturally knew about this situation. He had only asked casually. He did not really want to take this path. It was not very practical. Asking about this situation would also let Qin Xiao know what to do in the future. By the way, Jingyang, do you have any way to help me with my cultivation of heart force? My heart force has already broken through to the 5th level. If I take another step, it will reach the 6th level. The 6th level of heart force corresponds to the master of the universe realm, said Jingyang. Heart force has a very good suppressive effect on the dark cultivation system. So, if my heart force breaks through to the 6th level, then my heart force alone will be able to suppress the Warcraft Universe Master and Master of Eros. If that is the case, and I am unable to become the master of the 6 paths in the end, our godly world will have a much higher chance of winning. The path of heart force was the path that Qin Xiao had been considering for a long time. If it was ordinary cultivation, it would be very difficult to improve his heart force. It would be almost impossible. But if there was external help, there was still hope. So Qin Xiao asked Jingyang. Perhaps there would be some help. Young master, the 6th level of heart force does correspond to the master of the universe realm, said Jingyang. However, relatively speaking, the 6th level of heart force is weaker. It is still much weaker than the master of the Great Path system. Heart force does have a suppressive effect on the dark energy, but it is not a one-sided suppression. Suppressing 2 or 3 master of the universe might not be a problem, but suppressing more than that will be difficult. So, young master, don't be too optimistic. Jing Yang bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on Qin Shao, suppressing 2 or 3 master of the universe. This number was indeed a little low. At least, it was less than what Qin Shao had imagined. If he could only suppress 2 or 3 master of the universe, then he would indeed not have an overwhelming advantage. However, it was better than nothing, right? If he could not do it in practice, then he could use his heart force to help Qin Shao fight 1 or 2 master of the universe. Forget it, said Qin Shao, shaking his head. See if there is any way first. Jing Yang thought for a moment. After a long while, he nodded. With a flip of his palm, an ancient broken stone flew out. The moment this broken stone flew out, Qin Shao suddenly felt as if the entire world had changed. It made his spirit go into a daze. Although Qin Shao quickly recovered, he was still shocked. What a powerful heart force. It can actually affect my mind. How terrifyingly powerful. In a battle between great masters, a flash is enough to determine life and death. In his shock, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on that broken stone. He felt a powerful force protecting that broken stone, preventing external forces from seeping in. He used his consciousness to check. The moment his consciousness touched it, he would suffer a powerful backlash from his heart force. If it had been someone with weaker heart force, they would have been unable to withstand the backlash of this power. Even Qin Shao could not easily check what was on that broken stone. It was indeed an extraordinary broken stone. He did not know what kind of being had left behind this broken stone. It should have been a powerful heart force cultivator. Jing Yang said, "Young master, I found this broken stone by chance when I followed my master into a secret region. My master does not cultivate heart force, so this broken stone is useless to him. He casually tossed it to me. I also do not cultivate heart force, so I have always kept it with me and have never used it. My master does not know where this broken stone came from, but he guessed that the owner of this broken stone must be very powerful. He should be even more powerful than a celestial master. However, this broken stone should be incomplete. I have not examined it in detail, so I do not know what it is. However, I think it should be helpful to your cultivation for the time being. It will definitely be helpful. I can feel it." Qin Shao smiled. He did not need to examine it to know that it would be of great help. Qin Shao was instantly filled with anticipation. This was good stuff. Heart force cultivation was very difficult. All this time, Qin Shao had never received any guidance. He had relied on himself to explore step by step, crossing the river by feeling the stones. Cultivation could be said to be extremely difficult. But even under such difficult circumstances, Qin Shao had still managed to cultivate his heart to the 5th level. It had to be said that he was extremely monstrous and heaven-defying. Qin Shao picked up the broken stone. There was a layer of hazy space above the broken stone that blocked the line of sight. Thus, he could not see what was on the broken stone just by looking at it. If he wanted to see what was on the broken stone clearly, he would have to send his consciousness into it. But it was not so easy to send one's consciousness into it. One would have to withstand a powerful heart force attack. Those with a weak consciousness would die upon contact. It was not easy to see this broken stone. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to see it. Qin Shao put the broken stone away for the time being. He did not immediately begin testing it. He still had some things to discuss with Jing Yang. "Jing Yang, you know the current situation of the God Realm. You also know my situation. Although I have already prepared for the worst, I hope that I can resolve this crisis with my own strength. I hope to turn the tide and reverse the situation. This is also a challenge and a test for me. I also hope that I can use this calamity to temper myself. But the time left for me is really too little. A short 200,000 years can be said to be very short. So now, I have no choice but to seek other avenues. Jing Yang, do you have any good ideas for me? You are a celestial venerable, after all. You are experienced and knowledgeable." Jing Yang frowned slightly. He shook his head and said, "Young master, to be honest, I have never experienced such a thing. I also want to help you and give you some good ideas, but I can't think of anything at the moment. Such a calamity can only be turned around by relying on strength. I'm afraid that other methods will not work. So if you insist that I give you some ideas, I'm afraid that it will only help you increase your strength quickly. Chapter 1348. Heart Force Path, Begging for Flowers at Midnight. Since Jingyang had no other choice, he had to do it. If he couldn't do it, he had a plan for the worst. With these trump cards, no matter what, they could still give it a try. However, it might not be so easy to obtain the final victory. The safest hope was to make a breakthrough and become a master of 6 paths. Even if he reached the 6th level of Heart Force, he wouldn't have much confidence. Only when he became a master of 6 paths would he have a better chance. He had to give it a try. 200,000 years wasn't all that hopeless. Oh, by the way, young master, I forgot one thing. You've taken in a Chaos Beast. Theoretically, a Chaos Beast will become a dominator when it grows up, and it will be an extremely dangerous one. However, Chaos Beasts have great potential. They're very talented, and they have great potential for evolution. In some secret regions, there are many Chaos Beasts at the Celestial Master level, and Chaos Beasts at the Universe Master level are everywhere. I have some Chaos Essence from a few Chaos Beasts at the Universe Master level, said Jingyang. If Little Gu devours it, it can evolve right away, Jingyang said suddenly. Hearing Jingyang's words, Qin Shao was delighted. Little Gu wasn't an adult yet, so it hadn't reached the level of a dominator yet. If Xiao Gu could reach the level of a Universe Master, then Xiao Gu's power would be extremely terrifying. Among the Universe Masters, Xiao Gu would definitely be considered strong. Besides, Little Gu's defense was too strong, and its godly body was too huge. It would be very difficult to kill Little Gu. Little Gu could fight endlessly, which was terrifying. If Little Gu became a Universe Master, he would be able to hold back 2 or 3 Universe Masters, which would be considered a great combat power. Chaos Beasts can directly devour the Chaos Essence of other Chaos Beasts to improve their level. Qin Shao still didn't understand. Jingyang nodded and said, Yes, young master. The Chaos Ancient Beasts are a special race. They have a powerful bloodline inheritance. Their strength doesn't need to be cultivated. They rely on their own growth to slowly become stronger. This is a kind of bloodline inheritance ability. Thus, most Chaos Beasts become hegemons when they mature. Of course, many Chaos Ancient Beasts in the great wide world could reach the level of a Celestial Master when they reach adulthood. Once it reaches its limit, if it wants to become stronger, it can only rely on devouring energy. It's not like we have to rely on our own cultivation and comprehension to increase our strength step by step. Comparatively speaking, the Chaos Ancient Beasts method of increasing their strength is relatively simple and crude. All they need to do is devour energy. They can devour energy endlessly to increase their strength. The essence of chaos is where the essence of a Chaos Ancient Beast lies. It's like a beast core. Swallowing a piece of Chaos Essence at the level of a Universe Master could almost make one a Universe Master. I have several pieces of Chaos Essence here, enough for Little Gu to become a Universe Master. There are many special races like this in the great wide world. In the Primordial Chaos universe, I only know of Primordial Chaos Ancient Beasts. Even ancient giant beasts don't have such an ability. After hearing Jing Yang's explanation, Qin Shao was completely relieved. So that was the reason. This was really enviable. They could rely on devouring energy to increase their strength. It was too simple and crude. As long as he kept eating, he would be able to continuously increase his strength. It was really enviable. But there's nothing to be envious about, Jing Yang continued. The rulers of the great wide world are still our human race. The individuals of the human race are generally very weak, but our population is the largest in the great wide world, and we also have the most top experts, Jing Yang added. Qin Shao pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, there was indeed nothing to be envious about. Wasn't it a pleasure to work hard and cultivate? If eating every day could increase one's strength, one could just lie at home every day and not think about anything. What was the point? At least, the current life was what Qin Shao liked and pursued. This was enough. There was no comparison, and there was nothing to compare. There were some things that couldn't be envied and couldn't be changed. Since it was a fact, one should accept it and tolerate it. Qin Shao waved her hand and summoned Xiao Gu into Sacred Mountain. Xiao Gu was still sleeping when it was summoned by Qin Shao. Xiao Gu looked at Qin Shao in a daze, looking very wronged. Xiao Gu was not an adult yet, and its mind was still relatively young. Xiao Gu, don't sleep. Master will give you something delicious to eat. Qin Shao smiled and comforted it. Xiao Gu immediately woke up when it heard that there was something delicious to eat. It looked at Qin Shao with its eyes wide open, emitting a strange light. It looked at Qin Shao with a fawning look, as if it was begging Qin Shao to give it something delicious to eat quickly. Such a huge change made Qin Shao unable to help laughing. It seemed that Xiao Gu was also a natural foodie. It had such a big reaction when it heard that there was food. Jing Yang waved her hand, and a rainbow-colored crystal ball flew out. It was the size of a planet, but it was infinitely compressed. This crystal ball emitted a dazzling light, and its powerful energy was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart tremble. And the energy inside was very violent and violent, as if it was going to self-destruct at any time. Once this crystal ball self-destructed, Qin Shao felt that he would be blown to smithereens. This is the chaos essence at the level of a universe master. Qin Shao looked at the crystal ball. When Xiao Gu saw this crystal ball, a sense of fear surged out. It inexplicably took a few steps back, as if it did not dare to get too close to this crystal ball. But its eyes were full of greed, which was a fatal temptation to Xiao Gu. Even though it was a little scared, it still approached it, wanting to swallow this crystal ball in one gulp. But the closer it got, the more it felt the powerful energy inside the crystal ball, which made Xiao Gu a little scared. For a moment, it was a little conflicted in its heart, and it struggled violently. Seeing Xiao Gu's adorable look, Qin Shao could not help but laugh and say, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Gu. This is the chaos essence, and it's your sumptuous meal. After eating this chaos essence, you'll grow rapidly and become even more powerful." Xiao Gu looked at Qin Shao, then plucked up its courage. Suddenly, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the crystal ball. As soon as it swallowed it, a powerful energy burst out from the chaos essence, and Xiao Gu trembled all over. "Xiao Gu, hurry up and go into seclusion," Qin Shao said and moved Xiao Gu away. After sending Xiao Gu away, Qin Zhao's face was full of anticipation. It was indeed worth looking forward to. A chaos ancient beast at the level of a universe master should be at the level of master of primordial chaos, right? In terms of godly body, perhaps even the master of the heavenly court might not be a match for it. If the godly world had such a ruler, the significance would be extraordinary. In the end, only the power at the level of a universe master would be able to decide one's fate and life and death. A ruler would not be able to play a big role in that. How could Qin Shao not be happy that the godly world's hope had increased a little? By the way, Jing Yang, how long do you think it will take for Xiao Gu to completely refine the chaos essence and become a universe master? Qin Shao asked. Jing Yang thought for a moment and said, "Young master, I'm really not sure about this. However, 200,000 years might be a little too tight. Of course, it's not completely impossible. There's still a possibility. But specifically, it has something to do with Xiao Gu's refining ability. 200,000 years might be a little too short, but I'll help you keep an eye on it. If I can help Xiao Gu a little, I'll give it a little. I think it should be possible." Should be? Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly, but that was all he could do for now. At least, there was still a big chance. Qin Shao could only hope that Xiao Gu could do it. Qin Shao could only blame himself for not asking Jing Yang earlier. Otherwise, if he had given Xiao Gu the chaos essence 200,000 years ago, Xiao Gu would have become a universe master by now. However, Qin Shao had indeed not thought of this before. Even Jing Yang himself had not thought of this aspect, so they had missed a good opportunity. There should be no problem, thought Qin Shao. I have to have confidence in Xiao Gu. Why go back? I'll talk to Xiao Gu and encourage it so that it can do it. Qin Shao thought to himself. He still had some confidence in Xiao Gu. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Jing Yang, Take a look at how many chaos essence sources you have. Jingyang checked and said, only 3. 3? Qin Xiao was a bit disappointed. Xiaogu should need 2, which means there can only be 1 more. I was thinking that if there were more, I would see if I could find other chaos beasts in the god world. Maybe there are other chaos beasts. That way, I'll be able to get more power. Xiaogu, do you know about the Kuan-Peng beast? Can it swallow chaos essence sources? Xiaogu said, young master, you must be referring to the Kuan-Peng ruler, right? The Kuan-Peng ruler's true form is a Kuan-Peng, which belongs to the beast race. The Kuan-Peng ruler is known as the leader of the beast race, the supreme ruler. However, the Kuan-Peng ruler is not a chaos beast, so I'm not sure if he can swallow energy to increase his level. However, I don't think the possibility is very high. As far as I know, the Kuan-Peng ruler does not have a hobby of swallowing energy. He has always relied on himself to cultivate. Of course, we can give it a try. Who knows, it might have a miraculous effect. After all, the Kuan-Peng is a beast race. Qin Xiao thought the same. Since Jingyang said they could give it a try, Qin Xiao said, if that's the case, let's give it a try. Then, Jingyang, give me a primal chaos source. Jingyang did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a chaos essence source appeared in Qin Xiao's hand. Holding a chaos essence source in one's hand was truly a sight to behold. Qin Xiao kept the primal chaos source essence and left Divine Sky Mountain. When his consciousness returned to his body, the corners of Qin Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. His conversation with Jingyang had been fruitful. Moreover, it had been an unexpected gain. The god world's hope had increased significantly. Now that he had a chaos essence source in his hand, Qin Xiao did not hesitate. He immediately made a move and contacted the Lord of the Desolate Land. Temple Lord, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord of the Heavenly Court. If it's convenient for you, please bring the Lord of the Heavenly Court to my place. It's not convenient for me to return to the god world right now. In the depths of the Desolate Land's shrine, in a chaotic world, the Lord of the Desolate Land stood in the midst of a chaotic world, calculating something. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind, causing him to raise his eyebrows. Qin Xiao, that brat, has something to discuss with the Lord of the Heavenly Court, and he wants the Lord of the Heavenly Court to come to his place? What kind of important matter is it? However, Qin Xiao has always been cautious. It seems like something big has happened. I'll go look for the Lord of the Heavenly Court immediately. Chapter 1349. Blessings of the God World. After sending the message to the Master of the Desolate Land, Qin Xiao waited. It didn't take long for a ripple to appear in the void. Then, 2 figures emerged from the void. The moment the 2 of them stepped out, the entire world froze and submitted to the 2 of them. This feeling was like an ant seeing a giant dragon. It was a submissive feeling on the level of life. They were called masters of the universe because they could be the masters of the universe and make the universe bow down to them. Therefore, no matter where they went, they could make all the heavens bow down and destroy the firmament. Masters of the universe could rule over everything and stand at the top of the 9 heavens. Temple Master, Master of the Heavenly Court. Qin Xiao hurried over and bowed. The Master of the Heavenly Court's eyes, which seemed to contain countless worlds, fell on Qin Xiao. However, there was no pressure. Instead, Qin Xiao felt very warm. Clearly, the Master of the Heavenly Court was showing kindness to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, the Master of the Heavenly Court asked, "Why did you call me here in such a hurry? Is there something important?" Qin Xiao nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Master of the Heavenly Court. There is indeed something very important that I want to discuss with you and the Temple Master. It's like this. I wonder if Hall Master and Heavenly Court Master know about the Primal Chaos Essence? Essence of Primal Chaos?" The Master of the Heavenly Court nodded and said, "The essence of Primal Chaos Beasts. Primal Chaos Beasts can increase their strength by devouring essence." Qin Xiao, you seem to have tamed a Primal Chaos Beast, right? It seems that your Primal Chaos Beast hasn't reached adulthood yet. It should still be relatively weak. Primal Chaos Beasts are extremely rare and hard to find. It's a heaven-defying opportunity for you to tame a weak primal chaos beast. You called us here today just for this. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Master of the Heavenly Court. That's why I called. However, Master of the Heavenly Court, please listen to me first. Primal chaos beasts can increase their strength by devouring essence of primal chaos beasts. Normally, primal chaos beasts reach the level of dominator when they reach adulthood. The primal chaos beast I tamed is still young, so it should only reach the level of dominator when it reaches adulthood. However, what if it devours the essence of primal chaos beasts at the level of universe masters? Primal chaos essence of primal chaos beasts at the level of universe masters. The master of the heavenly court and the master of the heavenly court and the heavenly court master of the heavenly court and the heavenly court master of the heavenly court and the master of the desolate land at the same time." The meaning behind his words was obvious. Qin Shao had a universe master level primal chaos origin essence of the primal chaos heavenly court. Heavenly court, heavenly court, heavenly court. Heavenly court, heavenly court, heavenly court. Heavenly court, heavenly court. Of heavenly realm studio, heavenly court of heavenly court, heavenly court of the heavenly court. Chaos ancient beasts have this incredible power. They don't have any barriers to breaking through to universe master. They just need to accumulate enough energy, and that's it. So, Qin Shao, you have chaos origin essence at the level of a universe master? Asked Desolate Land Master. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, temple leader. I have a few pieces of chaos essence at the level of a universe master. I should be able to break through to the level of a universe master in about 200,000 years. Haha, good, good, good. This is really great, really great." When Desolate Land Master heard that, he laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. A universe master of a chaos ancient beast. His combat power is no weaker than mine. This will definitely be of great help to our god realm. It has extraordinary significance. Well done, Qin Shao. You've brought us yet another great surprise and hope. Qin Shao, you're truly a blessing to the god realm. Ha ha. The Lord of the Desolate Land was indeed happy and even a little excited. Under such circumstances, to be able to receive such good news really made people feel good. To the god realm, one more universe master was too important. The significance was too great. It was possible that it would affect the life and death of the god realm. Qin Shao had brought too many surprises to the god realm. Heavenly Court Master was also very happy. He nodded and said with a serious face, "Qin Shao, you are indeed a blessing to the god realm. No words can express it. Qin Shao, on behalf of everyone in the god realm, I thank you. You've done far too much for the god realm. Maybe others can't see it, but we have seen it all. In terms of contributions, we are not as good as you. If the god realm survives, you will be the greatest contributor." Heavenly Court Master's words were very serious, which made Qin Shao a little fearful. He hurriedly said, "Heavenly Court Master, you flatter me. I only did what I should do. Compared to Heavenly Court Master, you 6 Saint Masters have guarded the god realm for an entire universe era. Compared to your immeasurable merits, what I have done is nothing. There is no such thing as a contributor. I'm also a person who acts for himself. If the god realm does not exist, it will be difficult for me to survive. My family, friends, and clansmen will also not exist. As the saying goes, a country has a home. If the country is destroyed, the home will be destroyed. It was everyone's responsibility to protect their home and defend their country. Capable people do more work. I have the power, so I naturally have to do more." Heavenly Court Master nodded and said, "Yes, that is indeed the case. It is a simple principle, but not many people can understand it. Even if they understand it, many people can't do it." "Qin Shao, is there anything else?" The Lord of the Desolate Land suddenly asked. If it was just about the chaos ancient beasts, he could have just told him directly. There was no need to call him, and Heavenly Court Master over, was there? Besides, Qin Zhao's main point was to call Heavenly Court Master over, so Heavenly Court Master of the Desolate Land thought there must be something else. Based on his understanding of Qin Shao, he would not have done this unless there was something really important. Qin Shao was not a person who liked to claim credit. He always kept a low profile. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Palace Master, there's indeed something else. Heavenly Court Master, I am thinking if we give Chaos Source Essence to Kuan Peng Ruler, will he have a chance to break through to the level of a Universe Master?" Qin Zhao's words shocked Heavenly Court Master and Desolate Land Master. They looked at each other and hesitated for a while. Yes, what if they gave Kuan Peng Ruler a Chaos Source Essence at the level of a Universe Master? If Kuan Peng Ruler also broke through to become a Universe Master, there would be another 2 Universe Masters, and there would be some hope. Kuan Peng Ruler was very powerful. As a ruler, his power was infinitely close to that of a Universe Master. He was, without a doubt, the #1 ruler. Kuan Peng Ruler's bloodline inheritance was very powerful, and he was very talented. Once Kuan Peng Ruler became a Universe Master, his power would be at the level of Desolate Land Master. 2 more rulers at the level of Desolate Land Master would be of great significance, and the hope of Godly World would be greatly increased. Heavenly Court Master said, "Logically speaking, given the current situation of Hongmeng Universe, there is no way for another Universe Master to be born. However, Kuan Peng belongs to the Beast race. Although his bloodline is not as powerful as that of the Chaos Ancient Beasts, he can't easily increase his level by swallowing energy like the Chaos Ancient Beasts. However, it is not completely impossible. The Beast race can more or less have this bloodline. Kuan Peng's bloodline is also very powerful. Perhaps, if we give him a piece of the origin essence of a Chaos Ancient Beast at the level of a Universe Master, it will indeed be possible for him to break through to become a Universe Master. Actually, with Kuan Peng's potential, if not for the suppression of the Universe origin, he might have been able to take this step long ago. This step has trapped him for too long. If there is an opportunity, it may not be impossible for him to take this step. A piece of Chaos Origin Essence at the level of a Universe Master contains too much energy. There is indeed a possibility. Desolate Land Master nodded and said, "Yes, I also think there is a possibility. Of course, I'm not 100% sure, but we can still give it a try." "If it succeeds, that will be great," said Heavenly Court Master. "Our godly world now needs the power of a Universe Master." Heavenly Court Master nodded and said, "Yes, no matter what, we have to give it a try." Qin Shao waved his hand, and the piece of Chaos Origin Essence flew out. A strong power suddenly surged out. However, the Master of the Heavenly Court and the Master of the Manka Desolation quickly suppressed this power. Seeing this piece of Chaos Origin Essence at the level of a Universe Master, the eyes of Desolate Land Master and Heavenly Court Master lit up slightly again. "It is indeed powerful," said Heavenly Court Master. "A piece of Chaos Origin Essence at the level of a Universe Master. Is it an item from Saint Region?" Qin Shao said, "You can say so." Qin Shao did not explain further. Actually, he could not say for sure. Heavenly Court Master did not ask further. He waved his hand and put away the piece of Chaos Origin Essence. He said, "Qin Shao, I will not say any more words of gratitude. Later, I will let Kuan Peng Ruler thank you personally. We have seen everything you have done for the godly world, and we will remember it in our hearts. With you, there is hope for the godly world. From you, I see the hope of the godly world. Now, I am more and more convinced that the godly world will definitely survive this catastrophe and win the final victory." Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He did not say anything more. Heavenly Court Master and Desolate Land Master did not stay for long. Soon they left. This matter had been settled, and Qin Shao could finally relax. Now it was up to Shao Gu and Kuan Peng Ruler. Qin Shao also believed that they would definitely both become Universe Masters. As long as they both became Universe Masters, then the godly world's hope would indeed be much greater. Of course, Qin Zhao's expectations of himself did not lessen. "All right, now that everything is settled, I can devote myself to cultivation. As for my original body, I will still focus on Chaos Path and Reincarnation Path. As for the cultivation of Heart Force, I will leave it to my other body. I will work on both sides simultaneously. Hopefully, I will be able to gain something from both. Now, let's start looking at this broken heart stone. Let's see if there's anything good on it. After he finished speaking, Qin Shao found a quiet place and set up many concealment arrays. After which, he took out the heart force broken stone. His consciousness seeped into the broken heart stone. The moment it came into contact with the broken heart stone, Qin Zhao's soul could not help but tremble. He felt waves of powerful energy surge toward his willpower and soul. If one's willpower and spiritual strength were slightly weaker, one strike from this force would definitely cause one's soul to scatter. How strong was Qin Zhao's willpower? How strong was his soul? Even so, he still felt a little pain and a little danger. This was a difficult struggle. Qin Zhao's willpower surged again and again. He used all his strength to break down the obstruction of the broken heart stone. Again and again, under the attack of Qin Zhao's powerful willpower, he finally broke through the layers of obstruction. Finally, he broke through a layer of fog and saw clearly what was on the broken heart stone. The broken heart stone was carved with strange symbols and words. Qin Shao could understand these symbols and words. These words were the universal language of the Great Thousand Domains. The symbols were strange, but he could still understand them. Chapter 1350. The Abyss of Primal Chaos. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. 10 years later, Qin Shao finally regained his senses. This heart force stone is truly extraordinary. It's too peculiar. This is definitely the lifetime of comprehension left behind by a true master of heart force. It's the essence of heart force cultivation. It's a pity that this heart force stone is incomplete. It's not complete. If it were complete, it'd be perfect. It'd definitely be able to help me reach the 6th level of heart force in one fell swoop. What a pity. It truly was a pity. The value of an incomplete heart force stone had been reduced by far too much. Perhaps by 90%. But even if it's incomplete, I'm still able to comprehend many things from it. Quintessential things. With this heart force stone, there's still hope that I'll be able to break through to the 6th level of heart force in 200,000 years. According to the information left behind by this ancestor, the 6th level of heart force is the foundational chapter of heart force. Above the 6th level is the law chapter of heart force, and the law chapter has 6 levels as well. In total, there are 12 levels of heart force. And right now, I'm only at the 5th level of heart force. It seems that the universe master level isn't even the starting point in the vast thousand domains. I still have a long way to go on the path of cultivation. Right now, I'm still far too weak. Heart force had a total of 12 levels. Just the thought of it was terrifying. The 6th level of heart force was the universe master level. In other words, there were at least 6 major realms above the universe master level. In the primordial universe, there are only 6 realms in total. Mortal spirit, divine spirit, celestial god, great power, ruler, and universe master. Realizing how weak he was, Qin Shao became all the more motivated to cultivate. He had to become strong. Since I'm weak, I'll start cultivating. I'll work hard to make myself strong. Only then will I have the ability to stand on my own. Let's start cultivating. Qin Shao immediately immersed himself in his comprehension. With the assistance of this heart force stone, Qin Shao had guidance for the first time. With guidance, one's cultivation would not become blind. One would know how to cultivate and how to walk this path. This heart force stone breaker had been left behind by an extremely powerful heart force cultivator. Qin Shao estimated that this heart force stone breaker had been left behind by at least an 8th level heart force cultivator, or perhaps even stronger. The 7th level of heart force corresponded to the Empyrean realm. How powerful would the 8th level be? Qin Shao didn't know. It was definitely a realm above the Empyrean realm. Qin Shao also didn't know what it was called. The lifetime comprehension left behind by such a powerful existence was naturally extremely thorough in its analysis of heart force. It gave Qin Shao many insights, allowing Qin Shao to slowly understand the world of heart force, the laws of the world, and how to cultivate heart force. Heart force, the power of the heart, the world of the heart. Everything in the world is determined by one's heart. The heart is the foundation of a human being, the beginning of a human being, the holy land of a human being. With the mind as the power, construct a world that belongs to the heart. Heart force is one of the most ancient and primal energies in the vast universe. When a living being is born, the first strand of energy is heart force. First there is the heart, then there is the spirit, and then there is life. Heart force is the origin of life. All things are determined by one's heart. This is heart force. Heart force was about all things being determined by one's heart. Heart force was everywhere in the vast universe. It was the most ancient and primal of energies. The more powerful one's mind was, the more heart force one could possess. This was a process of accumulating energy. If one wanted heart force to be strong, then one's mind had to be strong as well. As for mind, that was just a concept. Specifically, cultivation required willpower, soul force, consciousness, and so on. Thus, one's mind was extremely mysterious, making it impossible for one to see through it. Thus, cultivation was very difficult. 100 years, 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, Qin Zhao's true body was completely immersed in the heart force stonebreaker. He was completely focused on comprehending the heart force stonebreaker, trying to gain a deeper understanding of it. His true body withdrew from the heart force stonebreaker and stopped cultivating. During this 1,000 years, his clone had also been cultivating with his true body. His true body and clone cultivated at the same time. Their gains in this 1,000 years were tremendous, which also made Qin Zhao even more confident that he could break through to the 6th level of heart force within 200,000 years. Although this threshold was also very large, it was still slightly easier than the Tao integration of the Great Tao. Now that he had the help of the heart force stonebreaker, Qin Zhao was still very confident. At least in terms of the gains he had made in this 1,000 years, there should be no problem at all. What he lacked now was the accumulation of time. I'll leave the cultivation of heart force to my clone. My true body also has to make the best use of the time to cultivate. Next destination, the Abyss of Chaos. The Abyss of Chaos was said to be a wondrous place that was born not long after the beginning of the universe. It was said that there was a trace of chaos aura left behind. Although it wasn't ranked as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the universe, the desolate landlord said that it was very suitable for the cultivation of the great Tao of chaos. And in historical records, there were indeed people who had made great gains in the Abyss of Chaos. Although there was no precedent of them becoming a chaos controller, it was said that there were examples of people who cultivated to the peak of the great Tao of chaos from nothing to the peak of the great Tao of chaos. However, the desolate landlord also said that he had also been to the Abyss of Chaos. He didn't gain much, but it was somewhat helpful for the cultivation of the great Tao of chaos. In terms of effect, it was probably similar to the Abyss of Chaos. But there was no other way. Right now, as long as there was a slight possibility, Qin Zhao had to give it a try. This Abyss of Chaos was also the last dangerous place Qin Zhao wanted to go to. Next, Qin Zhao planned to contact Ho and see if he could make a trip to the land of reincarnation. There was no other way now. He could only give it a try. The desolate landlord was also constantly collecting cultivation techniques and treasures that were helpful for the cultivation of the great Tao of chaos and the great Tao of reincarnation for Qin Zhao. However, it was too difficult to rely on these to become a chaos controller. The main thing was that Qin Zhao didn't have so much time to slowly cultivate now, so he needed some big help. Without a big breakthrough and heaven-defying luck, it was almost impossible for Qin Zhao to become a 6-path controller. The land of reincarnation could allow people to quickly become a samsara controller, but it was still unknown whether the land of reincarnation was willing to let Qin Zhao in. Qin Zhao had wanted to contact Ho for a long time, but he decided to wait until he went to the Abyss of Chaos first. This last dangerous place didn't make a difference. Qin Zhao's original body quickly left and went to the Abyss of Chaos. The vast sea of darkness was pitch black and incomparably cold. Walking in it made people feel like they were walking in the abyss of death. They could fall into a desperate situation at any time. The endless sea of darkness was also filled with endless danger. Walking in the endless darkness, sometimes one couldn't see anything for a long time. There was only endless darkness. It was really desolate to walk alone in it. There wasn't even a person to talk to. It was very lonely. Cultivation was lonely. It was lonely. Those who could go far on the path of cultivation were people with great perseverance. They had to be able to endure the endless loneliness. A year later, Qin Shao finally arrived at the abyss of chaos. Looking at the endless abyss, the incomparably dark abyss was like the giant mouth of a demon that wanted to devour everything. Even the darkness would be devoured. It was extremely terrifying. The extremely cold aura caused Qin Shao to involuntarily shudder. It was truly terrifying, too terrifying. Just the cold aura alone was enough to freeze the soul of an almighty, making them not dare to come close. However, Qin Shao didn't stop walking. Instead, he walked into the dark abyss without hesitation. The aura of chaos rushed towards him. What was chaos? It was the beginning and the end of everything. It represented nothingness. The nothingness of everything was chaos. There was no space, no time, no light, no darkness, no matter, no energy. There was nothing. This was chaos. The beginning of heaven and earth was a piece of chaos. It was said that the beginning of a universe was a piece of chaos. At the beginning of primordial chaos, the universe was born. The aura of chaos was the aura of chaos. It was the aura of death. It was an extremely terrifying aura. Entering the abyss of chaos made people feel like they had entered the abyss of death. Their whole body was immediately enveloped by the aura of death. Such a terrifying aura was definitely not something an almighty would dare to enter easily. Perhaps only a ruler would dare to enter boldly. Looking at the endless darkness and the endless abyss of chaos, feeling the dense aura of chaos, and looking at the ever-changing strange lights around him, it was as if he was practicing chaos. It really touched Qin Shao a lot. The abyss of chaos was an abyss. One couldn't see the actual scene. There were only strange lights that flickered with a cold and gloomy atmosphere. It was extremely terrifying, even frightening. Chaotic wind waterfalls could be seen everywhere. Qin Zhao's strength wasn't the same as when he was in the chaos crevice. A little chaotic wind waterfall almost took Qin Zhao's life. Facing the chaotic wind waterfall now, Qin Shao could face it calmly. He could enter the wind waterfall without fear and feel the chaotic wind waterfall personally. In this chaotic wind waterfall, there were many inspirations. He could feel the great Tao of chaos and see some natural uses of the great Tao of chaos. A wisp of wind, a ray of light, a group of wind waterfall, all of them seemed to have a life of their own. They bloomed with strange lights that were especially dazzling. From these pulsing lives, he could feel the use of the great Tao. Bit by bit, he could draw inferences about other things from one case. In any case, he could improve layer by layer. There were countless lines in the use of the great Tao. Each line represented a direction of use. There were countless directions. Qin Shao was already a master of 4 great Taos. He could be considered experienced in the cultivation of the use of the great Tao. With rich experience, Qin Shao also knew how to cultivate. He knew how to start from small directions, how to improve layer by layer, and how to reach the extreme step by step. A 10,000-foot tall building was also built from flat ground. It was also slowly built with pieces of stone. The countless directions were like pieces of stone. Only by using countless pieces of stone could a skyscraper be built. Each inspiration and little inspiration brewed and accumulated in Qin Zhao's mind. Chapter 1351. The first battle begins. His accumulated strength erupted like a torrent of power. His thoughts gushed out like a fountain, and his thoughts became incomparably clear. Every path became clear. The direction of application was perfected one by one, emerging in Qin Zhao's mind. The more one walked, the smoother the path would be. The more one comprehended, the deeper one would be. However, the deeper one comprehended, the clearer one would be. All the comprehensions would come naturally, and one would naturally break through the Bayan realm. Qin Shao suddenly waved his hand, and a piece of chaos was struck out. Immediately, a vacuum zone appeared. It was an absolute vacuum zone, a simulated chaotic zone. In this chaotic zone, everything was nothingness. There was nothing, so naturally, no living thing could survive in it. If one did not have enough strength to forcibly get out of this chaotic zone, then any living thing would die quickly. With Qin Zhao's current strength, if she were to display this chaos domain, ordinary almighties would definitely die instantly. They wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. This was the destructive means of the Chaos Dao. The application level of each kind of great Dao had very terrifying means. Once it was displayed, the power would be extremely terrifying. I've finally succeeded in the basic application of the Chaos Great Dao. I've spent a lot of time and effort on the Chaos Great Dao over the years, and I've finally taken this step. Qin Shao was secretly relieved. This first step was the threshold of the Great Dao. If he couldn't cross it, it would have a huge impact on his future cultivation. This was a threshold stone. Once he was blocked outside, it would be too difficult for him to make any progress in the application of the Chaos Great Dao. After crossing this threshold, the road ahead would become smoother and smoother. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. With a good start, there would be a good result. However, although the future path would be smoother, the higher the realm, the harder it would be to improve and the more time and energy it would take. Unless there was a great comprehension or a great breakthrough, it was almost impossible to improve in a short period of time. However, Qin Shao had to suppress himself time and time again. He had to fight for time. Time waits for no man. Right now, he was in a race against time. His number one enemy was himself, and his number two enemy was time. To become the controller of the six paths, he had to defeat himself and defeat time. Qin Zhao's breakthrough in the basic application level did not make him happy. He immediately continued to immerse himself in cultivation. God Abyss, Vanguard Camp. A group of almighties were gathered in the main hall. The Fire, Flame Emperor, Lord of the Stars, Enlightened Master, and Fairy Bua. 5 almighties stood the Flame Emperor, the Lord of the Stars, Enlightened Realm, and Bua, Fairy Bua. 5. These 5 people were the 5 almighties chosen for the first battle, led by the Flame Emperor. Other than the Flame Emperor, there were also the Lord of Star Island and Immortal Sanmu, who were both on the heaven list, of the realm of the great heaven you, and of time of. Today, they were about to set off for the first battle of the Vanguard Camp. This first battle was very important to the Vanguard Camp. Everyone looked to the Flame Emperor of the 5 almighties. Some were envious, and some were encouraging. They all hoped that they could return victorious and win the battle. Qin Shao also looked at the 5 almighties solemnly. He had high hopes for them. Flame Emperor, it would be best if the 5 of you can win this battle. If an accident happens, staying alive is the most important thing. If there is danger, don't hesitate. You must retreat quickly. Winning is important, but your lives are more important. There's a saying in my hometown, where there is life, there is hope. As long as we are alive, we will never lose. If we die, we will truly lose. Winning or losing a battle does not determine anything. We are fighting a long battle now, a war of attrition. The final victory is the true victory. I hope all of you can recognize this and remember it. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions. You must always remember that you are not fighting alone. The realm of the gods is fighting together. The victory or defeat of one of you will not affect the outcome. Everything should be based on the big picture. If the big picture wins, we will win. If the big picture loses, we will lose. Everything should be based on the big picture. The Flame Emperor of the 5 almighties nodded solemnly to show that they understood. The battle has begun. The other camps have also fought with the universe of Warcraft. Looking at the current situation, we will lose more than we win. Some almighties let their emotions affect their decisions and cause the entire team to be sacrificed. This is a heroic act, but it is not a good one. Blood and lies are reminding us. Come, 5 of you, let's drink this bowl of wine. We will send you off and celebrate your triumphant return." Qin Shao raised his wine glass. The other Almighties also raised their wine glasses. The Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties also raised their wine glasses and drank together. This was the wine to send them off. Strong wine to send warriors off. After drinking the wine, the Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties immediately left and entered a route. This was the route that both sides had agreed on. It was the route of the first battle. Both sides relied on this first battle to start the Battle of the Camps. The first battle could be said to be a battle that both sides were determined to win. After sending off the Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties, Qin Shao waved his hand, and a void gate suddenly appeared in the main hall. It stood there like a big mirror. The void gate displayed the situation of the Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties. Through this, the void gate could observe the situation of the Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties in real time. All the Almighties quietened down as they stared at the void door. A hint of nervousness spread out. The Flame Emperor of the Five Almighties flew in the void. The five of them maintained a high level of vigilance and were ready to fight who's sure. The route was agreed upon by both sides, but neither side knew where the people from both sides would be. They needed to find out. It was just that they had agreed to be on the same route and in a specific area. As for the rest, it was up to the two sides to decide. Flame Emperor, time is very precious to us. The longer we delay, the better it is for us. I think that after we enter the designated battle area, we can find a place to stop. We can directly deploy and wait for the people from the universe of Warcraft to kill us. We're not in a hurry anyway. If the people from the universe of Warcraft don't come, then we'll just keep waiting, the Lord of the Stars suddenly said. However, as soon as the Lord of the Stars finished speaking, Samu Jinren disagreed. We can't just sit and wait, right? Although we need time, we don't need to rely on this battle. This is our first battle. This is a battle that will raise the morale of our camp. It's an important battle. Therefore, we don't need to think too much about this battle. If we wait for the people from a universe of Warcraft to kill us, won't we be weakening them before the battle? If our morale is weak right from the start, won't we be seen as a joke by others? Therefore, our first battle must be a good one. We'll just kill them directly. That's the only way to show our morale. We can fight the rest of the battles like this, but I don't intend to do so for the first battle. The Lord of the Stars continued, Samu Jinren, what you said makes sense. However, I feel that the most important thing in the first battle is the result. If we win, then we'll naturally raise morale. If we lose, then no matter how hard we charge, it'll be useless. Therefore, the key is to win. If we win, then everything will be fine. Even if it's for the sake of winning, we'll be more confident when the people from the universe of Warcraft come. We'll have the initiative. If we charge blindly like this, the people from the universe of Warcraft might have already made preparations and are waiting for us to walk right into their trap. We need to raise morale. The universe of Warcraft also needs to raise morale. Moreover, they should care more about this. The people from the universe of Warcraft are all bloodthirsty and warlike. Based on past experience, they won't be like this. Therefore, I still feel that there's no need to do this. Let's just kill our way over and finish the battle quickly. The longer we drag this out, the more likely our fighting spirit will be worn down. Moreover, even if we drag this out, we'll only be able to drag it out for 300 years. We must finish this battle within 300 years. Samu Jinren was still insistent on his idea. The agreement between the two sides was that they must fight a battle every 300 years. Therefore, once the time limit was up, they must rush to the designated central location for the battle. There was no point in dragging it out for 200 or 300 years. The Lord of the Stars and Samu Jinren's words had their own logic. Their thoughts were different, and their reasoning was naturally different. However, the ultimate goal of both of them was to win this battle. This was the same goal. The Flame Emperor, who had been silent all this while, said, "Stop arguing. There's nothing to argue about. The battle area is relatively large. Let's go over first. Let's take a look at our half of the area first. If we encounter the people from the universe of Warcraft, we'll fight. If we don't, we'll make other plans. Both methods are feasible. As for how to go about it, will have to depend on the actual situation. Perhaps the people from the universe of Warcraft are already waiting for us in the battle area. Once we go over, they'll attack. They won't give us a chance to think about anything else. Let's go. Let's continue our journey. The Flame Emperor's words made everyone quiet down. Thinking about it, it did make sense. There was no point in discussing this now. It might not even be necessary. Everything had to be done based on the actual situation. They continued their journey. Vanguard Camp, Main Hall. The mighty figures were also discussing this issue. However, everyone had their own reasons. Some supported the Lord of the Stars, while others agreed with Spiritual Master Sanmu. It was hard to say which strategy was better. It could be said that each strategy had its own advantages and disadvantages. It was just a matter of which strategy was more suitable. Of course, sometimes it had to be based on the actual situation. Listening to everyone's passionate discussion, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ponder in his heart. What kind of strategy is better? He really couldn't say for sure. The battlefield was a place that was full of changes. It was ever-changing, making it hard for people to understand. Therefore, the battlefield was ever-changing. They had to adapt to it and change it from time to time. Only in this way could they possibly create more opportunities. The war with the universe of Warcraft was definitely full of changes. How to use tactics and strategies, and how to arrange them, was definitely a test of one's skills. If they were used well, the chances of success would be greatly increased. If they weren't used well, they would probably lose. In this regard, Qin Xiao had also considered and had been preparing for this. Chapter 1352. The start of War the battle had already begun. Just as the Flame Emperor had said, as soon as they entered the battle zone, they saw the 6 Almighties from the Devil Beast universe waiting for the Flame Emperor and the others. It seemed that the Devil Beast universe was indeed in high spirits and full of confidence. They had been waiting for the Flame Emperor and the others to enter the battle zone, and they would have nowhere to run. They didn't give the Flame Emperor and the others any chance to catch their breath. They attacked as soon as they arrived. Monstrous dark power surged out. Beams of eerie light shot out from the hands of the 6 almighty figures of the Warcraft universe, bringing with them extreme coldness, destructive and devouring power, as well as darkness, rushing over to destroy the heavens. The void collapsed layer by layer. Spatial cracks also appeared one after another, and it seemed that the world was about to be shattered. As soon as the 6 Almighties from the Devil Beast universe attacked, the other Almighties who were separated by the endless void could smell a dangerous aura surging out. Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly. What a powerful force. These 6 Warcraft universe's Almighties are very strong. It seems that the Warcraft universe's desire for victory in this war is very strong. They sent out such a powerful lineup. Obviously, they're determined to win. Moreover, they're well prepared. They have long expected us to send out such a powerful force. It seems that I have underestimated the Devil Beast universe. This battle is going to be a little troublesome. Originally, the Almighties from the God Realm had an innate advantage when fighting in the primordial universe. After all, the beings from the Devil Beast universe will be suppressed by the will of the origin in the primordial universe, and their strength would be greatly reduced. At most, they would only be able to use 70% of their strength. For top experts, having their strength reduced by 30% or 40% was very terrifying and fatal. However, under such circumstances, the 6 Almighties from the Devil Beast universe still appeared very powerful. In terms of strength, the 6 Almighties from the Devil Beast universe were all ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven list. Moreover, there were at least 2 Almighties who were on par with the Flame Emperor. Therefore, the Devil Beast universe had a lot of advantages in terms of numbers and strength. This is troublesome. The Devil Beast universe is really ruthless. They are obviously targeting us. The other camp's first battle forces are far less powerful. They are obviously targeting us. That's right. This should be the Magical Beast universe's deliberate revenge. I thought that the Devil Beast universe would give us special, but I didn't expect them to send out such a strong camp. Seems like they really do want to take revenge. If you lost, then you lost. Just treat it as a silent loss. We should tell the Flame Emperor to be careful. Qin Shao naturally knew that the demonic beast universe was giving them special treatment because he had previously destroyed a vanguard camp of the demonic beast universe. This was a deliberate revenge. Qin was Studio, Yang was Yang Shao. Qin to Studio to Studio as Studio. Yang was Yang Studio was Yang was Studio. And Studio Devil of the to battle. Was to his was. There were still many battles to come, so he had to take it slow and steady. Otherwise, if his strength was depleted too quickly, that would not be a good thing. Sometimes there must be a trade-off. It seemed that they were going to lose this battle. Qin Shao immediately sent a voice transmission to the Flame Emperor and the others. Don't fight. Retreat if there is danger. The Flame Emperor and the others were attacked by the 6 almighties of the Devil Beast universe the moment they arrived. They didn't even have a chance to react. Monstrous power surged toward them. They weren't caught off guard. At least they weren't prepared. They didn't expect the almighties of the Devil Beast universe to be waiting at the edge of the battle zone for their arrival. The battle started as soon as they stepped into the battle zone. They didn't give the Flame Emperor and the others any chance to breathe. The Flame Emperor and the others had no choice but to go all out and enter the battle. Once the Flame Emperor attacked, the primordial fire burned the 9 heavens. It was as if he wanted to refine the sky. The raging fire lit up the endless darkness of the world. It wanted to refine all the power of darkness. However, the power of darkness was like a roaring sea. It pounced on the Flame Emperor again and again with monstrous power. It devoured and extinguished the Flame Emperor's 9 heavens fire. The Flame Emperor was suppressed as soon as they clashed. The Flame Emperor was indeed strong, but he was no match for the 6 magical beast almighties. Moreover, the 6 magical beast almighties were all very strong. They were all existences on the heaven leaderboard, and they were all at the top of the heaven leaderboard. If not for the suppression of the primordial universe's origin will, each of them would be in the top 100 of the heaven list. There were even 2 almighties who were on par with him. With 6 powerful almighties joining forces, it was naturally terrifying and powerful. Naturally, they could suppress the Flame Emperor directly, and the Flame Emperor would not be able to withstand it with his own strength. The Lord of the Stars and the others also attacked with all their might. They didn't hold back at all. A star, a ray of light, a green sword, a lotus, the Flame Emperor and the other 4 almighties attacked together. Dazzling rays of light shot out one after another. It was extremely dazzling and brilliant. Compared to the 6 almighties of the Devil Beast universe, the Flame Emperor and the other 4 almighties' attacks were more dazzling and colorful. It was very pleasing to watch. A vision suddenly appeared. Dazzling rays of light and sword aura overflowed. It was shocking and enjoyable at the same time. On the other hand, the almighties of the Devil Beast universe seemed very simple. It was the pure power of darkness. Once they attacked, the sky was filled with darkness and devoured everything. All their attacks were hidden in the darkness. They were like demons that launched a fierce attack in the darkness. They opened their bloody mouths and wanted to devour you. The battle became extremely intense from the beginning. It was as if it was a decisive battle at all costs. From the beginning, everyone had already gone all out and used all their techniques. They didn't hold back at all. In this battle, everyone was obviously going all out and wanted to kill each other. The almighties of the Devil Beast universe were all bloodthirsty and warlike. It was their nature. They were invaders and demons. They saw humans as weak ants. They wanted to kill all humans and devour them one by one. The almighties of the Devil Beast universe launched a fierce attack in the form of invaders. They used their dark techniques to devour everything. They wanted to kill the Flame Emperor and the other 4 almighties. The gloomy techniques swept across the heavens and earth, annihilating this part of the sky as if forming a cage of death. Faced with such a predicament, the Flame Emperor and the other 4 almighties could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. They originally had a monstrous anger in their hearts. They came with endless battle intent. At this time, when they clashed, it was natural for them to put their lives on the line. The power of both sides erupted in an instant. Therefore, when the battle started, it was extremely intense. It had entered the stage of a duel of life and death. Oh no, we can't fight for a long time. We must find a way to break out of this encirclement and leave this place. The Flame Emperor's heart turned cold as he thought to himself. He could already smell danger. If the battle continued like this, one of the five Almighties would be sacrificed here. The Flame Emperor didn't want such a thing to happen. If they really couldn't resist, then they could only be prepared for failure. No matter what, the most important thing was to stay alive. If they could stay alive, then everything else would be easy. He also promised Qin Shao that he would bring everyone back alive. The Flame Emperor didn't hesitate and transmitted his voice to everyone. We have lost this battle. There is no chance for us to turn the tables. It doesn't matter if we lose this battle. The most important thing is that we all go back alive. The Almighties of the Devil Beast universe obviously don't want us to go back alive. They want to kill us. Everyone, don't fight. Listen to my orders later. I will find an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Once we break out, everyone will escape back to the camp as fast as possible. I hope that all five of us can return to the camp alive. That's the most important thing. Although everyone was angry and unwilling, there was nothing else they could do. They had already entered this battle from the beginning. There was no need to fight anymore. However, they were unwilling to lose just like that. The importance of the first battle was needless to say. Everyone was looking at them, looking forward to their triumphant return. They were all waiting for them to drink celebratory wine. However, they had lost. They had lost so miserably and cleanly. If they could, they really wanted to fight with their lives. However, they couldn't go against Qin Zhao's and the Flame Emperor's words. They had to think of the big picture and think of a way to retreat. Even if they were to die, they had to die in a worthy and glorious way. If they were to die here now, it would be too sullen. Fight! The Flame Emperor flipped his palm, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. A strange treasure appeared in the Flame Emperor's hand. As soon as this treasure appeared, blazing flames surged out again. It was like a monstrous sea of anger that instantly engulfed everything and swept across the sky. In an instant, it felt as if all the darkness in the sky was going to be engulfed. This was the power of a sacred artifact. The Flame Emperor had used his sacred artifact and his trump card. Obviously, he was going to go all out. A blazing flame turned into a giant sword and slashed down with an unparalleled sharpness. It tore all the darkness and the void apart. It was going to forcefully cut a path out. Let's help the Flame Emperor. The Lord of the Stars also shouted. The others didn't hesitate at all. They all went all out to help the Flame Emperor. They tore a path out together. With the combined power of the five of them, Yindi unleashed his full power and even used his sacred object. Naturally, it was very terrifying. Under such power, a path was forcibly torn open, sweeping away all the power of darkness. Go! The Flame Emperor immediately shouted as soon as the path was torn open. The five of them didn't hesitate. They all retreated and took the opportunity to leave. They rushed out of the battle area and rushed back to the vanguard camp to escape the battlefield. In theory, the battle was fought in the battle area. However, there was no agreement that they couldn't chase out. Of course, if they were out of the battle zone, they would chase after them. If they were too close to one side's camp, they might not be able to make it back alive once the reinforcements arrived. Therefore, even if they were to chase, they would definitely not get too close. Otherwise, they would definitely be wiped out. As long as they were fast enough to escape to the camp, they would succeed. Chapter 1353. Revenge on purpose. Haha, trying to leave? It's not that easy. Since you're here today, then stay here. A sinister and cruel voice resounded through the 9 heavens, exuding a domineering aura. Boom! The void suddenly exploded again as another 3 demonic beast almighties appeared and blocked the path of the Flame Emperor and the other 4. Together with the previous 6 demonic beast almighties, there were a total of 9 demonic beast almighties. With 9 demonic beast almighties attacking, the Flame Emperor and the other 4 were completely outnumbered. 9 against 5, this was an overwhelming advantage. The Flame Emperor and the other 4 were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Oh no, we're in danger. We've fallen into the demonic beast universe's trap. Damn the demonic beast universe, hiding 3 almighties in the dark. They're really despicable. What should we do now? Samajinran cursed angrily. The Lord of the Stars said, "Nothing is too deceitful." They didn't say that we can't do this. What's the use of saying this now? We can only say that the demonic beast universe thinks too highly of us, giving us such special treatment. They're really forcing us into a dead end. There's no other way. Let's fight. Fight! The Flame Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "They've forced us into a desperate situation. There's no other way. Let's be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Even if we die, we'll take them down with us." There was no way out for the Flame Emperor and the other 4, and the 5 of them were forced into a desperate situation. The 5 of them were already no match for the demonic beast universe, and now with the addition of 3 demonic beast almighties, they were naturally no match for the demonic beast universe. Now, even if he wanted to escape, there was no way to do so. The 9 demonic beast almighties formed a powerful encirclement, and it was too difficult to break out. It was truly a desperate situation. The Lord of the Stars and the other 4 could not see any hope of survival. Even if the camp sent reinforcements, it would be too late. It seemed that they were really going to die here today. In the main hall of the camp, Qin Shao and the others saw the sudden turn of events and jumped up in anger. It's over. The Flame Emperor and the others have been tricked. We also expected that the Warcraft universe would attach great importance to this battle, but we didn't expect that the Warcraft universe would send out such a powerful lineup. It seems that they're determined to take revenge. Yes, it must be revenge. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine that our Warcraft universe would be able to mobilize such a force. No matter how powerful the Warcraft universe is, it's impossible to allocate such power to every camp. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's think about how to save the Flame Emperor and the others. If this continues, I'm afraid they'll all be sacrificed. How? It's so far away. By the time we get there, the battle will have already ended. And once our people move, the Warcraft universe's people definitely won't just sit there and do nothing. Don't tell me that this battle will trigger an all-out war in our camp. There are many major powers in the demonic beast universe. They can afford it, but we can't. That's right. The number of almighty beings in the magical beast universe is much greater than the deity realm. Moreover, the number of almighty beings sent by the deity realm to the sealed god abyss was less than 30%. Therefore, in terms of the total number of almighty beings, the Warcraft universe was more than 10 times that of the deity realm. With such a huge disparity, the Warcraft universe would definitely be willing to fight to the death. The Warcraft universe could afford it, but the deity realm couldn't. If they fought like this, the sealed god abyss might not be able to hold for 10,000 years, let alone 100,000 years. This was a matter that would affect the overall situation. Naturally, they couldn't be so impulsive. Then what should we do? We can't just watch the Flame Emperor and the others die, right? There's no good way. Now, we can only see if they can break out of the encirclement and get closer to our camp. We have to send out our people to help them. But whether we can save them in the end will depend on their luck. Looking at the situation, it'll be difficult to save them. That's right. It's too difficult. Now, the Flame Emperor and the others were surrounded by 9 Warcraft almighty beings. It was difficult for them to even escape, let alone escape. 9 against 5, complete suppression. There was no chance at all. What should they do? It was too difficult to save them. If they didn't save them, they wouldn't be able to bear to watch their companions die. Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Shao. They wanted to see if Qin Shao had any way to save them. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't do anything. It's almost impossible for us to save them. So now, it's really up to the Flame Emperor and the others." Reality is so cruel. I've said from the beginning that we should be prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the deity realm. At the end of this calamity, not to mention all of us here, even in the entire God realm, how many of us will be able to survive? I'm afraid most of our warriors in the deity realm will die on the battlefield. Their blood and lives will be used in exchange for the final victory. We can't change this kind of cruelty, this kind of heroism. We can only accept it helplessly. Maybe the Flame Emperor and the others will be one step ahead of us, but everyone in the deity realm will remember their sacrifice. They are heroes, they are pioneers. Sigh. Countless sighs could be heard. Yes, what else could they do? There was no other way. This was simply an unsolvable situation. It was simply an inevitable trend. There was no other way. This was the only way. We might not be able to save them, but we can't say that we'll give up completely. Whether we can save them or not depends on whether the Flame Emperor and the others can break out of the encirclement. Ancestor Songyin, Mountain Lord Chishan, Almighty Jianjun, Holy Light Emperor. Qin Shao reported the names of the 10 Almighties. The Almighties whose names were mentioned by Qin Shao quickly stood up. They knew that Qin Shao was about to give them a mission. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Ancestor Song Yin and the other Almighties. He said with a serious face, "The 10 of you will be the rescue team. Set off immediately to receive the Flame Emperor and the others. But remember, don't go past half of the route. Once you go past half of the route, you might be in danger." Since the Warcraft universe has sent out such a powerful lineup this time, they must have a backup plan. If we slow down too much and go too deep into the encirclement, the Warcraft universe will send out a corresponding force. When the time comes, the battle will only expand and more people will die. The Flame Emperor and the others are already in trouble. I don't want you to be in danger. So remember. Qin Zhao's words were very serious. They were both orders and reminders. Ancestor Song Yin and the others nodded heavily to show that they understood. "All right, you guys go quickly." Qin Shao waved his hand. Ancestor Song Yin and the other Almighties quickly set off. Man proposes, but God disposes. What happened next would depend on the Flame Emperor and the others. Flame Emperor. After instructing Ancestor Song Yin and the others, Qin Shao immediately sent a voice transmission to the Flame Emperor and the others. "It's my fault this time. I underestimated the Warcraft universe's power. That's why you're in such a desperate situation. But now that things have come to this, it's useless to say 1,000 times. I've already sent Ancestor Song Yin and the others to receive you, but they can't cross the central line. So, your greatest hope now is to break out of the encirclement and escape to the central line. That way, Ancestor Song Yin and the others will be able to receive you. I believe that the Warcraft universe won't dare to advance there. Today's situation, life and death, it all depends on your own luck." At this time, Qin Zhao's mood was also very complicated. He felt very uncomfortable and also somewhat guilty. If he hadn't been careless, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He had underestimated the Warcraft universe too much. This was a lesson in blood, a painful lesson. Chapter 1354. Fearless of Life and Death. Elder Qin, we don't blame you for this. We didn't think there was a problem either. We didn't expect the magical beast universe to take such special care of us. No one expected this to happen. It's not your fault, Elder Qin. We've already accepted life and death. We've also been prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the realm of the gods. It's just a matter of time. Although we're still somewhat unwilling, it's not because we're afraid of death. We're unwilling to die before we can kill a few almighties from the magical beast universe. But it's nothing. Even if our doppelgangers die, our true bodies can still continue to fight. Today, we've only been tricked. The next time we meet, our true bodies will definitely avenge us and get back at them. In today's battle, let us sound the loud bugle horn. The Flame Emperor was fearless. He had already made all the preparations. He had the spirit of sacrifice. He was hot-blooded and full of lofty sentiments. This battle was originally a battle of life and death. It didn't matter if they were sacrificed early or late. Everyone was protecting the realm of the gods and protecting the human race. They were born great and died honorably. That's right, Elder Qin. It's nothing. Let's die. Even if we die, we'll drag a few almighties down with us. Hee hee. Since it's a war, there must be sacrifices. We're just a little unlucky to be at the front. Elder Qin, you don't have to blame us. Help us kill a few more almighties. It'll be considered as revenge for us. Ha ha ha. Let's fight. Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. The Flame Emperor and the other four were heroes who were fearless of death. They were brave warriors who were willing to sacrifice themselves. They were the pride of the realm of the gods. Their hot-blooded blood filled the sky. Their lofty spirits soared through the heavens. Their fearless words influenced and motivated everyone. The righteousness of the people and the hot-bloodedness in their chests were all stimulated. The almighties in the main hall clenched their fists. At this moment, they were with the Flame Emperor and the others. The Flame Emperor and the others wouldn't die in vain. Their lives wouldn't be sacrificed in vain. Everyone would remember their vengeance. Hot-blooded coexistence was the soul of the people. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it was to test the unity of the gods. Unity was the strongest. Qin Shao also secretly clenched his fists. The hot blood in his chest was about to burst out. The anger in his heart had also reached an extreme, and it was difficult for him to suppress it. However, no matter how much she hated him, Qin Shao could only endure it for now. He would definitely get his revenge. He would definitely get his revenge. The Warcraft universe's actions this time were clearly targeted at him. Everything had started because of him, Qin Shao. This made Qin Shao feel an even greater sense of responsibility. Because of him, he had brought trouble to the Vanguard camp, so he had to pick it up. Is Xian Yin Flame Emperor? Is Studio? Is Studio? It's precisely because we have heroes like you who are hot-blooded and willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the God Realm that our God Realm is able to enjoy peace and stability. That's the reason why our God Realm is so strong. Is Studio is as Xian is sect. Is God S realm, if realm are as Xian is our realm. If everyone was not afraid of sacrifice and was willing to use their lives to protect the God Realm, then the God Realm would be invincible. At the very least, he was invincible in spirit. This energy would also infect even more people, which made Qin Shao feel quite touched in his heart. If he were to do this himself, he might not be able to feel anything, but seeing it from others was indeed a great encouragement, a great excitement, and a great pride. Human almighty being, don't struggle in vain. It's useless. The 5 of you won't be able to escape today. All of you will die. All of you will die. Haha. Don't count on the powerful beings in the camp to save you. This place is too far away from camp. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Shao. Your deaths are just a small interest we collected first. It's just a warning to Qin Shao. It was him who caused your deaths. The 9 demonic beast almighties attacked crazily and said provocative words. They attacked the 5 of them physically, mentally, and spiritually at the same time. They were also seeking revenge and venting their frustrations. The power of darkness swept up a destructive storm and bombarded the 5 of them, not giving them any chance to retaliate. They wanted to kill the 5 of them in one fell swoop. At this time, the 5 of them were surrounded by the 9 demonic beast almighties. They were in a precarious situation and could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the 9 demonic beast almighties. At this time, they could only barely withstand the attacks. However, they were also on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. Fortunately, the Flame Emperor had the sacred artifact in his hand and relied on the power of the sacred artifact to withstand the attacks. Otherwise, the 5 of them would not have much power to retaliate. However, if this continued, the 5 of them would soon lose the power to retaliate. The situation was getting worse. If this continued, the 5 of them would not be able to escape, let alone return to the camp. They would definitely die. The almighties in the main hall of the camp watched with their hearts in their throats. They held their breaths in silence. It seemed that there was really no hope. There was no way to save them. Flame Emperor, the 4 of us will work together to help you stall the demonic beast almighties. Flame Emperor, you have the sacred artifact. If you break out of the encirclement and escape alone, you may still have a chance to survive, the Lord of the Stars suddenly said. Spiritual Master Senmu immediately agreed. Yes, instead of everyone dying here, why don't we fight and see if we can save you? Flame Emperor, you are the strongest among the 5 of us, and you have the sacred artifact. Perhaps you still have a trump card that you have yet to use. You still have hope to escape. Ancestor Song Yin and the rest have already come to help. Flame Emperor, you will be saved in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The almighty profound heaven and fairy by you also agreed with the Lord of the Stars' suggestion. This time, the 4 of them also unanimously agreed. They were going to die anyway. If they could save the Flame Emperor's life, then their sacrifice would not be in vain. Hearing the 4 of them, the Flame Emperor hesitated. No. How can I let you sacrifice so much for me? The Lord of the Stars said anxiously, Flame Emperor, special times call for special measures. Don't refuse anymore. If you continue to refuse, I'm afraid you won't have any chance at all. Let's fight while there's still a chance. If you don't leave, the 5 of us won't be able to get out of here. We will only die here together. What's the point of that? If you can make it back alive, it'll be of great significance to us. If we can save your life, we won't die in vain. If you are still alive, you can avenge us in the future. So, Flame Emperor, don't refuse anymore. Hurry up and leave. The Flame Emperor was still very hesitant, but the Lord of the Stars' words were indeed very reasonable. Dying here with everyone was also death. If he could really get out alive, it would indeed be a good thing for the God Realm. Instead of dying here, it was indeed better to fight. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wanted to see the value of death. The Flame Emperor gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Lord of the Stars, Spiritual Master Senmu, Ancestor Profound Heaven, and Fairy by you, I, the Flame Emperor, will remember what you did today. As long as I can return alive, I will avenge you in the future. If I can survive, this life is yours. In the future, I will kill more almighty magical beasts to prove the value of my life. Flame Emperor, don't be jealous. Let's attack together. Yes, attack together. Flame Emperor, get ready. We will listen to your command. I believe you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Chapter 1355. Heroic Sacrifice. Now's the time. The Flame Emperor's eyes suddenly sharpened. At his command, the Lord of the Stars and the other 3 fully cooperated with him. The Flame Emperor did have a trump card that he had not used yet. It was his last resort. At this moment, the Flame Emperor seized the opportunity and immediately used his last trump card. A cold light spewed out, and everything was frozen where the cold gray light touched. Time, void, power, matter, everything was frozen in an instant. It was as if this world had been completely sealed. Everything froze. The bodies of the 9 magical beast universe's almighties were also suddenly frozen, as if they were frozen by ice. Everything came to a halt. The Lord of the Stars and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. What a great move. The Flame Emperor had such a powerful trump card. He was indeed powerful. In this way, everyone saw a glimmer of hope to help the Flame Emperor escape. Flame Emperor, run. Let's stop them. The Lord of the Stars shouted anxiously. Everyone, I, the Flame Emperor, am still alive because you saved my life. After the Flame Emperor said this, he did not hesitate. He immediately rushed out and left the place as fast as he could. The powerful energy of the 9 magical beast universe's almighties quickly broke through the seal, broke the ice, and rushed out. The dark power surged, and the darkness overflowed. The 9 magical beast universe's almighties were furious, as if they had been humiliated. They roared, "Human almighties, don't run. Chase after him." The 9 magical beast universe's almighties naturally could not tolerate the Flame Emperor escaping under their noses. They roared and chased after him. They wanted to kill the Flame Emperor and the other 4 to show the power of the magical beast universe. This time, they were on a journey of revenge, to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. They wanted to end this battle in a domineering way. Naturally, they could not let him go back alive. However, Accidents were bound to happen. Ha ha, the three of you, it's time for us to shine. In the face of death, the Lord of the Stars still had a carefree expression on his face. His face was full of pride, and there was not a trace of fear. The Lord of the Stars let out a long roar, raised his sword, and charged toward the Warcraft universe's Almighty. If you want to chase after the Flame Emperor, you'll have to ask for our permission first. Ha, come on, let's fight. Let's fight to the death. Samajinran, forefather profound firmament, and Fairy Bue did not hesitate to block the 9 Warcraft universe Almighties without fear of death. They wanted to use their lives to block this powerful force and buy time for the Flame Emperor to escape. As long as the Flame Emperor was given some time, he would be able to survive. Their indomitable spirit, their willingness to die, was a kind of fearless spirit, a kind of spirit of dedication, a spirit that could infect others. The fact that they were standing here meant that they were ready to face death and were prepared to die. Sometimes, death wasn't scary at all. However, it was very difficult to face death calmly. Stop them and chase after them. Don't let any of them escape. One of the Warcraft universe Almighties roared angrily. 9 Warcraft universe Almighties charged out together with a purpose. 5 of them faced the Lord of the Stars, and the other 3. The other 4 wanted to go around and chase after the Flame Emperor. After all, the Lord of the Stars and the other 3 only had 4 people. It would be difficult for them to block the 9 Warcraft universe Almighties. It won't be that easy if you want to chase after them. Brothers, I, Xing Chun, will take my leave first. As soon as the Lord of the Stars finished speaking, the energy in his body expanded infinitely. Such an action also frightened many people. He was going to self-destruct. The power of an almighty self-destruction was terrifying enough that it could even injure a ruler. Therefore, in the face of an almighty self-destruction, the other almighties would definitely not dare to fight head-on. They would definitely retreat, unless the ruler did not allow the almighty to self-destruct, or it could be said that they would not give the almighty the chance to self-destruct. Otherwise, once the almighty self-destructed, the power of the explosion would definitely be terrifying. It would be extremely lethal and would be enough to make people retreat and not dare to go near it. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. Seeing that the Lord of the Stars had chosen to self-destruct, the most extreme method, Spiritual Master Sanmu and the other 2 were stunned. They could not help but admire the Lord of the Stars' courage. Not many people would dare to try self-destructing. Firstly, it was an extremely painful way to die. It was a suicide. Secondly, the death of self-destructing would affect the other bodies. The instant death of the divine body and soul would be enough to shock the other bodies and hurt the souls of the other bodies. In other words, the Lord of the Stars' actions would definitely hurt his soul to a certain extent. It might even be a destructive injury. The so-called destructive injury meant that it would have a huge impact on his future cultivation. Therefore, even if they were to die, very few people would choose to self-destruct, the most extreme way to die, unless they were really forced into a desperate situation. Self-detonation definitely required a lot of courage. It definitely required the spirit of sacrificing everything. The brilliance of the Lord of the Stars had infected Spiritual Master Sanmu and the other almighties, including Emperor Yin, Qin Shao, and all the other almighties in the main hall of the campsite. In their hearts, they were filled with awe for the Lord of the Stars. They respected him for being a man and for his spirit of sacrifice for the realm of the gods. Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. Everyone back off. Don't get too close. The Lord of the Stars' self-destruction immediately frightened those crazy almighties. They quickly stopped and did not dare to charge forward. Boom! A huge amount of energy exploded, causing the void to tremble as if it was about to collapse. A almighty who did not retreat to a safe distance in time was hit by the huge amount of energy and was immediately sent flying. He almost vomited blood and grimaced in pain. He was furious. Damn it! Along with the explosion, along with the dazzling light, along with the fireworks, the Lord of Star Island had sacrificed himself. He had sacrificed his life. Lord of the Stars, you've gone first. We'll follow your footsteps. Haha, it's just death. What's there to be afraid of? Although Spiritual Master Samu had different opinions with the Lord of the Stars, it did not affect his respect for the Lord of the Stars. Spiritual Master Samu was the second to step forward. With a look of determination, he looked at the 9 Almighties coldly and shouted, "Come on, come on. Haha, it's impossible for you to kill Emperor Yin today. With the 4 of us here, you won't succeed. Come on, bring it on if you're not afraid of death." The 9 Almighties looked ferocious and furious. The people from the Almighty's universe were all ferocious, bloodthirsty, and warlike by nature. How could they tolerate such provocation? Kill them. A deep and cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. The 9 Almighties from the Almighty's universe charged forward again. This time, they were clearly prepared and killed more ferociously than before. Their power was strong and turbulent. Obviously, they wanted to force Spiritual Master Samu and the other 2 and not give them a chance to buy time. Spiritual Master Samu and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded tacitly. They knew that in such a situation, they had no choice but to self-destruct. Only in this way could they stall the Almighties from the Almighty's universe for a while. It was almost time to stall for a while more. There was no other way. This was all they could do. Using their lives in exchange for time to survive for the Emperor, this was the most they could do. Boom, boom, boom. Spiritual Master Samu and the other 2 self-destructed one after another. 3 Almighties self-destructed almost at the same time. The energy that erupted was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 1356. His name will be remembered forever in Hongming. The 9 demonic beast Almighties were greatly affected when the 3 of them self-destructed at the same time. However, this time, they were also abnormally crazy. They didn't retreat like before, but instead fought head-on. 3 against 9. Even though the 9 demonic beast Almighties were very powerful, they were still greatly affected. By the time the 9 demonic beast Almighties broke through the energy barrier, the Flame Emperor had already escaped far away due to the 2 delays. It would be difficult to catch up to him now. Therefore, the 9 demonic beast Almighties stopped and did not intend to continue the chase. The Flame Emperor has escaped today, for Almighties self-destructed to protect him. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor would not be able to escape today. Forget it. It's useless to chase after him now. Let's go back. This battle can also be considered to have taught Qin Shao a profound lesson. The leader of the demonic beast Almighties said angrily. With a wave of his hand, he left with the other 8 Almighties. The smoke settled and the battle calmed down. Everything returned to normal. But the 4 Almighties of the Lord of the Stars remained there forever. They self-destructed and died without leaving behind a corpse. If their divine bodies were intact, they could be used to cultivate doppelgangers. It would be much easier. Many Almighties used dead bodies to cultivate doppelgangers. It was indeed much easier this way. After all, it was not easy to nurture a body, and the price one had to pay was definitely huge. In the main hall of the camp, everyone's mood was heavy. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. They had lost this battle too miserably. The price they paid was also extremely high. It was undoubtedly a great lesson for them. Such a crushing defeat had a great impact on their morale. It was a heavy blow. The one who blamed himself the most was Qin Shao. Lord of the Stars, Samajinrin, Ancestor Clear Heaven, Fairy Bua, you all did well. I am proud of you. If I, Qin Shao, can walk out of this world in the future and have the ability to take you away, I will definitely take you with me. Not for anything else, but for your spirit of sacrifice, your heroism and justice. So what if I live? So what if I die? If a person doesn't even have the most basic sense of justice, what's the difference between them and animals? People are great not because they have done great things, but because they are brave enough to sacrifice themselves. Death is originally a very simple thing, a very ordinary thing, but many times it becomes a very great thing. Lord of the Stars, the 4 of you are great. Qin Shao thought to himself, if he could find the way to the sanctuary, he would definitely bring the Lord of the Stars and the other 3 with him. If he had the ability to help them in the future, Qin Shao would definitely not be stingy. He would definitely give them the greatest help. This was Qin Zhao's promise to the four of them, although this promise might not be fulfilled. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao was proud of the Lord of the Stars and the other three. He was also very grateful for their sacrifice. Their sacrifice brought about a contagious force. It would promote the willingness of the other mighty figures to fight to the death. It would make the camp more united and cohesive. And this was what Qin Shao needed. The mighty figures in the great hall all sighed in admiration. Well done, Lord of the Stars. You are all heroes. You are all worthy heroes. I am proud to have known you. The next time I see your true bodies, I will definitely drink with you. Forefather Clear Sky, there was a misunderstanding between us. The next time I see your true body, I will definitely apologize. You are worthy of my admiration. Despicable universe of Warcraft. Next time, we will definitely kill you all. Lord of the Stars, go in peace. We will avenge you. In the next battle, it's time to witness our strength. If we are not even afraid of death, then what do we have to fear? I believe that we of the heavenly realm are all fearless warriors. We are all heroes who dare to sacrifice. I want to be such a hero too. Let's fight. Let's fight for the heavenly realm's victory. Yes, let's fight. We are not afraid of sacrifice. If our sacrifice can be exchanged for the final victory of the heavenly realm, then it will be worth it. Even if our true bodies and avatars are destroyed, our names will be remembered by the world. Our names will go down in history and forever remain in Hongmeng. Listening to everyone's impassioned and full fighting spirit, Qin Shao felt even more grateful to the Lord of the Stars and the others. It was because of them that everyone's cohesiveness had increased. It was because of them that the spirit of sacrifice in everyone's hearts had been completely ignited. The heavenly realm is proud to have you. I believe that all of our sacrifices will be worth it. We are the vanguard, heroes who do not fear death. Qin Shao sighed with emotion. These words came from the bottom of his heart. The mighty figures nodded. They wanted to be heroes. The Flame Emperor soon returned with Patriarch Song Yin and the others. The Flame Emperor's eyes were sparkling. The Lord of the Stars and the others had died for him. No one could understand the pain in his heart. No words could express it. Qin Shao stood up and walked over. He grabbed the Flame Emperor's hands and looked at him solemnly. He patted the Flame Emperor's hands and said, "Flame Emperor, it's good that you're back. Your return means a lot. Welcome, my hero." He didn't need to say too many words, but it was enough to express everything. Yes, the Flame Emperor was a hero. All the mighty figures welcomed the Flame Emperor as a hero. The Flame Emperor carried with him the continuation of the Lord of the Stars and the others' lives. Although the Flame Emperor had a lot to say, he couldn't say a single word. He looked at Qin Shao for a long time before saying, "Elder Qin, I would like to go into seclusion for a while." Qin Shao knew that the Flame Emperor's mood must be very heavy. He probably wanted to go into seclusion to calm down. At this time, the Flame Emperor really needed to calm down, rest, and adjust his emotions. If he was affected by his emotions, it wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately agreed and said, "Don't worry and go into seclusion. We don't need you for the time being. Take care of your injuries and calm down. There's still a long way to go. We still need you to shine in the battles later." The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elder Qin. I'm not that weak. I just have some enlightenment and want to go into seclusion for a while." Some enlightenment? Qin Shao was delighted. It seemed that the Flame Emperor's state of mind was indeed very strong. Under such a blow, not only did he not feel depressed, but he also had some enlightenment. It was indeed a good experience. However, it was indeed very easy for people to have a breakthrough. Go ahead. Qin Shao nodded. He had some expectations for the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor was already 10th on the heaven list. If he had a breakthrough, his strength would definitely go up another level. The Flame Emperor had been stuck at 10th on the heaven list for a long time. It was time for him to have a breakthrough. The first battle had ended. Qin Shao and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. The camp's morale was also very low. However, the Almighty's fighting spirit was extremely high. Their blood was completely stimulated, and their spirits were completely infected. It was hard to say whether every sip and every bite was good or bad. The end of the first battle didn't mean that they could rest for a while. The second, third, and fourth battles were about to take place. The prelude to the battle had been pulled open. Round after round of battles were also arranged. The 10 routes were about to be fully engaged. The candidates for the other 9 routes had already been decided. Although there was an unforeseen event this time, they were still going according to the original plan. Qin Xiao didn't believe that the magical beast universe was like this in every battle. If that was the case, there was no way to fight this battle at all. It was naturally very easy for the magical beast universe to concentrate their forces on his vanguard camp. However, Qin Xiao didn't want that to be the case. If that was the case, he would only have a headache. After arranging the other matters according to the schedule, Qin Xiao also began to cultivate in seclusion. His clone was in charge of cultivating his heart force. With the assistance of the heart force stonebreaker, Qin Xiao also had some confidence in the path of heart force. He believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th level of heart force in 200,000 years. The sacrifice of the Lord of the Stars and the others, and the crushing defeat of the first battle had made Qin Xiao even more determined. It made him want to cultivate as hard as possible and break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was still unknown how long the vanguard camp would be able to hold out. He absolutely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 1357. 10,000 years in the abyss of chaos. Endless darkness and chaotic storms were extremely rampant. 10,000 years had passed during his cultivation. During these 10,000 years, Qin Xiao cultivated in this chaotic storm. He stood in the storm and comprehended everything about the Great Path. Such a cultivation method was indeed very beneficial. Of course, without a strong body and strength, there was no way to stay in such a storm for so long. Even a mighty figure who had been through a lot wouldn't dare to do this. Enduring the baptism of the chaotic storm for 10,000 years was a very terrifying thing. In addition, the Lord of Desolate Land and the others were also constantly sending Qin Xiao secret cultivation methods and treasures about the use of the Great Path of Chaos. They were constantly sending Qin Xiao all the helpful means. With such supreme treatment, coupled with Qin Xiao's own talent of comprehension, and in this chaotic storm, the speed of his cultivation was naturally very fast. With so many natural advantages, it was hard not to be fast. After 10,000 years, Qin Xiao finally broke through to the intermediate level of the use of the Great Path of Chaos. Phew, it's really not easy. With so much help in this chaotic storm, it can be said that I have gone through a lot of difficulties to comprehend and cultivate. It took me 10,000 years to reach the intermediate level of the use of the Great Path of Chaos. It's a bit slow. Qin Xiao sighed and shook his head in dissatisfaction. At this speed, he was afraid that the 200,000 years alone would not be enough for him to cultivate the Great Path of Chaos. To improve the level of the use of the Great Path of Chaos in 10,000 years, if it was in the outside world, would definitely be a shocking thing. It would definitely scare countless geniuses to death. However, Qin Xiao was still not satisfied. He was very dissatisfied. Time waits for no one. There was not much time left for him, so he had to speed up and pressure himself. However, it was too difficult to improve the level of the use of the Great Path. In these 10,000 years, the Lord of Desolate Land and the others had given Qin Xiao too much help. Even with so much help, it still took him 10,000 years. And the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was. From the beginner level to the intermediate level of the use of the Great Path of Chaos, it would take at least 30 to 50,000 years to go from the intermediate level to the advanced level. And from the advanced level to the pinnacle level, it would probably take at least 100,000 years. And from the pinnacle level to the ultimate level, even if one's way of the ultimate level of the Great Path of Chaos, it didn't mean that one could be the origin master. In that case, it would take him at least 300,000 to 400,000 years, and he had to maintain his current speed origin. But the time left for Qin Xiao was already less than 200,000 years. It was too difficult. Just the chaos great path of chaos. Was the great path of chaos translation. The reincarnation great Tao situation was even worse than the chaos great Tao. The reincarnation great Tao had yet to reach the 6th level of perfection, let alone being able to use it. Translation Lu Ming. Translation was his translation underscore translation. Heart Force could be considered Qin Zhao's trump card. If he couldn't become the controller of the 6 paths, then at least Heart Force had some hope. With his current power level, he was already at the level of a universe master. If his Heart Force could break through to the 6th level, then Qin Xiao wouldn't need to be afraid of other universe masters. There was hope for Xiao Gu and Kuan Peng ruler. If they couldn't do it, there would be hope for the godly world with the power of these 3 universe masters. This was a way out. That was why his body should focus on heart. This plan couldn't be changed. Chaos Great Path and Reincarnation Great Path were left to his original body. No matter how difficult it is, I have to persevere. Qin Xiao encouraged himself. Deep in the godly palace of desolate land, in a chaotic world, the Desolation Lord frowned as he stood there, his fingers forming strange hand seals from time to time. His expression would turn serious from time to time. In front of him, the stars were the wheel, and the sun and moon were the wheels. It was ever-changing and mysterious. All the great paths seemed to be operating in it. Fate, strangeness, cause and effect, great path, deduction. This was the technique of the master of desolate land. Suddenly, there was a slight ripple in the void space. It was like a leaf falling from a calm water surface. It broke the peace of the void space. A figure walked out of the void. As soon as the figure walked out, a supreme sacred light instantly illuminated the primal chaos. It was as if the darkness was walking toward the light. The Desolation Master stopped when he saw who it was. He looked over and asked in surprise, "Master of the Heavenly Court, what brings you here? How long has it been since you took the initiative to come to my place?" "How long?" The Master of Heaven smiled and said, "More than half a universe era. I haven't been here for a long time. That's why I came here uninvited." The Master of Desolate Land shook his head and said, "Master of Heaven wouldn't be so free. Something must have happened. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here. I couldn't even invite you here in the past. Did something happen?" The Master of Heaven said, "Let's sit down first. Let's drink and chat. It's been a long time since I sat down and drank with you. Let's take this opportunity to relax." It was rare for the Master of Heaven to be in such a good mood. The Master of Desolate Land naturally obeyed. With a wave of his hand, an exquisite jade table appeared out of thin air. The table was already filled with water and food. The Master of Desolate Land made an inviting gesture, and the two sat down. However, today, the two of them were clearly not in the mood for wine. Their mood seemed a little heavy. Without the mood for wine, drinking wine was naturally no different from drinking water. Both of them were indifferent and tasteless, and one couldn't feel anything. Perhaps drinking was also a way to relieve one's worries. "Master of Desolate Land, you don't seem to be in a good mood either. Look at your serious face. Did you do something bad again?" The Master of Heaven asked. The Master of Desolate Land sighed and shook his head helplessly. "I did do something bad. Perhaps we won't be able to defend the sealed God's abyss for long. It should be much shorter than the expected 100,000 years." The Master of the Heavenly Court nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have the same premonition. From the battle reports of the past 10,000 years, the situation is not optimistic. According to the current situation, we should be able to hold on for another 50,000 to 60,000 years. I'm afraid that's the limit. And this is under the assumption that nothing unexpected happens. If something unexpected happens, it's even harder to say. The situation is very unfavorable for us. However, the only consolation is that we can still hold on to the God realm for the time being. The current situation is still within our expectations. It's also going according to our expectations. But 200,000 years is definitely the limit. It's the best situation. Let's hope that we can hold on until then." The Master of Desolate Land continued, "Master of Heaven, That's not what I'm worried about. My recent deductions have produced irregular scenes, extremely chaotic, bad omens appearing again and again. Therefore, I feel that there might be some great danger lurking in the dark that we haven't noticed. This danger might be even more terrifying than the enemies we're facing now. After hearing this, the master of the heavenly court's face darkened and turned serious. After a moment of silence, the master of the heavenly court said, "Meng Huang, I've been having a bad feeling recently. I also feel that there's some great danger lurking in the dark. It's hidden very, very deeply, and we haven't noticed it yet. This hidden danger is the most fatal. You've also deduced it. It seems that our feelings are the same. If that's the case, the possibility is very high." Hearing the Master of Heaven's words, the Master of Desolate Land was slightly shocked. He looked at the Master of Heaven in surprise and said, "Master of Heaven, you've also felt it? Then it seems that it's not a lie. It's very likely. If that's the case, then we're in even more danger. I didn't see much hope in the first place. If that's the case, won't it be hard for us to escape this calamity? Could it be that our divine world will only be heading towards destruction? Is there really no way for us to protect the divine world?" The Master of Desolate Land's words were filled with helplessness, worry, and a kind of unwillingness. In the face of such a calamity, he felt powerless and pale. This feeling was too unbearable. "Master of Heaven, what do you think is the hidden danger?" The Master of Desolate Land asked again. The Master of Heaven said, "The Desolate Land. This is also the reason why I came to find you. I wanted to discuss this matter with you. I haven't mentioned it to anyone else, so I came to find you first. I just wanted you to deduce it. I didn't expect you to have already deduced it. Therefore, this matter should not be wrong. This matter is of great importance. Before we figure out, don't reveal it to a third person. For the time being, it's enough for us to know. Let's not tell the Master of Grand Mist and the others for the time being so that they won't be worried. Moreover, this matter is filled with many uncertainties. Therefore, we have to act more cautiously. Even the Master of Grand Mist and the others didn't want to tell them. It seemed like the Master of Heavenly Court was very cautious. The Master of Desolate Land nodded in agreement. "Yes, I feel the same way. For the time being, we don't understand the situation. It's indeed not good to let more people know about it to avoid any unforeseen events. What kind of power could be hiding in the dark? What kind of power is more terrifying than the Three Realms Otherverse and the Devil Beast universe? Could it be a heavenly venerate?" The Master of Heavenly Court immediately shook his head in denial. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if an Otherverse heavenly venerate has a way to conceal his aura and enter our Grand Mist universe, he definitely won't dare to use his strength. Otherwise, the primordial universe's origin intent will definitely push him out. An Otherverse heavenly venerate has no way of causing trouble in our Grand Mist universe. At most, he will have a chance to make a move. There definitely won't be such a hidden danger there." The Master of Desolate Land nodded. That was indeed the case. With the existence of the Grand Mist universe's origin will, an heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to do so. It was just like how an ordinary god couldn't enter an origin world. An ordinary god couldn't enter an origin world at all. Even if an heavenly venerate used some method to enter, as long as his aura leaked, the origin would forcefully push him out. The Grand Mist universe's origin will had no problem going against an heavenly venerate, unless there was an existence at a higher realm than an heavenly venerate. However, if there was really such an existence, why would they need to do so? Why would they need to conceal their strength? A supreme existence like that could wipe out the entire Grand Mist universe by force. Besides, such a supreme existence probably wouldn't care about a small universe, right? Their battlefield should be in the sacred region. There is no need for that. Chapter 1358. Conjecture and worry after eliminating this possibility. What else could it be? Sky Court, do you think there are other possibilities? That the Three Realms alternate universe is still hiding a lot of power? Asked Desolate Landmaster. Sky Court Master thought for a while and shook his head. This possibility is also very small. If the Three Realms alternate universe is really hiding their power, then they shouldn't be hiding a lot, right? After all, for more than a universe era, we have been keeping an eye on them. The possibility of them trying to hide something from us is very small. When a universe master is born, the entire Hongmeng universe will have strange phenomena and signs. It's impossible for us not to notice it. Then perhaps the batch of powers that entered Hongmeng universe back then wasn't limited to the 3 batches of Eros, Red Dust Guest, and the others. There might be a 4th wave that has been hiding in the dark without us noticing. Is there such a possibility? Asked Desolate Landmaster. Sky Court Master nodded slightly and said, yes, there is such a possibility. After all, the Great Thousand Domains is so big. There are all kinds of methods. If there is a power that has been using special methods to hide their aura, then it's still possible for them to track their whereabouts. Or maybe they have been holding back and waiting for the right time. And this time, when our godly world clashed with the 3 realms alternate universe and the demon beast universe, no matter which side won, the winner would definitely suffer a great loss. The remaining power will definitely be relatively weak. If a power were to emerge at this time, then it would indeed be able to wipe out the entire army and become the final victor. This possibility was unanimously agreed upon by Desolate Landmaster and Sky Court Master. The possibility was very high. Other than this, they couldn't think of any other possibility. If this was really the case, then it would indeed be troublesome. With the existence of this unknown hidden force, even if the God Realm gave their all and obtained victory, they would still end up benefiting someone else in the end. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This move was very clever and ruthless. However, this was a situation that couldn't be solved. The 3 realms alternate universe and the demon beast universe's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Now that the godly world was facing wave after wave of attacks, they had no time to think about anything else. Now that the godly world was already weak, even if they knew that there were more dangers lurking in the dark, they could only give it their all. If they couldn't survive now, then there was no point in thinking about the future. Therefore, the current situation was really helpless, really. The Master of the Desolation and the Master of the Heavenly Court fell silent. Their expressions were grave, cold, and even a little ugly. The fate of the God Realm was truly uncertain. Even as holy masters, they felt powerless to do anything about it. All these years, they had Master. Sigh, since we've deduced it, there's nothing we can do. There's no way to deal with it. There's no way at all. We can only watch helplessly. This helplessness is so painful. Sky Court Master of Desolate Land sighed helplessly. The Master of the Heavenly Court also sighed. Yes, it is indeed a feeling of powerlessness. At our level, there shouldn't be anything in this universe that can stop us, but now we realize that there are many things we can't do. In the end, we are still weak. We don't have enough power. If we can become Empyreans, then all threats will be like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Yes, in the end, it was still power. Without power, you would be bullied. Power was the foundation of everything. No matter where you were, no matter how high your level was, you couldn't escape from this law. Celestial Master, this was the level that all the masters of the universe yearned for, the level that they worked hard to reach, the level that they dreamed of. However, it was too difficult to become a Celestial Master. Sky Court, do you have a sliver of confidence? Sky Court Master suddenly asked solemnly. Sky Court Master of Desolate Land expression also became extremely solemn. He shook his head and said, "How can I have a sliver of confidence? I worked hard for an entire universe era and still couldn't take this step. How can I do it in such a short time? It's difficult, too difficult. If I really want to take this step, the test is too big for me. At least for now, I don't have much of an idea. I don't have a sliver of confidence, and I don't see much hope. Although I've been working hard, I don't dare to say much." Difficult, it was indeed difficult. Of the 6 Saint Masters in the God Realm, only Sky Court Master had a sliver of hope, but it was only a sliver of hope. Like Sky Court Master of Desolate Land, he was still far from becoming a Celestial Master. There was no possibility at all, not to mention becoming a Celestial Master. To Sky Court Master of Desolate Land, becoming a Celestial Master was an unattainable dream. It was too far away. Sigh. Then it seems that we can only pin our hopes on Qin Shao. I really didn't expect that we, the six Saint Masters, would have to rely on a brat at the fourth step of the heavenly god realm, a brat who has lived for less than 800,000 years. Speaking of which, I'm really ashamed. Sky Court Master of Desolate Land shook his head. Sky Court Master also shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Yes, I'm ashamed. I'm really ashamed. Our biggest hope now is Qin Shao. As for Kuan Peng, I hope he can make it to become a universe master before the final battle. However, it's still difficult. Kuan Peng himself doesn't have much confidence. He thinks that his chances of success are less than 10%. As for the rest, it all depends on Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's situation is not optimistic. Yes, both were not optimistic. This was also the reason why Sky Court Master of Desolate Land was helpless. His biggest hope was Qin Shao, but Qin Shao was bearing too much. There are less than 200,000 years left. Qin Shao has only cultivated the Chaos Great Tao to the intermediate level, and his Reincarnation Great Tao is one step away from the 6th level. It's impossible for him to become a master of 6 paths in such a short time, unless the miracle happens. Qin Shao had always been synonymous with miracles. He had created many miracles and legends. However, this time, even Sky Court Master and Desolate Land Master were embarrassed. Could there be a miracle? The probability of a miracle happening was minuscule. It was far too difficult. Sigh. Qin Shao is under too much pressure. We have too high expectations for him. In fact, this is also unfair and cruel to him. If we want to blame someone, we should blame ourselves for being useless. Sky Court Master of Desolate Land shook his head. The Lord of the Heavenly Court laughed bitterly. This was indeed cruel for Qin Shao. But what could they do? In the face of this calamity, everyone had to step forward and sacrifice themselves for the God realm. This was an incomparably cruel reality. The two fell silent for a while and drank a few cups of wine. As the wine entered their stomachs, it was a bitter drink. Neither of them spoke, but the pain was endless. After a long time, the master of the heavenly court seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Mang Huang, do you think there's another possibility? Another possibility?" Sky Court Master of Desolate Land looked at Sky Court Master with some confusion. Sky Court Master nodded and said with a meaningful look, "Is it possible that there's a dark force among us?" Sky Court Master of Desolate Land was stunned. He naturally understood the deeper meaning of Sky Court Master's words. Was this possible? For a moment, Sky Court Master of Desolate Land did not dare to directly deny it. After thinking about it, Sky Court Master of Desolate Land shook his head and said, "This is really hard to say. At least for now, I can't think of a reason. If we deduce based on this possibility, it will be even more chaotic. If we have to make such a bold assumption, we can't say that it's completely impossible. Of course, you and I definitely don't want such a situation to happen." "Yes, definitely not," Sky Court Master said, "but we can't not make such an assumption. Now, we have to make more assumptions. Let's slowly investigate this matter. Let's leave it at that for now. Continue to deduce, use various hypotheses to deduce, and see which one is more likely. Hopefully, we can find some clues before the final battle. Otherwise, we may be caught off guard in the end." The Forsaken Lord nodded solemnly. That was exactly what he was thinking. The abyss of chaos. The benefits of cultivating in the chaotic windstorm are indeed great. But I've already cultivated for more than 10,000 years, and the effects are getting weaker. If I continue to cultivate in the chaotic windstorm, it will be difficult to achieve any good results. Qin Shao shook his head. It was impossible to continue cultivating. The help of the chaotic abyss was limited. After all, it was not like the All Beings Dojo. Therefore, Qin Shao was very hesitant. If the help of the chaotic abyss was limited, then how should he cultivate? If he continued to cultivate in the chaotic abyss, the speed of improvement would definitely be very slow. Within 200,000 years, he would at most be able to break through to the pinnacle level. This level was not enough. It was far from enough. Qin Shao wanted a controller. If he could not cultivate to the controller level, then it was meaningless. If he did not continue to cultivate here, then where should he cultivate? Without a certain amount of external help, the speed of cultivation would definitely be even slower. Even with the master of the Manhuang wilderness and the others providing them with external support, they were still stretched thin. This was still not enough. Therefore, this made Qin Xiao feel a little pained. For a moment, she didn't know how to choose. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao could only shake his head and say helplessly, "Forget it. I have no better place to go for now. I can only stay in the chaotic abyss and cultivate. Let's wait and see. Cultivate for another 50,000 years. If there is still no big breakthrough, then I can only give up on the chaotic Great Tao for now. I can only look at the reincarnation Great Tao. Based on my current situation, the possibility of becoming a controller of 6 paths is very small. Controller of 5 paths, I can give it a try. If I can become a controller of 5 paths on my Great Tao, then my body's heart force can reach the 6th level. If Xiao Gu and Kunpeng ruler can break through to become universe masters, then I can ask teacher for help. With the help of these universe masters, our godly world should have a great chance. If there is no other way, then I can only take this path. If it still doesn't work, then I'll take the last path." Chapter 1359. Master of the Universe? Walking casually in this abyss of chaos, it was somewhat aimless, following one's heart. There was no end to this abyss of chaos. Wherever the chaos storm went, it was the abyss of chaos. There was no material object, no land. There was only an endless void, a dark void, and a piece of chaos. Here, there was no sky, no earth, no light. Everything was empty. Cultivation couldn't be rushed, although time waits for no man, and Qin Xiao felt a lot of pressure in his heart. Qin Xiao also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, otherwise it would only be a waste of time. No matter how anxious he was, he had to take it step by step and take it slowly. He had just broken through to the intermediate level of application. What he needed now was to comprehend easily, not to be oppressed to death. The state of mind was very important, and so was the comprehension. Qin Xiao had to immerse his heart in it first, and then get more comprehension. His mind was empty, and he was the only one in everything. This was a good state. Following one's heart and desires was also a kind of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Time flew like an arrow, and the years in cultivation would pass very quickly. When he suddenly looked back, he was afraid that the world would have already turned into mulberry fields. Strange, it's a bit strange. But this Qin Xiao's comprehension and cultivation made Qin Xiao notice many strange places. In the past 1,000 years, I have already walked through this entire abyss of chaos. But it's strange that I can't find the source of this chaos storm. I deliberately walked through the entire abyss of chaos, but I always feel that I didn't walk through the entire abyss of chaos. I always feel that there are some places that I haven't found. It's a bit strange. Is there a place hidden in the void of this abyss of chaos? Originally, this was actually nothing. There were countless strange places in the universe, and too many places were hidden in the void. It was not strange that the source of the chaos storm couldn't be found. Not all storms needed a source. It was just that Qin Xiao always felt a bit strange. He had been walking in the abyss of chaos for thousands of years. Everything was according to his heart and relaxed, so he might pay more attention to these little things. In fact, this was nothing. Qin Xiao quickly withdrew his thoughts and shook his head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about these trivial matters. I'd better focus on my cultivation. Now it's time to give myself some pressure. For the time being, Qin Xiao didn't have any good place to go. Therefore, he decided to continue cultivating in the abyss of chaos for another 50,000 years. Qin Xiao was just about to find a place to continue cultivating when Qin Xiao's heart thumped again. Qin Xiao was a very sensitive person. She was aware of a trace of abnormality. Qin Xiao could not help but stop and look around carefully. Just now, Qin Xiao had sensed a slight fluctuation in space. It's a fluctuation that doesn't belong to this part of the void. It's from another part of the void. Was there another void hidden behind this one? Is the hidden void here? Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. If it weren't for his extremely sensitive senses, there was no way to detect such a subtle fluctuation. Moreover, that trace of fluctuation had disappeared in a flash. By the time he sensed it again, it was already gone. A trace of fluctuation just happened to be detected by Qin Shao. It could be regarded as a coincidence. Qin Shao stopped and carefully sensed it again. Then, he didn't detect it again. He waited for a year, but still didn't detect another fluctuation in space. Strange. What is hidden behind this void? Is it just a simple space folding, or is there something else? Qin Shao had always trusted his intuition. His intuition told him that there might be some secrets behind this. Therefore, Qin Shao was also a little interested. At this time, Qin Shao really shouldn't waste his time on this. Now, ordinary opportunities were nothing to Qin Shao at all. However, Qin Shao had another idea in his mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him. He needed a miracle now. Without a miracle, he couldn't become the controller of 6 Dao. Therefore, for Qin Shao to have such thoughts, it might also be a kind of expectation. But no matter what, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Thinking of this, Qin Shao was ready to give it a try. Whoosh! Qin Shao's hand suddenly grasped the void, and a powerful force burst out from his palm. With Qin Shao's current strength, breaking the void was no different from grabbing tofu. However, Qin Shao's claw was forcefully blocked. There was no way for him to tear through the void. He had underestimated the firmness of this void. Some parts of the void were indeed very stable and not easy to break. Even Qin Shao's grasp across the country was unable to break it. Qin Shao flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword shone brightly, and he slashed down with all his might. A powerful force tore down, but to Qin Shao's surprise, it couldn't tear the space apart. Logically speaking, Qin Shao had used his sword and used all his strength. There shouldn't be any space that he couldn't tear. However, the space here was too stable and too powerful. Ordinary rulers couldn't tear it apart even if they used all their strength. Such a situation made Qin Shao feel a little strange, and it also aroused Qin Shao's curiosity. Sometimes, once a person's curiosity was aroused, they wouldn't let it go so easily. At this time, Qin Shao was also secretly trying to fight back. He flipped his palm and took out the sword of the Universe Master. The moment this sword was drawn, the sharpness of the sword momentum alone was enough to seal this part of the void. The blade vibrated, and the firmament of this part of the universe was stirred up. The sword moved and it struck. Qin Shao slashed out with all his strength. The power, Dao power, and sword momentum were all pushed to the extreme. The sword fell, and the void was torn apart. The power of this sword was enough to reach the combat power of a Universe Master. It was equivalent to a Universe Master attacking with all his strength. The power of this sword had reached an extremely terrifying level. Above the sharpness of this sword, a small hole was finally torn open in the void. Even with such a full-strength attack, it only managed to tear open a small hole. Looking through the small hole that was torn open, there was indeed another void hidden behind the void. What surprised Qin Shao was that in that void, Qin Shao actually saw land, mountains, and real scenery. There was land hidden in the abyss of chaos. Such a situation had never been discovered by anyone before. There were no historical records of it. When Qin Shao came to the abyss of chaos, the godly palace of Desolate Land and Heavenly Court Island gave Qin Shao all the information about the abyss of chaos so that Qin Shao could learn more about the abyss of chaos. However, there is obviously no record of this in the information, and the Master of Desolate Land didn't mention this situation to Qin Shao. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that no one had discovered this place. This place was hidden too well. If Qin Shao hadn't sensed the fluctuation of space by chance, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there was another world hidden here. Even if an ordinary ruler could sense it, they wouldn't have the ability to break open this void. This small hole was quickly closed. Let's go down and take a look first. Qin Shao drew his sword again and tore open another small hole. After tearing it open this time, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly jumped in. He directly entered the other world through the small hole. As soon as Qin Shao entered, the small hole was completely closed. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. After Qin Shao passed through the spatial crack, he quickly landed on a piece of land and entered another world. This world wasn't like the abyss of chaos, which was full of chaotic storms. It was extremely quiet here, and the space was also extremely peaceful. Apart from the bleakness, it was also extremely peaceful. Qin Shao sized up the next world, and his consciousness directly enveloped it. This world wasn't big. It was about the size of an origin world. The whole world was covered by mountains. It was desolate and bleak, without any signs of life. All the mountains were made up of rocks. There were all kinds of rocks, and they were also colorful and strangely shaped. But soon, Qin Shao discovered something. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the peak of the mountain in the center of this world, which was the highest point in the world. The peak of the giant mountain seemed to have been cut in half, and it was neatly cut off, forming a huge platform. On the peak of the mountain, Saint Aura lingered, and statues of giant beasts guarded in all directions. In the middle, there was a sky pillar that went straight up to the 9 heavens, standing there like a pillar of heaven. Numerous swords were stabbed into the rocks and stood upright on the ground, covering the entire mountain peak. There were countless of them. Step by step, the stairs led to a high platform. The high platform was carved in the shape of the ancient giant divine beast, Black Tortoise, and the stairs led to the Black Tortoise's forehead. There was a figure sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed. His body exuded an extremely cold and powerful aura, and his saint aura was domineering. This was an unusually dignified and handsome man. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Although they were closed, one could still feel an unparalleled sharpness. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and one look was enough to make one shudder. He sat there cross-legged like an ancient rock. Around the man stood 9 quaint swords of different shapes. Although they had gone through endless years, these 9 swords still bloomed with supreme sharpness. These 9 swords were all at the level of holy objects. What surprised Qin Shao even more was the man sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Qin Shao exclaimed, "A universe master! It's the body of a universe master. And it's obviously carefully arranged. Did this universe master set it up before he died? Or did his subordinates set it up for him? There's actually a universe master's body here." Emperor Zong said that when some powerful beings and rulers were about to die, they would bury themselves. Of course, Emperor Zong was actually mostly a 4th-step celestial god. After a 4th-step celestial god of extreme experience failed to merge with the Great Path, they would give their bodies to Emperor Zong so that their bodies could be preserved forever. If they were lucky, they could even meet someone of the younger generation who was fated with them. It could be considered an opportunity and good fortune to leave behind a good fate. Qin Shao had encountered this situation many times. However, Qin Shao had never heard of a universe master's Emperor Zong. The body of this universe master in front of him was very well preserved. What was going on? Chapter 1360. Primal Chaos Ancestor Qin Shao quickly arrived at the high platform. Even though this universe master had been dead for an unknown amount of time, or how many universe epochs had passed, there was still a powerful aura emanating from it. However, there was still a powerful and terrifying holy aura emanating from it, forming a natural barrier that prevented outsiders from approaching. Such a terrifying power of the holy aura was enough to prevent ordinary rulers from getting close. The peak of the mountain formed a powerful holy field. Chaos air lingered and shrouded the area, turning it into chaos. Ordinary great beings couldn't even see what was inside, let alone approach it. Everything was blocked outside. Even if a great being came here, he wouldn't be able to discover the situation at the peak of the mountain. Even with Qin Zhao's power, it was difficult for him to get close. He had to exert some of his power to do so. Finally, when Qin Shao arrived at the high platform, the 9 holy object swords started to hum. They emitted sharp light, as if they were giving Qin Shao the strictest warning. Qin Shao didn't care about such a warning. The sharp light of the 9 holy objects couldn't affect Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the corpse of this universe master. Regarding the universe masters from the previous few universe eras, Qin Zhao could be considered to have gained some understanding of the situation. He also knew the names of some figures. However, no one knew what those beings looked like. No one had ever seen them, and there wasn't much information left behind. So what was known was only some names and some simple information. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't know the background of this universe master in front of him. Logically speaking, there should be some information left behind. Qin Zhao's spirit consciousness enveloped the body of this universe master. As soon as his spirit consciousness checked, a piece of information rushed into Qin Zhao's mind. Time is long, endless, epics are destroyed, and there are disputes over fame and fortune. Where's a pure land? Celestial Master and Saint Domain are both unreachable. Do they exist? My heart is young, but I can't pursue Saint Domain. I, Primal Chaos Ancestor, have passed away here today. My heart is dead. Hiding in the Primal Chaos could be considered as returning to the origin. Under my seat is a path that leads to the end of the universe. This is the place where I grew up, the place where fate changed. I am about to die, so it is time for me to return. If the younger generation is fated to come here, I hope that you will show mercy and not destroy my place of retreat. The Primal Chaos Ancestor's final stroke. After reading the information, Qin Zhao was shocked. Chaos Ancestor. I didn't expect it to be a Chaos Ancestor from the Third Universe era. The name of the Primal Chaos Ancestor was extremely well known. Even in the long river of the entire universe, he was definitely considered an extremely famous existence. In the 8 epics of the primordial universe, the Lord of Death was the undisputed #1 existence. No one else could compare to the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death was also the first existence to walk out of the primordial universe. He left behind 9 Death Valleys and the path to Saint Domain. However, in the past 8 epics, no one had been able to pass all the tests set by the Lord of Death and obtain the path to Saint Domain. The Lord of Death was born in the first universe era. Now, it was more generally accepted that the Lord of Death was the first universe master to be born in the primordial universe. The light of the Lord of Death was probably unmatched by all the other universe masters in the 8 epics. Other than the Lord of Death, the other universe masters were about the same. There were also a few who were more famous. Basically, there would be 1 or 2 universe masters in each epic. For example, the Master of Celestial Court was an existence who was unrivaled in an entire universe era. As for the Primal Chaos Ancestor, he was unrivaled in the Third Universe era. He was the undisputed #1 existence in the Third Universe era. His status was equivalent to the Master of Celestial Court. In terms of power, although the later generations did not know how powerful the Primal Chaos Ancestor was, he should be at the same level as the Master of Celestial Court. He was definitely a powerful existence. Qin Zhao did not expect that the one who died here would be the Primal Chaos Ancestor. Besides, the Primal Chaos Ancestor was famous for the Chaos Great Path. He was the best at the Chaos Great Path, and he was the first to become a Chaos Controller. Therefore, he was called the Primal Chaos Ancestor. It was said that the Primal Chaos Ancestor was born in the Chaos and grew up in the Chaos. Of course, there was no way to verify these things. The truth was unknown. However, Qin Zhao did not care too much about these things. He was more concerned about whether he could get some help from the Primal Chaos Ancestor. It would be helpful for his cultivation of the Chaos Great Path. Qin Zhao also noticed that the Primal Chaos Ancestor mentioned the end of the universe. The Primal Chaos Ancestor died here. He said that he wanted to protect the place where he grew up. Did that mean that the Primal Chaos Ancestor grew up at the end of the universe? If that was the case, the end of the universe should be of great help to cultivation. This made Qin Zhao vaguely catch a glimpse of a great opportunity. Qin Zhao checked where the Primal Chaos Ancestor was sitting and noticed that there was a passage of chaos. There was a layer of chaos and a seal there. This discovery made Qin Zhao feel a little excited. Although he did not know where the end of the universe that the Primal Chaos Ancestor had mentioned was, his intuition told him that it would be a great opportunity. Qin Shao yearned for nothing more than a great opportunity now. If there was no great opportunity, then he would not be able to create a miracle. Qin Shao needed a miracle now. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a chaos controller in a short time. Primal Chaos Ancestor, I'm sorry. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He would know whether the end of the universe was a great opportunity or not when he went down and took a look. Qin Shao moved the Primal Chaos Ancestor away, then tore open the seal and entered the Passage of Chaos. After entering the Passage of Chaos, Qin Shao immediately felt that he was enveloped by a powerful aura of chaos. A terrible power surged and almost tore Qin Shao's body to pieces. What a pure and powerful aura of chaos. It is much stronger than the storm of chaos outside. Qin Shao was also shocked. If it wasn't for his strength, just the aura of the primal chaos alone would have been enough to turn him into dust. Qin Shao flew in the Passage of Chaos for 3 days before he flew out of the space of chaos and came to a wonderful space. This miraculous space was like a huge sphere. Everything was still here, and the wind was calm and the waves were calm. There seemed to be no existence of laws here. The space and the surroundings was magnificent and magical. It was filled with all kinds of mystical light, forming a substance that looked like a nebula. Is this the end of the universe that the Primal Chaos Ancestor talked about? The end of everything? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked around carefully. After a few more glances, he felt that this place was like a huge heart, as if it was closely related to the entire Hongmeng universe. Qin Zhao's consciousness completely penetrated this space and felt everything here. He felt the beat, the source of life, the starting point of the laws, and the end of everything. It was a wonderful feeling and a strange place. It seemed that this was really the end of the universe, the end of everything. It was the end and the beginning. Was this the beginning of a universe? Qin Shao could not help but think. The beginning of a universe should be chaos. If this was the beginning of a universe, then this was the place where chaos was born. The Primal Chaos Ancestor also said that this was the place where he was born and grew up. There is also a saying that the Primal Chaos Ancestor was born from chaos. If that was the case, it did make sense. There was indeed such a possibility. This made Qin Shao want to pursue this answer even more. If this was the case, it should be of great help to his cultivation of the great Tao of chaos. Qin Zhao's heart sank completely. He immersed himself in this void and felt everything here with his heart. Soon, Qin Shao rippled into another world. It was a world of chaos. The beginning of the universe, the origin of everything. But this was chaos. This primordial chaos contained everything. It was the true beginning of life, the beginning of everything. The most primitive chaos was naturally easier for people to understand. It was easiest for people to know its true essence, understand all its Tao, and understand the fundamental laws that it used. The beginning of primal chaos was like a seed. It was simple and easy for people to understand and dissect it. However, if this seed was allowed to grow into a towering tree, it would be too difficult to fully understand it. A towering tree with countless branches, countless leaves, and an incomparably thick trunk was too complicated. Therefore, if one were to cultivate and comprehend from the beginning, it would naturally be much, much easier. Qin Shao immersed himself in comprehending. Many of the roots of the great Tao of chaos were presented clearly in front of Qin Shao, allowing Qin Shao to better understand and master it. It seems that the heavens are really good to me. They have given me such heaven-defying luck. When I was in a desperate situation, they gave me such a big surprise. The body of the Primal Chaos Ancestor has been buried here all this time. However, 5 universe eras have passed, and no one has discovered this place. The Master of the Heavenly Court and the others have also not discovered this place. I have really taken advantage of this. The Primal Chaos Ancestor guarded the end of the universe, but did not leave any message. If it weren't for my curiosity, I would not have discovered this place. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with both excitement and gratitude. Luck was often like this. The combination of coincidences and inevitability would result in luck. Sometimes it might be the work of ghosts and gods, or it might be a little inexplicable. One might accidentally come across an opportunity. Of course, if the same thing had happened to someone else, the result might not have been the same. Otherwise, for 5 universe eras, no one would have discovered this place. Thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that if Primal Chaos Ancestor had been hiding here, he must have done a good job of concealing himself. Even Universe Masters would have a hard time discovering him. However, 5 universe eras had passed. Many things might have changed, so there were some weak points. Qin Shao, on the other hand, had coincidentally encountered that weak spot. Qin Shao was even more curious and had the strength to do so. All these factors allowed Qin Shao to discover this place, a place that no one else had discovered before. If it had been someone else, they would not have cared about these things at all. Even if they did, ordinary rulers would not have been able to find this place at all. If he was a universe master, he wouldn't have been so bored as to come here. Chapter 1361. The end of the universe. The end of the universe was the beginning of primal chaos, the birthplace of the first primal chaos energy, the beginning of life, and also the end of life. The starting point of everything was also the end. Within it was the Tao of no beginning, the laws of no beginning. The beginning of everything was primal chaos, and the end of everything was also primal chaos. Thus, the great Tao of primal chaos was the most special great Tao among the 6 great Taos. It was from primal chaos that the other great Taos evolved. There had always been different theories regarding the end of the universe. Some said that the end of the universe didn't exist at all. Some said that it existed, but no one had ever found it. Thus, there were many theories regarding the end of the universe. They had always existed in legends, and no one had been able to clearly understand it. At this time, Qin Shao stood at the end of the universe, clearly understanding the beginning of the universe, the foundation of the universe, and everything about primal chaos. This kind of feeling was too wonderful. This kind of opportunity was too great, too great. Now that there was an opportunity, it was up to Qin Shao whether he could grasp it, whether he could become a primal chaos controller in a short period of time. However, the wonders of the end of the universe were indeed much stronger than the heart of all things world, much stronger than the primal chaos Tao steel. After all, this was the birthplace of primal chaos, the place where the true essence of primal chaos lay. Here, one could easily comprehend everything about the great Tao of primal chaos. Vanguard Camp. The all-out war had been waging for 20,000 years. Since the first day of the all-out war, the atmosphere in the conference hall had been heavy, oppressive, and filled with the aura of death. The 20,000 years of intense war was incomparably cruel. Many powerful beings died on the battlefield, sacrificing themselves heroically for the deity realm. Blood, lives, the accumulation of the brave warriors of the deity realm. They were fighting for the deity realm, for the human race. The more sacrifices, the more blood flowed, and the more hot-blooded the warriors of the deity realm were. The more they fought, the braver they were. The braver they were, the more they fought, and the higher their morale was. However, the shadow of death shrouded the entire Vanguard camp, and even the entire Godseal abyss. The power of the Devil-Beast universe was too crazy. There were also madmen who risked their lives, but they were all demons. They could afford to exhaust themselves, and weren't afraid of sacrifice. Thus, in these 20,000 years, even though the number of powerful beings of the Devil-Beast universe who died was greater, the situation for the deity realm was still very bad. When it came to the Battle of the Routes, the divine world had also lost more than they won. In the void in the middle of the conference hall, the battle situation of a rout was displayed. The dripping blood dyed everyone's eyes red. They clenched their fists tightly, arousing the fighting spirit in their hearts. In the end, the Vanguard camp sent out 3 powerful beings to fight to the death on the battlefield. None of them returned alive. They had paid the price of their lives and killed 3 demonic beast almighties. It was 3 against 3. They sang sorrowfully. They were brave and fearless. They were heroes. Defeated again. Another 3 mighty figures were sacrificed. Crack! Qin Shao clenched her fists so tightly that her bones creaked, as if her fists were about to be crushed. This was a way for Qin Shao to vent his anger. Every time he saw the powerful figures in the camp dying on the battlefield, he could only vent his anger through this kind of situation. Ever since I took over our vanguard camp, there were 1,039 mighty figures. In the past 20,000 years, 412 mighty figures have been sacrificed. There are less than 600 mighty figures left. At this rate, I'm afraid our vanguard camp will be annihilated in 30,000 years at most. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth. How painful was this? How infuriating was this? In just 20,000 years, more than 40% of the mighty figures have been sacrificed. The mighty figures that he was familiar with had sacrificed themselves heroically. There is no way to describe this pain with any adjectives. The Flame Emperor's eyes were glistening. He was extremely angry. War was painful, merciless, and incomparably cruel. However, in order to protect the deity realm and the human race, they had no other choice. They bore all the pain and left hope to countless people of the human race. This spirit was great. No matter how humble a person was, he could also be great. Greatness doesn't come from your strength, but from your selfless dedication. You have the courage to sacrifice yourself. Spirit was a person's most precious asset. It was invincible. These few years, Qin Zhao's feelings were truly too many. The more he felt, the more Qin Shao felt that he had made the right choice. He had to break through. He had to accomplish the impossible. He had to create a miracle. He had to reverse the situation. The blood of the masses was his greatest motivation. The spirit of the masses was his strongest resolve. These 20,000 years of heart force cultivation had been rather fruitful for Qin Shao. Although he was still some distance away from breaking through to the 6th level, he was getting closer and closer to his goal. He could see hope. The most frightening thing was that he couldn't see hope. As long as he could see the hope of breaking through, he could give it a try. Qin Shao was also working hard to get closer to this goal. The assistance of the Heart Force rock-shattering technique had indeed helped Qin Shao immensely. Qin Shao had avoided many detours, and Qin Shao had been able to comprehend many things. His rate of improvement had been extremely fast. Time. There was still time. Qin Shao was confident that he could break through to the 6th level of Heart Force before the Great War broke out. He definitely could. Under the impetus of the fresh blood, he did not look back and continued to press forward. Qin Shao, go cultivate. I'll take care of things here, the Flame Emperor suddenly said to Qin Shao. Although Qin Shao was overseeing the vanguard camp, his most important task was still to cultivate. Others didn't know this, but the Flame Emperor did. Master Qingye had instructed him not to let Qin Shao worry about the camp's affairs. Qin Zhao's heart was heavy, and he found it difficult to calm down. He nodded slightly, rose, and left. He went to the cultivation room and closed himself off to cultivate. Normally, Qin Shao would cultivate in seclusion if there was nothing important. He would only come out when there was a problem. He'd experienced far too many things like this in the past 20,000 years. But Qin Zhao's heart wasn't numbed. Watching one great expert after another die a heroic death inspired Qin Shao. Qin Shao was filled with boundless rage and motivation. It stimulated Qin Zhao's potential, turning grief into strength. That was how it worked. Cultivation of heart force requires the strength of one's will. Anger, hatred, blood, all of these motivate me, allowing me to have an even stronger mental strength. Heart force is all about one's heart. If one's heart is strong, one's path will be broad. Everything follows one's heart. This is a driving force. Heart force is the most difficult to cultivate because it's the most profound and difficult to grasp. Heart force is all about one's heart, and the heart is the most fragile and difficult part of a person to cultivate. Cultivation of the heart isn't like cultivation of the great Tao. It's extremely difficult to improve. Cultivation of the great Tao involves divine power, its true meaning, its might, and its laws. These can all be touched and can be cultivated. But the heart is something that can't be touched or touched. That's why it's the most difficult to cultivate. It's precisely because it's difficult that it's extremely difficult to cultivate. The cultivation of the heart is related to many factors. Actually, anger and oppression are also a type of strength. In the past 20,000 years, Qin Shao had experienced far too much anger, far too much pain, far too much oppression, and far too much tempering. Qin Shao had never experienced such pain and anger before. That's why the pressure and the tempering of his strength were unprecedentedly intense. Under this intense strength, Qin Zhao's will grew increasingly powerful. It was tempered to the point where it became even more powerful. The improvement of his heart, the improvement of his will, and the assistance of the Heart Force Stonebreaker allowed Qin Zhao's heart force to improve by quite a bit. Step by step, he advanced towards the threshold of the 6th level. But a breakthrough to the 6th level of heart force was far, far too difficult. He needed to accumulate far, far too much. But with the assistance of the Heart Force Stonebreaker and his current willpower, Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could break through to the 6th level within 200,000 years. Now, it all depended on when he could take this step. Continue cultivating. Even if you're anxious, you can't rush it. Working hard is enough. As for the rest, it would mostly depend on one's own luck. The flames of war outside were still incomparably intense. The sealed god abyss was filled with the smell of gunpowder and death. At every moment, there were powerful level forces clashing. From time to time, there would be powerful level forces falling. The god realm had invested close to 40% of their forces into the sealed god abyss. The powerful level forces were also counted in the millions. Both sides had been in an all-out war for 10,000 years. The situation was incomparably intense. In 20,000 years, the God Realm had suffered unusually heavy losses. But the fighting spirit of the people of the God Realm was still incomparably high. It could be said that everyone's will was sincere. Their morale didn't decrease, but instead increased. The battle in the sealed God Abyss was incomparably intense. The casualties were heavy. The situation in the God Realm was slightly better. Although the situation in the God Realm was slightly better, the God Realm was still mainly focused on the battle for destiny. The flames of war at the God Realm burned through the entire God Realm. Countless God Realms died every day. More and more territories were conquered. The armies of the 3 realms and the Otherverse closed in step by step, shrinking the encirclement and occupying more and more territories of the God Realm. The battle at the powerful level was also abnormally intense. But it wasn't as intense as the battle in the Sealed God Abyss. As for the Sealed God Abyss, the Devil Beast universe wanted to end the battle quickly. They wanted to invade the God Realm as soon as possible. So naturally, their attacks were incomparably fierce, reckless, and crazy. The 3 realms and the Otherverse didn't have this kind of craziness for the time being. In the battle between the God Realm and the powerful level forces, large numbers of people died every day. They paid the price with their lives to continue the battle. Blood had already dyed the entire God Realm red. Even the ground of the God Realm was dyed red. The sky of the God Realm was completely dyed red. A dense aura filled the entire world. It was everywhere. This was formed by the blood of countless lives scattered into the void. The smell of blood reeked everywhere. The God Realm had also become a little miasma. It had lost the peace and beauty of the past. Death filled every corner of the God Realm. Under such pressure, the evil aura of the God Realm became heavier and heavier. Bandits, and fiends also increased in number and became more and more rampant. Many evildoers rushed out and took the opportunity to create chaos. The entire God Realm fell into chaos. Except for the places controlled by the 5 great holy lands, the other places were in chaos. Chapter 1362. The Grand Mist Masters visit the state of mind, the power of one's thoughts. Everything was determined by one's heart. The heart was heaven and earth. The heart was the firmament of the universe, and the heart was everything. The heart was a source of power. Heart force was the most mysterious and unfathomable power in the universe. It was a strange power that was the most difficult to comprehend. In the boundless years, Qin Shao was completely immersed in cultivation. A burst of spatial fluctuations came, and Qin Shao frowned slightly. He immediately withdrew his consciousness and looked at the void. A silhouette descended from the void and condensed into form. It was the Grand Mist Master's main body. It wasn't an energy clone, but an avatar that had come in person. Qin Shao was slightly surprised to see the Grand Mist Master take the initiative to come to his door. He hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Grand Mist Master, why did you come in person? Can't you just send me a message? Qin Shao was a little overwhelmed by the Grand Mist Master's personal visit. He had been in the Sealing God Abyss for a long time, but this was the first time he had come. This kind of treatment wasn't something that ordinary people could enjoy. The Grand Mist Master oversaw the Sealing God Mountain, and he had always been far away. He knew the situation in the Sealing God Abyss like the back of his hand. If there was anything, he could just send a message. There was no need for him to do it personally. Therefore, the Grand Mist Master's sudden visit had indeed surprised Qin Shao. The Grand Mist Master, who usually didn't smile, revealed a slight smile when he saw Qin Shao. He waved his hand at Qin Shao and said, "Come, have a seat. Let's have a drink." Haha, it's rare for the Grand Mist Master to be in such a good mood. Naturally, I'll accept. Qin Shao smiled and sat down. He took out some wine and served the Grand Mist Master. As they drank, they chatted casually. They didn't talk about the Sealing God Abyss. The Grand Mist Master was only concerned about Qin Zhao's recent cultivation. Chatting in such a manner was rather relaxing. When it came to cultivation, Qin Shao told the Grand Mist Master about his avatar situation. The Grand Mist Master said, "I don't understand the cultivation of heart force, so I can't give you any advice. However, based on what I know, the cultivation of heart force is indeed extremely difficult. In our primordial universe, not to mention this epoch, even the past 8 epochs, no one has ever reached the 6th level of heart force. To reach the 6th level of heart force is far, far too difficult. It's definitely an unprecedented feat. After all, our primordial chaos universe is a universe with a grand Tao cultivation system. As the origin of the universe, everything in the universe is beneficial for grand Tao cultivation. Other cultivation systems would find it difficult to take even a single step in our primordial universe. Don't be anxious. Take your time. You can't rush it. At least for now, you still have a lot of hope. There's still some time. I believe you can do it." With the Grand Mist Master's encouragement, Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "And that's enough. Based on the current situation, there should be at least a 70% chance of success. If nothing unexpected happens, there shouldn't be any problems." Saying 70% was actually a bit conservative for Qin Shao. The cultivation of heart force wasn't too bad. After all, he had only reached the 6th level, which only corresponded to the level of a universe master. Furthermore, breaking through to the next level of heart force wasn't as difficult as breaking through to the next level of the Grand Tao. Breaking through to the next level of heart force wasn't as difficult as breaking through to the next level of the Grand Tao. Of course, the most important thing was that he had the assistance of the Heart Force Stonebreaker. Otherwise, Qin Zhao's chances of reaching the 6th level of Heart Force by himself would be even slimmer than becoming the master of the 6 paths. With the assistance of a good cultivation technique, Qin Zhao's path of cultivation would be incomparably smooth. Add to that Qin Zhao's innate talent and heart force, and the pressure of Feng Xingyuan's current situation, and the endless anger, pain, hatred, and oppression all gathered together, greatly increasing Qin Zhao's motivation to advance. The combination of these two factors resulted in such a good effect. It gave Qin Shao great hope. This was the source of his strength. This was the foundation of heart force. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, the Grand Mist Master was slightly astonished. He repeatedly praised, "Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ha, good, good, good. This is truly wonderful. Qin Shao, oh, Qin Shao, you really are always able to create miracles. You can do things that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Heart force is so difficult to cultivate, but you actually have a 70% chance of breaking through to the 6th level in just a few 100,000 years. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Describing you as a genius is really too weak. If you were born in the first universe era, you might not necessarily be unable to contend with the Lord of Death. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time. Qin Shao didn't care too much about these things. He laughed and said, "There's no such thing as being born at the wrong time. People can't choose when they are born. However, I have a choice in the path of my life. Actually, it doesn't matter. There's no need to care about these things. If I cared too much about it, then wouldn't life be too troublesome?" Every era has its wonders. It doesn't necessarily mean that another era will be better. At the very least, I like this era very much. The Grand Mist Master nodded and said in agreement, "Qin Shao, you're right. It's good that you can be so open-minded. Your state of mind is indeed incomparable to others. Perhaps it is because of this that you can do things that others can't. I, the Grand Mist Master, have never admired anyone. If I really want to say something, I have only admired one person before, and that is the Heavenly Court. But now, I have to add you to that list." Qin Shao smiled. The Grand Mist Master's praise was indeed great. Other than the Heavenly Court's Master, he was the only one. It was clear how high the Grand Mist Master's praise was. It was indeed not easy to receive such praise from an existence like the Grand Mist Master. "All right, Qin Shao, how is your main body's cultivation situation?" The Grand Mist Master asked again. In front of the Grand Mist Master, Qin Shao didn't hide anything. He said, "My main body situation is not bad. This time, I came across a great opportunity. The chances of me becoming the master of the 5 Tao paths is still very high. However, it's hard to say for the time being. As for the reincarnation Grand Tao, I still need to see if there's a chance to go to the land of reincarnation and borrow the strength of the reincarnation tribe. If I can't go to the land of reincarnation and borrow the strength of the reincarnation tribe, it will be difficult." "Oh." The Grand Mist Master laughed heartily. "Not bad, not bad. It seems like the heavens are really helping our divine world. Your heart force is confident of breaking through to the 6th stage. As for the Grand Tao, what are your chances of becoming the master of the 5 Tao paths? Even a master of the 6 Tao paths? Ha! Our divine world's hope is getting bigger and bigger. Qin Shao, you are indeed the divine world's blessing. All of our divine world's hopes are now placed on your shoulders. How confident is your main body to become the master of the primal chaos?" Qin Shao pondered for a moment and said, "Based on the current situation, my chances shouldn't be lower than my heart force. However, in terms of time, I can't be sure. The most optimistic hope is that I can break through to the master of the primal chaos within 100,000 years. If I drag it out for too long, I'm afraid I won't have time to go to the land of reincarnation. If I really don't have time in the end, I can only fight for the master of the 5 Tao paths. As for whether I can become the master of the 6 Tao paths, that will depend on luck and whether I have enough time." Chapter 1363. Preparing for Batley's. There were too many uncertainties. First of all, he didn't know when he would become a controller of the Tao of Chaos. Qin Shao focused all his energy on the Tao of Chaos. His first priority was to cultivate the Tao of Chaos to the controller level. That was the first step. Even if he took the first step smoothly, it would still depend on how long it would take. There wasn't much time left. The best estimate was 180,000 years. In terms of time, 180,000 years was still a little short. If he spent too much time on the Tao of Chaos, he wouldn't have time to spend on the Tao of Reincarnation. Even if all these factors were good, the reincarnation race was still full of uncertainties. After all, the reincarnation race had been guarding reincarnation for generations. In the previous 8 epochs, they had never participated in any battles. They had always maintained an aloof attitude. Therefore, whether or not the reincarnation race would help Qin Shao was still unknown. Although the Heavenly Court Master had said that he would contact the reincarnation race, there hadn't been any results. It probably wasn't ideal. There were too many uncertainties. If he wanted to cultivate the Tao of reincarnation to the controller level, there were too many obstacles. The chances were very slim. In terms of the Tao, Qin Zhao's greatest hope was the Tao of chaos. If nothing unexpected happened, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to become a controller of chaos. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the worst-case scenario would be his avatar reaching the 6th level of heart force and his main body becoming a controller of the 5 Taos. When the two powers combined and Qin Zhao had a full body of universe treasures, he shouldn't be able to reach the level of the Grand Mist Master and the others. And if Xiao Gu and the Kunpeng Sovereign joined in, the Divine World's chances were still very high. Otherwise, Red Dust Guest could also be added in. At worst, Qin Zhao could just shamelessly ask the old man for help. Qin Zhao felt that his master, Red Dust Guest, would still be able to help him. There was also the Primal Chaos Ancestor. Once his heart force reached the 6th level, Qin Zhao might be able to control the Primal Chaos Ancestor's corpse. If he could really do it, the chances of success would be even higher. After all, the Primal Chaos Ancestor's strength was on the same level as the Heavenly Court Master. Even if the corpse's strength was much weaker, it wouldn't be much weaker. Even if it was weaker, it would still be stronger than the Grand Mist Master. With so many escape routes, Qin Zhao still had some confidence in his heart. Good. That's enough. You, Qin, you have done too much for the Divine World. Becoming the controller of the 6 paths is too difficult. It's hard to say about the Samsara tribe. But if you can become the controller of the 5 paths, that's enough. The fact that you're able to bring so much power to the God Realm means that our hopes have greatly increased. That is, I can see the light. That's great news for you. The Grand Mist Master was very happy. As one of the guardians of the Divine World, he was naturally very concerned about the fate of the Divine World. All right, Qin Zhao, your main body must have encountered a heaven-defying opportunity, right? Didn't your main body go to the Chaos Abyss? There doesn't seem to be anything there. I went there once and didn't sense anything. The Grand Mist Master asked curiously. Qin Zhao didn't deliberately hide anything in front of the Grand Mist Master. He nodded and said, "Yes, the Grand Mist Master did encounter a heaven-defying opportunity. I am indeed in the Chaos Abyss. However, no one has discovered it yet. In fact, there is a shocking secret hidden in the Chaos Abyss." Oh, a shocking secret? Indeed, no one had ever discovered this before. I went to the Chaos Abyss with the Heavenly Court and didn't discover anything. The Grand Mist Master was even more surprised and curious. He wondered what this shocking secret was. Qin Zhao briefly told the Grand Mist Master about the Primal Chaos Ancestor and the situation at the end of the universe. After listening to Huang Xiaolong's explanation, the Grand Mist Master was truly shocked. The Primal Chaos Ancestor, the strongest expert in the 3rd universe era. Even in the 8 universe eras, the Primal Chaos Ancestor's strength can probably be ranked in the top 3. The Primal Chaos Ancestor actually passed away in that void and guarded the end of the universe. Such a huge secret, and no one has discovered it for 5 universe eras. It's really unbelievable. The end of the universe. I have heard of the end of the universe, but I have never found it. This is also something that has always puzzled me. I didn't expect the end of the universe to be hidden in the Chaos Abyss. It is hidden so deep and is guarded by the Primal Chaos Ancestor. No wonder no one has ever found it. Tis TSK. Qin Zhao. Oh, Qin Zhao, I really don't know what to say about you. You accidentally found a place that no one else could find. This is luck, a heaven-defying luck. Your luck is really too heaven-defying. I can't help but admire it. It seems that the heavens have not abandoned the God realm and the human race. Good, this is really good. Ha. Today I invited you to drink a cup of wine. My mood is really good. The Master of the Heavenly Court will definitely be happy when he hears this news. Qin Zhao hadn't told anyone about this yet. He hadn't even mentioned it to the Master of the Desolation. If the Grand Mist Master hadn't taken the initiative to ask, Qin Zhao wouldn't have told him so easily. Since the Master of the Heavenly Court asked, there was nothing wrong with telling him. Originally, Qin Zhao wanted to wait until he became the Master of Primal Chaos before telling him. Now that it was brought forward, it didn't matter. After being happy, the Grand Mist Master calmed down a little and said with a serious face, Qin Shao, now the hope of the God realm is all on you. Continue to work hard in your cultivation. I believe you can do it. The heavens are helping you, and luck is converging on you. You will definitely have a heaven-defying fortune. We are now looking forward to your good news. We hope that you can become the master of primal chaos soon. If I can become the controller of the 6 paths, then the God realm will be even more secure. The God realm has hope because of you, and it will be blessed because of you. The Grand Mist Master's words were very heavy, and he had placed endless hope in Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded heavily. Even if the Grand Mist Master hadn't said it, he would have done so. He was putting his life on the line. Everything was for the God realm, for the human race. His selflessness and dedication were naturally not inferior to anyone else's. All right, Qin Shao, now that we're done talking about these happy things, let's get back to business. You should be able to guess why I'm looking for you today, right? The Grand Mist Master's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. Qin Shao nodded. There was no need to guess. Grand Mist Master, is it about the Battle of the Routes? The Grand Mist Master nodded and said, yes, it's about the Battle of the Routes. It's been more than 20,000 years since the all-out war started. It's time for you to take part in the battle. In the past 20,000 years, we sovereigns have taken part in more than 10 battles, but we have lost more than we won. Moreover, we have sacrificed 2 sovereigns. It's very painful to talk about it. Originally, I didn't want you to take part in the battle, but the current situation of our God-sealing abyss isn't too good. We have been suppressed, and we have been defeated time and time again. Therefore, we need a force to boost our morale. I have confidence in you. If you take part in the battle, I believe that you will be able to obtain victory and bring glory to our God-sealing abyss. Therefore, I think you should be the one to lead this battle and fight a beautiful battle. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, Grand Mist Master, I have long been prepared to take part in the battle. I have long wanted to take part. I must win this battle. Grand Mist Master, you can rest assured and leave it to me. The Grand Mist Master nodded and said, Good. I can rest assured with your words. This is the route for the battle. This time, you will be taking part alone. You should prepare and set off as soon as possible. Chapter 1364. Qin Shao enters the battle actually. There wasn't much to prepare. It could be said that Qin Shao had always been preparing for battle. Over the past 20,000 years, he had watched others throw themselves in a battle one after another, sacrificing themselves heroically and sacrificing their precious lives. It was an unbearable feeling. Sometimes, Qin Shao would rather go to the battlefield himself so that he could fight a spectacular battle. Qin Shao had wanted to fight for a long time, but he hadn't had the chance. Now that the Grand Mist Master had finally allowed him to take the field, what else did he need to prepare? After arranging the matters in the camp, Qin Shao set off. Qin Zhao's participation in the battle had stirred quite a few hearts. Quite a few sovereigns sent words of encouragement to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you're finally going to fight. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I lost to the Motsing Universe ruler in the previous battle. You can avenge me now. The person who said this was Master Qingye. Master Qingye had fought 10,000 years ago, but the final result hadn't been satisfactory. Master Qingye had been defeated in the end. Although he had been defeated, his life hadn't been in danger. Glorious Emperor, Desolate Sword Ruler, Lord Huayang, Jiang Taichu, Spiritual Mountain Island Lord, and the others also sent Qin Shao voice transmissions. Most of them encouraged Qin Shao, while others warned him to be careful. This warmth also warmed Qin Zhao's heart. With this warmth, it gave Qin Shao even more motivation, giving him even more confidence to fight. He had been holding back for a long time. The boundless anger and hatred in his heart needed to be vented. Qin Shao was like a ball of blazing fire, radiating a scorching light. He didn't hide his aura at all as he flew through the sealing god abyss, following the path towards the demonic beast cosmos. This path was like a rampage, as if he was declaring war on the demonic beast cosmos. He wasn't being careful. Instead, he was domineering, like an invincible god of war. Soon, Qin Shao entered the battlefield. However, the battle zone was calm, and there was no sign of the Warcraft universe dominator. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a faint smile. It seems that the madness and aggressiveness of the Warcraft universe is nothing more than this. Judging from the past 20,000 years of fighting, the magical beast universe's passion for battle was much stronger and more intense than the divine world's. Therefore, the forces of the demonic beast universe would generally stand guard at the edge of the battlefield in advance. As soon as the almighty sovereigns of the god realm entered the battlefield, the battle would immediately erupt. The demonic beast universe didn't give the divine world a chance to breathe at all. It was precisely because of this that in the past 20,000 years, the god realm had lost more than they won. Every time they fought, they would suffer great losses. The demonic beast universe always came prepared, waiting for the divinity realm's almighty sovereigns to deliver themselves to their doorstep, then crazily kill them. Since he was prepared and confident, his chances of winning were naturally higher. However, this time, the Warcraft universe dominator didn't appear at the edge of the battlefield as expected. Therefore, Qin Zhao chuckled and snorted disdainfully at the demonic beast universe in his heart. To be honest, Qin Zhao was very willing for the people of the demonic beast universe to appear here. If they did, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. They could just start fighting. The anger in his heart had long been suppressed to the point of no return. He was just waiting to completely vent at this time. Qin Zhao continued to move forward, sweeping the battlefield with his consciousness. However, what made Qin Zhao frown slightly was that he didn't find the Warcraft universe dominator's figure in the battlefield. He hasn't come yet. Since the Warcraft universe dominator hadn't come, there was no point in continuing to search. Qin Zhao simply went to the center of the battlefield and sat down cross-legged. Since the Warcraft universe dominator hadn't come yet, he didn't want to waste any more time. He might as well cultivate here. In any case, the cultivation of heart force was more about cultivating the heart, relying more on one's own comprehension, and increasing the power of one's mind. All cultivation could be completed in the mind world. Therefore, even if he stayed here, it wouldn't affect Qin Zhao's cultivation. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, Qin Zhao kept waiting here, but the Warcraft universe dominator still hadn't appeared. On the other side, in the void near a camp of the demonic beast universe, 6 tall and mighty figures stood atop an enormous, ice-cold warship, exuding an incomparably powerful and gloomy aura. These were the 6 Warcraft universe dominators. The 6 Warcraft universe dominators gazed into the distance with icy gazes. Everyone, it's just a human brat. There's no need to be so cautious, is there? If we stay here and don't fight, isn't that the same as being afraid of that human brat? We've waited for almost 1,000 years. Do we have to keep waiting? Do we have to wait until the final moment before we fight? One of the Warcraft universe dominators was clearly displeased. Don't forget the 2 previous lessons, Ledov, Orc, and Dalinkhi both died at the hands of that human brat. Even the High Lords couldn't kill him. Are you going to underestimate him? That's right, Ledov. Don't be rash. This human brat is very unusual. He's too powerful. We have to be careful in our actions, lest we follow in the footsteps of Commander Orc. The 2 Warcraft universe dominators spoke one after the other. It was obvious that Qin Zhao had a high reputation in the Warcraft universe. The commander named Ledov was disdainful. He snorted coldly and said, "I think you're all greedy for life and afraid of death. Being cautious doesn't mean we have to be as careful as you, right? The 6 of us have joined forces, and we have many trump cards in our hands. Are we really afraid of this human brat? No matter how strong this human brat is, he's still not a universe master. At most, he's a stronger ruler. As long as he's a ruler, what do we have to be afraid of? The 6 of us are among the stronger ones among the Warcraft universe dominators. With the combined power of the 6 of us, do you think we can't handle this human brat? Even if we can't kill him, we can at least suppress him, right? It won't be a big problem for us to win this battle. So stop being so wishy-washy. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. This isn't the way the Warcraft universe dominators do things. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The six of us have joined forces. If we're still so timid, won't we be laughed at by others? If you don't dare to fight, then forget it. I'll fight alone. Even if I fight alone, I'm confident I'll be able to survive. Another Warcraft universe dominator said. Letiv is right. We're 6 against 1. With such a huge advantage, if we're still so timid, won't we be laughed at by others? Among the Warcraft universe dominators, we're considered the strongest. The fact that the 6 of us are going to fight at the same time is already a disgrace. If we still act like this, how can we face others in the future? We've already waited for 1,000 years. It's time to fight. A commander in a golden cloak with an unusually violent aura waved his hand and shouted sternly, all right, don't fight. It's about time to set off. However, none of you are allowed to act recklessly. No one knows how strong that brat Qin Shao is now. The Lord has also instructed us not to act rashly. We'd rather shake hands in this battle and call it a truce than declare war rashly. Unless we have no other choice, we won't fight. This is the best strategy. I hope you don't forget the Lord's words. Since the Lord has said so, he naturally has his reasons. The other one will be swayed by emotions and end up like Orc and Donkey. The other 5 Warcraft universe dominators fell silent. How could they dare to forget the Lord's words? It was just that they were still somewhat unwilling in their hearts. Such a matter was really aggrieving, incomparably aggrieving. For the past 20,000 years, their Warcraft universe dominators had advanced triumphantly and achieved many victories. When had they ever been so aggrieved? They, the 6 Warcraft universe dominators, were still so aggrieved even after joining forces. How could they bear it? However, Qin Zhao's strength was indeed something that they had to consider carefully. After all, there was the painful lesson from before. The deaths of Commander Orc and Commander Donkey had always been a disgrace to the Warcraft universe dominators. Such a painful history should not be repeated. Let's go. The golden-cloaked Warcraft universe dominators waved his hand, and the 6 Warcraft universe dominators set off, ready to enter the battlefield. They're finally here. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked up into the distance and stood up abruptly, his fighting spirit soaring. After waiting for 1,000 years, the Warcraft universe dominators were finally willing to come. 6 Warcraft universe dominators, said Warcraft universe dominators. It seems that the Warcraft universe dominators have indeed made sufficient preparations to deal with me. The power of these 6 Warcraft universe dominators is relatively high among the Warcraft universe dominators. With these 6 Warcraft universe dominators working together, their camp is indeed extravagant. With the 6 of them working together, I'm afraid they can even deal with a universe master. Although Qin Shao had expected the Warcraft universe dominators to give him special treatment, he had not expected the Warcraft universe dominators to be so generous as to send out 6 Warcraft universe dominators. The power of each Warcraft universe dominator was not below that of Baron Sword Dominator, and they were much stronger than Master Qingye and Yao Huan Dominator. Among the more than 100 dominators in the godly world, Baron Sword Dominator was considered one of the more powerful beings. His power was definitely ranked in the top 20. It was obvious how powerful these 6 Warcraft universe dominators were. What kind of lineup was this? However, in the face of such a powerful lineup, Qin Shao was still fearless. He was not afraid of a fight. As long as he was not up against a universe master, Qin Shao did not care. So what if there were 6 Warcraft universe dominators? Since they were here, then he would fight. Qin Shao stared at the 6 Warcraft universe dominators from afar, his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. Qin Shao clasped his hands behind his back, waiting for the 6 Warcraft universe dominators to come to him. Soon, the 6 Warcraft universe dominators stopped, facing Qin Shao from afar. They were only 1,000,000 miles apart. The 6 Warcraft universe dominators also exuded a powerful aura, which was incomparably gloomy. The 2 powerful forces clashed in the air. The 6 Warcraft universe dominators did not intend to fight. The golden-cloaked Warcraft universe dominator took the initiative to say, Qin Shao, sorry to keep you waiting. That was the first thing he said. This caused Qin Xiao to be slightly surprised. His words seemed to have a hint of goodwill in them. What did he mean? The atmosphere did not feel right. However, Qin Xiao did not welcome them with a pleasant expression. Instead, he said coldly, "It doesn't matter if I waited or not. Since you are here, then it is worth waiting for. Since the Warcraft universe dominators think so highly of me, Qin Xiao, then I will not disappoint the Warcraft universe dominators today. Since you are here, then there is no need for nonsense. Let's fight." Chapter 1365. Ask for peace. Wait, Qin Xiao was about to attack, but the Golden Cloak commander hurriedly shouted, "Qin Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't we stop and talk first?" "Talk?" Qin Xiao sneered and said disdainfully, "What is there to talk about between us? Since we are mortal enemies, we can only fight to the death. I don't think you need to play any tricks. If you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content." After enduring for so long, Qin Xiao only wanted to fight to his heart's content. "Qin Xiao, you can't say that. It's just that we're standing on different sides. In fact, there is no deep hatred between us. From the standpoint of the divine realm, we are invaders. But from our point of view, we are fighting for survival. If we don't invade the primordial universe, no one in the devil-beast universe will be able to survive. The great chaos calamity is imminent. We have nowhere to run. We have no other choice. If the devil-beast universe had a lifespan like the primordial universe, why would we have to sacrifice so many of our people and risk our lives to invade the primordial universe?" said the Golden Cloaked commander. Qin Xiao said coldly, "Since you know that we have different standpoints, there is no need to say anything more. Right and wrong are relative. To us, you are invaders, so you are naturally enemies. There is nothing more to say. The law of survival in this world has always been the law of the jungle. Strength is everything. The conflict between the divine realm and the devil-beast universe cannot be resolved. Your wild ambition is not only to enter the primordial universe, but also to devour the divine realm. No matter how dignified your words are, you can't hide your ugly hypocrisy. Let's fight. Cut the crap." Qin Zhao's attitude was resolute and his fighting spirit was high. The Golden Cloak commander shook his huge head and said, "All right, let's not argue about this for now. However, Qin Xiao, do you really insist on fighting with us today? You should be aware of the current situation. We are 6 against 1, and you are completely at a disadvantage. I know you're very strong, but we came prepared. Neither of us can take advantage of the other. If we fight to the death, both of us will be defeated and injured. So why bother? Why don't we shake hands and make peace today and leave? Wouldn't that be better? We don't want to fight, and I don't think you want to fight either. If you're seriously injured, I'm sure you don't want to see that happen. But if you want to control the 6 of us today, it's obviously impossible. We also know your strength, so we didn't come here today to fight to the death with you. We just want to make peace with you. Let's stop here. What do you think? Make peace? Give up?" The Golden Cloak commander's words were somewhat shocking. It was truly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Given the madness and arrogance of the devil-beast universe, they would actually take the initiative to make peace with him. They actually didn't want to fight this battle. This was a very strange thing. Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. If one really wanted to talk about it, the Golden Cloak commander's words weren't without reason. Qin Xiao really didn't have the upper hand in a 1-against-6 battle. If they were 6 ordinary rulers, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't as if Qin Xiao hadn't encountered a 1-against-6 situation before. However, the 6 commanders in front of him were all extremely powerful rulers. Moreover, they had come prepared. Obviously, they had some powerful trump cards up their sleeves. Such 6 rulers really couldn't be underestimated. The strength of each of the commanders here was above that of Commander Shou Air and Commander Delonki. Previously, Qin Xiao had gone all out to kill Shou Air and Delonki. He'd even borrowed the power of the Wuxia clan's corpse to kill them. If he were to go up against these 6 people, it would be very difficult. Based on Qin Zhao's own strength, even if Qin Zhao's strength had improved over the past 20,000 years, it still wasn't enough. If he really wanted to fight, it would naturally be difficult. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. After all, in addition to the 6 Wuxia clan's rulers' corpses, he still had Shou Heir and Delonki's corpses. In total, he had 8 rulers' corpses. In other words, he had 8 rulers' battle prowess at his disposal. If he were to include himself, that would be 9 rulers' battle prowess. 9 against the Devil Beast Universe's 6. Naturally, he had a certain advantage. Of course, Qin Shao did have an advantage, but it wasn't by much. After all, corpses were still corpses. Even if they had the battle prowess of a ruler, they wouldn't be too strong. At most, they would be on par with ordinary rulers. Even if he had 8 rulers' corpses, it would probably be difficult to deal with the 3 commanders in front of him. Therefore, if a battle really broke out, the final outcome would be difficult to predict. It could only be said that both sides were somewhat confident and somewhat fearful. Under such circumstances, not fighting was naturally a very good choice. This way, everyone would be able to return safely and avoid a battle. The Golden Cloak commander had taken the initiative to ask for peace. This battle could have ended well. However, Qin Shao didn't accept it. What a good idea. If the Devil Beast Universe and the Divine Realm want to make peace without fighting, I believe the Divine Realm will be very willing to accept it. However, in the battle before us, if you want to make peace without fighting, then I'm very sorry, but I can't accept it. Qin Shao sneered and directly rejected the Golden Cloaked commander's words. It was as though a stone had been tossed into 1,000 ripples. The expressions of the Golden Cloaked commander and the other commanders instantly turned abnormally ugly. The aura of darkness surged wildly, as though a great battle was about to break out. The aura suddenly became tense and oppressive. The wind and clouds surged and undercurrents surged. A great battle was about to break out. Since we've already crossed swords, it's already a battle to the death. It's already an all-out war. And we've already arrived on this battlefield. Then I, Qin Shao, have no reason to be afraid. If we make peace without fighting today, then how can I, Qin Shao, face the people of the Divine Realm when I return? Every one of us in the Divine Realm is a fearless hero. Every one of us is a brave warrior who dares to shed blood. Every one of us is fully deserving of being the soul of the human race. They've written this chapter with their blood and lives. What reason do I have to make peace without fighting? What reason do I have to do such an unscrupulous thing for my own selfish reasons? Therefore, even if my blood is going to be spilled here today, I won't cower or frown. I've bitterly waited for 20,000 years for today's battle. How can I make peace with you? Today's battle isn't for myself. It's for the various mighty figures and gods who died in my vanguard camp. It's for the Divine Realm. It's for the survival of the human race. My small battle might be insignificant, but it's enough to affect others. If everyone were to muddle along and make peace, then our God Realm would be the first to be defeated without even fighting. Today's battle is the time for me to settle the score with all of you. How can you escape? How could the pain, anger, and hatred that had accumulated in his heart for 20,000 years be erased by a simple request for peace? Qin Shao had already made up his mind about today's battle. Naturally, he wouldn't change his mind because of any factors. He had originally wanted to start this battle to show the divine world's momentum. In the past 20,000 years, the divine world had suffered too many losses. They had suffered too many losses, and they had bled too much. Their morale had been suppressed for a long time, and it was time for them to inject some positive energy. Therefore, even the Grand Mist Master had personally come to talk to Qin Shao about this battle. It was obvious how important it was. It was because the Grand Mist Master knew that the Devil Beast Cosmos would place special importance on Qin Shao. Therefore, this battle was bound to be very exciting, and the Devil Beast Cosmos would pour in a large amount of strength. This battle was bound to be the battle that everyone was looking forward to. There was no doubt that this battle was going to happen. You really think you're some big shot. I've long since wanted to endure. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you really think we're afraid of you? We aren't your opponent one-on-one. Today, 6 against 1, I want to see what kind of heaven-defying ability you have. Qin Zhao's words had thoroughly enraged the Devil Beast Cosmos commanders. Two of them jumped like thunder, and they pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and cursed. These two commanders were also the ones who had wanted to fight at the beginning. Their battle intent was high, and they had been suppressing it for a long time. Now that Qin Zhao wanted to fight, they would fulfill their wish. Then let's fight. The Golden Cloak commander's expression was incomparably cold, and his eyes were gloomy and cold. His incomparably angry voice rang out. Human brat, it seems like you really don't know how to appreciate favors. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think we're afraid of you? We just don't want to fight to the death with you. You really think too highly of yourself. Since you want to fight, then let's do as you wish. Let's fight. Between us, it has always been a fight to the death. Even if we don't fight today, we'll have to fight sooner or later. It's either you die or we die. What's so good about not caring about the loss of both sides? Qin Zhao sneered. He didn't care about this. So what if they could make peace today? In the end, didn't they still have to face each other with swords? Didn't they still have to fight with their lives? So what was the difference? Let's fight. Qin Zhao didn't say anything else. With a flip of his palm, he took out the sword of the Universe Master and slashed it down with all his strength. The sword Dao of an ultimate sword Dao master and the supreme power of the Great Path were all under this sword. All the Dao power of the four paths completely erupted under the blade of Qin Zhao's sword. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire firmament of the universe suddenly stirred under the blade of Qin Zhao's sword. Endless sharpness charged toward the 6 Devil Beast commanders, and it was full of danger. The moment he attacked, it was obvious that he was going to be ruthless. In a battle of this level, there was naturally no holding back. Once the battle started, they had to go all out. The battle started instantly. The battle area was also instantly shrouded in destructive energy. It covered and filled the entire battle area. At this time, if an almighty dared to enter this battle area, the destructive energy alone would be enough to turn that almighty into ashes. Attack! The 6 Devil Beast commanders didn't hesitate at all. They all attacked with all their strength. The Golden Cloak commander flipped his palm, and a large weapon appeared in his hand. From the powerful aura emanating from the weapon, one could tell that it was also a weapon at the level of a universe treasure. It seemed that the Devil Beast universe was indeed prepared. They knew that Qin Zhao had a universe treasure, so they also had a universe treasure to deal with him. This made Qin Zhao unable to gain an advantage in terms of weapons. But fortunately, only the Golden Cloak commander took out a universe treasure. The other 5 commanders only took out weapons at the level of a holy object. Chapter 1366. To seek peace and to fight was to win. The 6 demonic beast commanders had already made preparations for both sides. They had already planned out whether they would fight or make peace. It would be best if they could make peace, but if they couldn't, then they would fight. They had already made sufficient preparations, so they weren't afraid of fighting. In the worst-case scenario, both sides would be defeated and injured. In fact, their greatest fear was the uncertainty surrounding Qin Zhao and the 3 universe treasures on Qin Zhao's body. Just the fact that Qin Zhao was protected by 3 universe treasures meant that it was impossible for them to kill Qin Zhao on their own. Besides, no one dared to say anything about how strong Qin Zhao was now. Although only 20,000 years had passed, the information they had gathered about Qin Zhao showed that 20,000 years was enough for Qin Zhao's strength to improve a lot. Qin Zhao hadn't fought in the past 20,000 years, so there was no way to know how much Qin Zhao's strength had improved. It was because of this that they wanted to seek peace first. Even though they were prepared to fight, they also knew that once they started, the consequences might be more serious, and there might be some sacrifices. There was no room for negotiation now. Since they had to fight, they might as well go crazy. The 6 demonic beast commanders were incomparably crazy. They all wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, because they knew very well that once the battle dragged on, they would be the ones to suffer. In a spurt of energy, Qin Zhao wouldn't have time to use many of his techniques. This way, their chances of winning would be higher. The power of darkness transformed into giant beasts, sharp lights, and demonic hands. Waves of destructive and devouring energy surged like a raging sea, shocking the heavens. The entire battle area was completely shrouded in this storm of dark power. It overturned rivers and seas and surged up into the sky. The void was torn apart. Numerous ghastly spatial cracks were torn open, forming a terrifying cutting force. If one was cut by these spatial cracks, even a supreme being would be cut to pieces in an instant. The 6 experienced commanders joined forces and used various techniques. They also had universe treasures in their hands, so the power they unleashed was indeed powerful and terrifying. They had indeed reached the level of a universe master, and they were strong enough to fight ordinary universe masters. In the face of such a crazy 6 demonic beast commanders, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the Hongmeng Cauldron. The Hongmeng Cauldron's light surged out, immediately illuminating the entire battle area. Dong! The Hongmeng Cauldron rang, emitting a sound akin to the great bell of the Grand Tao. The sound carried a supreme saint's might and an incomparable sharpness. The saint power, however, was still unable to stop the madness of the dark power. Countless demons roared in the darkness. They were crazy and ferocious as they charged toward Qin Shao. They collided with Qin Zhao's power, trying to tear apart Qin Zhao's power domain and charge toward Qin Shao. With the power domain formed by the Universe Treasure Sword and the Hongmeng Cauldron, coupled with Qin Zhao's 4 top-grade Dao powers, it was naturally difficult for the dark power to reach Qin Shao. However, the impact on Qin Shao was incomparably huge. Under such madness, even Qin Shao found it difficult to resist. In the past 20,000 years, Qin Zhao's greatest improvement was in his heart power. In terms of great Dao, his chaos great Dao had indeed made great progress, but it wasn't very useful if he hadn't reached the level of controller. Under such a level of power confrontation, how useful could an intermediate application of the chaos great Dao be? In terms of heart power, although he hadn't broken through to the 6th level, he was much stronger than he had been 20,000 years ago. Pure heart power definitely wouldn't be enough to deal with the 6 magical beast commanders. However, if he added the powerful amplification effect of the heart power stone, it would be a different story. Heart power could now be considered Qin Zhao's trump card. In terms of pure heart power, Qin Shao could deal with a slightly more powerful ruler. If he added the heart power stone, it would be enough to instantly strengthen his heart power by more than 10 times. With such an amplification effect, Qin Zhao's heart power could instantly reach the level of affecting universe masters. Heart power was formless and traceless, and it could kill people without them noticing. If heart power attacked unexpectedly, the effect would definitely be amazing. It was precisely because of this that heart power could become Qin Zhao's trump card at this moment. After all, heart force could easily break through the domain of these energies and directly affect the bodies of the 6 magical beast commanders. This advantage was also unique to heart power. It could be considered the most powerful aspect of heart power. The only things that could defend against heart power were your state of mind, willpower, mental power, and spiritual strength. Of course, there were also some treasures that could defend against it. The Tao Might of the Great, Tao couldn't defend against heart power. At most, it could affect heart power slightly and weaken it slightly. However, the effects of this were rather limited. If he didn't have his trump card, heart force, it would be impossible for Qin Shao to suppress the 6 magical beast commanders and gain the upper hand. Unless he used all 8 of the ruler corpses, 9 against 6, and relied on numbers to suppress them. That would be more likely. However, if he did that, he could foresee that a few of the 8 ruler corpses would be destroyed. In fact, there was even a chance that all of them would be destroyed. Thus, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, Qin Shao didn't want to take such a risk. If he did, the price would be a bit too high. Qin Shao had only collected 8 ruler corpses. If he lost a few of them here, it would be an extremely painful matter. Qin Shao thought about it for a while, then decided that if he wanted to use heart power, then he'd use the ruler corpses. If heart power wasn't enough, then he'd use the ruler corpses. These 2 were his trump cards. With these two trump cards, Qin Xiao was confident that he could suppress the 6 magical beast commanders. Oomph, human brat. Don't you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve? Is this all you've got? Are you still want to hide them? What other tricks do you have? You'd better use them all at once. Otherwise, you won't have much of a chance. Even if you try to hold on, you won't be able to last much longer. Why waste words with this human brat? Let's kill him first. Who cares if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? If he dares to be so arrogant, then let him reap what he sowed. The 2 magical beast commanders mocked him. According to their intelligence, Qin Xiao was controlling several ruler corpses. You want to see what I'm capable of? Qin Xiao's lips curved into a cold smile. His eyes were sharp and cold. Fine, as you wish. With that, Qin Xiao activated the Heart Force stone. His Heart Force was instantly pushed to the limit, transforming into numerous formless blades that shot toward the 6 magical beast commanders. Under the amplification of the Heart Force stone, Qin Xiao's Heart Force reached a terrifying level, enough to attack a universe master. Qin Xiao's Heart Force surged toward one of the magical beast commanders. If he attacked all 6 at once, the power would be dispersed and the effect would naturally be weakened. Qin Xiao attacked one of the magical beast commanders with all his might. His terrifying Heart Force instantly bombarded the magical beast commander's willpower and soul, unleashing a devastating attack. Incomparably terrifying power surged forth and smashed down. It was incomparably fierce and unstoppable. Under the attack of this terrifying Heart Force, the magical beast commander let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his head in excruciating pain. His willpower and soul were rapidly being obliterated by the Heart Force, and he had no way of resisting. In the blink of an eye, his willpower and soul were completely destroyed. His mind collapsed, and his life force was rapidly draining away. In the blink of an eye, death was upon him. It was unstoppable. Nothing could be stopped. Nothing could be reversed. The magical beast commander didn't even have time to react. After a blood-curdling scream, he died on the spot. This scene shocked the other 5 beast sovereigns, and they stared at the dead beast sovereign with wide eyes and tongue-tied mouths. He died just like that. In the blink of an eye, he died. This was a powerful commander. How could he be so weak? How could this be? What kind of strange technique was this? How could he be so strong? They were so far away, and Qin Xiao didn't seem to have done anything. How could a powerful commander die just like that? The golden-cloaked commander frowned deeply. His face was frosty, and he glared at Qin Xiao with an incomparably sinister gaze. His rage was monstrous. He didn't quite understand how Qin Xiao had done it. What kind of terrifying technique was this? But he also smelled danger. The aura of death was spreading toward them. Although they were fully prepared, they absolutely hadn't expected Qin Xiao to have such a move. They were completely caught off guard. It's Heart Force. It's a Heart Force technique. What powerful Heart Force. What terrifying Heart Force. Heart Force at the level of a universe master? Impossible. This human brat can cultivate Heart Force to the 6th level. Has he reached the level of a universe master? How is this possible? Not good. The situation is not good. Let's retreat quickly. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat quickly. Indeed, the cultivation of Heart Force was far too difficult. After all, the Hongming universe was a universe of the Great Path cultivation system. It wasn't a universe of the Heart Force cultivation system. Therefore, in the Hongming universe, it was almost impossible to cultivate other cultivation systems to the level of a universe master. It was far too difficult. After all, the suppression of the universe origin was there. It was bound there. Naturally, it was difficult to break through this barrier. This was equivalent to competing with the will of an entire universe origin. It must be known that for 8 universe eras, no one in the Hongming universe had been able to do so. Naturally, it was hard to believe. It was too outrageous. After realizing that this was a Heart Force technique, the Golden Cloak commander and the others immediately realized that there was no way they could block Qin Xiao's technique. There was no way they could defend against the Heart Force attack. Already, some commanders had died. This was enough to prove that Qin Xiao's Heart Force technique was enough to threaten their lives. Therefore, there was no way they could continue fighting. They could only flee. Otherwise, they would all die here. Hurry up and leave. Follow me closely. The golden-cloaked commander didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted and used his universe treasure to open a path to block Qin Zhao's power. Then he wanted to lead the other commanders away. Seeing the effects of his heart force attack, Qin Zhao's confidence grew by several notches. He launched another attack. At the same time, he charged forward with all his strength. He wouldn't let the golden-cloaked commander and the others escape so easily. Unfortunately, if he used his heart force attack with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to control the body of the ruler. He could only use one of these two techniques. He couldn't use both at the same time. If he could use both techniques at the same time, then Qin Zhao was confident that he could kill all 6 of the beast commanders today. However, this was just a thought. It was definitely impossible. It would be enough to kill one more beast commander. Chapter 1367. Return in triumph. Run. Huh? What? No. Commander Leta's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Qin Zhao's second target to be him. How could he be so unlucky? Out of the 5 commanders, he had to be the one to challenge him. Save me. At this moment of despair, Leta also cried out for help to the other 4 commanders. But how could the other 4 dare to come and save him? They knew very well that any one of them would die if they encountered Qin Zhao's heart force attack. If this dragged on, it was likely that they would all be annihilated here, all of them killed by Qin Zhao. And it wasn't so easy for them to save Leta. Qin Zhao came over with all his strength and attacked the 4 commanders. There were only 4 of them left now. With the 4 commanders working together, it was naturally difficult to deal with Qin Zhao. In addition, the 4 commanders didn't have much confidence at this time. With their confidence weakened, their morale naturally weakened. Right now, Qin Zhao's radiance was extremely sharp and unstoppable. He was an invincible god of war. Who would dare to challenge him? Save me. Hurry up and save me. Leta once again roared for help, but it was still useless. In the face of Qin Zhao's power, the Golden Cloak commander and the other 3 didn't hesitate much and continued to flee. If they didn't escape, there would definitely be more people who would die in Qin Zhao's hands. Leta was attacked by Qin Zhao's heart force attack and had no strength to resist at all. He could only make the most desperate struggle, trying to resist Qin Zhao's heart force attack. But Qin Zhao's heart force attack was too powerful and terrifying. He couldn't struggle at all. It was impossible to save Leta. First of all, there was no rush. Even if there was a rush, there was still Qin Zhao blocking the way. Therefore, he could only make them despair. He could only make Leta and the other 3 retreat. He could only watch helplessly as Commander Leta died. Since Gold Cloak and the other 3 wanted to escape, Qin Zhao couldn't continue to chase them. After chasing them for a while, Qin Zhao didn't continue to chase them. Instead, he looked at Leta, the prey that was already in his hands. They can't save you. You will die like your companions. This is what you deserve, Qin Zhao said coldly to Commander Leta. Commander Leta was disdainful of Qin Zhao from the start. He thought that if the 6 of them worked together, they would definitely be able to defeat Qin Zhao. But who would have thought that the final result would be like this? What was even more unexpected was that he, Leta, would die in the hands of this human brat. It was a miscalculation, a real miscalculation. Now that he was being attacked by such a powerful heart force, he felt that he was on the verge of collapse. He was like a flat leaf in a stormy sea. He couldn't hold on at all. Despair. He was going to die soon. No one could save him. Human brat, our High Lord won't let you go. He won't. You will die. You will. Leta let out one last roar, and his soul was destroyed amidst this despair. He had died under Qin Zhao's heart force. The 2 magical beast commanders had died at Qin Zhao's hands just like that, and it seemed as if it had been effortless. The corpses of the 2 magical beast commanders were also intact. They even had holy items in their hands. The 2 corpses floated there coldly. It was a sad scene. These were 2 extremely powerful commanders. Neither of them was weaker than the Baron Sword Sovereign. Yet they died just like that. 2 of them died in one go. Your High Lord? It won't be that easy for your High Lord to deal with me. At least he can forget about it in the Sealing God Abyss. There's an agreement there. Your High Lord won't dare to act rashly. As for the final battle, we don't know who will deal with who yet. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes deepened. Today's battle was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Before coming here, Qin Zhao had already calculated in his mind. He had also calculated that Heart Force was his trump card. He had a rough idea of the power of Heart Force. However, the result was still slightly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. The effect of Heart Force attacks in battle was better than he had imagined. It was more powerful than he had imagined. It could render a magical beast commander defenseless. He could kill it directly with his Heart Force. Qin Zhao had thought that his Heart Force would be able to hold back a magical beast commander. However, he would still have to do it himself to kill it. If that was the case, it would be more troublesome for him to kill a magical beast commander. After all, if that was the case, the other magical beast commanders would definitely come to his rescue. The reason why the Golden Cloak Commander and the others didn't dare to come to Ledev's rescue was because Qin Zhao could kill Ledev with his Heart Force in a very short time. In this way, Qin Zhao's own strength could be used to completely block the Golden Cloaked Commander and the others. He wouldn't be affected in the slightest. This was very frightening. If the Golden Cloaked Commander and the others insisted on coming to rescue Ledev, what awaited them after Qin Zhao killed Commander Ledev with his Heart Force would be a new round of nightmares. That tragedy would continue to happen, and it would continue to happen. In the end, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. It was because they understood this point that the Golden Cloak Commander and the others left resolutely without caring about Commander Ledev's life. Killing two magical beast commanders had allowed Qin Zhao to once again establish an illustrious battle achievement. It would definitely once again cause a stir in the entire Sealing God Abyss and greatly raise the morale of the God Realm. It was too satisfying. It was too satisfying. In the 20,000 years since the start of the all-out war, the God Realm had always lost more than they won. They had always been the ones being suppressed. Their morale had always been suppressed. Qin Zhao's battle had brought out the spirit of the God Realm. It had changed the God Realm. A miracle had once again been created by Qin Zhao. He was simply the creator of a legend. Qin Zhao waved his hand and collected the corpses of Commander Ledev and the other magical beast commanders. Including the two sovereign corpses, Qin Zhao had collected a total of 10 sovereign corpses. With his current Heart Force, he estimated that he could at most control 10 sovereign corpses at the same time. That was equivalent to Qin Zhao suddenly having the power of 10 sovereign corpses to work for him. The power of 10 more sovereign corpses was also a joyous matter for the God Realm. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Zhao turned around and returned to the camp. The news of the great battle here had long since spread throughout the God Realm. It had once again set off a wave. The voices of worship for Qin Zhao in the God-Sealing Abyss had also risen. It was a sea of worship. Vanguard Camp, Conference Hall. All the major powers had gathered here. They had been waiting for Qin Zhao's news. During the long wait, everyone was more or less worried and anxious. Qin Zhao had gone out to fight alone. They were afraid that the situation wouldn't be too good. After all, the magical beast universe had always wanted to find Qin Zhao for revenge. They had always wanted to find an opportunity to kill Qin Zhao. This time, the opportunity had finally come. How could a magical beast universe let it go so easily? However, when the final battle report came back, the entire conference hall was silent for a full breath of time. Only then did it explode. It was a scene of jubilation and joy. It was incomparably joyous. Everyone's suspended hearts finally settled down. Their moods immediately became much better than before. They were greatly pleased. Ha! Delightful, delightful. As expected of Elder Qin. He really has set a new example for us. I've long said that our worries were unnecessary. We should have believed in Elder Qin. Elder Qin is so powerful. He'll definitely be able to create another miracle. I've never doubted that Elder Qin can create miracles. Shameless Almighty, don't be a hindsight Almighty. I wonder who was the one who secretly asked me if something would happen to Elder Qin. This is so satisfying. This is the most satisfying battle since the start of the all-out war. TSK. Elder Qin fought 1 against 6, but he still managed to kill 6 commanders of the magical beast universe. He even killed 2 of them. How domineering. Isn't that right? Those 6 commanders came prepared. Every one of them was as strong as the Baron Sword ruler. They even brought universe treasures. But it was useless. They still died at Elder Qin's hands. Elder Qin is so mighty and domineering. Elder Qin will always be my idol. Everyone spoke excitedly, venting the emotions in their hearts. The Flame Emperor secretly clenched his fists. Only then did he relax. Good job, Qin Shao. I knew you could do it. You definitely could. Amidst everyone's joyful atmosphere, a ripple appeared in the void. A figure quickly walked out of the void. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? Qin Zhao's return caused the atmosphere in the conference hall to explode. Instantly, the atmosphere reached its peak. Elder Qin is back. Our great hero is back. Let me first worship my idol. Elder Qin, you are our pride. We can only be proud with you around. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Shao in unison. They were full of admiration. The Flame Emperor immediately stood up and walked over. He smiled at Qin Shao. Although he didn't say a word, his words conveyed everything. In the face of everyone's praise, Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "It's just a small victory. You don't have to be so excited. Actually, it's nothing. I only killed 2 demonic beast commanders. Compared to the almighty sovereigns sacrificed in the realm of the gods for the past 20,000 years, this is not even considered as interest. We are all fighting to protect the realm of the gods. Therefore, a victory is not worthy of too much joy. Victory after victory is what we should be thinking about. All right, I'll go into seclusion first. You guys continue with your own matters. Flame Emperor, I'll leave the arrangement of the route battle to you." The Flame Emperor nodded heavily and said, "Yes, don't worry, Elder Qin. Leave these matters to me. You can go into seclusion without worry. This is an important matter." But Elder Qin, everyone is in high spirits today. Today is a joyous occasion. Why don't we hold a celebration for Elder Qin first? It will only take 2 or 3 days. Elder Qin has worked too hard for the Vanguard camp these past few years. It's rare for him to have a chance to relax. Why don't we relax this time? Yes, Elder Qin. We also have the same idea. Don't overwork yourself. Elder Qin, let's hold a celebration. This battle can raise the overall morale of the realm of the gods. Everyone also began to speak one after another, hoping that Qin Shao would hold a celebration. However, Qin Shao shook his head and refused. If you want to hold a celebration, then go ahead. I won't be joining. All right, I'll go into seclusion first. Chapter 1368. Dark Plan Qin Zhao's battle was naturally regarded as a classic battle. News of it quickly spread throughout the sealed god abyss, and even the entire divine world, causing the people of the divine world to cheer. With so many casualties, such a battle was also needed to raise the morale and prestige of the divine world. Qin Zhao's name rose once again. Now, it was enough to surpass all almighty rulers, and it was enough to reach the level of the master of the universe. In many people's hearts, Qin Shao was already the 7th holy master of the divine world. What Qin Shao had done for the divine world over these years was seen by everyone, and they worshipped him in their hearts. He was the writer of myths, the creator of miracles. Congratulatory voices entered Qin Zhao's ears one after another. Some rulers familiar and some unfamiliar to him also passed on their words. Most of them were praises, congratulations, and admiration. Even the master of Grand Mist chatted with Qin Shao for a while. However, Qin Shao didn't care about these things and soon immersed himself in cultivation. These external things weren't important to Qin Shao, and Qin Shao also didn't care about them. However, it had to be said that Qin Zhao's battle had greatly raised the morale of the divine world, and it had indeed raised the morale of the people of the divine world. It had indeed raised the morale of the people of the divine world, and it had raised the morale of the people of the divine world. They were full of conviction, and they wanted to contribute to the protection of the divine world. This battle was extraordinary. Qin Shao had been in the sealed god abyss for more than 20,000 years, and he had only done a total of 3 things. However, each of these things could shake the entire divine world, and they could inject a clear stream of energy into the sealed god abyss. Qin Zhao's arrival could be said to have completely changed the situation of the sealed god abyss. He had broken the status quo of the sealed god abyss for 200,000 years, and he had done so with his own strength. It was indeed admirable. This also proved that the master of the heavenly court had made a wise choice when he had transferred Qin Shao to the sealed god abyss. It had indeed changed a lot. However, the overall situation was still not optimistic. Overall, the divine world was still in an absolute disadvantage, and they were still the weak side. They were still the side that held on. Now it was up to see how long the divine world could hold on. Fate was still unseen. It was also because of this that even though he had achieved such a great victory, Qin Shao wasn't the least bit happy, and he didn't even have a celebratory banquet, and he had returned to cultivate. This was because Qin Shao knew very well that now was not the time to be happy. It was not the time to relax. Now that he had time, he had heavenly court. There was not much time. Others were not in a hurry, but he was. It was a boundless sea of darkness. Even a hegemon would find it difficult to traverse the entire universe. Of the world, universe of the gods of the heavens, and the God of the universe, universe, God, heaven. Of the God of the abyss, heavens, of the heavens, of the world, heaven of the heaven, heaven. In an extremely dark and gloomy land, in the depths of dense fog, in the depths of the broken void space, there was a place that was hidden very deeply. Amidst the dark aura, one could vaguely sense that there was a gigantic figure hidden within, and it emitted an endless amount of dark aura, causing darkness to envelop this place and cover everything. Even the laws had to be avoided, and even Universe Master wouldn't be able to detect it unless they were right in front of it. The space was completely hidden and covered. The dark aura made it impossible for anything to penetrate this place. A shadow suddenly appeared slowly in the darkness, as though it was painting in the void space. It slowly appeared, and soon, a dark aura in the shape of a human appeared. A powerful aura was emitted from this mass of darkness, and its supreme power could intimidate the heavens and make everything submit to it. Darkness, why did you summon me here so urgently? The shadow's cold voice was heard. In the depths of the mass of dark aura, a gloomy voice was heard. Eros, that brat from the human race, can't be allowed to live any longer. This brat's potential is too frightening, and he's full of secrets. He has also received the inheritance of Sky Mountain, and he might even receive the inheritance of the Lord of Death in the future. He can't be allowed to live any longer. If we really give him time to grow, his potential is too frightening, and he might really grow to the point where he can affect our grand plan. So, while we can still get rid of him, we should get rid of him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, the blood and sweat we've put in for countless years will be in vain. We can't let any potential threats exist. We can't let them grow. Master of Eros said in a low voice, "Darkness, I know this too. But this brat from the human race is too powerful, and he has 3 universe treasures with him. It won't be easy to kill him. Magic Beast Knight Master has already made a move, but has all ended in failure. Killing him is easier said than done." The voice in the mass of darkness was heard again. Even if it's not easy, we still have to do it. If it's too easy, he won't be a threat to us. It's precisely because it's difficult that we have to do it urgently. We can still do it at all costs now, but if we delay any longer, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, you have to do everything you can to get rid of that human brat. Otherwise, you'll be the ones regretting it. Master of Eros was silent for a while, but he finally nodded heavily and said, "All right, Darkness, I'll go back and discuss this with the Machine Master and the others. I can provide you with another piece of information. His original body is currently in the abyss of chaos. If you want to kill him, you can attack his original body first. Once his original body is dead, he will be much less of a threat," the voice in the mass of darkness said. "Divine world, Netherbrook territory, a piece of land at the border. This piece of land was under the rule of Giant Swordvilla. The allied forces of the three realms and the alternate universe were about to invade this territory, and it was already a mess. Those who had the ability to escape had fled to a safer territory, while those who couldn't could only stay where they were. Most of Giant Swordvilla's power had also gathered at the front line to join the battle. The small amount of power left behind could only manage Giant Swordvilla's territory, and there was no way for them to govern the other territories. Without power to govern, it naturally became chaotic. Bandits ran rampant, bandits were everywhere, and evil people were wanton. It was extremely turbulent. This was how it was under the flames of war. As long as there was peace and prosperity, there would be a place to settle down, and only then would it be suitable for the development of the human race. Under the chaos of war, everything became chaotic, violent, and the aura of death spread everywhere. In the void, a team of about 10,000 divine beings was moving forward majestically. Almost everyone in this team was at the level of a divine being, and most of them were second-step and third-step divine beings. There were very few fourth-step divine beings. In the entire team, there was only one first-step divine being who was chosen as the leader to lead everyone forward. Although this team seemed to have a lot of people, their strength was ordinary. Any second-step heavenly god would be able to easily wipe out this team. Although this team looked a little mixed, everyone's fighting spirit was incomparably high. Their eyes were also filled with hatred, anger, and battle intent. From their eyes, it was obvious that each of them had encountered something bad. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out from all directions, and figures rushed out from all directions, quickly surrounding this team. Sinister laughter, mocking sounds, and battle cries suddenly filled this world. There were 10,000 people in this team, and all of them looked fierce and ferocious. They were dressed very strangely, and all of them looked ferocious. Moreover, each of them had the same badge on their body, and the badge looked very terrifying and ferocious. Boom! Another powerful aura came crashing down, and it shocked everyone in this team, causing their expressions to change drastically, and they were extremely shocked. Two tall silhouettes landed on the ground. The powerful aura emanating from the two silhouettes was enough to strike fear into the hearts of everyone in the team. Third-step divine beings. There were actually two third-step divine beings. Their faces were gloomy, and it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. In addition to the two third-step divine beings, there were also a dozen first-step divine beings in this huge team, and below them were third-step and fourth-step divine beings. Even the weakest was a third-step divine being. Such a lineup could completely crush this team. It's bandits. We've encountered bandits. It's over. It's over. All of us are going to die here. Damn bandits. What should we do? It's bandits. I'm the only one left in my family. It seems like I can't escape this misfortune today, and I'm going to die here. Sigh, I still can't escape. No, I can't accept this. Even if I'm going to die, I'd rather die on the battlefield in the hands of bandits. It's too humiliating. Let's fight it out with them. Killing these bandits is also killing. These heartless demons. Our divine world is in danger, but they still sit on the ground and act like kings, bringing disaster to the world. This is simply unforgivable. Although this team was incomparably terrified, they were all furious and erupted with battle intent. The first-step divine being in the lead stepped forward, looked at the bandits, and said angrily, "We're all poor people, people who have nothing left. We're just like-minded people who have come together to join the battle at the front lines. Although we are weak and insignificant, we have the heart to protect the God realm and our home. It's hard for us to survive anyway. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death with those invaders. We don't have anything valuable on us, so it's not worth the effort of you to rob us. So, please let us pass. Let us go to the front lines to join the battle." A third-step divine being bandit leader laughed sinisterly. Let you pass. If you want to die, then this king will fulfill your wish. No matter how poor you are, you can still earn some money. As for the stronger ones, you can keep them as slaves. As for those who resist, you can kill them all. After saying that, the third step divine being bandit leader waved his hand, and the army surged toward this team. However, this team was not afraid, and they all disregarded their own lives. If they wanted to fight, then they would fight. Only, the result was incomparably tragic. This kind of thing happened all over the divine world. Scene after scene of hot-blooded songs composed one fiery battle after another, sounding the bugle call of the entire divine world to fight. As the flames of war spread, who could escape? The rise and fall of the world. Everyone had a responsibility. Chapter 1369. Persevering for 80,000 years where there was oppression, there would be resistance. People were often forced to do so. If a person's life was smooth sailing, then even a peerless genius would not be able to grow. The joys and sorrows of the world, the myriad of states of the world, were all part of a cultivation life. If a person did not even experience these things, then their life was destined to be incomplete. They were destined to live a life without any hardships. The fragrance of plum blossoms and the bitter cold come. The edge of a treasured sword is being sharpened. To grow, one needed to go through many trials and tribulations. Without a lot of tempering, how could one's state of mind grow? The state of mind was extremely important to cultivation. It could even be said to be the foundation of cultivation, the source of power, and the foundation of everything. Without a strong state of mind, one would not be able to support great strength. Everything in the world was the same. Oppression was often the source of a person's strength. Oppression and despair could make a cowardly person become incomparably strong. Desperate situations could make a person's state of mind soar in a short period of time. At a certain point, everyone would become a brave warrior who did not fear death, a national hero who dared to shed blood and shed blood. A sense of responsibility and justice would be completely stimulated, erupting violently and becoming incomparably powerful. In the deity realm, amidst the endless flames of war, an unprecedented song was composed. The unity of the people was also a very powerful force. Even if it could not turn the tide, it could still show the unity of the human race and unite against a common enemy. Compared to the deity realm, the situation at God's Seal Abyss was much worse. After all, the forces stationed at God's Seal Abyss were less than 30% of the deity realm's forces. However, they were facing the entire devil-beast universe. Their overall strength was not inferior to the combined forces of the three realms and Otherverse. Naturally, they were at a disadvantage when they were outnumbered. 20,000 years ago, the devil-beast universe's frenzied attacks had already caused the deity realm to lose 30% of their forces. Fortunately, the situation changed later on, especially Qin Zhao's shocking battle, which boosted the morale of the deity realm. It made the people of the deity realm very happy, and their fighting spirit became incomparably high. It severely dampened the spirit of the devil-beast universe, causing their attacks to slow down a little. The confrontation between the two sides was also incomparably intense. Time quietly passed in the fierce flames of war. Blood and lives filled the river of time. One by one, the god spirits and almighty sovereigns of the god world died. In the entire sealing god abyss, the air had already turned bright red. The thick blood had turned into a thick fog that covered the entire sealing god abyss. The smell of blood was very strong, being it also made people's fighting spirit extremely high, incomparably crazy, and incomparably hot. 50,000 years later, the strength of the divine realm had been weakened by more than half. However, this loss was still a relatively ideal result. In the blink of an eye, it had been 80,000 years since the all-out war had broken out. During this time, the God Realm's territory had actually fared better. Only a tenth of it had been invaded by the three realms and the Otherverse. The three realms and the Otherverse weren't able to gain much of an advantage over the God Realm in the war. Over its sealing God Yuan's side, after 80,000 years of fierce battle, they were already on the verge of collapse. Many camps had been breached by the Warcraft universe, and only a few were still holding on. As for the power of the divine world, it had been weakened by 80%, leaving less than 20%. It could be said that it was very tragic. In the meeting hall of Qin Zhao's vanguard camp, seeing that there were only about 200 almighty experts left in the meeting hall, Qin Zhao's expression was cold and his heart was bitter. However, even though there were only about 200 almighty experts left, everyone's fighting spirit was incomparably high. They didn't shrink back in the slightest, and they were still fearless of all dangers. The Divine Spirit Legion had been reduced to less than 20%. The overall strength of the vanguard camp was less than 20% of what it had been before. More than 80% of the people had been sacrificed. How tragic and moving was this? Elder Qin, the Grand Mist Master, has already ordered us to quickly retreat to Sealing God Mountain. We'd better hurry up and leave. The Warcraft Universe's army has already arrived, and a mighty army is already approaching us. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. The Flame Emperor said somewhat anxiously to the silent Qin Shao. The almighty experts in the meeting hall looked at Qin Shao silently. They weren't afraid of a battle. Whether they fought or left, they would listen to Qin Shao. If they fought, they would definitely be annihilated. There was no need to say anything more. However, they had already put their lives on the line. Qin Shao collected his thoughts, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Forget it, we can't hold on any longer." After 80,000 years, our vanguard camp can be considered one of the camps that has held on for the longest time. Many warriors of our vanguard camp have sacrificed their lives to hold on to the battlefield. This is a supreme merit, and we will always remember them. Let's retreat. With our strength, we can't stop the Warcraft Universe's advance. 80,000 years is almost enough. Although it's 20,000 years less than expected, this is all we can do. Let's retreat to Sealing God Abyss first and see what the Grand Mist Master wants. Qin Shao spoke. The Flame Emperor didn't hesitate and immediately ordered, "Everyone, gather quickly and retreat to Sealing God Abyss. Hurry!" At this time, the various camps in Sealing God Abyss began to gather and retreat to Sealing God Mountain. The Warcraft Universe's army had completely sealed off the entire Sealing God Abyss, forming a vast and endless army that advanced forward. Anything that blocked the army's advance would be destroyed. Whether it was the power of the divine world or some celestial bodies, they would all be destroyed. With an unstoppable momentum, they advanced mightily. Sealing God Mountain. The power of the divine world rapidly retreated and gathered at Sealing God Mountain. Sealing God Mountain was the divine world's last line of defense to guard Sealing God Abyss. Once this line of defense was broken, the Warcraft Universe's army would be able to enter the Grand Mist Universe without any hindrance. Once they entered the Grand Mist Universe and entered the endless sea of darkness, it would be impossible to stop the Warcraft Universe's army. Although Sealing God Abyss was relatively large, it was only a passage no matter how large it was. It could be completely sealed off and cut off. No fish would escape the net. However, the Grand Mist Universe was vast and endless. Entering it was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Once this line of defense was breached, the endless Warcraft Universe's army would continuously enter Sealing God Abyss. Just thinking about it was a terrifying thing. The Grand Mist Master immediately called for an elders' meeting. Originally, there were close to 60 sovereigns on Sealing God Mountain's side. In addition to the Grand Mist Master's presence, they formed an incomparably sturdy shield that blocked off all invading forces. However, after 80,000 years of fierce fighting, only 20 or so sovereigns remained. Over the course of 80,000 years, more than half of the sovereigns had perished. 30 sovereigns? What a terrifying number. The Desolate Lands Deity's Palace had also lost a few sovereigns. The Barren Sword Sovereign, the 12-story Sovereign, and the Glorious Sovereign were all sacrificed. Familiar sovereigns were sacrificed one after another. The Grand Mist Master's face was gloomy as he looked at everyone and said, "Sealing God Abyss, we can't hold on any longer. If we continue to fight, we will only make more unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, we should all retreat to the divine world." One of the sovereigns let out a pained howl. Retreat to the divine world, just like that? Our mission was to hold on for 100,000 years, but now we only have 80,000 years left. Are we going to be completely defeated in 80,000 years? I can't accept it. I really can't accept it. If we retreat to the divine world, the Devil Beast Universe's army will enter the Grand Mist Universe. If they join forces with the Three Realms Otherverse, the divine world situation will become even more dangerous. Grand Mist Master, I think we should hold on for a while longer. We should be able to hold off the Devil Beast Universe's army for another 20,000 years. We still have 20% of our strength left. Even if we are all sacrificed, so what? At least we can buy a little more time for the divine world. We can also kill more devil beasts. The battlefield is the same in the divine world. We still have to fight with our lives on the line. I'm afraid the end result will still be the same. It might even be better. This hegemon's suggestion was immediately approved by the other hegemon. That's right, Grand Mist Master. Let's not be in a hurry to retreat. Let's wait for the Devil Beast Universe's army to arrive. We'll hold them off for another 20,000 years and not let them enter the Grand Mist Universe easily. We'll die on the battlefield anyway. Our warriors have already put their lives on the line. Our only purpose in life is to kill as many devil beasts as possible. Let's fight. Our warriors are eager to fight. The Grand Mist Master shook his head and said, I can understand your thoughts, but let's return to the divine world first. The 5 great holy lands are our last stronghold. Our 5 great holy lands have a universe's worth of deployment. We have the strongest defensive force that can amplify our strength. With the 5 great holy lands as our last stronghold, we can hold on for a little longer. It's not worth sacrificing here. Now that the Devil Beast Universe's army is here, even if we go all out, we won't gain any benefits. It will only cause a disproportionate number of casualties. There's no need for that. Moreover, once the Devil Beast Universe's army enters the Grand Mist Universe, they won't attack the divine world immediately. They need to gather their army and wait for the Devil Beast Universe's army to slowly emerge from the God-sealing abyss. This will take some time. Moreover, the agreement between the Devil Beast Universe, the 3 worlds, and the Otherverse hasn't been fully discussed. Therefore, the Devil Beast Universe won't easily throw themselves into the war with the divine world. This will take some time. This time is enough for us to take a breather, adjust, and make the final deployment. Right now, the divine world is preserving an extra portion of our strength to be the last line of defense. Therefore, everyone, don't have any other ideas. Return to the divine world first. Everyone, return to your respective holy lands and line up accordingly. After listening to the Grand Mist Master's words, everyone nodded. That was the only way. Retreat. The various sovereigns also ordered the people in their camps to return to the divine world. One by one, the divine world's army retreated from the God-sealing mountain. As the troops left, the Grand Mist Master stood in the void, high above the 9 heavens. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the God-sealing abyss. He looked at the place he had guarded for close to an epoch. It's time to leave. In the end, it's time to leave. After guarding it for close to an epoch, I really can't bear to part with it. However, even if I can't bear to part with it, I still have to leave. Master, I can't let the Devil Beast Universe destroy it. Chapter 1370. Zhao's Astonishment. God Realm, Desolate Land Shrine. Qin Shao, Lord Huayong, Yi Juanhe, and the other surviving sovereigns had returned. This time, the Desolate Land Shrine had suffered heavy losses. Less than 20% of their forces remained. 6 sovereigns had been sacrificed. It was a disastrous loss. Sigh, we're back. Although they had returned to the Desolate Land Shrine, everyone was in a bad mood. It could be said that they were in a very heavy mood. Master Qingye said, we're back, but it was more out of helplessness and pain. Yes, we're back, Qin Shao added. His voice was filled with pain. If I could, I wouldn't want to come back. I'd rather die in battle in the God-sealing abyss. But we have no choice. Coming back isn't the end. It's the prelude to an even greater storm. Lord Huayong, who had always been taciturn, said in a low voice, let's fight. These 2 simple words were enough to express everyone's feelings. Yes, there was nothing more to say at this time. They could only stop with a battle. Let's fight. Let's fight to the death. An even greater storm is coming. Let's fight. After Qin Shao bid farewell to everyone, he flew directly into the depths of the Desolate Land's shrine. Soon, he arrived at the Desolate Land's Shrine Master's place of cultivation. The Desolate Land's Shrine Master naturally knew about Qin Zhao's arrival. Thus, he allowed Qin Shao to arrive in front of the Desolate Land's Shrine Master without any obstructions. However, the Desolate Land's Shrine Master had lost some of his usual calmness. His expression had become more serious. Shrine Master. It wasn't until Qin Shao called out that the Desolate Land's Shrine Master looked up and said, "Qin Shao, you're here. Have a seat. What's the matter? You came to find me as soon as you came back. Do you want to talk to me?" Qin Shao sat down in front of the Palace Master of the Desolate Land without hesitation. He nodded and said, "Yes, Palace Master, I'm indeed feeling a little depressed, so I wanted to come over and chat with you." From the looks of it, the Hall Master is not in a good mood. Coincidentally, he needs someone to chat with. I came at the right time. The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace looked at Qin Shao and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was indeed in a bad mood. However, he was standing at the peak of the mountain. No matter how bad his mood was, he could only silently endure it. Who could relieve him of his pain? "Master, why don't you go first?" Qin Shao suggested. The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace was silent for a while before he said, "Qin Shao, I've been divining the fate of the realm of the gods all these years. However, I've always had a bad premonition. It's been worrying me." A bad premonition? Qin Shao couldn't help but frowned deeply when he heard the Lord of the Desolate Land Palace's words. For the Shrine Master to say that it was a bad premonition, it seemed that it wasn't simple at all. Otherwise, the Lord of the Desolate Land Palace wouldn't be so worried. What kind of premonition was it? For a moment, Qin Shao felt that something bad was about to happen. If it happened at this time, it would be one disaster after another for the realm of the gods. Yes, it's a very bad premonition. In my divination, it vaguely shows that there's an even more terrifying force hiding in the dark. The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace nodded and said, "What? There's an even more powerful force hiding in the dark?" Qin Shao was shocked when he heard this. He looked at the Shrine Master in astonishment and said, "That's impossible, Shrine Master. Didn't the three realms, Eros, the machine race, and the Warcraft universe all come out? Eros and the machine race have been hiding in the primordial universe for more than half a universe epoch. You've known about these two forces for a long time. Needless to say, the three realms are well known. There's no way they can hide their strength. As for the Warcraft universe, it was defeated by the realm of the gods once in the ancient times. The Warcraft universe's strength is at most on par with the realm of the gods. What more terrifying hidden forces could there be? More terrifying hidden forces than the Three Realms universe and the Warcraft universe combined? That's impossible, right? Although Qin Shao did know about the existence of other forces from other universes other than these forces, he didn't know about them. His master, Red Dust Guest, for example. However, his master was a carefree person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Even if he fought, his master's strength shouldn't be too strong, right? Although Qin Shao didn't know his master's exact strength, Qin Shao vaguely guessed that his master's strength should be on par with the Shrine Master. Moreover, Qin Shao didn't think that his master would be a threat to the realm of the gods. Qin Shao trusted his master's character and respected him very much. Other than his master, there were only Senior Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu. Qin Shao knew that these two were definitely very strong. They were probably on par with the master of the Heavenly Court. However, they shouldn't be Heavenly Venerables. However, Qin Shao was only guessing. He wasn't completely sure that they weren't Heavenly Venerables. It was possible that they were Heavenly Venerables. However, even if they were Heavenly Venerables, Qin Shao didn't think that they could pose a threat to the realm of the gods. There is no need to mention Young Master Yu's arrogance. Senior Baichuan Fusu definitely wouldn't be like that. Desolate Land Shrine Master said, "That's right. This is also something that the Master of the Heavenly Court and I are very puzzled about. We have also discussed it for a long time and thought of various possibilities. However, all of them were eliminated one by one. We thought that there might be heavenly venerables hiding in the dark. However, after thinking about it, we felt that it was impossible. If there really is a heavenly venerables, firstly, they definitely wouldn't be interested in our realm of the gods. What's the point of dominating a universe to them? Secondly, if there really is a heavenly venerables, they can forget about causing trouble in our grand mist universe. Once the origin will discovers a heavenly venerate, it will definitely expel them. Once a heavenly venerate makes a move, the origin will sense it. Therefore, the possibility of it being a heavenly venerate should be zero. Other than a heavenly venerate, we really can't think of any other power that could threaten our realm of the gods. We really don't understand. However, my deductions over the years have been getting more and more intense. Therefore, I'm also very worried. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. So strange? Qin Xiao was also very puzzled. He really couldn't think of a reason. He also felt that it was impossible for there to be a heavenly venerate. However, other than a heavenly venerate, what other power could threaten the realm of the gods? What kind of power had been hiding in the dark all this time and hadn't been discovered by the various forces? An external power? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be very possible. After all, the existence of a universe master, no matter how well it was hidden, would eventually be exposed after a long time. Unless it was hidden in the extreme depths of the sea of darkness for an endless amount of time and didn't move around. Only then would it be possible. He really couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. After pausing for a while, the desolate land palace master said, "The master of the heavenly court and I have thought about it for a long time." In the end, the master of the heavenly court came up with a hypothesis. I think it's possible. To be able to make me have such a strong premonition, it should be a power at the level of a heavenly venerate. It's definitely impossible for it to be an external heavenly venerate. Therefore, if it's not an external heavenly venerate, then who was born in our grand mist universe? This is even more impossible, isn't it? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "If someone from our grand mist universe becomes a heavenly venerate, then there should be a vision that shrouds the entire universe, right? Everyone should be able to sense it. It's impossible that they don't know, right?" The desolate land palace master said, "Yes, this is for sure. Not to mention becoming a heavenly venerate. Even if one becomes a universe master, there will be a vision that will spread throughout the entire universe, and everyone will be able to sense it. The universe will also send down auspicious signs and send out congratulatory messages. But what if one is only confident that he can make a breakthrough at any time, but is suppressing it, waiting until the final moment to make a breakthrough? Is this possible?" Qin Xiao still found it hard to believe. If we were to ask who among the 10 universe masters in our grand mist universe is the most likely to make a breakthrough to become a heavenly venerate, it would be the master of the heavenly court. Other than the master of the heavenly court, are there any other universe masters who can make it to this stage? If they can really make it to this stage, then why do they need to make a breakthrough now? Why do they need to wait until the final moment? With the power of a heavenly venerate, they can totally suppress everything by themselves, right? Even if we combine all our powers, we definitely won't be a match for a heavenly venerate. The desolate land palace master shook his head and said, "Yes, this is also what the master of the heavenly court and I are puzzled about. We can't figure it out, no matter how hard we try. So, actually, this idea has also been overruled by us. Anyway, until now, we still haven't figured out the reason." Qin Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Then I can't figure out the reason either. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it first, lest we add to the troubles along the way. Knowing this is enough. Alas, there's nothing we can do even if we know. We can't stop it." The desolate land palace master waved his hand and sighed again helplessly. What was the most helpless thing in a person's life? It wasn't that you couldn't do something, it was that there was something you knew was going to happen, but there was nothing you could do to stop it. This kind of helplessness was very painful. Therefore, all these years, the desolate land palace master lived in deep pain. He deduced time and time again, just to figure out what the hidden danger was. However, every deduction was a cloud of fog. He couldn't see clearly and couldn't understand it. Okay, Qin Shao, I'm done. Now let's talk about you. The desolate land palace master said. Qin Shao laughed bitterly and said, Actually, I don't have much to say. I'm just not in a good mood. If I say it, there might be endless bitterness. So, I might as well not say it. Some things can't be changed with just a few words. It's just that I've experienced too much in the God-sealing abyss these years. This kind of experience is also something I've never experienced before. It's just a little more sad and a little more emotional. This is also some of the experiences in my life, some of the unbearable experiences. Well, since you don't want to say it, then don't say it, lest you add to the troubles. Some things are in the past. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless. The most important thing is still the present, and the future. The desolate land palace master nodded and said. The desolate land palace master waved his hand and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about your cultivation. Your doppelganger should be cultivating heart force all this time, right? Chapter 1371. The path of heart force. Qin Shao nodded noncommittally. That's right, palace leader. My cultivation of heart force is going rather smoothly, and I'm quite confident. But based on my current progress, it'll take at least 50,000 years. If I'm slow, it'll take 100,000 years. I still hope I can break through quickly, but I can't rush it. Cultivation of heart force isn't like other things. The path of heart force is rather difficult. To raise one's heart force, every drop was extremely difficult. I need to accumulate and improve slowly. That's right, said Palace Leader Desolate. Cultivation of heart force is different from our cultivation of the great Tao. Heart force is very peculiar and very difficult to cultivate. The most important thing in the cultivation of heart force is the heart, and the heart is very broad. It can encompass everything and manifest in many forms. The Desolate Land Palace Leader nodded slightly. From what the Desolate Land Palace Leader had said, it seemed that he had done some research on heart force as well. After all, the Desolate Land Palace Leader was a universe master who had lived for more than a universe era. He must have seen a lot. He must have a deep understanding of cultivation, which was why Qin Shao perked up his ears and put on an expression that said he was willing to listen. The Desolate Land Palace Leader continued, Cultivation of the heart is different from other kinds of cultivation. Cultivation of the heart is also a kind of comprehension, but this kind of comprehension is very different from comprehension of the great Tao. Cultivation of the heart, your happiness and pain, your experience, your trials, and so on will all have an impact. Ordinary things, small things, and the tempering of life and death can all be used to cultivate the heart. But the heart is also the most difficult to cultivate. It's the most unfathomable. Cultivating the heart is difficult. Yes, it was difficult. Extremely difficult. Qin Shao felt that cultivation of heart force was much more difficult than cultivation of the great Tao. If it weren't for the help of the heart force stone breaking, there would be no way to cultivate it all. Palace Leader, Qin Shao asked, Do you have any good suggestions? Based on the current situation, the speed of cultivation should be relatively slow. And if you cultivate like this for a long time, you'll feel a bit numb. Who knows, maybe something unexpected will happen. That's what I don't want to see. The Desolate Land Palace Leader thought for a moment. Based on your current situation, if you cultivate in seclusion, the effect will indeed be a bit worse. Over the years, you've experienced a lot, endured a lot, and improved your mental state a lot. But after a long time, the effect will naturally be weak. Relying on these things to improve, it will appear much weaker. So now, I actually intend for you to wander around the God realm as you please. Do as you please, and let go of everything without any restrictions. Hearing Desolate Land Palace Leader, the Desolate Land Palace Leader, the Desolate Land. Let everything? Meng Huang nodded and said, That's right. Let go of everything. The Didache translations is Che translations. I know that what you can't let go of the most now is the safety of the God realm, the battlefield, the survival of the human race, and the countless humans who die every day. You have to let go of the calamity, the war, the enemy, the pain and hatred in your heart. You have to let go of everything and return to your best state of cultivation. Let go of your obsession with the dead. Let go of your obsession to fight for the God realm. If you do all of this and do as you please, perhaps you'll reap great rewards. Letting your heart return to normal is also a very good way of cultivation. Qin Shao pondered over the desolate land palace leader's words. They didn't make a lot of sense. But how could it be easy to let go of everything? In these years of cultivation, Qin Shao had also discovered this problem. It was indeed so. If one's obsession was too deep, it would indeed affect one's cultivation. In cultivation, one would always think of the dead, the safety of the camp, the fate of the God realm, the survival of the human race, family and friends, people in the nine-province world, and Gu Lingyue, who was still in a deep slumber. These were all obsessions. Obsessions would disturb one's heart and affect one's cultivation. If one's heart was impure, there would be many demons blocking one's path of cultivation, making one's cultivation even more difficult. The reason why cultivation of heart force was so difficult was because there were so many factors affecting it. And these factors were invisible, lurking in the depths of one's heart. It was very difficult to get rid of them. The heart was the most unfathomable and the most difficult to capture. This was a path of the heart that was difficult to walk. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Let go. It's so difficult. Difficult. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was very, very difficult. The desolate land palace leader nodded slightly. Yes, it's very difficult. It is indeed very difficult. Cultivation has never been easy. The higher you go, the harder it is. If you want to stand at the peak, how many people in the world can you find? Our primordial chaos universe only has a mere 10 universe masters. If you don't walk the path of cultivation of heart force, there's no way you can become a universe master. Heart force is your only hope. But if you want to reach this step, it won't be any easier than merging the great Tao. It will only be more difficult. I can't help you with anything else. You'll have to rely on your own luck. Qin Shao fell silent again. Indeed, no one could help him with the cultivation of heart force. Qin Shao had to figure out everything on his own. All these years, he'd been like this. It was a little better now. With the help of the Heart Force Stonebreaker, it was equivalent to having an invisible teacher guiding him. But time was too short. To take this step in such a short time was naturally too difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. Qin Shao took note of the palace leader's suggestion. He would follow the palace leader's suggestion and give it a try. Perhaps there would be an unexpected effect. Besides, Qin Shao had considered this before. He just hadn't made a final decision. Now that the palace leader had said so, Qin Shao had nothing to hesitate about. He would do as the palace leader said. Qin Shao stood up and said, "Then I'll take my leave, palace leader. I need to think about how to arrange this matter." The desolate land palace leader said, "Okay, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Now that you've returned to the God world, you can put aside all matters regarding the battlefield. You don't need to worry about anything else. For you, the most important task now is to cultivate. Your cultivation is more important than anything else. The improvement of your power is more important than anything else. So, you can think about it carefully. Don't mess up your priorities." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. "I understand, palace leader. I understand. I know what to do. That's good. That's good. It's been hard on you. Too hard on you." The desolate land palace leader sighed faintly. He really couldn't bear to put all the pressure on Qin Shao. But no matter how much he couldn't bear it, he had no choice. For the God world and the human race, he had to do this. He had no other choice. He was powerless. In the face of a calamity, he was pale. His power was still not enough. It was far from enough. So now, he could only rely on Qin Shao. He pinned all his hopes on Qin Shao. Qin Shao was about to leave, but he was stopped by the desolate land palace leader. "By the way, Qin Shao, about the matter I told you just now, you must remember not to tell anyone. I mean anyone. For now, only the master of the heavenly court, you, and me know. No one else knows. Qin Shao, you should understand what I mean when I say this." Qin Shao was stunned. Only the three of them knew. The master of the heavenly court, the palace leader, and himself? Even the other four holy masters didn't know. This matter, even the master of primordial chaos and the other four holy masters didn't know. For a moment, Qin Shao was flabbergasted. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao vaguely understood some of the palace leader's concerns. This possibility could not be said to be completely non-existent. With this thought, Qin Shao nodded heavily and said with a serious face, "I understand, palace leader, and you can go." The Desolate Land Palace leader waved his hand. Qin Shao also left directly. After watching Qin Shao leave, the Desolate Land Palace leader's expression returned to its gloomy state. His mood became heavy again. The Desolate Land Palace leader was the most uneasy person. Qin Shao, the burden on your shoulders is too heavy. It's too cruel for you to bear such a huge burden alone. But the situation in the God world is like this. We have no other choice, no other choice. I'm ashamed. I can only be ashamed. I hope you could become our hope. But, in fact, the Desolate Land Palace leader's greatest worry wasn't this calamity, nor was it whether Qin Shao could cultivate to the 6th level of heart force and become the controller of the 6 paths. Instead, he was worried about the terrifying power hidden in the dark. He still hadn't figured out where this power came from. He also didn't know what this power wanted to do. He only knew that it was dangerous, and it made him very uneasy. There were too many uncertainties in this power. Therefore, no one knew what the consequences would be if it exploded. No one could say for sure. This was what the Desolate Land Palace leader was most worried about. Moreover, Qin Shao's current performance was rather eye-catching. Qin Shao really did have a lot of potential. Therefore, the Desolate Land Palace leader was actually quite worried. Would this hidden power make a move on Qin Shao? Qin Shao wasn't much of a threat right now, but if Qin Shao was given more time to grow, that might not be the case. For example, if Qin Shao cultivated to the 6th level of heart force and became the controller of the 6 paths, the combination of the two would be very frightening. This was something that made the Desolate Land Palace leader uneasy. Qin Shao was a hope, but also the enemy's biggest target. If something happened to Qin Shao, then the God world would truly be lost. The Desolate Land Palace leader was more or less uneasy. Therefore, he found it very difficult to calm down over the years. The more he deduced, the harder it was to calm down. Chapter 1372. Jade Heart Continent of the Divine Realm, a mustard grain world. A miraculous lake was located in the middle of a perilous mountain range. It formed a natural barrier that separated the 4 directions of the world. What was interesting about this lake was that it was actually slanted. Not only was it slanted, the surface of the water was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. If one were to look at it from afar, one would not think that it was a lake at all. Instead, one would think that it was an enormous sapphire. Furthermore, the water in the lake was very blue, like a very pure and high-quality sapphire. This lake was truly beautiful, extremely beautiful. Coupled with the perilous mountain peaks surrounding the lake, it formed a sharp contrast. Such a huge contrast instead became a very strange danger. When all of them were connected together, it had a very impactful visual effect. It was very beautiful. Such a scene would indeed make one feel relaxed and happy. Being in the middle of it was really very good. A figure was walking on the surface of the calm lake. Although he was walking on the surface of the lake, what was astonishing was that his footsteps did not cause the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake. It was as if this figure did not have the slightest bit of weight, just like a shadow. Strange. It was indeed strange. Walking on the surface of a lake, as if taking a leisurely stroll, was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had sharp edges, a resolute face that seemed to have been carved by a knife, and a gaze that was as deep and boundless as the boundless stars. Handsome, dashing, and a bit cold at the same time. This young man was none other than Qin Shao. Interesting, truly interesting. I never thought that this mustard grain world called the Jade Heart Continent would actually have such an interesting place. No wonder this place is called the Jade Heart Lake, the same name as the Jade Heart Continent. The people of the Jade Heart continent call it the Sacred Lake, the place where gods were born. However, although this Jade Heart Lake is strange, it is not of much help to the cultivation of the Great Tao. The scenery is not bad. However, it can relax one's mind and is somewhat beneficial to one's state of mind. It is not very possible for mortal cultivators to obtain too much help from this place. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. This kind of scenery was actually nothing in the divine realm. However, in a mustard grain world, it was indeed a spectacle. The Jade Heart continent was an extremely small interstitial world, with a diameter of no more than 200,000 kilometers. There were no more than 2 billion humans on the entire continent. It could be said to be pitifully small. Any random city in the divine world was much bigger than this. Not to mention the divine world, even the big cities in the 9 continents world were about the same size. There were countless interstitial worlds in the universe. These worlds were very small and existed within the interstitial grains. As the saying goes, a leaf is a world, a grain is a firmament. Within a speck of dust, there existed a world, and such a world was the interstitial world. The interstitial world was very small, so small that it was pitiful. It was unlike the origin world. The source world was still relatively large, and it was enough to nurture many living beings. But interstitial worlds were different. Interstitial worlds were sealed and completely isolated from the outside world. Moreover, the interstitial world was even more stable. Because it was completely sealed, like an egg, there was not a single crack to be found. The entire world was enveloped by it. Ordinary fourth-step Empyrean deities would not be able to break through the barrier of the interstitial world and enter. Only an extremely experienced fourth-step heavenly deity would have such strength. Generally speaking, one would need to have strength equivalent to that of an almighty to be able to enter the interstitial world. Because of this, interstitial worlds were generally very peaceful and would not be disturbed by the power of the divine world. Moreover, interstitial worlds were all mortal worlds, and the ones that were born were all ordinary mortals. It was almost impossible for interstitial worlds to give birth to deities. Not to mention deities, even conferred kings would find it very, very difficult. If there was a conferred king level mortal, then one would be able to dominate the interstitial world. If the interstitial world was too small, the number of geniuses it could give birth to would be relatively small. Moreover, it would be greatly suppressed. Therefore, the path of cultivation would naturally be very, very difficult. For example, in the interstitial world of the Jade Heart continent, the strongest was only a conferred king. Moreover, there was only a single conferred king in the entire continent. He was an antique that had lived for 1,000 years and was nearing the end of his lifespan. Once he died, there would not be a single conferred king left in the entire Jade Heart continent. In terms of the composition of power, it was indeed very weak. If it was placed in the 9 provinces world, it would not even be comparable to the desert country. Therefore, after descending into the Jade Heart world, Qin Shao felt as if he had returned to the 9 provinces world, to the desert country, to his hometown. This kind of feeling was very intimate. The difficulty of becoming a deity in the interstitial world is probably at least 100 times that of the source world. If a mortal can walk out of the Jade Heart world, then they would indeed be extremely talented. Their potential should be very great. However, in the historical records of the Jade Heart continent, there has not been a single deity born. It's rather pitiful. When Qin Shao arrived, he had already thoroughly investigated the entire world. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was naturally effortless for him to investigate this interstitial world. Everything in this world was under Qin Zhao's control. But it's not surprising. The vast majority of interstitial worlds cannot give birth to deities. Moreover, the lifespan of interstitial worlds is very limited. Generally speaking, they can only live for 1,084,000,000 years, the same as the lifespan of a deity. Interstitial worlds are a cycle of life and death, a cycle of reincarnation. In the primordial chaos universe, who knows how many interstitial worlds are born every day, and who knows how many are destroyed? Life and death reincarnation. Seeing the cycle of life and death in the interstitial world had given Qin Shao some inspiration for the great Tao of reincarnation. Life and death were also a cycle of reincarnation. It had been 10,000 years since Qin Shao had left the desolate land shrine. During this time, Qin Shao had done as the desolate land temple lord had instructed. He had cast aside everything and allowed his heart to return to an unprecedented tranquility, not thinking about anything. Qin Shao didn't even go to the divine realm. Instead, he traveled through the interstitial worlds to avoid the flames of war in the divine realm and prevent his heart from being set aflame again. Over the past 10,000 years, Qin Shao had visited over 1,000 interstitial worlds. He'd seen many newly born interstitial worlds, as well as many that were on the verge of destruction. One was life, one was death. This was a cycle of reincarnation. As soon as the interstitial world was born, everything was evolving. Mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, birds, insects, monsters, and humans were all evolving. This was a process of birth from nothing to something. This process also contained the great Tao of all creation and the great Tao of no beginning. With the laws of these two great Taos, one could complete this process from nothing to something. And from something to nothing, that was a path to destruction. Mountains and rivers collapsed, natural disasters occurred, huge tsunamis and world-destroying thunderstorms and waterfalls destroyed all life in the world. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and everything was destroyed. This was a cycle of reincarnation. Looking at this cycle of reincarnation had indeed given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. It also pushed Qin Zhao's great Tao of reincarnation closer to perfection and on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, he only needed an opportunity to break through to the 6th level of perfection in one fell swoop. It was just that it was more difficult to truly take this step. But now Qin Shao was not in a hurry. His heart was very calm and serene. Everything was based on one's heart. Everything was empty. It was as calm as still water. Still, it was like a virgin. His state of mind was clear. His heart seemed to have been purified in the purest way. Qin Shao was purifying his heart now, so that it could be tempered and improved. However, while he was cultivating, he unexpectedly had many inspirations for the great Tao of reincarnation. Some powerful masters will give birth to life in their inner worlds. Finally, after hundreds of millions of years or even tens of billions of years of reproduction, humans will slowly be born. Let the inner world slowly evolve and become a world of its own. My inner world is still a piece of chaos, a piece of desolation. I have never paid attention to my inner world. Over the years, I've seen a lot of birth and death. Why don't I try in my inner world? This idea made Qin Zhao's heart beat faster. It was indeed so. The inner world was the source of divine power. It was the world of the heart and the base of all power. What was interesting was that whether it was a cultivator of the great Tao, a cultivator of the heart, or a cultivator of the true meaning of strength, they could all cultivate an inner world and open up such a world of the heart. Qin Shao cultivated the heart and the true meaning of strength, so he had a deeper understanding in this aspect. However, the use of the inner world had never been great. Therefore, Qin Shao had never paid attention to the inner world and had never put his thoughts into it. All this time, he had just let the inner world develop on its own. With a thought, Qin Zhao's consciousness descended into the inner world. Although Qin Shao was still at the 4th step of the Empyrean God realm, his cultivation level hadn't increased at all. But as Qin Zhao's strength increased, the true meaning of strength and the breakthrough of his heart force caused his inner world to expand by quite a bit. It had been a long time since Qin Shao had looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, he was surprised to discover the diameter of my inner world is over 10 billion miles. It's really big. It should be known that the inner world of the 4th step heavenly God was about 1 million miles wide. For a powerful master, it was about 10 million miles wide. For a master, it was only about 100 million miles wide. 100 million li was actually very, very big. If it could produce humans, it could completely form a very powerful small world. Countless living beings could live in it. However, Qin Zhao's inner world was actually a little exaggerated. It was 10 billion miles wide. Just hearing it was enough to frighten people. 10 billion miles. That was almost the size of an origin world. Chapter 1373. Six paths complete. The internal world was the source of power. So the larger the internal world, the greater the power and godly power. Although the internal world had a limited effect on one's power, if the internal world was large enough, the effect would be more obvious. For example, Qin Zhao's internal world, which was 10 billion miles wide, would have a much greater advantage compared to the internal world of others, which was 100 million miles wide. That's strange. According to my heart power, it's only at the 5th level, which is equivalent to the level of a ruler. As for the true meaning of power, it's only at the 4th level, which is equivalent to the level of a powerful being. As for the level of the Great Path, it's still at the level of a 4th step heavenly God. However, according to power, I'm already at the level of a universe master. However, according to the level of a universe master, the internal world of an ordinary universe master is only about 1 billion miles wide. Even the more experienced ones shouldn't have more than 10 billion miles wide, right? Qin Zhao suddenly raised his eyebrows. He found it strange. Although Qin Zhao hadn't specifically asked the Desolate Land Master and the others about this, according to Qin Zhao's understanding, it should be like this. The difference shouldn't be too big. Theoretically speaking, no matter how powerful a universe master was, his or her internal world wouldn't exceed 10 billion miles wide. However, Qin Zhao's internal world was already 10 billion miles wide. Furthermore, Qin Zhao hadn't deliberately increased his internal world size. He had become the master of 4 paths, and his heart power had broken through to the 5th level, but he hadn't used his power in his internal world. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't quite understand why his internal world was so different from ordinary people's. Actually, this situation had existed before. Previously, Qin Zhao had made a comparison, and his internal world was much larger than others of the same level. However, Qin Zhao hadn't taken this question to heart. Today, he brought it up again. According to this situation, if he became the master of 6 paths and cultivated his heart power to the 6th level, how big would his internal world be? It was indeed strange. It seemed that he had to find time to ask Jingyang about it. However, Qin Zhao was too lazy to ask now. Right now, business was more important. Inner world, since you're so big, let's see how big you can grow. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. The power of the 4 controllers and the power of the 5th level of heart force all poured into his inner world, nourishing it. The powerful energy was about to expand his inner world. It was as if he was fertilizing the seedlings. Under Qin Zhao's formidable strength, Qin Zhao's inner world continued to expand. After an unknown period of time, the crazy expansion of Qin Zhao's inner world finally stopped. In the end, Qin Zhao's inner world had expanded to an exaggerated size of 11 billion kilometers. It was so exaggerated that it was a little terrifying. 11 billion miles. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was a terrifying number. The feeling it gave Qin Zhao was that it was big, very big. However, for the time being, Qin Zhao's inner world was still in chaos, like a massive fog. There were no physical objects, only chaos. From nothing to something. This is the great Tao of no beginning. Evolving all things. This is the great Tao of all things. Power is born of the primordial chaos. This is the great Tao of primordial chaos. Qin Zhao had now cultivated all 3 of these supreme great Taos to the controller level. With a single thought, his heart moved. With a single thought, the might of the great Tao surged out, along with the power of laws. The world within his body also began to change. Heaven and earth rumbled, and chaos surged. At this moment, Qin Zhao, standing in the midst of that chaos, was like a god who had created the world. God said that there must be light, and this world had light. With a single thought, Qin Zhao's words became law. When he said that there would be light, the entire inner world was illuminated. With light, there must be land, physical objects, mountains, and rivers. These were the foundation of a world. the evolution of all things. Slowly, land was born. From nothing, life came into being. From chaos, it became an enormous piece of land. On the land, mountains rose and fell, and rivers meandered. The world had finally returned to its original state. Haha, the inner world is done. This is the real inner world. It looks a little like an inner world. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. However, this inner world was still barren and barren. There was no life. There was no life. A world without life is incomplete. That's the lowest level. Qin Shao quickly shook his head. But how could it be easy to give birth to life? Life was also divided into levels. For example, flowers, plants, and trees were the lowest level. For example, birds, insects, and beasts were the middle level. For example, demons and foreign species were the high level. For example, humans were the top level. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to evolve. If the inner world was given time to grow, with the accumulation of endless years, it would slowly evolve. If one wanted to evolve it in a short period of time, it would require heaven-defying means. Without heaven-defying means, it wouldn't work. Qin Shao wanted to evolve it personally now so that he could gain some enlightenment from it. Therefore, he naturally couldn't wait. He could only rely on his own ability to evolve it. Flowers, plants, trees, be born. Qin Shao shouted in his heart. A powerful force surged out, and the might of Tao gushed out. Sprouts emerged from the mud and stones, and then quickly grew, flowers bloomed, and leaves sprouted. Very quickly, a large expanse of tree colors covered the mountain rocks, draping a layer of green makeup on this world, making it look beautiful and full of vitality. However, Qin Shao also found that it was very difficult to give birth to flowers, plants, and trees. Under Qin Shao's full evolution, after covering the entire world with plants, Qin Shao was exhausted to the point of collapse. Phew, it's really not easy. It's too difficult to give birth to so many living creatures quickly. Flowers, plants, and trees are also living creatures. Although they are of the lowest level, it's still too difficult to cover 111 miles of land. This kind of work is really not something that a human can do. If I want to evolve more, I really don't have the strength to do it. Looking at the emerald green and full of vitality in his inner world, Qin Shao felt a burst of relief, as if he had done something amazing. This kind of sense of accomplishment Qin Shao rarely felt. Qin Shao walked in his inner world, and for a moment, he had some ideas. Now that the divine realm was in turmoil and war, he could let the people of the 9-continent city and the infernal city into his inner world. It was also possible to build a big city inside. Of course, there were no laws in his inner world, so there was no way to cultivate here. This idea was not bad, and Qin Shao was also seriously considering it. If he didn't do this, Qin Shao planned to send all of them to the desolate land divine palace. But the current situation had not reached that point, so the desolate land divine palace did not open this door and did not allow the sealed book members to bring outsiders in. Once they entered the final stage of the 5 great holy lands, they would definitely have to go to this step. But after all, the desolate land divine palace was not big, and the number of people that could be stuffed in was limited, so it was impossible to stuff everyone in. Under such circumstances, they would generally encourage more people to enter the inner world. Right now, Qin Shao was making plans in this regard. This will wait until I go back to the 9-continent city, and I'm not in a hurry now. The divine realm will not erupt in full force for the time being, and it should be delayed until the final moment. For now, I'd better put more thoughts on cultivation. Qin Shao threw this thought aside for the time being. He walked in front of a flower, which was very beautiful and bloomed very brightly. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the flower, and the power of his mind surged out. He saw that this beautiful flower was rapidly aging, withering, dying, and finally completely turning into powder and returning to the soil. Growth, then quickly returned to death. One life, one death. Qin Shao did all this personally, and this feeling was really not something that could be understood by looking at it. Doing it personally would be very profound. What was reincarnation? One life, one death, one death, one life, one life, one death. In this way, it was reincarnation. Qin Zhao's mind moved again, and the flower that had turned into powder and ash slowly grew again, as if it was going back to the scene just now, and soon it bloomed again. How strange. What a wonderful feeling. This is the feeling. Qin Zhao's reincarnation great Tao had long reached the critical point of a breakthrough, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the complete level 6 of the reincarnation great Tao. It was just that this step had been troubling Qin Zhao. A single thought could cause a huge stir. Next, Qin Zhao repeatedly made the flowers, plants, and trees come back to life and die, and come back to life again and again. He could feel something every time he did it, and after feeling it over and over again, he naturally had a wonderful feeling. When this wonderful feeling was repeated, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Qin Zhao's heart finally had some great inspiration, and his heart skipped a beat, as if he had grasped the opportunity to break through in an instant. All of a sudden, the feeling gushed out. Qin Zhao's eyes slowly closed. He was completely immersed in this feeling. It was a wonderful feeling, and he was touched. Yes, this is the feeling, this is the Tao. Reincarnation. Life is death, and death is also life. Life and death are reincarnations. Everything has reincarnation. His mind moved, and there was a rumbling sound. Under the impact of this powerful thought, Qin Zhao finally took this step. He finally broke through to the 6th level of the great path of reincarnation and reached the great path of perfection. Qin Zhao's mouth finally showed a smile, and he said, "It's really not easy to break through. The reincarnation great Tao is the great Tao that I have been working hard on, and now I have finally broken through to the level 6. In this way, my 6 supreme great Taos can be considered to have been cultivated to perfection in terms of the great Tao itself. 6 great Tao perfection. It was an incredible thing to think about. There were probably only a few people in the entire primordial universe who could achieve this. At most, there were only 2 or 3 people. Perhaps not yet. As for Qin Zhao, he had finally reached this step. What was certain was that Qin Zhao was the fastest to reach this step, at least the first in this universe era. Chapter 1374. Earth. Although the interstitial world was small and insignificant, it existed in the primordial chaos universe. Even the endless ocean of darkness had interstitial worlds. What's more, there were some interstitial worlds in some dangerous places of the universe, such as secret realms. Perhaps even the masters of the universe didn't know how many interstitial worlds there were in the primordial chaos universe. After all, the primordial chaos universe was so vast that the interstitial worlds were hidden within each interstitial world. A speck of dust was an entire world. Naturally, it was very difficult to find out everything. Some are hidden so deeply that it was impossible to discover them. Besides, interstitial worlds were meaningless. The inhabitants were ordinary mortals, and their potential was very limited. They were far inferior to the origin world. Therefore, very, very few deities were able to leave the interstitial worlds. Even if there were some in the endless passage of time, many would have a tragic fate awaiting them the moment they left the interstitial worlds. At the very least, Qin Zhao had never heard of any supreme ruler of the deity world who had left the interstitial worlds. Therefore, interstitial worlds had always been neglected. But now, interstitial worlds were the only safe places. Therefore, there were some fourth-step deities who had sent their clansmen into interstitial worlds. Many interstitial worlds had been conquered. Of course, interstitial worlds were very fragile. They couldn't even withstand a battle between deities. Therefore, they couldn't act recklessly in the interstitial worlds. Otherwise, the interstitial worlds would collapse. Once the interstitial worlds collapsed, they would be in great danger. Everything in the interstitial worlds would be destroyed. Therefore, there were relatively few supreme beings who did this. After all, it wasn't safe to send someone into an interstitial world. It depended on luck. Otherwise, if they were caught in the flames of war, they would be instantly destroyed. Most interstitial worlds were very safe. The information in the interstitial worlds was much more limited than that in the origin world. After all, deities would always be born in the origin world. Therefore, there would always be a lot of information left behind by seniors who knew about the existence of the deity world. However, interstitial worlds had always been sealed. Therefore, many interstitial worlds didn't know about the existence of the deity world. The strongest cultivators were only emperors. They were still very far from seeking the path to godhood. Traveling in such interstitial worlds had indeed touched Qin Shao a lot. He was in a very good mood. Although some of the things in these interstitial worlds were very ordinary, they were still able to touch one's heart and move Qin Shao. Qin Shao, after experiencing so many great things, when faced with these ordinary things, he was touched. His heart had also unknowingly changed and improved under such circumstances. The path of Heart's path became smoother than before. The desolate land, Lord's idea. Qin Shao, although Qin Shao translation was the world war, Qin Shao was the realm. Previously, Shao Chun had not experienced the 80,000-year battlefield in the God-sealing abyss, so his mentality was different. This time, he was abandoning everything and emptying his mind to cultivate his heart. He was purely cultivating his heart and walking the path of his heart. Furthermore, this time, Qin Shao was completely walking around the interstitial world, attentively sensing the interstitial world. Therefore, the effect this time was very good. Qin Shao did as he pleased and did as he pleased. Everything depended on his own mood. He did what he thought. There were no restrictions or burdens in his heart. When he was in the mood, Qin Shao would leave behind some inheritance in the interstitial worlds. He would leave behind an opportunity. If the fated person could obtain that opportunity, then there was a high chance that they could become a deity. In one of the interstitial worlds, Qin Shao stayed for 100 years and opened an academy. He personally acted as the dean and taught the students. In a short 5 years, the academy became the #1 academy in the interstitial world. 10 years later, it became the #1 sacred academy. Soon, the academy became the #1 power in the world. Qin Shao was also quickly worshipped as a saint in this world. He taught a large number of outstanding disciples. Many of them became emperors. Because of Qin Shao, the interstitial world underwent tremendous changes. If things continued like this, it was possible that some deities would be born. However, Qin Shao wouldn't leave behind his inheritance so easily. It wouldn't be good for the mortals in the interstitial world to become deities. What awaited them would be an even more tragic fate. It would be better for them to stay as mortals in this interstitial world. It could be considered a happy and harmonious life. In one of the interstitial worlds, Qin Shao used his supreme wisdom to resolve the crisis of a world war without resorting to force. He saved that world from disaster. In another interstitial world, Qin Shao helped the most inconspicuous prince of the great Qin Empire. In the intense situation of 9 dragons fighting for the throne, he turned the tide and reversed the situation. Step by step, he ascended to the throne, completing an unbelievable reversal. There were many, many other similar incidents. Qin Shao did as he pleased. He did whatever he wanted. Everything followed his heart. In his heart, there was a scale. He used his heart to measure whether or not something was worth doing. This kind of method, which was completely based on one's self-esteem and one's heart as the Tao, improved one's heart imperceptibly. This was exactly what Qin Shao needed. Coupled with the cultivation of heart force breaking stones, the results were indeed much better. If this continued, he estimated that in another 50,000 years, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the 6th level of heart force. With such good results, Qin Shao was naturally more interested in roaming the interstitial world. He did things he wanted to do. He experienced different aspects of life and enjoyed a stretch of peace. Sometimes, Qin Shao would directly reincarnate. He would start as an infant and slowly grow old until he died. He would complete the cycle of a mortal's life. Qin Shao's path of reincarnation had been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. He could easily enter the cycle of reincarnation. Completing the cycle of reincarnation was also a kind of cultivation of the great Tao of reincarnation. As for the great Tao of primal chaos, Qin Zhao's original body had always been comprehending and cultivating at the end of the universe. The speed of his improvement was also very fast. It had been 90,000 years since the all-out war. Qin Zhao had cultivated the great Tao of primal chaos to the extreme. He was now only one step away from the great perfection of the great Tao of primal chaos and becoming a controller. It was still very difficult to take the final step. However, since he had already reached this step, Qin Zhao was completely confident. At most, he would just have to spend a bit more time. The cultivation of the great Tao of primal chaos was relatively smooth. The cultivation of heart force was also relatively smooth. The only thing Qin Zhao was worried about now was the great Tao of reincarnation. After leaving one interstitial world, Qin Zhao continued to search for the next one. Somewhere in the God realm, in a desolate land, Qin Zhao discovered a rather strange place. This place looks ordinary, but it's a little strange. A powerful natural force pervades this place, turning it into a dangerous place. Even a fourth-step heavenly god would most likely die here. This desolate land isn't very famous in the god realm, but the degree of danger is quite good. However, this desolate land is also very desolate. There's nothing at all. I can't even sense the aura of life. No wonder, no matter how dangerous it is, not many people have entered this place. There. Qin Zhao walked through this desolate land. Soon, his eyes flickered slightly and fell on a certain place. There's a trace of strange energy fluctuation. It's very weak. Ordinary almighties should have a hard time detecting it. Qin Zhao studied it carefully and discovered that there were many dangerous methods set up in that place. Heavenly arrays were set up to conceal everything. Interesting. The traces left behind by this array are very ancient. At least a universe era has passed. It's definitely not left behind by this universe era. Something left behind from the last universe era? What's inside? Chapter 1375. Strange. Although these methods were extremely effective and could stop many powerful beings, they were nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. He could easily enter. After entering, apart from discovering a mustard grain world, they didn't discover anything else. Qin Zhao was a little disappointed. He thought there would be something inside, but he didn't expect there to be only a tiny interstitial world. The interstitial world is actually hidden here. It's really well hidden. There are no traces of anyone coming in here. It's really isolated from the world. However, this interstitial world should have been born here. There is an invisible natural barrier protecting this interstitial world. An isolated interstitial world is completely unaffected by the power of the divine realm. It should still be in its original state. Well, since I'm here, I might as well go in and take a look. Qin Zhao curled his lips and entered the interstitial world with great interest. After entering, Qin Zhao's consciousness enveloped the entire interstitial world. He checked everything in the interstitial world and learned more about it. With a thought, Qin Zhao grasped everything about the interstitial world. This interstitial world is a little interesting. Very interesting. It's only 160,000 miles in diameter. It's really small. It's called Earth. What a strange name. What's interesting is that this interstitial world actually has nearly 200 countries and a population of nearly 7 billion. It's truly a scene of prosperity. But what's even more interesting is that this interstitial world called Earth doesn't have the great Tao. The most powerful thing is brute force. There isn't even a spirit force realm cultivator. This Earth doesn't even know what the great Tao is or what cultivation is. It doesn't even have the concept. This place is called martial arts, but it's just a game for children. Interesting. I've never seen such an interesting world. This place is called science and technology. It's actually somewhat similar to the machine race. The machine race also walked the path of science and technology cultivation. There's science and technology here, but it's far from being a technological cultivation system. Earth science and technology is a little too backward compared to the machine race. But compared to the God realm, it's much more advanced. Over the past 10,000 years, I've traveled through so many interstitial worlds, but I've never found a world where the great Tao did not flourish. In the world of Earth, all of its citizens were mortal beings of the lowest level. They were mortal beings that were indescribably weak. The average lifespan is only about 70 years. Weak, really weak. It's not an ordinary kind of weak. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that although the Earth was very weak, it lasted very well. There were strict laws here, and everyone was equal before the law. No one could go beyond the law. Murder is against the law, and you have to pay with your life. This world was very harmonious, especially a country called Huaxia, which was very harmonious and prosperous. Qin Shao fell in love with Huaxia at first sight. Moreover, Huaxia's language was the universal language of the universe. What was interesting was that other than Huaxia, the other countries all had their own languages. This made Qin Shao amazed. To think that such a small interstitial world would have so many languages. It was a little inconceivable. Everything here is completely different from the heavenly realm. From the clothes, from the architecture, from the civilization, from the system of the world, everything is different. It's completely different. There's no fighting or killing here. There's only ordinary, and yet happy life. The people here are very weak, but that doesn't affect their happiness. They've built this world very beautifully. There are many technological inventions here, like cars, mobile phones, televisions, computers, airplanes, guns, and so on. I've never seen them before, and they're very interesting. What a wonderful interstitial world. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful interstitial world here. Interesting, very interesting. After learning everything about this interstitial world called Earth, Qin Zhao's interest grew even higher. Interesting, this is really interesting. He had never heard of or seen anything before. Everything was new and unfamiliar. It was natural for people to feel a little more interested in unfamiliar things. Moreover, Qin Shao was not bloodthirsty or warlike in his bones. Therefore, Qin Shao actually had a very strong desire for peace in his heart. However, this place was able to achieve this very well. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart was particularly touched, particularly strongly. This was indeed a paradise, a world different from all other places. The aura of this world could purify Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed deeply, and a trace of doubt welled up in his heart. That's not right. This interstitial world, called Earth, has a lifespan of about 5 billion years. How can it still exist? The lifespan of an interstitial world can't exceed 84 billion years. When the lifespan limit is reached, it will self-destruct, return to chaos, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. But this interstitial world has actually survived for more than 5 billion years. It's far beyond the limit of lifespan. It's very unusual. It seems that there are some secrets in this interstitial world called Earth, and I don't think this world is going to be destroyed. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao turned back time and checked the history of Earth. After going through everything, Qin Shao finally found the reason. So that's how it is. It turns out that a ruler left behind a stream of energy that just happened to merge with the newly born interstitial world of Earth. That's why this world became so powerful and broke the limit of lifespan, so it won't be destroyed so easily. In the past 5 billion years, Earth has experienced several great catastrophes, and several civilizations have been destroyed. In other words, 84 billion years or so, there would be a great calamity, a calamity that would destroy the entire civilization. But the civilizations that have died will slowly be born again. Moreover, from the evolution of Earth's history, each civilization is different. This is the 6th civilization. The first civilization is the Dark Civilization. The world is dark, and there are endless battles and killings. The second civilization is the Great Path Cultivation Civilization. Some Great Path cultivators have appeared, and there are even kings. And this civilization is the Technological Civilization. But what's strange is that although it's a technological civilization, there are also shadows of other civilizations. For example, the Great Path Cultivation Civilization, the Dark Civilization, the elemental cultivation civilization. It's like a hodgepodge. How can there be such a situation? Such a situation has never happened anywhere in the divine realm. It's unheard of. The more Qin Shao checked, the more puzzled he became. It was indeed very puzzling. Such a strange world was really a little unbelievable. After thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that the key to the problem should be the energy that appeared in the long river of time. That energy wrapped around a metal fragment. The crux of the matter should be this piece of metal. It seemed that this metal fragment was very complicated. Let's find this metal fragment first. Let me check out first. Qin Shao thought to himself and checked Earth again. But after a careful check, Qin Shao frowned. I can't find it. That's strange. I can't feel it. There's no fluctuation at all. What's going on? Logically speaking, this metal fragment should be very complicated. It should contain a lot of energy. But I actually didn't sense the presence of such a powerful metal fragment. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.